the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach in your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come from a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing.
All right.
Sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem.
We got to turn this up.
In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where
this is really interesting.
We brought down the price of prescription
Seeing
drugs.
Trump can't talk while Biden's talking?
To $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country.
The greatest economy.
We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, the bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion.
Don't shake your head to that, Trump.
Larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No. He inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months, and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history.
What?
There's never been.
Come on,
and as
Trump.
far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out
Trump's
of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt.
Yeah, for
Israel.
Former
President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
Damn.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, childcare, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Heaven.
Because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare.
God.
They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social
They
Security.
shouldn't have done the
He will
debate,
wipe
bro.
out Medicare.
Somebody should have called
he
in
was
like a
right
bomb
in the way
threat.
He finished that sentence, and it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the
Someone
last
should have
4
called it a
years
bomb
is
threat.
not to be
Not
believed.
that I'm advocating for
Foreign
that.
countries,
Not that I'm
I'm
advocating
friends
for that,
with a
but-
lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of
We'll
America.
see how it
We're no
is. We'll
longer
see how it
respected.
is.
They don't like us.
God.
We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result. It was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule.
Civil rights back to the
states.
states.
There's so many young women who have been.
They would want that too.
The young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting.
I can't believe they're running by.
In many cases,
really
it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. but they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states.
Trump is going to win by default.
This is the same topic.
That's
7
the
states
crazy part.
have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion.
Democrats should get their ass
Do you support
beat, bro.
any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That's less than like
that. That is simply not true.
Yeah, come on.
The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Under
Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state.
True,
you can do
Trump.
whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51
Trump
years,
can say what he
and it was
wants about
taken away
immigration,
because
but once
this
he
guy
becomes
puts
president, he's gonna
very
have no
conservative
choice
members
but to
on the
do
Supreme
amnesty.
Court. He takes credit for taking it away.
Happen.
What's he going to do? What's he going to do? In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of
Wait,
immigration
he
and
gotta
border
respond to
security.
that.
President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally
You got to
crossed
respond
the
to that,
southern
Trump.
border
You
on
got to
your watch.
tell him that you won't sign the bill
Overwhelming
or
border states
something.
and overburdening cities such as
Use
New York
your time and let
Chicago,
us
in
know
some
that you won't
cases
sign that
causing
because
real
that
safety and
was
security
crazy.
concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
That would
Because
be
we worked
crazy.
very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that.
Yeah, he definitely
made
woke
sure
up.
that we are in a situation where you had no.
He got that
circumstance
compound
where they
V
could
running
come
through his
across the
veins.
border
He went,
with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to
Wait,
that,
did
we
they
found
really?
ourselves in a situation where, when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now.
Trump, you gotta
we're in
use
a
some of your
situation
time
where
to
there are
rebut what he
40%
said
fewer
previously.
People coming across the border illegally.
The border
It's better than when he
wait,
left
Border
office.
Patrol
And
is
I'm
with
going to
Biden.
continue to move until we get the total ban.
That's wild.
On
If what he's saying is true.
The total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
Yeah, you
I
got
really
that
don't know what he
10 feet.
said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we have the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to
I don't know what he
open up our
said.
border, open up our country.
No, I
to
will not laugh.
people that are.
Because that's how we
from
got in this
prisons.
problem. That's how we got in
People
this
that are
situation
from
the first
mental
time.
institutions, insane
Laughed our
asylum,
way,
terrorists. We have the
laughed
largest
his way
number
into
of
the White
terrorists
House,
coming
bro.
into our country right now. All
really don't
terrorists,
know
all
what he
over the
said.
world, not just
I
in
don't even
South
think he
America,
knows.
all over the world. They come from the Middle East,
Frederick
everywhere,
says drinking
all
game.
over the
Take a
world.
shot
They're
every
pouring
time
in.
a lie is told
And
during
this
the
guy
debates.
just
Don't
left
actually
it
do
open.
this.
And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great. And by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that.
Who?
But they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens,
not going to do any of
those who have
that.
lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani,
he's saying
the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world.
in and killed
and it had a huge impact on
soldiers.
Everything, not just border, on everything.
That's what he's saying.
He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half, because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act.
Every single thing
1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
A 4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one.
Damn.
And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history.
4-star general he said it?
And then
Damn.
now in their family, the only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war.
Woo!
That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now.
Woo!
We're doing more for
Okay.
veterans than ever before in our history.
Got him.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Let's move to the topic of foreign
Got him,
policy.
okay.
I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which
Got
is
him.
now
Got
in
him
its
on that
third
one.
year.
I'll give him that one.
Former President Trump,
I'll
Russian
give him
President
that one.
Vladimir Putin says he'll only
Yeah, a little
end
spicy
this
with
war
that one.
if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its
Goodness.
bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him.
Come
They
on,
think
bro.
he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them.
What?
And that's based on
What
every
is this,
single bit
bruh?
of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a
What
real
is
president,
this?
a president that knew, that was
Can't stand
respected
him.
by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas.
Please
you know why?
stop with Israel.
Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled.
Wait,
people
how?
being killed so needlessly, so stupidly.
How?
And I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
He said he'll get it settled before he takes office?
The fact is that Putin's a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear.
Anything, bro.
He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much.
It's the same argument that people would have with
as we have.
With Israel.
That's why we're strong.
To be honest.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East.
They want to say, well, Israel buys our weapons.
Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Let's see if Trump is going to
put forward a proposal to resolve
Israel,
this conflict. But so far, Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza.
Do you think they'll get asked about reparations?
So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
For Israel.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis.
Hit the like button or Joe Biden's going to smell your hair at night.
Endorse the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us.
Answer
the
Israel
European nations
question.
Together
Trump
have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us.
What about Israel, Trump?
He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. What? He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
What?
President Biden, you have a
Holy hell, bro.
So much foolishness.
What
This is the guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
What is
the
this?
idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well.
That's crazy.
It may be a big ocean, but are we ever able to avoid a war in Europe?
That's probably one of the biggest L's of this debate.
What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO?
Goodness,
we have an
Trump,
Article 5 agreement. Attacking
Die
one
for
is
Israel.
attack
Let
on all.
Israel kill
You
anyone
want to
they
start
want.
The nuclear war he keeps talking about. Go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
Bro.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States.
An insult.
And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have. But we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture.
That's pretty wild.
I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia? At a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect,
I don't even know what to say.
defend,
He didn't even say he's like a Hamas sympathizer.
What
He
do you
just
say
said,
to
no, he's a
voters who believe that
Palestinian.
you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about
That's
January 6th.
a vote for Biden, bro. I'm sorry.
On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States'
Is he talking about
reputation
we were respected on January 6th?
Is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about,
What?
where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
Sir, this had to do with January 6th.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in that dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences. And
I mean, he showed up for Ashley Babbitt's funeral.
He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases.
He should bring up Ashley Babbitt.
Scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said,
thank you for the support.
This guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they 100%. Should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there's going to be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well,
called him a
to
whiner.
Some people that are so innocent. You ought to be ashamed of
Come on, Trump!
How you've destroyed the lives of so many people.
Destroyed the lives.
Ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities. You go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there.
What?
With the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed.
This is crazy.
When you look at all of they took over big chunks of
You mean
Seattle.
after
I was all set to
an
bring in the
officer
National
killed
Guard. They
somebody?
heard that. They saw them coming and they left immediately.
Murdered a person? You really going with the whole, what about the riots?
So off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing.
Peacefully patriotic?
Unselect committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats. They destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that.
Yes,
if a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President
Biden,
I want to give you a minute.
Folks inbreed
the only
too much.
person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right
Woo!
now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill.
That Tim B is coming in hot.
Deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices.
Exactly.
Desks,
thank you, Biden. I can't believe this.
The idea that those people are patriots. Come on.
Thank you.
When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time,
get him.
I said,
with this foolishness,
the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing to, we denounce these guys. We denounce the people we're talking about now. We denounce the people who attacked that Capitol. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute.
He said, what are you
going to
do? You going to denounce him?
Follow-up question I have.
You going to denounce him?
After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times.
That's night and day from the
Should
president
have been convicted
running
before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon.
Do you think the president of the United States
Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things.
What?
All of the death caused at the border. Telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything.
Yeah, because the prosecutor
we're not going to give you $1 billion
corrupt.
unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal.
Had nothing to do with his son, bro.
You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, or doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about?
God
damn! You have the morals of an alley cat.
The morals
I
of
didn't have
Alley
sex with a
Cat.
porn star.
Jesus.
Number two, that was a case that was started
Jesus.
and moved. They moved
Fucking
a
ether.
high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's
You have the
office to
morals
start
of
that
an
case.
alley cat?
That case is going to be appealed and won.
God.
Very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat.
Oh,
The prosecutor
it's over,
were
bro.
all
I'm sorry,
high-ranking
Trump.
Democrats, appointed people.
I'm sorry,
both
Trump.
the civil
I'm sorry, Trump.
and the criminal.
It's
He
game over,
basically
fam.
went after his political
It's
opponent
game over, bro.
because he thought it was going to damage me. But
You
when the
have the
public
morals of
found
an
out
alley
about these
cat.
cases,
That's
because they
some
understand it
wild
better than he
shit.
does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found
That's
out about these
some
cases, you know what they
wild
did?
shit.
My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it.
Nah.
And we took in more money in the last 2
need to
weeks
talk about what he
than
said,
we've
bro.
ever taken in the
That's
history of
crazy.
any campaign. I don't think any
That's
campaign
crazy.
has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the
bro.
public knows
Sorry.
it's a scam.
That's
and it's
crazy.
a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Nobody's
Thank you, President
buying
Trump.
that. I'm
President
sorry.
Biden, you
Yeah.
have said, quote, Donald Trump and his
Come on,
MAGA
bro.
Republicans are determined
God
to destroy
dang,
American
fam.
democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely
the
to vote
morals
for
of an
President
alley
Trump
cat.
will be voting against
God.
American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around.
That is true.
He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact
dang,
that,
bro.
could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any presidents say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved around in the
is
first
crazy,
place
though.
after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides."
Are we going back to
American
that?
president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
Damn.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see
Wiped
the
out.
sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that story. He just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without
he's
question,
been holding his
the
own.
worst president, the worst presidency
He had
in
a
the
gap
history
in
of
the
our
beginning, but
country.
he's been holding
We
his
shouldn't
own.
be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason
that is
why
true.
40 of his 44
Can you
top
imagine?
cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time.
Damn.
His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time.
Damn.
Why? Why? They know him
That's
well.
true,
They
huh?
serve with him.
That's
Why
right.
are
I
they not
forgot about
endorsing
what's
him?
his name.
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be
Damn,
with
bro.
more from the CNN presidential debate.
Woo! That's 40 out of his 44 cabinet members refused to endorse him. I totally forgot about what's his name. Do you remember Mike Pence? Mike Pence went in for Trump, bro. He went all in for Trump. I remember when Mike Pence was running on stage. I'd never seen Mike Pence run on stage before in his life. He was. And then,
wait a minute.
and
Tom,
then
is
Trump
that you working the
throws.
camera?
Then Trump throws him under the bus. Crazy. Then Trump throws him on the butt, and they got them talking about hang Mike Pence. Yo, I'm going to have to give it to Biden on this, bro. It just is what it is. That gaffe, that gaffe was a gaffe. Don't get me wrong. He shut down for a second. That temp B had to go in his, in his system. That temp B was like, But it seems that it's working, bro. It seems that it's working. I don't know what to tell you. It seems that it's working. I'm going to have to give it to Biden, bro. For right now, because Trump's answer for Israel was fucking crazy. Trump's answer for Israel was fucking crazy. Calling this man a Palestinian as an insult. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. Get the fuck out of my face. Trump said, yeah, kill everybody. Don't get in their way. I wouldn't have stopped them. I would have let them keep going. Fuck out of here, bro. You out of your fucking mind, Trump. This Negro's got probably a Jewish star tattooed on his fucking chest. Then Biden talking about, yo, you've got the morals of an alley cat. Just ethered him. Like, yo, this man's been doing this, and this. Only one of us is a convicted felon. None of, the majority of your cabinet members wouldn't even re-endorse you. The vice president wouldn't endorse you. I don't know what to tell you, fam. What are we talking about? Now, as far as the border, I don't know which one's telling the truth, which border agency or border patrol agent endorsed who. I don't know. But the border is really a non-issue right now because both candidates are going to give some type of amnesty. I don't give a fuck what Trump says, talking about build the wall. You're stupid as fuck if you think that. All right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You're dumb as fuck if you think Trump is going to deport anybody, mass deportation. That's not going to happen. All right? That's not going to happen. He's going to cut a deal that's going to give amnesty. That is what's going to happen. The same deal that maybe Biden will pass. Amnesty is coming. So the whole border situation, that's a non-fucking sequitur, okay? That's a non-issue right now. It's a nothing burger. That could have been an issue during Trump's administration. That could have been an issue before Trump, okay? Obama's administration. Right now, let that go, fam. Just let that go. But as far as this, so right now, bruh, Trump's losing his mind. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. But right now, I see Biden up. I see Biden up 100%. 100%, bro. Trump, I'm still in shock that he was like, he's a Palestinian. I was like, is that supposed to be an insult? And he's not even a good one. That lets you know how much Trump is in the pockets of fucking Netanyahu. Trump was talking about, hey, stop the protests. Do you understand when people were protesting against Israel? He was talking about, hey, stop the protests. This man will shoot our fucking First Amendment in the fucking head if it means sucking dick for Netanyahu. I don't fuck with that, bro. That's not really my thing. Especially when it comes to the Second Amendment and everything else he's done.
Certainly face again in a second term.
Bump stock bans happened under Trump, not Biden, just so we're clear.
To a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history.
I know Trump is going to mention the First Step Act.
The wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number 3, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. but we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans.
Wait, is that real? Did that pass?
They were engaged in nursing.
Did that pass? Does anyone know if that passed?
Anything having to do with volunteerism. If they paid their bills for 10 years.
$10K to buy your first home?
Student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years.
$10K to buy your first home is not a nothing burger, bro. I don't know if you have a home, but shit ain't cheap.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation. And
Why
he's
didn't
it's
it
been
pass?
very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing
stopped
black
the bill from
families and
passing?
Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries
Don't tell
anymore.
me
They
Republicans
can't.
stopped
You
the
look
bill
at the
from passing,
cost
bro.
of food, where it's doubled and tripled
tell
and
me Republicans
quadrupled.
stopped the bill, bro.
They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone.
He's lying,
he
Lucas.
Destroyed it with his Green New Scam and
There
all
was
of the
no
other
$10,000
all this money
credit?
that's being thrown out the window. He caused
that what you're
inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that there are $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in the position where the idea
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what immigrant has taken
put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops.
Unless you want to say an illegal.
Equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on. But in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way
he handled
the pandemic.
You heard what the fuck I said?
Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat.
What immigrant is going to take a 3D animator's job? You tell me.
Stronger hurricanes and rising sea levels.
I don't know any immigrants who are coming in here that are highly skilled.
That's not what the fuck is happening. Climate initiatives.
They taking low-skilled jobs.
Will you take any action as president to
But here's the
slow
thing: once they get
crisis?
amnesty,
Let me just go back to what he said about the police.
I say, why not?
How close the police are to him. Almost every
The only
police
reason now
group
is that they
in the
can
nation from
undercut you.
every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
H1B1,
and what he's done
but
to
that's
the
not
black
illegal immigration. That's legal
population
immigration.
is horrible, including
Trump
the
is
fact that
for
for 10
legal
years he
immigration.
called them super predators.
So it's a nothing
in the
burger.
1990s. We can't
That's
forget
what you
that.
have to understand.
Super predators was his name. And he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it.
They're
and now
taking
they see
jobs
it
in
happening.
construction sector, yes,
but when they
because
see
they
what
can
I did for
undercut.
criminal justice
But that's
reform
capitalism.
and for the historically
Don't be
black,
upset. I didn't create the
colleges
system.
and universities,
Y'all niggas created
where I
the
funded
system.
them and got them
Capitalism,
all funded,
right?
And the opportunity zones with
If that
with
person
Tim,
says,
as
I'll
you
do it
know,
for
Tim
200
Scott
and the other
is
person says,
incredible.
I'll
He
do
did
it for
a great
100.
job. Great senator
Whose fault
from
is
South
that?
Carolina. He came to me
Don't
with the
blame
idea,
me.
and it was a great idea.
That
It's one of
got
the most
nothing to do with
successful
me or
economic
immigration.
development acts ever
That's
in the country.
capitalism.
Opportunity
Now, if
zones.
you want to say an illegal
And the biggest
is
beneficiary
undercutting,
are
then
blacks,
sure, by
and
all
that's
means.
why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever the best numbers.
But
he's lost
it is
much
what it
of the
is, bro.
black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything
They can't take the jobs
yet.
unless
It's a
people
disaster.
give them the jobs. That's what you have to understand. You're blaming the immigrants when you should be blaming the companies that are employing the immigrants.
To slow the climate crisis.
Right?
So I want
if this company chooses to hire an illegal, that's the company. Don't get on the immigrant.
Absolutely clean air.
Because the immigrant comes here and they can't find any jobs. Guess what the fuck they gonna do?
We had the best
Not a
numbers
goddamn thing.
ever. And we did.
So
we were using.
Go to the CEO of the company. Complain there, bro.
Everything.
Expose them.
During my
They're
4
the
years,
un-Americans.
I had the best environmental numbers.
No, you
ever.
blame both. No,
and
you don't blame both,
my top environmental
bro.
people gave me that statistic
You
just
can't.
before I walked on the stage.
Motherfucker's an illegal. He shouldn't have worked anyway.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true.
How you gonna blame someone for taking a job that's offered to them?
Extensive
What
climate change legislation
That's
in
the
history.
stupidest shit I've heard.
In history, we find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have.
Lucas might be a plant. You can say what the fuck you want. How many of y'all have gotten your job taken by an illegal immigrant? You tell me.
Student can do. They just have the money. But
how many of you guys put one in the chat if you've gotten your job taken by an illegal immigrant, where they brought you into the office and said you're fired?
To have done something.
Tell me. Put one in the chat if you got your job taken by an illegal immigrant.
He hadn't done a damn thing with the environment.
Put one in the chat if you got your job taken by an illegal immigrant.
I immediately joined it.
If the mofo said, come in here, you're fired, we're going to hire Jose.
At any one point where there's no way back.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Stop it.
Threat to humanity.
Stop lying to yourself,
and
fam.
he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that.
Stop lying to yourself.
The Paris Accord was
Stop
going to
lying
cost
to
us
yourself.
$1 trillion.
If you got one,
China
tell me what your
nothing,
job
Russia
is.
Nothing, and India nothing.
If it's one, tell me what your job
is.
is.
The United States. And
these mofos lying out their ass, bro.
I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us.
They lying out their ass, bro.
It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it.
Hold up. Do you understand how stupid you all sound?
But everything that he said just
if
now.
If you're saying you got your job taken from you by an illegal immigrant,
I'm the one that got
sue the company
for the seniors. I took care of the seniors.
These mofos lying out their ass, bro.
Destroying all of our medical.
They saying that the company said, "Hey, we're gonna fire you and we're gonna hire the illegal."
And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you.
Go ahead, bro.
And I want to take care of people.
A lot of y'all do a file class action lawsuit.
They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over.
I don't know what to tell you. Get your skills up.
He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
I don't know what to tell you. Get your skills up. I don't know. It just that's what it boils down to. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
We, in fact,
y'all are crazy.
We're the only ones of consequence who are not.
Crazy.
We're not members of the Paris Accord.
Yeah, they told me they're gonna fire me for an illegal. The United
States can't
get nigga, then clearly you must not.
One of the largest.
You must not be that skilled that they can bring in fucking Jose who don't even know English and can do your job. Nigga, I would hire an illegal.
We have made significant.
I'll be honest with you.
And we're continuing to make progress. We set up a.
At least I got some leverage. Like, listen, Jose.
People will learn how to.
I'm gonna pay you 25 cents. I've been paying Jamal goddamn fucking $50 an hour. I'm gonna pay you 25 cents. And if you say a fucking word, I'm gonna call ICE.
The idea.
Hell yeah! What the fuck? Welcome to capitalism. Enjoy your stay. Welcome to capitalism. Enjoy your stay.
Climate. I've not seen any indication of that.
I don't know what to tell you.
With regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made
you mad at the wrong person, bro. You should be mad at the company.
Pharmaceutical company cannot have to.
You should be mad at the company, not the illegal. Don't be mad at the dude who fucked your girl. Be mad at your girl.
Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many
don't be mad at the girl. Don't be mad at the dude who fucked your girl. Be mad at your girl.
If nothing is done to
if she had closed her legs, he wouldn't have been able to play.
See their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
They looking to fuck us millennials.
Wealthy began to pay their fair share.
They looking to fuck us millennials, bro.
Everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck.
They looking to fuck us in the future, bro. There won't be any Social Security. They looking to screw us hard.
18 years old. The idea that they're
you pay into the system, they're gonna be like,
proposing that everybody they pay. The millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one after.
Louis, you are right about that one. It's true. We should hold responsible the people give the legal immigrants jobs. Are the people cause a problem? 100%.
By increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
100%.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures
all
that you think
employees
that would be
should
able
walk
to
out
help
or protest.
Keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Imagine getting your job taken from you by an illegal. You fucking crazy.
The biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security.
Does he really?
He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And that's what. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican Caucus that he
do they really want to cut Social Security?
Is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today.
They're putting so much money into Ukraine and Israel, and then want to talk about we need to cut Social Security. How about you cut the fucking funding to the foreign countries that y'all give money to fucking bomb everybody? How about that?
Not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition.
Want to cut shit that helps Americans, but give money to everyone fucking else.
They, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 towards their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine.
I'm sorry,
everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to 100%. The VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels.
Putting illegal on Social Security is
He doesn't know
wild.
what he's doing. And it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
That is crazy.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession.
Illegals having anchor babies, sinking resources, and future jobs from American children.
And by the way, worst president in history,
Sir,
159 presidential scholars
that's
voted
been happening.
Him the worst.
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with illegal immigration.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of Childcare, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address
change the 14th Amendment. How about that? Change birthright citizenship.
In this country has risen to more
I
than
don't hear Trump or Biden talking about that.
Per child for many
the
families.
The issue is not as far as them coming here and having babies. The issue as far as the law that allows them to be as far as citizens. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show.
Hire illegals to work on Spider Combat.
Moment in the history
if I
of
could
country.
Find an illegal who knew anything about Unreal Engine,
did you fire
by
anybody that's on the border?
These illegals who are coming here aren't highly educated.
Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people?
They're not highly educated and they're not highly skilled.
From mental institutions, did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, He's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We're the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us.
Let's go.
Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking.
Let's go.
Look it up. Go online.
Wants to fuck with you,
159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst.
How is Biden sounding more American than Trump?
Of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture.
How is Biden sounding more patriotic than Trump?
The idea that he is doing anything to deal with childcare. He did virtually nothing to childcare. We should significantly increase the childcare tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should 100%. Encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever
Stop smiling, Joe. You
created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important.
And Baber taking your job,
he's in a situation where he talks about how he is.
If an illegal who doesn't know English is taking your job,
the middle class.
That's a you issue,
middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country.
Y'all should have boycotted those companies that were doing that to begin with.
Number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We
Trump does not give
trade
answers.
Deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And
there's tons of Asian illegals that are highly skilled. Sir, no,
overdose deaths in this country has gone up under your term.
Unless you want to qualify the people who come over here with H-1B1 visas,
Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year. Primarily from fentanyl.
There's Asians coming over here.
What will you do to help Americans right now
illegally coming into the country and getting engineer jobs?
The treatment they need.
Stop it.
To finish up,
sound goofy.
We now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come. But he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way.
No,
and then
what
we
are
had to
you
get
going
tough.
to do?
And
Not
it
what
was
you did.
the drugs pouring across the border were it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers. Very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together.
See, when
That's
you
what
answer
we have to
the
do.
question,
We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is
about
about Americans in the throes of addiction right now,
are you
struggling
going
to
to
get
answer
the
the
treatment
question
they
this
need.
time, Trump?
Well, because this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter.
What does this
I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you.
Trump is taking L's because he's not answering questions.
You would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized.
I hope everyone's making progress learning Spanish and Mandarin.
I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent.
And a lot less competent.
Look at what I've done. Look, I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it.
I still can't believe you said he had the morals of an alley cat.
To find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public.
Yes,
he took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden.
He's never seen anyone ace him.
He is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
What?
You're the specific concern
you are,
that voters have about you.
You're the one that mentioned
Will you pledge tonight
the
that
golf
once
tournament.
all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Oh, boy. Let's
Well,
hear
I
it.
shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time,
It's over for Biden?
and also my
Maybe
statement
if
that
you're
I made in the
fucking
Rose
retarded.
Garden,
I don't
you
know
would
what
say
to
it's
tell
one
you.
of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition
This
to
is
the
not a
speech I
good look
made
for Trump.
in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've
If
ever
you're
spoken to,
barely
and I will tell
holding
you,
on with
nobody ever
Biden-
talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody.
boy, fair and free.
I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be
Lucas, you're
at
being
one of my
obtuse.
many places.
Why would the
enjoying
last 2 months
myself.
of border
I wouldn't be
production
under
reflect
indictment
more than
because I wouldn't
how
have
we
been his
treated the
political
last 3
opponent.
years?
Opponent.
Why would the last 2 months
because
of
he
border
indicted me
protection reflect
because I was his
more?
opponent. I wish he was a
I
great
don't understand
president.
your question.
I would
I don't
rather have
understand
that.
what you're
I
saying.
wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a
But
president
we'll open the phone lines.
that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a
Saying we're a
failing
failing
nation
nation
because of him. His policies
not
are
really
so
a good-
bad. His military policies
good.
are insane. They're insane.
What
These are
military
wars that will
policies?
never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, They don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because of our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up,
the
question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
He's not going to say that.
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me.
I'm not trolling, bro.
But now he's going to take the whole thing
I'm not voting
this man
Trump.
Right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me.
Police
and he's going to take Ukraine.
Be held accountable.
And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there was all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
I'm sorry.
From Georgia.
Biden is taking this, bro. Biden is taking this, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Biden is taking this one. You can say what you want. Biden's taking this one. I'll fight you over that one, by all means. There's no way we can be watching the same fucking debate and be like, oh, Trump is killing it. Unless you got Trump's dick in your mouth, okay? There's no way you can say that. Objectively, there's no fucking way you can say that, all right? This is the same person who got a bump stock ban. The bump stock ban, thankfully, was overturned. Same person talking about take the guns and then give them due process. Same person who's talking about, hey, I want police to be have immunity from prosecution. Are you out of your fucking mind? The same person talking about I would let Israel do whatever the fuck they want to do. I tell them to go for it. You got to be out of your fucking mind. Out of your fucking mind. Now, if you're a Ben Shapiro, I'm probably sure you're jacking off right now, thanks to Trump, okay? I'm sure you probably creamed your pants probably twice. Oh, yes, give more to Israel. Yes, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, let us do what we want. Okay? Stop it, bro. Stop it. Where's the lie? Anybody who wants to talk about you caping so bad, tell me where's the lie. You can't. Where's the lie? What did I just say that wasn't true? Everything I said has been backed up. It's facts. You tell me where I lied. You tell me where I lied, I'll give you fucking, I'll super chat you or give you a Venmo account or a Cash App. I'll cash up you some money. Nothing I just fucking said it was a lie. Not a damn thing. Now, you can have a dick up your ass, and that's your choice, okay? You can have a dick up your ass and your mouth. I don't give a fuck. All right? It is what it is. Biden was on some fucking, I don't know what the fuck he was on the first half of the debate. But that Temp B fucking hit his system. That Temp B hit his fucking system. All right? It is what it is. 1991 crime bill. Nigga, I'm in 2024. What the fuck are we talking about the 1991 crime bill? This is a crime bill that was bipartisan. Both Democrats and Republicans were for it. It was asked by, I believe, the NAACP, if I'm not mistaken, but it was asked by the black community due to the high crime rates because they weren't policing the black communities like they were policing the white communities. Look up, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't hit me with these right-wing talking points because I know them better than you. I know them better than you. You can't talk to me with right-wing talking points, bro. Stop saying stupid shit. Lucas is so wishy-washy. No, it's called being objective. It's called, that's what it is. I know you are expecting, hey, if I go to this person, I know they're going to have this opinion. If I go to this person, I know they're going to have this opinion. But you should have more people like me who call it down the line. Like, hey, this motherfucker's on some bullshit. This motherfucker's on some bullshit. You guys have been so fucking desensitized to objectivity that you motherfuckers want a fucking Republican dick in your mouth or do you want a Democrat dick in your mouth? Now, by all means, if that's what you want, then fucking go on. Move on. Move on. Knock yourself out. But this is the same man who got all this fucking bussy in the Republican movement and the conservative party. We got fucking drag queens, okay, talking about I'm Lady MAGA. We got fucking trans women talking about I'm a spokesman for Fox News. Get the fuck out of here. You niggas don't have any principles or morals or values. And like Biden said, this nigga got the morals of an alley cat. Y'all motherfuckers want to talk about God this, Jesus this. This nigga was fucking a prostitute while his wife was pregnant. Fuck out of my face, bro.
And you have 2 minutes.
Y'all on some goofy time.
Progress from the debacle that was left.
Now, is this nigga at 100%? Hell fucking no.
In his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have Childcare. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for Childcare. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do, all he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Goodness gracious. I don't know what to tell you, bro. That seemed pretty open and shut. I think Biden won this debate. Biden won this one. As far as I'm concerned. Despite his mush-mouth fucking self. It is what it is. I'll give credit where credit's due. At least he can answer a question. Without fucking beating around the bush, bro. I can't stand when politicians do that. I can't stand it. It irritates the fuck out of me. When you're asked a question and you try and, go all the way around. Do I think these are the best candidates? Hell fucking no. Hell no. But I definitely believe Biden won this one. Just is what it is. I think he had better zingers. If you want to go that route, because I was expecting Trump to do some zingers. He didn't do any zingers. Call him out on certain things. I think Trump's answer to fucking Israel was insane. Absolutely fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Here's the thing. When people want to talk about Biden versus Trump, I'm not watching this for Biden, right? He's already the president. I'm watching this for Trump. Because you have to understand, the issue here is, hey, don't vote for this guy, vote for me. Okay, what are you going to do better than this guy? What is your future for the country? That's what you have to understand. So if all you're doing is talking about what you did do, I don't give a fuck what you did do. It's 2024. I don't give a fuck what you did in 2016, 17, 18. What are you going to do if you are elected for the country moving forward? It's as simple as that. But yeah, I'm curious to hear what people say. All the immigration stuff, don't allow that immigration. Listen, I'd like someone who call in who lost their job because the company said they were going to hire an illegal immigrant. Please, because you're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. And here's the thing. If you think amnesty is not going to happen, you're crazy. It's going to happen no matter who's in office because it's a problem that needs to be addressed. There is not going to be any mass deportations. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? You're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You think that's going to happen. It's not going to happen, okay? Get your head out of your ass and stop listening to words and look at their action. That will not happen. All right? The only thing that these illegals have over you right now is the fact that they can work for less. So if anything, the only route you have is to actually give them amnesty and make them citizens. Now it boils down to, well, you have to pay us both the same. And if it boils down to I have to pay Jamal the same and fucking Pedro, who doesn't speak fucking English, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm not choosing Pedro. It's just not happening. If that's the case, fuck Pedro. I'm going to choose Jamal. It just is what it is. So once you remove their leverage, they don't have any fucking leverage. Because the leverage as an employer, I can call ICE anytime I want. I know you're afraid because I can treat you like shit and you have nowhere to go. You can't call not a goddamn soul because you shouldn't be here in the beginning. You shouldn't be here in the first place. So bitch, I'm going to have you working from 9 to 5. I'm going to have you working from sun up to sundown. I'm going to treat you like a goddamn slave and then pay you shit. Fuck you. Call somebody. Do something. Well, I don't know. I can't do nothing. I'm not here. That's right, bitch. So get back to fucking work. You know, it's not right what you're doing. It's not right. Get the fucking work. Now, you know damn well, fucking Deshaun is not going to deal with that. You know damn well, nigga, you ain't talking to me like that. I know my fucking rights. You better hope that I'm not in a fucking union because I'll call them bitches up right now and tell them this shit ain't to code. Well, hold on now. I think we can figure this out. All right. There's no reason to be so hostile. Maybe I came at you the wrong way. They treat citizens very differently than how they treat these illegals. It just is what it is. But you also have to take into account that, hey, if your job is getting taken by an illegal, then it's not a high skill job because these motherfuckers aren't coming in here with, well, I believe that E equals MC squared. That's not what the fuck is happening. All right. Now, even that being the case, I still believe those jobs should go to Americans. 100%. I don't give a fuck if it's McDonald's. Well, you need to, stop flipping burgers. Fuck you. How about that? How about even if it is flipping burgers, I think it should go to an American. How about that? Even if it is some menial work, I don't know, cleaning the ground, janitorial work, I don't give a fuck. It should still go to an American. How about that? I don't give a fuck if it's moving groceries from the aisle to another aisle. It should still go to an American. How about that? So I still don't give a fuck if it's menial work and it's a low skill gap. But the issue is not the illegal. The illegal, all they can do is ask. If I ask to fuck your bitch and she says yes, nigga, you gonna be upset at me? Are you gonna be upset at me? If I ask your wife, hey, can I fuck you? Can I turn you around and give you that goose gosh, gish gosh? And she says, yes. Who are you gonna be upset at? Are you gonna be upset at me for asking, or are you gonna be upset at your wife for saying yes? If the answer is me, then goofy, you're a goofy. I might as well turn on the fucking Boomerang and see you on the fucking Disney Channel or some shit. Stop it. It's the same thing when it comes to trans athletes. These fucking women want to be crying and shit. Bitch, don't compete. How many times have I said that? You gonna compete with a woman, with a woman? Fine. If you don't compete with a man, bitch, then don't compete. But what do these motherfuckers do? What do these women do? They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to compete with the man and then cry when they lose. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and know your role. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either this is unfair and some fuck shit, or you think you have a fighting chance. There should have been a mass walkout, excuse me. There should have been a mass walkout. As soon as a fucking trans woman comes on the scene, I don't give a fuck if it's tennis. I don't give a fuck if it's pong. Everybody in that fucking convention, in that fucking room, in the organization should be like, y'all want to go play Super Smash Brothers? Y'all want to go get a mani-pedi? That's what the fuck should have happened. Had that goofy mofo just been there, y'all don't want to play tennis with me? This is transphobic. But no, what did you stupid women do? You competed. And then you want to cry after you lose. No, bitch, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's like the women who cheat on their men and then want to say, well, you know what? I've been having problems. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Close your fucking mouth. These are issues and concerns you should have brought to your man before you let another man put his dick in you. Don't tell me all the issues you have now after you got fucked. So yes, 100%. If your company is hiring illegals and you lost your job due to illegal, all of y'all mofos should stand hand in hand, arm in lock, be like, fuck this shit. We ain't working. And guess what? Do you think Amazon can work if nobody shows up? Do you think your small business can work if nobody shows up? Fuck no. Power to the people. You motherfuckers need to understand the power you have. Phones don't answer themselves. The fuck you talking about? Products don't sell themselves. The fuck you talking about? You should be like, yo, either you fucking rehire the American that you fucking let go, or we fucking quit. And we're gonna fuck this shit up as we leave. We're gonna fuck this shit up as we leave. We're gonna leave, but we're gonna fuck some shit up as we leave as well. That's how that works, fam. That's how that works. But as long as you're scared, as long as you're fearful, nigga, they will have that leverage over you all day, every day. Trust me, I fucking know. They will have that leverage over you all day, every day, because they know you bitch. You bitch made. You ain't gonna do shit. Man, this is fucked up. Yeah, I know it is. Do something. Well, you know what? I do need the job now. Now, easy now. That's what I thought, nigga. Get back to work. Close your fucking mouth and get back to work. Man, that's fucked up what they did to him. But you know what? You know, I gotta get mine. You know, it's fuck. I hope him the best. Shut the fuck up. They know you ain't about that life. That's why. They know you ain't about that life. So I don't want to hear all this stupid, goofy, illegal shit, bro. I don't want to hear any of this. The companies that do that know that they can get away with it. The companies that do that know that they can get away with it. If mofos were actually even about a collective when it came from an American perspective, we wouldn't even be in this situation. But everybody, they have conditioned you to be about yourself. You're an individual, right? Well, I didn't get fired. That motherfucker got fired. So as long as it's not impacting me, illegal immigration ain't impacting me. I don't give a fuck. So you need to understand you're being hustled. You're being fucked, and they are fucking you in front of your face. Fucking Jose ain't got nothing to do about it. Jose would be a fucking idiot not to come here knowing that he could get a job, get some fucking Social Security, get some welfare, get TAMP, get some benefits. He would be a fucking retard not to come here. What the fuck are we talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? And the more that come in, well, now you have to, as far as have to be bilingual. They completely changed the whole economy. They changed the whole dynamics of the country. And if you think you're just going to say, get the fuck out of here, get out of your fucking mind, bro. They got representation now. Fuck that guy. He's with the blacks. That happened here in fucking LA. In LA, fam. So you need to let go of this whole fucking deportation, this whole border. It's goofy talk. You need to come to the realization of where you are right now. Not what should have happened, not what could have happened, but where you are right now. That's all I'm letting you know. It is what it is. I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not saying you even have to love it, support it. But as I say to the people who don't like reparations, leave the motherfucking country. Bye. Leave the fucking country. Because it's gotten to a point where no party is going to touch it. It's gotten to a point no party is going to touch it. Because they see it's too late for that. It's too late for that. I told you this about the fucking alphabet and all that. Now these motherfuckers want to talk about, trans. It'll be something else. The next one is going to be as far as a normalization of pedophilic tendencies. That's the next one. It's going to be like, hey, as long as they don't act on it, it's understandable that they have that way towards prepubescent children and stuff like that. That whole trans shit, bro, that'll be done in the next fucking couple of years, bro. The next couple of years, and Republicans will go on to something else. Y'all haven't learned the fucking notes? Y'all haven't been reading? Y'all haven't been watching what's on the wall? Name me a Republican that's talking about, well, we need to bring back marriage between a man and a woman. That ship has sailed, fam. It just is what it is. That ship has sailed. There's not one Republican who's talking like that. But they're supposed to be the party of conservatism, and I believe in the nuclear family. Not one person's talking like that, bro. That ship has sailed. So you all can go on believing where the fuck you want to believe. I'm dealing with the world as it is right now. You niggas is dealing with the world back then or in some fucking fantasy land. I'm dealing with the world right now. Just is what it is. You don't like it? I'm not saying you have to like it. There's a lot of shit that I don't like. A lot of shit that I don't like. Just is what it is. But there's two options. Either you change it or you shut the fuck up. And if you want to change it, guess what? You have to have a vehicle for change. You got no fucking vehicle for change. You have no vehicle for change. No Republican's going to do it. No Democrat's going to do it. So you have no vehicle for change. It's as simple as that. Stop with this getting off code shit. Shut the fuck up about the code. Goofy niggas constantly want to talk about the code. Oh, you getting off code now. Shut the fuck up. All this code bullshit. You niggas don't know anything about a code. Fucking, I'm so tired of this stupid shit. These niggas who think they are part of the consciousness. Oh, nigga, we gotta stay on code. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Staying on code with this stupid shit. What code? Name me the list. What's the code? Goofy fucks. Now y'all want to get on code? 2024? Well, we gotta stay on code. Shut the fuck up. That's why no one respects us. Because y'all constantly saying stupid shit. Black men. Half of these fucking goofies. Black men. The reason why Brian Donaldson's in office is because of black men. Because some real niggas would have handled a lot of this fucking Sambo shit. They'll handle you if you don't fucking pay them on time. They'll handle you if you give them some bullshit weed. But they'll allow these Sambos everywhere and anywhere just run their fucking mouth. They not even in fear of anything happening. It's gotten so bad now you got fucking Mexicans coming over here. Juneteenth is ghetto trash. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Any black man in here saying some stupid shit talking about on code, shut the fuck up. Where was this code 10 years ago? Where was this code 10 years before that? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any more of this stupid shit from y'all. I really don't. I'm sick and tired of this goofy shit. But anyways, let's have the fucking phone lines open. Goofy Negroes, bruh. I'm tired of this shit, bruh. It's about, yeah, we need a crash out. Somebody needs to fucking crash out. The fuck are we talking about? Constantly sick and tired of Negroes talking about, oh, we at war, and nobody's acting like that. Nobody's acting like that. Y'all think going to fucking rallies and having meetings over reparations is how you get reparations. I don't want to hear any of that shit. Do you know how many rallies and fucking how many meetings and how many shows that your ancestors did? Huh? It gets to a point where in time where you need to communicate with your opponent. You need to communicate. And it seems like they don't communicate via, how do I say this? They communicate in a different light. That's how they do. They communicate via different means. That's all. And here's another thing. Shut the fuck up about this whole Jamaicans. All you Jamaicans, shut the fuck up. Leave me the fuck alone. All right? I'm dead ass. I'm sick and tired of you fucking Jamaicans leaving comments in the section. Why you gonna put this? Why, brother, you gonna put this on all the Jamaicans? Shut the fuck up. I didn't say not a damn thing about fucking Jamaicans, bro. Not anything in my video did I fucking blame all Jamaicans. Shut the fuck up. Honestly. If you don't like it, then leave the fucking channel. I don't give a fuck. I'm really tired. All I said, the point that I was making in the video was that, hey, they are bringing in fucking anti-black races out of the States here and putting them as black faces as representation for us. And I said that, hey, would you like it if I were to go to your fucking place, wherever it is, Kenya, Ghana, Jamaica, wherever the fuck it is, I don't know, and be employed by a fucking anti-African media group, say the Chinese, because it's going to happen, they start their own networks, and they employ me. Hey, Lucas, I like what you're doing, bro. I like what you're doing. How about we offer you, I don't know, $500,000, $500K a year, just to come over here and talk shit about fucking Africans? Would you like it if I took that job? I'm like, you know what? Y'all take care. Bomba clot, right? And I understand, like I take, I don't know, a few acting classes and learn how to speak in the Jamaican language. Y'all would be like, that nigga ain't Jamaican. What the fuck? Bomba clot. These motherfucking fucking Jamaicans, bro. What is wrong with your Jamaican people? Why are you fucking so lazy? Bomba clot fucking shit, man. I tell you, what is wrong? Is it the low IQ? Low IQ? The bomber clot don't even know what they're doing half of the time. That's why the Chinese have been taking over. You're dumb. You're fucking dumb. Your mother's dumb. Would you all like that? Would you all like that? I bet you wouldn't. So why the fuck we got y'all over here talking shit about black Americans, talking shit? Well, I don't think that reparations should be happening. Y'all weren't slaves. That's the point that I was making. But you niggas is sensitive as fuck. Well, Lucas, why'd you lump me in with all the migrants? I didn't. If you were listening, motherfucker, I specifically made a point to state that I had nothing against the immigrants. I got nothing against you. You come from a piece of shit place. I understand you may want to come over here. Hell, it happens in the dating scene. You dating a bum ass nigga and you see me walking by. I understand you may want me to holler. I understand you may wink at me. I understand. I see what you're dealing with. You got a bummy ass fucking crusty dude. Some of you women, right? It just is what it is. Some of you men, you with a bummy ass fucking bottom, nasty, ugly, fucking trifling bitch. You see some talent walking by. I understand why you want to fucking migrate over there. Hell, we're all immigrants in that regard. We're all immigrants in that regard. Shit, you migrate from that box to that box over there because it's an upgrade. I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking that at all. I'm just saying, don't fucking be used by the system that fucked up your homeland. That's all I'm saying. How the fuck you allow them to fuck up your homeland and then you be the fucking catalyst to fuck up my homeland? Make that make sense. So let me get this straight. You gonna come over here and do the same shit that fucked up your homeland? The oppression, subjugation, and fucking conditioning that they did to y'all? And then try and come over here and do that to us here? Get the fuck out of here. Now, as I said before, not all immigrants, Jamaicans, Nigerians, all that, not all of them are like that. Some of them are like, yo, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Let's fight this system together. Let's go. But what we need is some reinforcement. We're going to need you to get them bomber clots motherfuckers who are talking that goofy shit. That's all I'm saying. Where were the Nigerians who came at the meeting who called him out? Where are the Jamaicans who's calling out Brian Donalds? Have y'all heard one? Then they want to say, well, he's homegrown. No, the fuck he's not. His grandmother is fucking from Jamaica. Okay? They are fucking, what do you call it? Fucking anchor babies, all right? That's essentially what they are. They came over here, bitch had a baby, his mama had a fucking baby here, and now he's a citizen under birthright citizenship. Shut the fuck up with this. The fuck out of here, bro. If I go to France and I have a family there, does that make me French? Does that mean I know the customs of the French people? And you know what? I know everything about the history of this country and what the French people are going through? No, shut the fuck up. Stupid shit. Y'all talking stupid to me. You're going to have a lineage of fucking being a Jamaican and then come over to another piece of land and want to tell me that none of that Jamaican heritage comes over? Get the fuck out of here. I know Jamaicans. They're very proud people, proud of their culture. Stop this stupid bullshit talking about they just brainwashed. Well, I'm going to turn off everything that I had from my parents, my grandparents, my parents' parents. I'm going to turn that shit off. And I'm going to be Black American now. I'm going to embrace the struggle of Black Americans. Oh, we went through slavery. Shut the fuck up. Y'all talking goofy now. Stop it. Y'all talking goofy now. Don't talk goofy to me. That's all I'm saying. You can't tell me that. Because you can't tell me that is occurring. Because I know for a fact it's not. Hell, I know we can see that with Black Americans. How some of us have been conditioned due to the propaganda we have in our own country. So please stop this bullshit. Okay? About, well, he's an American. No, the fuck he's not. He may be American by citizenship, but by mentality and his actions, he's not one of us. It just is what it is. Just is what it is. He's a trans Black American. That's what he is. He's trans American. He's trans Black. That's what the fuck he is. He's trans BA. That's what the fuck he is. Just like the motherfuckers who have a dick and balls and want to say, I'm a woman. Because now they putting on lipstick and got a wig. No, motherfucker. You may identify as Black American, but you not Black American. You trans BA. That is what it is. It just is what it is. Because everything else about you is not from this country. Nothing else about you is from this country. And you're using your blackness as a shield. You're using your blackness as a shield to defend the same degeneracy that fucked up your homeland. But when it comes to, well, look at what niggas is doing. Well, I'm an individual. I say, you know, judge someone by the concept of the character, not the color of their skin. What the fuck? But then at the same time, you want to say, well, as a black man, I think we had just take, you know, racism too seriously. I think we need to let go of the N-word. Shut the fuck up. Where are the black men who fucking got reticles on that goofy Negro? Huh? Where are the black men? Where are the real OGs? Where are the gangsters who are allowing this goofy shit to fucking pass? Huh? Where are those OGs? I don't give a fuck about an OG, to be honest with you. You can leave me the fuck alone. Because you fucking OGs that we got the country we are right now. Which tells me you OGs ain't doing not a goddamn thing. Not a motherfucking thing. Anyways, we can take some calls. Because I know somebody's going to have somebody's dick in his mouth. Somebody call in with Trump's dick in their mouth or Biden's dick in their mouth. I know somebody's going to call in and say that. I already know, bro. Already know. This is some goofy shit, bro. Absolute goofy shit. Absolutely fucking insanity. But if I point out the insanity, I'm the crazy person. I'm the crazy person if I point it out. Y'all are crazy, bro. Y'all are fucking crazy. Talking about illegals. Please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up with this stupid illegal shit. Please. For the love of God, shut the fuck up. Because here's what you also have to understand. What you also have to understand is if the manager is Hispanic and they become legal, you still not getting the job, pimpin'. You still not getting the jobs, goofy. That's what you need to understand. You still not getting the job. Because I don't know if you happen to notice this, whenever I go into McDonald's and there's a Hispanic manager, it just so happens that all the employees happen to be of Latino descent too. So that's what you have to understand. But niggas don't want to hear that. 936, you're on the line. 936, you're on the line.
Yeah, man. The biggest problem right now is, man, the white man is the motherfucking devil, man. He claims that he wants to get rid of the illegal immigrant, but he keeps hiring them. He's a fucking hypocrite.
That's been the case since the beginning of time. They've been hypocrites. What else is new?
Then they're destroying the country. Like white people are destroying. They literally hit the self-destruct button on the fucking America. They split the fucking money. America doesn't. I don't
disagree with you, but the only people who can save this country is honestly the good white people and black people. That's it.
That's it. But this is the problem. America used to have an objective. America, the money is fucking split. The money's going like you just seen both candidates sitting there caping for fucking Israel. What the fuck is Israel doing for for America? And why the fuck is our money just like we just got our fucking we got Israel's dicks down our throats or down white America's throats or whatever the fuck. And then you have money going to illegals and like America doesn't have an objective anymore. It's just like we just getting fucked over by the mob. Like it's like I don't know. It's fucking crazy. But white people just hit the self-destruct button on America. This white man is on fucking TV complaining about the illegal immigrants, but he's hiring the same illegal immigrant. Like, and then it's just like, when are white people going to take some fucking accountability? They want to sit on news cycles all fucking day. Find all type of crazy clips of black people. Like they just go searching for stupid clips of black people all day. Meanwhile, they're just contributing to everything that's fucking up the country, but they don't want to talk about it. They want to sit here and still point the finger at black people all day. Meanwhile, they're hitting the self-destruct button. It's just like, how do you fix that type of idiocy? Like what do you do? It's fucking crazy.
I
don't know.
disagree, but I appreciate the call. 214, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, man? This is Brandon Avery, Dallas, Texas. You're a smart man, Lucas, but I disagree with you talking down on being on code, telling people to, they need to shut up and stuff. Have you ever heard of
the reason why I say the code? Because there is no code. Because in order for there to be a code, it would have to be enforced. Firstly. Secondly, in order for there to be a code, it would have to be known amongst the people so that it could be enforced. Because you have to know when you're breaking the code. There is no code, and there's no people to be enforced. So what we have now is just this imaginary make us feel good. A lot of niggas love to feel good about goofy shit, right? It feels good going to a rally that says reparations. It feels good hearing someone talk about reparations. But 9 out of 10, you're going to send your black ass back home and do whatever the fuck you were doing before that rally happened. No call to action. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to advocate for anything in any meaningful way. There is no activism. So all I'm saying is stop saying all this goofy shit. Because it's irritating the fuck out of me when I hear black men say this.
I actually have an answer to what you're saying, bro. If you heard of Neely Fuller Jr.,
I don't give a fuck about Neely Fuller Jr. Is that nigga alive right now?
Yes, he is alive.
Is he alive? What the fuck is Neely Fuller Jr. done then? How has he moved? How has he moved? Hold on. How has he moved? I understand. How has he moved? How has he moved us towards reparations? How has he moved us towards empowerment? What has he done?
He's one man.
I don't give a fuck.
Billions of people.
What are you talking about? Then don't quote me one man. Unless he has an army behind him, I don't give a fuck. Neely Fuller. I would smack the shit out of him myself, bro. Because niggas constantly want to quote somebody who's not doing anything. And if you want to quote that nigga, what army does that nigga have? Huh? How has he fought white supremacy? Tell me, what buildings does he own? What apartment complexes?
You too lazy to look up.
What has he done? Nigga, you the one that cited him. You give me his fucking resume. What has he done?
You said, look him up. You said that you always
nigga,
Dr.
give me 3 things that Neely Fuller has done for the empowerment of Black America.
You keep cutting me off.
I am going to cut you off because I need you to answer the question. I'm gonna need you to answer the question. I'm going to fucking end the call. Simple as this. Give me 3 things that Neely Fuller has done to the empowerment of Black Americans.
He wrote 3 editions of the code book that worked.
He wrote 3 editions. Nigga, get the fuck off my line. Nigga, get the fuck off. Get the fuck off my line. Nigga, talk about he wrote 3 editions to the code book. Nigga, how many people have read the book? Most of you niggas haven't even read Powernomics. You niggas talking about a book. Have we not learned anything? You fucking Negroes don't read shit. Talking about a book. You niggas haven't even read this shit. You know how many motherfuckers recommended this shit to me and then haven't read it themselves? Huh? This book came out in fucking what, 19 something? You niggas don't fucking learn. Don't tell me about no goddamn books. What the fuck is the point of the book if you're not gonna act on the information given? We've been in this situation since I was knee-high to a duck. I had my parents talking about reparations. Now we know we need to have reparations, and that's what needs to happen. Shut the fuck up. I'm about to ban black men. That's what I'm about to do. You niggas is about to get banned from this fucking live stream. Because y'all really exposing the degradation of the black man. You really making us look fucking really bad right now. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not really trying to have this as a bash black man, but this is what y'all are doing. I don't want to hear this shit anymore, bro. 214, you're on the line.
My brother, how can you promote one black man but disown another? That's a contradiction.
What do you mean promote one black man and disown another? What are you talking about?
You just held up the Dr. Cloud Anderson book. Can't you make the same argument?
Sir, what was the point that I was making? What was the point I was making by holding up that book?
Wait. How can you
Hold on. Let's address your first accusation. You said I was holding up one black man and bringing down another. What was the point that you believe I was making by holding up Powernomics?
That nobody reads it.
What? So aside from nobody reading, what was the point that I was making? It wasn't that nobody reads. What was the point that I was making?
Why do you promote Dr. Claude Anderson? Because he provides great information, correct?
And what was the point that I was making?
Can you answer my question, please?
What was the point that I was making? You said that nobody reads it. That wasn't the issue as far as reading. What was the point that I was making?
Help me understand because I'm lost.
I know you are. I know you are. Bye, nigga. Bye, lost boy. Get the fuck off my line. I don't want to hear. That's two more strikes, black men. 2 more strikes, and you niggas is banned from this fucking from the call. The point that I was making was that he was bringing up Neely Fuller, and he wrote books. Books don't mean shit if the collective doesn't act on the books. Okay, I could bring up fucking 5 black men or 3 black men and 2 women, it doesn't fucking matter, and ask them what is the code. And all of them would give me different fucking answers. That is not a code. Furthermore, I will ask them, if you go off code, who's gonna punish you? They will have not a goddamn answer. There is no code. Do you think the law means anything? Do you think when it says, hey, don't speed, do you think that, oh, it says I don't speed? No, the point is that if they catch you motherfucking speeding, that's your ass. There is punishment in place for you speeding. If there's a law that says don't kill, is that stopping me from killing anybody? I can kill whoever the fuck I want. The point being is, if they catch your ass, you're gonna be locked away. There's a punishment. You can't have a code without enforcement. Otherwise, it's a piece of fucking paper. It's a meaningless fucking belief. Okay? It's faith at that point. And faith without works is what? Dead. Shut the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone. 908. 908, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, Lucas? What's going on, bro? Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers don't understand that there is no code, okay? Also, the so-called illegals or what have you, they have a code. They have a system. And they're taking advantage of a broken system, and black folks are mad at that. When they should have got their ass together back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s to put something together so we won't have to go through this now. So it's our own fault, period. That's what it is. And black folks is mad because another group got their shit together and they're moving and acting on their own best interests. That's it. That's how it goes down, bro.
Don't have a disagreement with you. Take care. 330. I don't know what happened. 330. 951. You're on the line.
Hey, first of all, last caller, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I think he's from New York, and they tend to go crazy with immigration. So I'll just put it like this. In terms of black people being upset with immigrants that are coming in, you got to understand they undermine the people the black people that are over here. If they came in and it was all good, say they had a good mindset, they wanted to work, and they don't like black people when they come over here. They have a whole culture of racism, right?
I don't disagree with that. Why would they? Why the fuck would I like someone who I'm competing with?
What you're saying, why are black people mad? Why black people are mad because you have droves of people coming over here that don't like black people. So
sir, how is that different from the regular pop? How's that any different from the regular population?
Let me ask you, so do we add on top of it? No.
So, what do you mean?
Add on top of it. We protect our borders.
Sir, I don't care. Hold up, sir. Sir, I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care. Well, do I care if the homeless person doesn't like me? I don't give a fuck. What are we talking about?
Right, but
your feelings have no impact on my life.
You're saying they're not taking jobs, but they're hiring each other, right? And furthermore, when you have a
sir, how are they hiring each other? Whose fault is that? That got nothing to do with black people.
What do you mean? You have companies that want cheap labor.
Whose fault is that? That's the company.
You're missing it, brother.
No, I'm not missing it, brother. Because listen to me. Hold up. It has nothing to do with the illegals. Hold up.
Okay.
If you have a girl and I ask, hey, can I fuck you? And she says yes, you gonna blame me?
You're not.
Are you gonna blame me? You're probably not, right? You're gonna blame your girl. So listen. If you're a company and under the system of capitalism, there's a person who I can have hella leverage over because they're not a citizen, they have no union representing them, and they shouldn't be here in the first place, and they can do the same work that this motherfucker can do, and I can work them fucking as long as I want, then yes, I'm going to choose them.
Does that make it right?
I didn't say it makes it right. That's what's happening.
Well, hold on. We're asking if it's right because we're going off of votes, right? So people are not going to vote for that because it's not right. So it has to ask,
sir, that
right
has
wrong?
nothing to do, sir, that has nothing to do with anything. That company is going to do what that company does, no matter who's in office. That's what you have to understand.
Well, hold on, you have one president that's okaying it, allowing these companies to get pushed out by this illegal immigration, right? They're getting powered up. Then you have one president that's saying, no, you're going to empower Americans.
Sir,
so that's why
it has
make
that.
sense.
Those are words. Unless you can enforce that, there's nothing he can do to enforce that. It's already illegal to hire. Hold on, listen to me. It's already illegal. It's already illegal to hire an illegal. There is no law that allows you to do that. That's under Biden, Trump, Obama. That's always been the case.
You're like falling you just said right now, right? When they have anchor babies, they'll have an anchor baby in 5 seconds, and now it's not illegal. So that game is
you're absolutely
game
correct.
You're talking about. It's a big old game.
And your point being, do you think that was not happening under, I don't know, Reagan? Do you think that was not happening under Bush? That's going to happen regardless.
No, it wasn't happening. No, are you serious?
Are you serious?
Millions. You
Sir,
people enter into this illegal immigration right now. This is completely different. This is an invasion. You just saying, "Hey, no,
sir, there's nothing that's." Listen to me. There's nothing that's going to change that. Listen to me. Listen to me. I know you're upset at the invasion. That's over with. Yes. Let that go.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to change that. That they're here and they're going to be here. They're not going.
Well, we have one president that's saying they want to get them out.
Trump has no means. Listen to me. I know you hear the nice words. I'm telling you, Trump has no means of deporting anyone. The same thing with the wall. The same thing with the bump stocks. The same thing with the fucking alphabet. Trump is a con man when it comes to that. That's not going to happen. All right. Furthermore, if you believe that the Democrats are all for that, then he's definitely not going to be able to pass it because there's no bipartisanship on any type of bill. And what he's going to do, like he did with the wall, is going to say, hey, they blocked me from passing it. So we're at a fucking standstill to begin with.
I don't know. Trump got coverage on the wall. Trump got the wall up.
Trump didn't get anything up, bro. He reinforced wall that already existed.
What are you talking about?
Sir, that's the reason why Ann Coulter's not for him, sir. That's the reason why Ann Coulter's not for him, because he didn't fulfill his promises.
They reversed remain in Mexico. They just switched it.
Sir, you can believe whatever you want. I ain't got time to deal with your goofy ass. Next. Bye. I ain't got time to deal with these goofy Negroes. You got one. You got the other caller before him. Got your back up to what was it? 3? We back on 3. That nigga took you back down to 2. 310, you're on the line.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm still alive. Did you have something to say? Hello?
Yeah. So the immigrants coming here are a problem, Lucas, and I'm speaking to you respectfully. I don't want to be called a black bitch or anything. This is all respect, much love to you. But there are Mexicans that come over here. They get these. Yeah, there are.
You have to turn off in the background.
Jobs. I'm sorry. I apologize. So there are Hispanic people that come over here and they get jobs and they are wrongfully firing black people. They are. They're calling. I've had numerous black people tell me. I live in Los Angeles. They've been called in offices by black Mexican supervisors and wrongfully fired.
Were they illegal?
Well, no, they're not illegal.
Okay, then. So we have nothing to discuss because neither president is against legal immigration.
Okay. But I'm just letting you know.
I don't disagree with you at all. I appreciate the call. I don't disagree with you at all. You can't tell me. You acting like I think Mexicans want to go, hey, let's do this together, blacks. Come on, let's fight white supremacy. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? I already know firsthand what's going on, bro. I live in LA. We already had, as far as the person who is in office on our council, talking about, fuck that guy, she's with the blacks. She's legal. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? But as long as we have birthright citizenship, that's not going to stop anything. They're already here. There's no means for them to yeet millions and millions of fucking illegals out of the country. That's not going to happen. You're living in fantasy land if you think Trump is going to sign an EO that's going to do that. If he could do that, he would have signed it the first time. He didn't. Stop it. Miss me with this nonsense. Furthermore, it would be contested in court. You're out of your mind. Stop it. Live in the real world, please. 951, you're on the line.
Yeah, they have set up Mexican gangs to come out and hurt actual black people when they come over immigrating.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. We already have black gangs that hurt black people. I don't disagree with you.
No, but you're adding on. That's adding on top of it.
You're adding on, by all means. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, yes. Adding on.
You got to be. You're
100%. 100%.
Come on, man.
Absolutely.
Act like an FBA.
Absolutely. Brother. Nigga, act like a nigga who has some sense. Missing with this FBA bullshit. I don't want to hear about this FBA bullshit, okay? Because I don't know what you think that calling yourself FBA helps you. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Get the fuck off my goddamn line. I'm tired of this stupid shit. This is the problem I have. Niggas want to be proud over shit that's not going to help them. It's not going to help you. Do you think Biden or Trump gives a fuck if you FBA? No. Do you think any Democrat, Republican gives a fuck if you FBA? They don't give a fuck what you call yourself. That's what you need to understand. You're not going to get any grant, any business loan off of calling yourself FBA. I think what niggas have gotten accustomed to is being proud. When it comes to hip hop, I'm seeing all these motherfuckers talking about who started hip hop. You want to know who started hip hop? The motherfuckers who tell you who started hip hop. That's the people with the money. Okay? Because they can rewrite history just as they've done in the history books talking about black Americans are immigrants. We came over here as immigrants. Y'all goofies is hyped up on some bullshit. Stop worrying about the sizzle and worry about the steak. Stop worrying about the sizzle and worry about the steak. That's the issue. Okay? I don't give a fuck what Jews call themselves. Jews as a collective could call themselves Kiwadi. We are now known as Kiwadi. We are no longer Jews. We are Kiwadi. Guess what? Kiwadi will still be in power. They don't give a fuck what you call them as long as you're not late for work. That's what you need to focus. Focus on the assets. Focus on actually getting shit. That's what you need to focus on is assets. Your networking. All that comes later. You get into power, then you fucking say, guess what, nigga? I'm FBA, bitch. I'm FBA, and this is what we gonna do for FBAs. Nobody gives a fuck you being FBA and broke, nigga. The fuck are we talking about? What type of point is it to say, hey, we FBA and we're in the position in this country as a collective where we is? That's not a fucking something to be proud of. How are we gonna be proud off of niggas that came before us? We need to be proud of us right now. I'm sick and tired of mofos talking about, oh, look at hip hop, look at this, look at that. I agree with all that. But nigga, what are we proud of right now today? What are we gonna have the FBAs in the future talk about, hey, you wanna know what my ancestors did? We need to be worrying about that. What are our FBA, as far as offspring, gonna be bragging about us? Are they gonna be bragging about us or are they gonna be quiet? That's what you need to be concerned about. That's what you need to be focused on. You need to be worrying about if the FBAs in the future are going to be bragging about us. Hey, my fucking ancestor did this. They got reparations passed. Don't tell me what I can't do. That's what you need to be focused on. But you niggas is focused on goofy shit. Constantly focused on the fucking shiny object. While everyone else is buying up the land around you. Kicking you out. Raising your rent. Not hiring you. And you niggas is focused on goofy shit. $816, you on the line.
Yo, I just got one thing I'm really confused about with the debate. Why did Trump call Biden a Palestinian?
Because he thinks that's an insult. Because he knows the majority of the Republicans are a bunch of fucking Israel bootlickers.
But like, oh, Ty said panel, and I do think we need a panel just to review this debate. But like, what does that mean though? Like, you're a Palestinian, like.
Meaning that you're not with us. You're not like us, right? Because America, we side with Israel. Israel is our greatest ally. So Israel right now is fighting the Palestinians, which makes you an enemy of the people. That's the point that he was making.
Well, do you think that, like, as far as like swing voters, that any that are left that are willing to vote, like,
I don't know how. I don't know what the polling is on independent voters and their sentiments towards Israel. But I would argue it's probably not favorable considering what's going on right now in Gaza.
Where I was just wondering. All right. That's it.
Bet.
Panel later.
We'll let that slide. So we're at 3 again. 213, you're on the line.
Oh, awesome. My bad. I was eating. All right, so this might be a strikeout for the black people. I'm gonna pause the background noise. Hold on. This might be a strikeout for the black people with this one. But Lucas, in your opinion, what's it called, Lucas? I'm from LA, and I gotta say,
Really from LA. Mid city type.
If I gotta say about the illegal immigration thing, it is definitely affecting the black community job market. Yes, they are. And they may not be. Oh, you get called in from your employer, and your employer tells you, "Hey, you're fired. We hired Tedro or whatever." However, they just may give you less hours, or may just completely say, we don't need you anymore, and they take you, for example, as a waiter or waitress. That used to be a job, especially in higher end restaurants, that you could live off of, especially because of the tips, etc. And I used to do that at like 19, 20. And 18, I think that's a fair job for a young black man, especially because I didn't have any college education and stuff like that. And so for me to see now in the same position, there are now illegal people working there.
I don't disagree with you. I know I'm from LA. I get it. Mid-City, I know. I don't disagree with you. The point that I'm making is they're not going anywhere. That's the point that I'm making.
More of them are coming in.
Yeah,
listen to me. They're more whatever. They're illegal, meaning they're gonna come regardless if they're allowed to or not allowed to. Okay? Do you understand? I don't think.
Yes, I understand.
Tell the echo in the background, the homie who's trying to feed you lines, that listen. Both y'all need to sit down and pay attention. They are here. They're not going anywhere. No policy, no law is gonna prevent someone doing an illegal activity, especially if they can be hired by said company. You can put up any wall you want. They're going to go over it. They will go under it. They will go around it. So what you need to understand is, as long as that company can get away with hiring an illegal, they will hire an illegal, because that is called capitalism. I'm not going to pay you when I can get the same work, if not more, for less. That's foolishness.
Okay. And with accepting all of that, one, I want to say this is my twin brother in the background. It's stuff we've called in before multiple times. But what I was going to mention is that would be due to the administration and the government that allows such policies to be able, for employers or
sir, what policy right now that allows companies to hire an illegal alien?
In California, just being a sanctuary
city,
period,
name me what policy that allows someone to hire an illegal alien. Sanctuary cities has nothing to do with you hiring a legal alien. That means that they are free from deportation. What policy means that they can hire an illegal alien? What policy?
Okay.
What law?
My let me not say the specific policy that allows it, but it's the lack of restrictions that allow it.
Sir, there is no lack of restriction. Is there a lack of restriction on murder? Sir, is there a lack of restriction on murder?
Yeah, no. There's tons of restrictions on murder.
What tons of restrictions are there on murder? I want to hear. What tons of restrictions are there on murder?
You can't do it. What do you mean? That's the restriction.
Take care. That's strike two. Back to 2 strikes. 2 black men. We get 2 dummies back to back. Black men are banned from calling in. You're banned from calling in. Listen, there is no law that's going to prevent your wife from cheating on you. Okay? There is no law that can pass or regulation that can pass that can prevent your hoe for getting dicked down by another man if that's what your hoe wants to do. Okay? It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. All right? Get that in your head. If you think more fucking immigrants is going to be the problem, no, the motherfuckers here right now are the problem. That's what you don't understand. It's gotten to the point where immigrants now don't want more immigration. Listen to what the fuck I said. It's gotten to the point that the illegals here don't want more illegals. So you have to understand the issue is right now. The issue is not what they're going to add on top. Nigga, stop it. If you get somebody fucking fucks you in your ass and they said, well, now they're going to feed me some food that I don't even like. They fed me stale food. Nigga, it's already bad. You getting fucked in your ass. I think the stale food is the least of your fucking worries. You need to be focused on not getting fucked in your ass. That's what you need to be focusing on. So y'all need to focus on things, bro. Realign things, bro. You need to understand you got a problem right now. Stop worrying about, well, what if more? What I'm telling you is that right now there's nothing that's happening. Right now, there's nothing to stop that from happening. And no candidate is going to do anything about that. $347, you're on the line.
Lucas, what's going on, brother?
Nothing.
By the way, can you hear? All right, so talk. Hello?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I hope to have, since everyone's jumping on the whole immigration debate, I hope to have a level-headed conversation. I could tell right now.
Nigga, and I hope that broccoli tastes
animated.
like chocolate. What do you want to say, bro? That's strike 2. Y'all got one more chance, black men. Y'all got one more chance and you banned from the stream. As simple as that. Well, I hope to have a really calm... Nigga, get the fuck out of my face, nigga. I hope I could fly. Okay? I hope that white supremacists fall dead. I hope that racists fucking have a horrible death. I hope a lot of shit. Get the fuck out of my face. 330, you're on the line.
Lucas, what's up, man? I've been trying to reach you. How you doing today, Lucas?
I'm still alive, bro.
Bro, I watched the debate. Listen, Trump said one thing was true. Ukraine is running out of soldiers. And what they haven't mentioned, this is why I don't think people ain't listening to this, though. America don't understand. They started a war with Russia. Russia's going around the country, around the world, going on tour. Have you heard about Russia going to Cuba, going to North Korea, going to China? Have you heard about that, Lucas?
No.
Well, if you look it up, Russia's starting a new NATO. It's called anti-NATO. So they got a pact with North Korea. So the moment we attack North Korea, when North Korea attacks South Korea, it's an all-out war. Also, they made a pact with China. If we attack China, they attack us in an all-out war. Then everybody, because they keep, want to say, oh, you know what, all these immigrants, I want to get this for the black folks. I'm about to cure this right now. Black people, we all black here. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. Y'all Negroes want to do the dope, don't want to build your community. Then when you go, and then the children in the black community, the women have children with Pookie and Ray Ray, and then they want to cry wolf talking about the immigrants are replacing us. Yes, they're replacing y'all because they're cheaper. I mean, if I could pay Hector $2.25 versus paying you $15, it is what it is. That's telling you need to upgrade your game and quit whining, go learn a skill, build your community, make it where you can make your community and build it where they don't bring drugs and alcohol and move out to other people's neighborhoods, the cracker neighborhood. But black folks ain't trying to do that. What they whine about is, let's get a reparation. Listen, your reparation is Hector and his crew came in from Mexico and whatever, and there's your reparation. We over that. You don't get it. Game over, like a video game. It's over with. All it is now is you got to learn a trade, take care of your community, and that's it. But they crying on this show, calling you like you, Dr. Phil, talking about, well, we should have this, we should have that. No, they how it works, like pimping. Go learn you a trade. And if you want to be a waitress, you play stupid games to win stupid prizes. Waitress, bartender, and all that is low-level education. Go to school, learn a trade. Nobody has to you don't have to go to college to be a doctor. You can go to school to learn how to
do you think everyone's in that position? Do you think that just because you may be low-skilled or low or not highly educated that you shouldn't have the right or the ability to be hired at McDonald's? Do you think that job should go to an illegal?
If it goes to illegal, go learn a skill. How hard is it to learn carpentry?
How would you like them to learn a skill? If they are going to a job towards McDonald's, because you have to understand, a lot of these people at McDonald's, they're doing other, not only are they working at another job, but they're usually going to school. So how is someone going to pay for an education? And I don't know how much you think trade school is, but it's not cheap. So how are they going to pay for that if they have no income?
Well, first off, Lucas, I'm going to tell you some real talk. My cousin went to California for BMW. BMW said, hey, you can come out here, but we're not going to find you a place to live.
He lived in his car, his truck, for 2 years just to get to the finish line. The beginning is not going to be great. You're going to have to go through some pain and suffering, agonizing, until you get what you want to the end. Sometimes you got to work for stuff. Sometimes it's not going to be handed to you. It's not like a movie where
that's what them working at the fast food is. You're saying that they shouldn't have a job at the fast food. How are you going to say you have to work for something and then say, no, you can't have that job? Do you understand there are many as far as fast food employees, hell, even waitresses and waiters and hostesses that are actually at the verge of homelessness, that many of them are actually, in fact, living in their cars and yet show up to work.
But look, if you learn a skill, you can go. You don't have to work.
So you keep on saying learn the skill. Are they giving free education on learning the skill? Because I'll sign up right now. I'll quit YouTube and go learn how to be a plumber or something, or an electrician. If they're saying, hey, we're having a shortage of electricians and plumbers, it's a high-paying 6-figure, in some cases 8 to 10-figure, based on your seniority. We just need people in the seats. Where is this? Because I'll sign up right now. I'll end the stream right now and put in an application.
Okay. In Ohio, we got a program where for plumbing, you work as apprentice. You don't make much money as apprentice, but they put you through apprentice for 4 years, and then once you're done, you become a master plumber, and they pay for it. In Ohio, they pay for it.
So you're telling me you can go to Ohio, and they'll just accept anyone. Yeah. There's no requirements.
They got plumbing. They got plumbing, carpentry, because there's a shortage of plumbing, carpentry, electrician. The trade jobs you look up on, you can Google this. You can look up trade jobs.
They're just accepting anyone who applies?
Yeah. If you're willing to learn, even if you fall, as long as you're willing to learn, even CDL.
Sir, what is this? Because we need to get this. We need to get this information out. What is it called?
You can go to Ohio Means Jobs in Ohio. They got
Ohio what? No, what is the organization called? Or what is
Ohio Means Jobs.
Ohio Means Jobs.
Yes.
Ohio Means Jobs. Okay.
And when they have it posted, they have it when they have the trades, where they have the plumbing, the carpentry, the brick mason. Like if you into laying down bricks, they will teach you that, and then they put you in school, and then while you're in school, you're working under a master carpentry.
And this is all free at the cost of Ohio?
Yeah, it's all free. In my state, it's free. I don't know in your state, but in this state, it's free. Heck, if you want to be like I said, a welder. There's companies, Lincoln Electric, you can look it up. Lincoln Electric will pay for you to go to school to be a welder. And they'll start you off at $25 an hour. They talking about Amazon. The same amount of money you'll make at Amazon, you go learn a skill, you'll make starting out the money, and then you can work your way up and make way more money. That's what I'm saying. Black folks are crying over
then what? That sounds amazing, and then we need to spread this. Anyone who works in Ohio, there you go.
Because you're crying over what? They're crying over talking about we want reparations. That's over with and sell.
That's a W. That's a massive W is what you're saying is correct.
Yeah. I did the Honda Pack program, and Honda paid for me to go to school. And they got me a job at the dealership.
That sounds amazing.
And they gave me a $5,000 towards my tools. And I got a contract for 2 years, then I'll stay with them. That's what I'm saying. I hear all this whining for what? Stop goddamn whining. Go and be a man and learn a skill.
Well, I don't think let's not conflate whining with a cry for justice, because those are two different things.
Lucas, they crying for justice for what? You can cry, Lucas. You can put a violin on all day for these mofos. You got so mad with these, like you Dr. Phil. You ready to get rid of all the black folks? They crying.
I don't disagree. Hold on. I think a call for justice is not the same thing as crying or whining. When there's an injustice that is happening, we cannot downplay that and be like, well, stop worrying about the injustice, figure it out. No, that needs to be rectified.
If you, like you said, if you elf my girl right now, right, Lucas, and then I get mad at you for elfing her, you know what I'll do, Lucas? I won't get mad at you. I'll shake your hand and say, you gave me a headache that I didn't want anyway. I packed her bags, and she had Lucas, I have to send to your apartment and call it a day. That's how you solve a problem. Hey,
I don't disagree, but there needs to be an understanding that what she did was wrong.
No, it's not. It's not wrong. It's her choice. Free will. God gave us
Sure,
all
just
free
because
will.
the
If
whole
you
point
open
of
up,
free will is that you have the ability to do wrong things. It's that you have the ability to do right or to do wrong, to do evil or to do righteousness. That's the whole point of free
right.
will.
You remember that game called Detroit where you got to choose? We all got choices, Lucas. It's called you can choose what you want to do in life. You can cry your tears or cry for justice, or you can do action and figure out how to make yourself a better person and figure out, okay, these immigrants getting this kind of help. I'm going to go find out where I can get my help too and make my money. That's all they got to do in life. You can't wait for somebody. It's not going to be Aladdin, a lamp going to fall in your hands. You rub a lamp. And Genie, what should I go and do? They crying about justice for what? You see, the government don't give a damn about us. They overflooded the country with immigrants. It ain't going to change. Now, we don't even know where these immigrants really coming from. A lot of people say, hey, they coming from Mexico. We don't know if they come from Russia, China. All we know is America, we ticking off the whole planet. That's what I'm just saying. You feel me, Lucas? I'm just saying. Russia's building anti-NATO. Are you going to look that up, Lucas? By anti-NATO. I'm just saying. Because it's like, in America, it is what it is. Black folks are some crybabies. And all I'm saying is this, Lucas, is crazy. That we just crying over nothing. Welcome to the real world, black folks. And black man, be a man, damn. Anyway, Lucas, you stay amazing, man. I got to get back to fishing. I'm out here in the middle of the ocean, and I'm trying to call you. All right, talk to you later, Lucas.
I'm back. Sorry. Whoo! Somebody was on the side. Thought it was gonna have to, catch a body. That's what I thought. It was just the power guy. Listen, these power people who come and check the what do you call it, the gas meter and everything. They be bold with it, bro. They be bold with it. Anyways, but yeah, we good. Wifey thought it was like an invader or an intruder. I was like, who the fuck is coming here, bro? That's a surefire way to die, bro. That's the fastest way to die. You want a suicide, you come over here. That's the fast way to do it. But it was just DWP. 832, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. Hey, I gotta ask two questions. Well, there's just one question. The first thing is that I was looking at that debate and it was sad. Like, Trump was not saying nothing what he was gonna do.
Power guy, whatever they're called.
Black people, they gotta pay attention. We gotta watch out what we're going with and all this right and this left stuff. Both of the parties, they don't give a fuck about us. Like, and if we haven't learned that, it's just gonna keep getting worse. And people, they just gotta understand, like, these people don't care about us. Like, they don't care about us. They like you said before, we was brought here as slaves, not as other citizens and stuff. So still to this day, they don't care about they don't care nothing about us. So what they're going to do is that they just going to continue having us divide each other by putting other Sambos up there and all these other people up there. And they're going to tell us, hey, this is a representation of you. This is what you need to vote for. And whenever you look at these black carcasses and Donald Trump, like, going to the black churches, like, we look at the background, there's like a whole bunch of other white people there. There's like a whole bunch of other white people. I'm like, yo, is this supposed to be a black church or is this a white church? Like, and we have these leaders that's going in there, and we have people that's like, oh, okay, yeah, Trump is for our people. So I'm like, no, he's not. He's just using us just to get the vote, just like Biden. He's using us to get the vote. And most of us, we go along with these so-called leaders that's telling us to vote for these people, and it doesn't make no sense. Like, like you said, there has to be like some repercussions. Like, black people, we gotta wake up. We gotta be like, hey, look, I'm not voting for this. What are you gonna do about reparations? What are you gonna do about this? What are you gonna do about that? Like, we've been voting for you guys. We've been doing all this stuff for the past 10 to 20 years, and there has not been a change. And there has to be a time. You got Steve Harvey up there telling people, you're not getting reparations. I'm like, man, what the hell? Like, do we have any spine? Like, do black people have spine? That doesn't make no sense. The second thing I wanted to ask you is that, what do you think about Miles Morales becoming a vampire on Spider-Man issue 21?
Miles Morales becoming a vampire?
Yeah,
Why
man.
did they
Blade
make him become a vampire? What the fuck? What?
So Blade had bit him, and now he's a vampire. Like, and he has T'Challa doing his work and stuff. Like, bro, Blade
cancel the series, bro. Get these people off of the series, bro. They just trying to. They can't think of anything, so they're like, hey, I know another black character, a vampire. Let's try and integrate him. I'm sick and tired of these lazy fucking bastards, bro. No,
bro.
That makes no sense, bro.
And I think you should. Have you checked out the new Wakanda series with Black Panther?
From what I heard, they're gonna be introducing Greek gods.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not the most disrespectful fucking thing, how are you gonna have all this African culture, all these African characters, and then gonna introduce Greek gods, bro? I say burn it down.
Well, actually, on the first issue, the people who's running the show is actually Raw, and I think it's Anubis. They're running the show.
That I'm speechless, bro. I don't know what to say. That's honestly the biggest N-word I could come across. That's insane.
Yeah. I'm just like, with the Blade series, I think they're only just using it just to milk it so they can get some money. It's just for this movie that they're trying to push out. This Blade movie is not going to come out anytime soon.
Yeah, and I can only imagine the script. So I don't know what's going on, bro.
It's going to be trash.
That's honestly really disrespect to be in Africa, right? In Wakanda, of all the characters' names, like, hey, we're gonna go this. That's crazy disrespect.
Like, that is like, I was like, man, what is like? what the fuck are they doing? Like, what are they doing with the series? Like, the series was good. Like, you read it from the beginning all the way up, and then now it just starts going off. And like, I was talking to one of my friends. I told him, like, they only do this to black characters. Like, when people want to know more about black characters or something, they always tend to get somebody to fuck it up. And they always get another black guy or a black woman to fuck up the series of a black character. And they know for a fact, if they could get somebody who could do that to fuck it up, nobody wouldn't care about reading the character anymore. And I'm like, yo, like, we got to think about that. Like, that's kind of crazy when they did that. But yeah, that's why I wanted to call in to just talk about it stuff.
Fair enough. Appreciate the call. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, I don't know why they made him a vampire. Why make Miles a vampire? Like, I don't, just so he can go with Biden? I mean, not Biden. Blade? That's crazy. 314, you on the line.
Yo, brother. Just a quick question, man. When we getting that Spider-Man combat game?
I'm in development right now. You're probably looking at, my guess, possibly September of next year, if everything goes well.
Oh shit! How much more donations you need?
I mean, how much do I need? I mean, it depends on what type of game you want. The goal right now is to develop a vertical slice, to have a playable demo for people, and then to use that to fund a full entire game.
Oh hell yeah, man! Let me ask you this: how many people you got in the development for the game? Is it just you, or you got like a whole team?
We got a few people, but a lot of them are on the back burner, right? Because so when it comes to voice talent, when it comes to art, when it comes to a lot of other things, they're not needed right now, because right now it's focusing on the style of the animation, focusing on the core combat mechanics, getting that programmed, and everything else is just window dressing. So once you get the core mechanics done, and it feels good and the interaction feels good, then, you know, when it comes to, okay, well, what does the spider look like? Because I'm currently getting the spider, the design, I'm getting him redesigned. The story and everything, all of that comes, you know, on the back end, to be honest. Because now you have the mechanics, and now you can actually set up scenarios where those mechanics will be meaningful to the player.
For sure. Yeah, man, I've been waiting for this for a while now.
How you been waiting for a while now, bro? The Kickstarter just ended, maybe a month ago or so?
Oh shit, it did? Or maybe I'm off a little bit. When is what was I about to say? Oh shit, I forgot my train of thought. Anyways, brother, take care, man. Hey, I'll be looking out for that game, bro.
Appreciate it.
And at this point, ain't nobody saving this country, bro. Only the man upstairs can save it. So
there we go. Don't disagree. These mofos, bro. Man, where's the game coming out? It's been for sir. What? Y'all, I know y'all better not be writing me about the game. Y'all, Insomniac can put out literal horse shit, and y'all niggas will be sucking Brian Inderhart's dick. That's crazy. Y'all sweating me, and I just got into development yesterday. That's crazy. Y'all niggas better fucking keep it pushing. Y'all better go fucking talk to Insomniac. Leave me the fuck alone, especially after those garbage ass fucking skins that they released with no DLC in anywhere to come. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Leave me the fuck alone. Let me cook. 847, you on the line.
Yo, Lucas, what's good, man?
Nothing's good, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. I ain't even mad at you, bro. I just heard a couple of your callers, man, and it kind of makes me sad for the whole, the black community and the way they think. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you look at what's going on, I mean, one of your callers, he did have a point that I do agree with, but I kind of agree with what you were saying too, in terms of like the injustices, that are happening. They need to be cried out for, and they need to be spoken on, which makes perfect sense. But at the same time, at some point, you got to take action into your own hands, is what I'm saying. So like, when he was talking about, learn a trade, learn a skill, and like, get your life on track, as opposed to, complaining about reparations. We're complaining about how the immigrants is taking over the jobs and this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, it's immigrants here. They here to stay. What they doing is they having anchor babies as well. You know what I'm saying? So even if you get rid of them, they children is here. So, you know, it's not much you could do about that at that point. Only thing you could do is, you know what I'm saying, look for opportunities elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? If they taking away the opportunities that you have, like the immediate opportunities that you have, like waitressing or, you know, driving for taxis or whatever it is, then at some point you got to say, you know what, the government ain't doing shit about it, right? What can I do to improve my situation? So that's just one thing. I don't like how people's complaining about how the immigrants is taking away their jobs and this, that, and the third. Like you said, they here and they here to stay. Ain't nothing we can do about that. And if you expect somebody in, you know, the Republican Party or the Democratic Party to take care of that problem, you know, then you got the wrong thinking right there. They not, especially when it comes to the issues of the black community, they not going to deal with those problems. They don't care. You see what I'm saying? They might give you a little stimulus check or whatever it is, you know, just to sway your vote. But as soon as they're in office, it goes back to normal. They don't care. They don't care. They just want your vote. They don't care about your issues. So, like, I do appreciate what that other young brother was saying about, you know, trying to figure out a trade or do something, you know what I'm saying, where they need your services. You see what I'm saying? It's like a nigga that go to school to become a doctor, Lucas, and tell me if you disagree here. It's like a nigga that go to school to become a doctor. They need his services, bro. So he gonna be able to find a job regardless. You see what I'm saying? So instead of us complaining about shit ain't going our way, we need to make ourselves, you know what I'm saying, indispensable. We need to go out there and get credentials, get, you know, certifications and whatnot that'll put us in position to where they need our services. You see what I'm saying?
I think the issue is that when you put yourself in a position for other people to need your services, unless you have a stronghold on whatever those services are, you're always going to be disposable.
Right. So yeah, I mean that does make sense.
But I don't disagree as far as gaining the skills. Absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely, but I would hope that eventually that would lead to ownership. That is the goal. That has always been the goal, so that you can have your own company and employ other people.
100%. See, and Lucas, that's where I was going. You know what I'm saying? What you just said right there should be what everybody is striving for, because the mentality of not just Black Americans.
Well, I don't think everyone should strive for it, because not everyone's cut out to have a business. Because the number one reason why business fails is due to lack of capital. So there's a lot going up against, especially Black Americans, for trying to create businesses, especially successful, thriving businesses.
Right. So I mean, I do agree on that. Like, not everybody's going to be able to do it. That is true. But still, at the end of the day, what I would say is that at least what you said earlier is like you should strive to at least have your own thing, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a business, but some stream of income to where like you've put yourself in a position where you don't necessarily need the government's help or anybody's help in general, right? So like it's something like my pops did. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting into that right now too. My pops went into real estate. Like, he was a cab driver all his life in America. But you know, every time he put up like $100,000 or $200,000, he'll go invest in a property. You see what I'm saying? And then each of those properties are getting him back like $1,500 to $1,600 a month. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what he does, you know, on the road. You know what I'm saying? So he's at the point where he owns 6 properties now. Each of them's paying him either $1,600 to $2,000 a month. So he don't even gotta work. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, we need to put ourselves in position to where we don't need the government's help. You see what I'm saying? Like, these problems that most people are are complaining about, they're basically like problems of like, people like poverty. You see what I'm saying? Because you got people that are in blue collar, white collar jobs, people that are making good money. They're not necessarily complaining about these problems. It's people that's not making money that's complaining about problems. And what you need to understand is you need to try and put yourself in position to where you can make some money. Is it going to be easy? I'm not saying it's going to be easy. If we're speaking the truth, you see what I'm saying? It's probably going to be a difficult endeavor. You know what I'm saying? But it's an endeavor that you have to, put yourself on so that you don't necessarily need a motherfucker's help. It's just like kids, right? Kids need the help of their parents, right? So you living in your parents' household until you're an adult, right? Mm-hmm. But pending that time, right, what are you doing? You need to put yourself in a position where you don't need your parents' help no more, to where you can get a job and then you can live on your own and you don't need your parents' help. It's the same thing with the government. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to put yourself in a position where you don't need the government's help. So,
I think that's all ideal, but as far as if the government is supposed to be helping its citizens.
They are. But see, the thing is, Lucas, go ahead.
Because the issue becomes is that they're helping other people but not helping us.
Right.
So
okay.
I think when people say, "Hey, you don't look out for the government's help," I think that's I don't think that's the best solution. There's nothing wrong with the government helping its people.
Agreed. But Lucas, see what you just said? You said the government is helping others but not helping us, right? So if you let's say you have a dude, right? I'm just putting a hypothetical out there. Let's say you got a dude, right? And he has two friends, right? These are all three friends, right? And one friend goes to this dude and, loans money from him. And then dude's willing to loan him the money, right? And then his other friend, same position, same everything. You see what I'm saying? He goes to that friend and asks him for money. And the friend's like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give you no money. I'm sorry. After a while, if this becomes a recurrent issue, at some point, that friend needs to realize, okay, I can't go get help from this nigga. This nigga is not trying to help me. He's trying to help that other nigga, but he's not trying to help me. So am I saying that it's wrong, right or wrong for the friend not to help one and not to help the other? No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is the person that's not help from that friend, he needs to have something to say, fuck it. I got to go get it out the mud. I got to go get it on my own. If this
here's the thing,
that's
what we've been doing, right? Black people haven't been waiting around for the government to help them, or else we would have been extinct a long time ago. So I think that's a false narrative when people say that. We've been doing what we had to do. The point being is that, hey, during the meantime, between time, when is this going to happen? When is this going to change? So I don't think we should get our foot off of their necks. But we can do two things at the same time. We can do for self and also put our foot on their necks.
Yeah. I mean, I see that. I do agree with that. I guess I agree with that to a certain degree. I just think that it should be less complaints on our ends. That's all I'm saying. Like, right? Are they supposed to be helping us? Sure.
I disagree. I think we should complain where there is a complaint. I think what that leads to is quiet extinction. They want you to suffer in peace.
Yeah. I mean, I see that, but that's not what I'm saying, Lucas. Like, okay, you are correct in the sense that if an injustice is happening, right, then you should be able to speak on that. You should tell them, hey, this right here is wrong. I'm not cool with what you're doing here. But if they choose not to change anything about it, then at that point,
force them to change.
It's on
then
you.
You bring about plans to force them to change. It's as simple as that.
So okay. So well, in that case, what would be your plan in that case? Like in the situation that's going on right now with the immigrants specifically, how would you want us to deal with that?
There's nothing to deal with that when it comes to immigration.
Okay,
that's a non-factor right now.
But that's what I'm saying. That's one of the issues that people are complaining about.
It's not an issue. The only reason why it's an issue for black people is because we don't own the corporations who are benefiting from the immigration. If black people
Okay.
had the companies and they were the ones that were hiring the illegals and benefiting off of that cheap labor, we wouldn't have this issue right now. The issue is that we're the ones that are competing with them. That's why it's a problem.
Okay. So exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a problem.
So it's going to be the
It's an
same issue
because-
regardless. Is that the goal needs to be as far as assets.
Exactly. So, but see, isn't that what I said earlier? I said assets.
No,
business,
because what
not
you're saying is that
necessarily-
people shouldn't complain. Absolutely complain. If some fuck shit is going
No, no,
on,
no.
you definitely do complain.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they shouldn't complain at all. I'm just saying that there should be a limit to your complaints.
There should be
If
no
I'm going-
limits to complaints. You complain up until the point that the complaint is heard.
Yeah, but the complaints are being heard. They're just not
Then you
being
keep on
addressed.
complaining until they have to hear you. That's how that works. There is no if something is happening, if there's a problem that needs to be addressed, and the company doesn't address it, then you keep on bringing it up until they do. Until you find another manager or someone else who will hear that complaint and bring it up to the top.
But see, what you're saying right there, Lucas, I believe is an ideal situation.
It's not
Because
an
a lot
ideal
of-
situation.
a lot
It
of
happens
times-
in every means of life. Every
But it
walk of
happens-
life, that's how
what
that
you're
works.
saying, but here's what I'm saying, Lucas. What you're saying is, okay, complain about situations that ain't going your way, right? But a lot of people do these in certain companies, and then what that does is it put a target on their back to where now
Great,
the
then let them
company
put a
is looking
tar on
at
their
this
back
person.
and let them sue and then get their money. That's how that usually works.
But guess what? Not every time these people sue do they get their money, especially when you're fighting a corporation that's got millions of dollars. They can hire the best lawyers. You see what I'm
Best
saying? A
lawyers
lot of
can't
times
change the
that's a-
facts and evidence.
Right, but it's still what you're saying is correct, Lucas. But a lot of the times these guys still lose these cases.
Then so be it. Then let them lose.
So that's what I'm saying. But Lucas, at the end of the day, these people's lives are still going on. Meanwhile, you're telling them, okay, complain, go to court, sue, but that's all costing them money, and then they may or may not still lose the case regardless. So that's what I'm saying. In a situation like that, for me personally, I wouldn't go up against that corporation. I say, okay, this job, I'm working this job. They not giving me what I'm complaining
Sir,
about.
that's not a solution, right? You avoiding the problem is not a solution, right? If people were to say, well, hey, they're never going to free me from slavery, so I might as well just enjoy being a slave, that's not a solution, my guy. That's what you're advocating
with slavery,
for.
what did they do? With slavery, what did they do? They either fought or they ran, right?
Okay, then.
So
So
that's
then
I'm
what
saying.
you should be advocating for is that. Instead of saying stop complaining.
But that's what I'm saying. Regardless, you know, as a slave, right? If you fight or you run, you're not complaining, right? You're doing something about it. That's my point.
You can
either fight
complain
it.
as you're running. The fact that you even have to run. What are you talking about, bro?
But that's what I'm saying. If you're running, you're not complaining. Here's the thing. When I say complaining, I'm saying you're looking to the source of the problem to fix the problem. When you can fix the problem yourself, you have a couple options. You can either fight to get the problem fixed, or you can go elsewhere. But my point is, if you're fighting to get the problem fixed and they're not willing to fix it, then you need to go elsewhere where you won't encounter those problems. It's just like now, okay, Lucas, look at
That's
it
the
like
thing.
this.
There's no
Let's
one
say-
in this country that you're not going to encounter those problems. That's the problem.
I
So that
mean,
needs to be
see,
brought to attention to the masses. That message needs to be promoted.
Yeah, I see, but that's why I said, Lucas, I do agree. Complaining is a good thing, but to an extent. So, like, yeah, if you're complaining to try and bring that message to the masses, and then maybe you have more people on your side that are willing to help you fight the good fight, great. You see what I'm saying? But if you're complaining, nobody's trying to get on board, or what I'm saying, people have tried to get on board. They've tried to make things happen, and things aren't happening. At that point, you have to tell yourself, okay, what can I do to change my immediate situation? Like I was getting to this point, Lucas. Look at it like this. Let's say you're in a relationship with a girl, right? And she
It's
cheats
not
on
the
you.
same thing. The
right?
analogy falls apart because it's a relation with a girl. We're not talking about some random girl who's, of their own volition. We're talking about the government. The government who's done a wrong to a group of people that needs to, as far as to atone for their sins. That's what it has to deal with. That what they say that they're supposed to be doing, they have yet to do.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree that that's wrong. See that, Lucas, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it looks like we're having a misunderstanding, and what you're understanding that I'm saying is that it is okay for the government to do what they're doing, and we just got to take it.
I'm not saying that you're saying that. What you're saying is just move on. Is that not what you're saying? Is move on?
So in a sense, yes.
That doesn't change anything, right? If people just to move on, hey, they just won't have me at this grocery store. They won't allow me to vote at this place. I'm just gonna move on. That doesn't change anything, bro. What you're doing is advocating. What you're doing is allowing that to happen.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say, Lucas. In some cases, it's not much you can do as an individual to change certain situations. Like, basically, racism is going to exist regardless. Like, is it cool? I'm not advocating for that. But at the end of the day, sometimes whether somebody's blatantly racist or, they're undercover racist, you're not going to change the way that they do certain things. You're not going to change their actions. All you can do is change your situation. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like,
no one is saying that you can change people's behaviors. No one's saying that.
But that's what I'm saying. The way the government is treating, certain communities.
The government is ran by people in office. That's how the government works. The government is the people. That's what the government is.
Right.
It's not some random group of people from, I don't know, some clan meeting. That's not how that works. They're elected.
Right.
That's how that works.
Correct. So, yeah, I understand that. But I'm just saying, government's elected, right? And yet they're still having disproportionate actions against the black community. You see what I'm saying? Even though we elect black people into these offices,
black
or we elect
people in offices, black people in high places doesn't mean anything.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, what's it called? The things that happen in the government, these things have to be decided as a collective, right? Like, so if their policy is to help black people, they're going to help black people. If their policy is not, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't really matter who's in office, things won't get done. All I'm saying is, if things aren't getting done, your time is better spent getting those things done on your own than complaining or expecting.
Sir, no one's doing that. What you're advocating for is already happening.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. But for me, the thing that I'm saying is, okay, with complaints, that if you're complaining to the government and they're not changing their ways, then just keep on keeping on doing what it is that you need to do to survive.
Sir, and yeah, I know that I know black people. I don't understand. There's no difference.
But no, I don't think black people do that as a collective. I mean, as the what's it called? Most black people, I will say that the black community is working and they're doing what they have to do to survive. Sure, but when you're asking for reparations, when you're asking for things that are not going to happen, when there are other things in place that you can use, go ahead.
Anything that doesn't happen, I don't know what to tell you. What do you mean? How can you say it's not going to happen? There has to be a plan of attack for anything to happen. It absolutely can happen, just like everything else has happened.
Right, it can. So Lucas, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. I'm not saying that the government won't eventually do what it is that they say that they're going to do. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe in our lifetime, maybe in the next few generations. I don't know about any of that. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, all you can do as an individual, because, yeah, we're talking to the black community as a collective, but the collective is made up of individuals, right? So I'm speaking to the individual here. At the end of the day, you've got to do what you need to do to pay rent. You've got to do what you need to do to put food on your table, to put gas in your car, right? You've got to do all those things. And if the government is not willing to help you, I'm not saying stop complaining altogether. You know, these are things that you need to voice with the government. But for the most
Everything
part,
you're
you need
saying,
to figure
there's no
out.
disagreement here. It's already occurring. Nobody is waiting for handouts. Nobody is waiting for the government to do what they should be doing. Nobody is doing that.
But what about when people complain about reparations?
What do you mean? What about it? It's a valid complaint. What are you talking about? Do you think that there's black people out there that are waiting on reparations to pay their rent?
I mean, but what are you waiting on the reparations for?
Sir, take care. I ain't got time for this foolishness, bro. I just don't have time for this foolishness. Nobody's waiting on not a damn thing, bro. I'm so sick and tired of these white supremacists talking points. I really am. These white nationalist talking points are just, they're tiresome. They're really tiresome. Well, y'all need to stop waiting on reparations. Sir, if we were waiting on reparations, we would have fucking been dead. I wouldn't be on this stream because I wouldn't be able to pay my internet bill. I wouldn't have a roof over my house. I wouldn't have clothes to wear. What the fuck are y'all talking about, bro? I just, like, this goofy talk of, well, y'all need to stop waiting and start doing something. What the fuck do you think we've been doing? We've been doing it, and they try to make that hard. They try to make it hard, difficult for us to do without reparations. While we have to look everyone else, them giving money, them talking about stop Asian hate. What are you talking about? Save that energy for another group of people, bro. Stop saying that stupid shit to black Americans. I'm sick and tired of it. You want to know what the real difference is? The real difference is between us and other groups is that we don't fuck shit up. That's the real difference. Okay? That's the real fucking difference. Okay? You go over to fucking, Saudi Arabia or whatever, you say some crazy shit about a Muhammad or Allah, they'll fucking have your ass with a tire around you fucking lit up like a goddamn Christmas tree. The real issue is we don't fuck shit up. That's the real issue. You do some fuck shit with the alphabet, they'll destroy your shit. They'll absolutely destroy you, boycott you, do what the fuck they need to do. You saw what the fucking Saltines did on January 6th. The issue is we don't fuck shit up. That's the real issue. So while every other group is fucking shit up and we just saying, well, you know what? I'm just going to get back to the grind. I can't wait on them people to do something. I'm just going to get back to the grind. That's the real issue, bruh. Let us fuck some shit. Let actual black people get upset and see how quick shit happens. Huh? Let black people as a collective get upset, bro. I'm just saying, allow that to happen. These niggas constantly want to scream and cry about Chicago and all the crime rates. Okay, so if you believe 13% is committing to 15% of the crime, allow that 13% to really get upset. Go ahead, piss off the 13%. If you think they doing 50% of the crime, that's rookie numbers. If that's what you want to do, we'll use that stereotype for our benefit. If that's really what you want to think, you want to be afraid, we'll give you something to be afraid about. That's what I suggest should happen. That's what I suggest should happen. I'm just saying, I'm tired of hearing all this goofy shit, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm tired of hearing all this goofy shit. Because they constantly want to say that to us. Well, just be about your P's and Q's. Shut the fuck up. Do you understand how fucking disrespectful that has to be to say, well, the government is helping everyone else and it's just not going to help you. So you just need to do what you need to do. Well, if that's the case, then fuck the government. That's how that works. And there will be no government. That's how that works. That's how our ancestors were. Oh, so you want to do all some fuck shit? Then there won't be anything. There won't be anything. I very much believe in mutual destruction. Mutual destruction, 100%. So you're not going to do anything? Great. Then you're not going to do anything for anyone else either. You're not going to do anything for anyone else either. Simple as that. You're going to take that bus and pick up everyone except the black kids? Great. Then there won't be any bus then. Then nobody gets on the bus. It's as simple as that. I'm just Lord in heaven. All this talk of stop crying, stop crying. Do they say that to the Jews? Do they say that to the fucking whites who are constantly crying about anti-white racism, constantly crying about woke? Do they say that to the alphabet? Do they say that to the trans community talking about, hey, We're being attacked everywhere. No, they always say that to black people. Do they say that to the Hispanics, the Latinos, the Mexicans who are coming over here? Did they say that to the DACA recipients who came over here? Hey, stop crying. Stop crying that you don't have a hotel and all that. No, because they get a hotel. They give the illegals hotels. They give them the fucking Xboxes and PS5s. They reserve that to black people. And I'm sick and tired of that shit, bro. I really am. I'm sick and tired of that shit. I don't want to hear that shit anymore. Honestly, if I hit the lotto, I will fucking just get a place in the middle of fucking nowhere. Because I don't want to hear this shit, bro. And I'll spend my time to become Iron Man so I can build a suit and then go up to the fucking and then do what needs to be done. I'll do what the United States government did. I'll get a bunch of Nazis and see if they can create me a fucking super soldier serum. See if they can create me a fucking compound V. I'd be like, listen, y'all don't like Jews? Okay, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but you guys are amazing scientists. How about y'all come over here and create this super soldier serum? That's what the fuck I do, bro. See if they can get me some fucking compound B, and then I go back out of hiding and tear shit the fuck up. Tear shit the fuck up. Okay? I'm just saying, there gets a point where I don't want to hear these false talking points. Niggas, lift yourself up by the bootstraps. Why y'all crying? Stop crying. Stop complaining. Start building. That's what y'all need to do. Build it. I'm tired of this shit. Because what it is un-American, honestly. The fact that you can speak so boldly about a country and have gaps in your knowledge is wild to me. It's fucking wild to me. Because they don't teach black history. They don't. They don't teach black history. That's why all these goofies are saying all this stupid shit about reparations and everything. So it gets to a point, once you've read so many books and you've ascertained so much knowledge, that it's like, I don't want to hear you talk to me. It's become meaningless. I just want to put you in my death note. Really, honestly, I just want to put you, write your name down in a death note. That's what I want to do. Because it's a waste of breath. And unfortunately, someone has to do it. Don't look to me. Don't look to me, because I'll fucking catch a case. I know I will. I'll have to run away. I'll have to run from someone saying some stupid shit to me. I'll run. Because if I don't run, they're going to be in the hospital. So in some cases, I've had to run away from somebody saying some goofy shit. But there are people who have way greater patience than I do. Those people need to go out and do what they need to do, 100%. I know where I'm at, bro. I know my strengths and my weaknesses. That's not it. Hearing a fucking saltine for the 50 billionth time talking about saying, hey, you weren't a slave and I wasn't a slave owner. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe in 2016, maybe, I don't know. Before then, I don't know. Right now where I'm at, I don't want to hear it. It's a waste of my fucking time. Go talk to somebody who's willing to give you some information. I don't want to hear it. So I'm just going to call you a racist and move on. And if you put hands on me or say some shit, then I'm going to smack the fucking taste out of your mouth. That's really where I'm at. 847, you're on the line.
Ron.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Ron calling from Chicago. How you doing, Lucas?
Not well.
Not well. I can see, my friend. You're taking to heart what the idiocy that's going on, my friend. And I just want to tell you that just hold on, beloved. Just hold on. How you doing, Lucas? Not well. I understand. I can see, my friend. You're taking to heart.
Fair enough.
Yes, sir, brother. Listen, I just want to share with you, man. Brother Malcolm said, those that love the dark, leave them to the dark. Black folks have overcome everything in this country. And we will, again, overcome. We could never imagine ourselves being out of slavery, but yet we got out of it. and somebody that was thinking like a lot of your callers, if somebody had came to them and said, let's run, let's get away from here, let's do this, they would have looked at him and said, man, you got to be crazy. After 2.5 centuries of this, but yet we overcame, beloved. We overcame. Black folks that went through this thing. And I trace my lineage back to 1704, before the nation was built. So just hold on, beloved. That's all. I got your back, Black. All right, brother. Peace.
Peace, man. Fair enough, bro. Fair enough. Because, damn, this shit is painful. He said, just hold on. Just hold on, bro. 443, you're on the line.
Hey, this is Al. I'm calling from PA. But I did like his message of holding on. And I do have to say it's going to take help. I hate to say it, but it could help if reparations were a thing. Because I used to live in Baltimore, and I'm telling you, it is terrible. The poverty there, the kids are growing up in poverty. The streets are terrible. The crime rate is terrible. Our communities are really, really struggling, and that money could go to fix that. I don't believe in giving anybody a check, but I do believe in fixing things, repairing the communities, fixing the schools. The schools are horrible. The schools are just like daycare centers. They need to be updated with educational things like computers and technical education. All that money could go to repairing that. For some reason, we just can't seem to form the correct argument to get it together. And if we had the correct argument, which is reparations, to fix something that was broken, like our communities, we could do it. If we formulate the correct argument and have the support to do it. I believe that laws are something that have helped us get to where we are. It helped the first Black president to be elected. Laws are what has helped us. But for some reason, we don't seem to organize together on a front to get those laws passed, to get more of it passed. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, and I do believe that if we get together on a unified front and continue, it's going to take time. It took 346 years for us to get out of slavery. Another 59 years of some semblance of freedom to be able to vote, to be able to get out and being in some communities. You know, before during the what do you call it? Legalized discrimination, legalized institutional segregation. We couldn't do anything. You know, it was really bad. But in time, it takes time. It takes us uniting on a united front and knowing we can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. We didn't get to freedom alone. So it's going to take everybody. It's going to take whites, blacks, and Jewish people coming together and realizing that we need to fix this together. We can't do it alone. And that's what I have to say.
Fair enough, man. I appreciate it.
You have an opinion on that?
No, I don't disagree. Yeah, I think it's to be fair to what the other caller said, the elderly dude, it did take some time when it came to Jim Crow. It did take years when it came to slavery. It did take years when it came to redlining. Now we still dealing with it. So it'd be foolish to think that would happen overnight. I just don't have the same temperament as my ancestors, to be honest with you. I just don't have the same temperament. That's all. 615, you're on the line.
Hey, what's up, Lucas? Just thinking about just the outlook of African Americans and the culture, the music, the kids. You got so much things against us. I'm like, what would be your solution for us? I guess.
What do you mean as far as the culture? First thing you could do is turn off the TV.
You still hear the shit? I don't got a TV on.
No, not you. I'm talking about as far as one very powerful
okay.
solution is to turn off the TV.
I gotcha. Because I just see, as far as my cousins and just the way they are, they drink, they smoke all day and shit of that nature. It's like it's just hard to get through them. So it's just like, to me, it seems like you look on the TV, what you do need to cut it off, and you see us losing there. Then you look in real life, you see us losing. It just comes to the point where it gets to the point where it's so depressing that it's like, shit, what can you do? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I think that's what they that's the goal is to it's a war of attrition. Because if you're not willing to, once you lose that fight, I guess they win.
That's true, bro. Hey man, stay in there, man. I look at you from time to time, bro. Just stay in there, man. Keep your head up. I know a lot of guys come and they talk that crazy shit. Just don't let them get to you, man. I watch you, man. Support you, man. So just keep it up, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, bro.
All right. Yeah, I think that's fair. Just to keep Rennie with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I think that's fair. Just keep your head up. As long as you're in the fight, as long as you keep on fighting, you haven't lost. It's really what it boils down to. If you don't quit, then you don't lose. Right? You only lose once you quit. But damn, I'm just saying there has to be a lot of reconditioning. There has to be a re-education. We've got to be as good with politics as we are with what team is going to win the Super Bowl or whatnot. 313, you're on the line.
Yeah, what up? I just want to get this message to like black people who are watching this. The problem with us is we the biggest consumers and we don't produce nothing. And the black people who do try to produce something, the black consumers don't go to them. So in America, the consumers don't got power. It's the people who produce the stuff that the consumers get that got power. So.
Well, I don't know what happened. Well, I would disagree with that. Because the consumer does have power. Because they can only make products if you consume it. So that's how price and demand works. If there's no demand for your product, then you go out of business. That's how that works. So I wish that was true, right? I wish we were that top of it on the consumer list, because then we could boycott and would have a significant impact. So I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that one. But I think it has to do with more of a collective mindset than any one particular issue. I think that's what that has to deal with. Like I said, I think we have got to know the game in order to play it. In order for you to understand basketball, who's good, who's not good, you have to know the rules of basketball. So I think we have to know the rules of politics, whether on a local level or not. You have to know it, or you're going to lose. If you don't know the rules of the stock market, you're going to get got by someone who does know the rules of the stock market, right? You're going to be left, as they say, holding the bag. So there comes to that point where people are frustrated. That's great. Frustration is good, right? We can use frustration. It's just that the people who have the ears of the people, they need to use that frustration towards the collective's benefit. The problem is the people who have the ears of the collective, or at least good chunks or swaths of the collective, aren't doing that. They're using black people's frustration to line their pockets. That's what they're doing. If the moment in time that you give money to someone and it ends there, then you're lining their pockets. They're not helping the collective. They're not being beneficial to the collective. So there are a lot of scam artists there. And, you know, it's just, I don't know, man. It's hard to deal with that because you also don't control the airwaves. So, 277, you're on the line.
Hey, Lucas, as a tether, I just want to say, hey,
I don't think you're a tether,
program, man, it's less stressful.
Unless you hate black Americans.
Why would I hate you guys?
Actually, if I were to offer you, well, not me, but let's say if Ben Shapiro were to offer you $500K a year to fill the roles of Candace Owens, you want to tell me you wouldn't take that?
Ooh, wait, $500K USD?
USD, of course, sir.
USD. I'd say make it pounds, and then we got a deal. So make it pounds, and we got a deal, because the USD is a bit low, but the pound, as much as it's taking hemorrhaging right now, it's on a good low. It's gonna get a high.
Fair enough.
So
Fair
I'll
enough.
say, yeah, why not? But what I'm saying, Lucas, is don't be so stressed, dude. Just do the VET program, you know. Just go
The
full time
reason
to
why I'm
medicine, man.
stressed is because it's going to have an impact on me whether I like it or not. That's the issue. And the only way to insulate yourself to any type of degree is to start tap dancing. That's the only way.
I get that, but no, I'd say it's either tap dancing or have enough money and influence. Now,
no, because even
I
with
would
that money and
argue
influence, you're still going to be treated a certain way. It doesn't matter. If you
I
could be a
agree,
rich black person in a white neighborhood, then it's still a predominantly white neighborhood.
But if you are a rich black person in a white neighborhood and you are the one funding, let's say, the schools and whatnot, those white people will basically calm down. They'll treat you as
You
them.
think that?
They might want to treat you as
When was the last time that happened? When was the last time a predominantly group of white people allowed a black person to have control over them?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm not.
I don't know either.
Never happened, but
because the last time I checked, they will find a way to either take your money, frame you for something, arrest you. But I'm unaware of that.
No, I get you, right? So that's why This is why one of the things I've always said on your platform is we need for you guys. It's a matter of action. Like, what is the consensus action that you guys are taking? That's just what I'm would propose as a person from outside looking in, because you get so many types of viewpoints, but there's no cohesive game plan, right? You have people saying, "Oh, we don't need the system, just do your own thing," but then at the same time, you have people say, "Play the system." So, what is the consensus? Because if you look at the Jedi made a consensus back in the early 19th century, and they said, you know what, we're going to play the system, and we're going to dominate it. It's going to take us 100 years, but we're going to get there, or 50 years, whatever amount of time that they took. They took that time, just like that old gentleman that says, hold on. I think it's great to say hold on and just, keep pushing forward as long as you have a plan of action that is coming to fruition. But if you don't have anything and you just, there's a lot of talking heads, no action, or let me put it this way, even worse than non-action, you have so much action going on, you're spreading yourself too thin. Therefore, you don't have effective change. That's just what I wanted to say. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Because again, this is I think, just to highlight to you, everybody, it's a general problem across the world for people of melanated skin. I would argue. We always like this. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents. But all I wanted to say to you is, hey, man, think about the whole FED program. It's good to be rich and oppressed and poor and oppressed. Wouldn't you agree?
I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I'd rather be rich and oppressed than poor and oppressed, and that's all I'm saying. But anyways, thanks.
No problem. Later. God dang, bro. Are those our options, bro? Rich and oppressed, as opposed to poor and oppressed. That's crazy. That is crazy. Lord. I'm just saying. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm saying. It's just it's good because everyone has their role. Because not everyone's a foot soldier, not everyone's a commentator, not everyone's a producer, not but there still should be the same goal, right? We should all still have the same goal. I think that's what's important. The same goal. It just doesn't seem to be the case. 277, you're on the line.
Sorry. No, sorry, Lucas. I just took offense on your chat. A lot of these people who are ignorant about African history or my regional history are talking like we lost and all that stuff, or you guys lost to the white man, blah, blah, blah. And at any point in the conversations that I've had recently, I've never been the one to tell, let's say, Black Americans what to do, how to do things. I've been suggesting, like, hey, what about this? Because I'm thinking of a broader conversation and a broader way of working together, right? But I take offense when you have people like Uyaham X talking about, oh, you Africans are still enslaved and you don't know what you're doing. You guys are, I'm sorry, my guy, have you looked at what's happening in Kenya? Have you looked at what's happening, for example?
Yeah, they ran them out. They ran the people in parliament out.
Thank you.
There's this
If you
video
look
of this dude smoking the tear gas. I was like, that's wild. I've never seen anyone do that.
And this, what you were talking about, the 13, is it the 50% of crime, 13% doing 50% of the crime? This is what you get when Black people are very upset and like, you know what, screw the government, screw the system, we're taking over. And it has happened multiple times. Yes, it may have happened to our detriment, but the point is, whenever we are fed up, for you ignorant FBA people who are disparaging towards Africans, you ignorant people don't even know the history of Africa. You don't even know the current history. You don't even know the current politics as to what's going on. There's a lot of reforms and a lot of people are fighting. You guys are just ignorant. Now, I'm not saying this holistically of all Black Americans because I know that's not true. But what I want you FBA specifically, you Uyaham kind of people who are very disrespectful to Africans as if we are just Neanderthals who don't know what we're doing and we're just slaves. Please learn the history of, forget the history, the current affairs. Just learn the current affairs because you'll be surprised how many Africans are doing something about it. Thank you.
No problem. I hear you. Yeah, I just so we're clear, I have no disrespect towards any African at all, immigrant or not. My issue is with those who uphold the system instead of looking to tear it down. That's my issue. Because we already have Larry Elders here who are homegrown, who are Black American FBA, but they are teaming up with the enemy. So we already have issues here. The last thing we need are people coming here who are like, yeah, well, I'm going to team up with them because they paying. I'm like, well, that doesn't really benefit anyone. It doesn't even benefit them because I don't know, man. Because that's what I'm seeing. Because it gets to a point where it's like, yo, we're all going to be screwed. That's the issue, is that we're all going to be screwed. Regardless of, if you tap dancing or not. 847, you're on the line.
Yo, Lucas, it's me again. You already know what it is. Quick question before we get into it. You're not having a panel tonight?
I wasn't planning on it. We can if y'all want.
Yeah, because I thought you said you was going to do a panel on Thursday. I didn't know if you was doing it during the debate or after to like talk about what happened. I didn't know, but I mean, if y'all want a panel in the chat, say something. I'm down for it. But I realized we kind of had like a disagreement earlier today, and Lucas. See, here's the thing. I'm not trying to like spark like ignorance or anything like that. I'm trying to understand too. Like help me understand, what the situation is, because I'm just telling you how I see it from my point of view. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't agree, everybody's we're all autonomous, right? So we all should be able to make our own decisions and have our own viewpoints. You know what I'm saying? But just like, help me understand where I'm getting it wrong in your eyes. You get what I'm saying? Like, because, I don't see anything wrong with what I said. I mean, I do see your point of view on certain things, and I guess I can pivot. I can shift my pivot a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But like, help me understand what it is that in terms of like the whole complaining about a situation or voicing your opinion on a certain situation that in terms of like the government, right? They claim that they gonna do something, but they not doing it, right? And what you're saying is we can't let that slide. If we just turn lie on our backs, they just gonna keep doing it, which I 100% agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like I do believe that, hey, if injustices are happening, and the group that's supposed to take care of these injustices, they're not doing anything about it. Hey, you should absolutely hold their heads to the fire. You should say, hey, this is the law, right? And the law is being broken. What are you guys going to do about it? Sure, 100%. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, okay, if they say, hey, we're going to do something about it, just wait. What can we do to either speed? It's in my eyes, Lucas, in that situation, is two things you could do. You could either take them at face value for what they just said, like, okay, they said they're going to do something, we got to wait. Or you can say, hey, no, we're not waiting, do something now, right? And then with that option, right, what happens? They either do something now or they continue to make us wait. So what, I mean, because you feel very strongly about saying, well, shit, I think we should hold their heads to the fire until they do something about it. But my question to you then, Lucas, is, okay, well, if they keep not doing anything about it, then what do we do? You get what I'm saying now, Lucas?
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, what the government is doing, especially to the black community, especially when, because you guys have brought to my attention that there are, concessions that are being made to other, groups, you know what I'm saying? And these concessions are supposed to be made to us, or, maybe different concessions that are supposed to be made to us, whatever, right? Like, why aren't they doing for us, right? And 100% I agree that that's bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Like, help the black community out, right? Especially if these are your words, you know what I'm saying? You said that you're going to do this. But one thing I've noticed is that, the government, and usually the government is run by, white individuals and whatever, you know what I'm saying? I don't really want to put this on race, but what I've come to realize is that they're liars. They're going to say whatever they need to say to either get you off of their back for a couple of seconds, or to get your vote, or to get your money. They're going to do these things. So me personally, once I realize that the person that I'm dealing with, or the company that I'm dealing with, whether it's an individual, whether it's a company, I really don't care, right? when I realize that I'm dealing with a liar, me personally, I'm not going to deal with them anymore, right? Like, Lucas, if you order a product from a company and
I
they
hear you,
either
but
send
we're
you
not dealing with a person, right? There is no way to not
right,
deal with the government.
right, okay. So in that situation, then what's your solution? What can we do to make the government
You
respond?
have
What can
got to
we
either
what
have some leverage, you have to have people who are in office who are sympathetic to your cause.
Right. So Lucas, I agree with that. Like people in office, but see, the thing with that is, I do believe that there are already people in office like that. But the thing is, again, like we've already established, the government is a collective. So even if you have this one person that wants to help the black community, or these 2 people, or these 5 people, or these 7 people, at the end of the day, it goes to vote, right? Like,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm unaware
we
of
got to
anyone who's in office who is sentimental to black Americans' plight.
Okay, I mean, I'm not a politician or anything like that, so I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? Personally, you see what I'm saying? But I would imagine that there are, some people in office that do want to see things getting done for the black community. But unfortunately, everything has to go through vote, right? And if you have some policy that you want to get passed for the black community, but somebody's, pushing against that, or somebody's not willing to vote on your behalf or whatever, these things don't get passed, right? And then we're back to square one. So I mean, just because we don't, you got to remember that the government, spans, a lot of people, right? There are a lot of sectors of government. I don't know any, even people in politics, I don't know anybody that would be aware of all the sectors, and all of the people that are involved in those sectors, right? So at the end of the day, who's to say that there aren't, people in government that are working towards helping the black community, but they're getting, derailed from this angle or that angle or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? I wholeheartedly believe that that's, what's happening, and unfortunately, until, we get more people in office that are willing to, advocate for our needs or, the community's needs as a whole, these things are going to continue to happen, unfortunately. But pending that time, I can't speak to what we can do against the government to make them act currently. You see what I'm saying? I can only speak to individuals like myself, right? So, and when I say, hey, do what you got to do, right? Of course, people are doing what they got to do. You see what I'm saying? Of course, people are, like you said, if that was the case, you know what I'm saying? How are you running your YouTube channel if you're waiting on reparations? You see what I'm saying? That shit would have been over with, right? Of course. But my point is, at the end of the day, we need to instill, certain traits in us that will help us not necessarily need the help that the government claims that they're supposed to be giving us. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we can, what did Oxy say? Because Oxy said, what's the course of action? What are we instilling in our community? What are we instilling in our youth, so that in the future, okay, yeah, you said you was gonna give us reparations. Guess what? We don't need your reparations no more. We're good. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm concerned about. You see what I'm saying? I'm looking at it like, okay, yeah, these guys said that they were going to give us reparations. These guys said that they're going to do this and that for the community. Cool. I'm not going to hold my fucking breath. You guys have been saying that before we were born. You guys have been saying that before our ancestors were born. You see what I'm saying? At this point, I'm not going to hold my fucking breath. If you do it, great. And we're going to hold you to it. But pending the time that you guys do that shit, I want to set up for my community. I want to set up for my kids. I want my kids to be an example to other people in our community, so they know what they got to do to set up for themselves, to the point that, black people, because again, the black community is a collective, right? But it's a collective of individuals. And if one individual is doing something to where, okay, another individual can follow his example, to where another individual can follow his example, eventually the black community as a collective can get better, all off of examples from individuals within the community. So me personally, that's the way I look at it. I look at it like, hey, you know what I'm saying? How can we elevate our community ourselves? You know what I'm saying? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying that, like you said, I'm not saying we shouldn't hold these guys to the fire, but while we do that, how can we elevate our community? How can I, you know, get to a point where, okay, I'm making money regardless of what the government says that they're gonna give me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that you know what I'm saying, I can understand how certain people would disagree with that. And you know, if people look at it like I'm saying y'all ain't hardworking or whatever, hell no, that is not what I think. I don't think that people aren't working hard. You don't work hard, your ass is out on the streets. Most Americans know what it means to work hard. You have to, otherwise your ass would be a homeless motherfucker. Shit ain't easy out here, especially in today's, you know, economy. Okay, so if it comes off, if my words come off as, oh, black people aren't working, black people are just complaining like, oh, this, that, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, our complaints, these are generational complaints. The complaints that you and me have, Lucas, guess what? Our parents had the same complaints. Our grandparents had the same complaints. Our great-grandparents had the exact same complaints. So at some point, we as a collective have to understand that these complaints, these guys aren't willing to hear our, they obviously hear our complaints. You see what I'm saying? They're not deaf, but these guys aren't willing to do anything about it. So we've got to do things. And granted, I see people in the chat saying, yeah, we are doing things and they derail us and yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that unfortunately that's going to happen in a system that's set up, you know, against us, right? That's going to happen. But we can't shy away from, you know, continuously doing that. You see what I'm saying? Just because there are obstacles in place, you see what I'm saying, doesn't mean that we stop. We still got to keep on keeping on, right? Like the old man said, just hold on. You know what I'm saying? Like I see some people in the chat that earlier they were saying we've been working. When do we reap the benefits? You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, we got to keep working. If the benefits ain't there, then it means we got to keep working, unfortunately. And eventually they'll be there. If they're not there for us, maybe they'll be there for our children. Maybe they'll be there for our grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they'll be there for the following generations. But we can't let up. You know what I'm saying? And we can't expect these people to honor their word in a system that is, you know, already set up against us. You see what I'm saying? We can't expect them to do that because they're not going to do that. Unfortunately, if we don't see that yet,
rich or poor,
I don't know what to say.
You are FBL Ados, your debt is owed to you in the form of reparations.
So
I agree.
That's you know what I'm saying, that's all I wanted to say, Lucas. I didn't want it to, you know, be a argument with us from earlier. You know what I'm saying? I know that's how it looked like, and you know what I'm saying, you feel strongly about what you feel, and you know, a lot of what you said I do agree with. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel strongly about what I feel, and you know, sometimes we just agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah. But yeah, if you still doing a panel, just, you know what I'm saying, I'm down for that, man. Just I guess just hook up the link and, you know what I'm saying, we'll see what happens.
Okay. Appreciate the call. $314, you're on the line.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, man? All right. Love your show, man. Love your show, man. I was just I see how you kind of eerie tonight or whatever about the callers and everything. But I would say this, man. I would say it's the people, man, the masses for the most part, man. And because they own foibles. They're giving in too much. You know, they believe in everything what these people say. They automatons. You know, just blatantly sheep. You know, just give in to whatever the fuck they say. They know they evil one day and then they forget. They get amnesia the next day, as if these people change. You know, and we talking about from generations and to day. And we talking about people just keep believing in the Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about white people alone because they getting duped as well. Even though a lot of them benefit out of it, a lot of them getting fucked over too because they got to eat that genetically modified food too. And I'm not taking up for them, but they allow this shit to happen. White people allowed all this corruption to happen. And that's the goddamn problem. And now the shit is coming back to bite their ass because now they eating their ass up. They taking their jobs. They replacing them in some areas and things like that with other foreigners and immigrants and shit. If they don't follow the protocol. And they eating them up alive with all these big ass corporation companies and they downsizing and all that and deregulating.
That's true.
So the roots is so shit, you know, you can call it karma or whatever, you know, cause and effect or whatever. But, you know, and I would say specifically for so-called black people, our strive is for success and achievement. We always trying to we trying to achieve shit like the white man or apex shit like the so-called white man like him when we already mastered this shit on this planet, man. We already did all this shit. We done already mastered the mathematics, built all the fucking pyramids, whatever you want, indigenous, aboriginal, however you want to put it. We done mastered all this shit. We done had banks, we done had towns, cities, whatever, and they bombed them up, fucked us up. When we hit our excellence, they fucked us up because they know it would supersede them in their own game. So we got to understand, we at an absolute war. And people don't understand that. It's a war. And war is just not with no damn tanks and no goddamn missiles. It's levels to this shit. You gotta maintain, sustain. You gotta use your slaves. You gotta create shit to make so they can use you and make it seem like they got the power, because they really don't have no power. That's the real illusion. They need to suck our energy to create this bullshit that they doing. They have to make us believe what they doing and what they say is true. We're watching two old ass white men on television. I'm talking about old. That's the problem right there. And that's what no one's addressing with it. And ain't number of white men ruling these planets and making all the decisions on us and shit. And dare I say, it should be women in that. It should be women. I'm talking about divine type. I'm talking about women with real intuition, really tapped in type shit. That bring real balance in it, to bring the inner laws in, man. That's the problem. Shit is over logic. Everything has its place, but this shit has went overboard. And it should. It's going to get worse. It should get worse, because when it gets worse, that means the change is coming. It's like a butterfly. It's like a cocoon. It's like a metamorphosis. When it hits rock bottom, like they talk about our ghettos and hoods and shit like that, the black neighborhood, most people talk about it, but no one tries to fix it. But everybody try to fix everybody else's shit across seas, fucking in other lands and countries. But no, fuck the ghettos. Let's run from there. Let's not help them. They'll never get it. Well, let's give money to everybody else. They'll get it, though. This is what black people doing, too. We abandon our own place where our roots are. We can't get no respect for nobody outside of us for no shit like that. They see us run from our own ghetto neighborhoods and talk bad about it and say, and I understand there are some pookies and Ray and all that shit, but we done made them the motherfucking poster child of the worst of the people, like they destroying the planet or something. Like they creating diseases and shit and taking seeds out of our food and shit and taking our laws from us and shit. Shit that really, really matters. They're raising our taxes, like you said. None of us not paying attention to that shit that matters to us in the immediacy of our life. We worry about shit. Well, you know, like you said, the border. We ain't got no say in that shit. If you really had to say, we wouldn't be going through the shit we're going through now. If we really had the power to say through the vote and all that shit, we wouldn't got this far. In the bullshit. So, you know, this is the so-called educated people out here, man. They're supposed to be so fucking educated. That's the problem. They don't let them doctor's degrees get to their fucking head when they lost true innocent common sense, some level of real spirituality within themselves. And I'm not talking about no goddamn religion. I'm talking about that real in you that you know it's some bullshit that you don't even have to read a book about or even watch a goddamn debate. You know it's bullshit, but people stay play along with the game. Why? Because they want to pat people on their back. They want to get along. They want to be confident, you know. And most people, guess what? You're going to pay for that. No matter who you are, you do that shit. You're going to have to be real, very real at this time. And, brother, I'm glad you got this show on her like this, and you see right, I'm glad you grew. I watched you. You grew. What's growing is when you see the bullshit, the veils, you start taking the veils off, and you hold yourself accountable of what you see and what you really see. These motherfuckers act like they don't see it. They do this on purpose. And I'm talking about the everyday person. That's why I say it's the masses. That is the government's or the corporate, I call it corporate supremacy, greatest weapon, the masses, the ones that give in to their appetites, their addictions, and their goddamn attention that they want. And they know this, and that's why they put out the pretty colors and shit all the time on you, and with all the sugaries and all that, because they know we fall into our own foibles. We fall into our own desires and don't fucking discipline that. And I'm talking about the people that's claiming to be okay. They're supposed to be, you know, middle class and all that. No, you're not okay. You never was okay. And see, now they pulling their strings. Now everybody want to say something. But no one saying shit when the poor was getting fucked up the whole time. The poor been getting fucked up the whole entire time out of this. Let's make that clear. And it's not because they ain't go to no fucking school. Even you went to school, the education was what? Subjective? You want me to go to school, that motherfucker teaching me Christopher Columbus discovered America. And that's education. Here we go again. And we judging people out, each other out this shit. No one, the only education you have, the higher your education is based on what you're exposed to. So if you're not exposed to a certain knowledge, you're not going to pass a certain test that they give you. That's by design. That's easy to understand. So if I go to this rooty-poot-ass school in my neighborhood, graduating, I'm thinking I'm the shit, and this person went to this other school that learned the other higher level of academics, that's why he's in the agent position to take my money like Allen Iverson or Jerry Heller or TLC to get duped in contracts and shit. This shit is already set up for this. That's what I don't understand, people. Everything is set up for the corporate supremacy. And I say only corporate supremacy because there's many faces behind it, mainly white, and they subject or whoever gives into the shit. Man, it's a shame that it's like this. Well, you know what? It's not only a shame, it should happen like this. This is what we have given to, the great neglect for years and years and years and years. And I'm saying not only blacks, white people too, Chinese, Mexicans, all of them neglected this shit. They didn't, none of them stepped up to the rescue, none of our rescue for so-called black people. And they're not really doing it now. Everybody out here for some goddamn survival. With ultra-materialistic mindset, though, at the same time. People need, talking about they want shit they don't even really need. That's what, it's the masses, man. It ain't no goddamn 13 families, and yeah, they got the hand in their cookie jar. Yeah, they sell it to trash. Yeah, they got the so-called money that they steal from us. But we as numbers win. If the people just step up like they supposed to and say, fuck no, this government ain't right, it's fucking us all up, it'll shut down. But no, they won't, because everybody wants to be patted on the back or get their cut under the table or some shit like that, or to shit on somebody else. That's the American dream, to shit on somebody else. Let me make it to where I'm successful and accomplished so I can shit on you. So we gotta find somebody to shit on. What class is that? Is that middle class? I can shit on middle class. Then middle class say, I can shit on the poor. And the poor can say, we can shit on each other. If there's a class system, that lets you know that's a form of corruption right there. It's not, if there's poor, that means there has to be a design to create, to sustain the poor so a motherfucker can get rich. The rich ain't shit without the poor. I hope people know that. Rich people cannot be rich without the poor people. It's impossible. You need somebody to pay less work, to manipulate and all that shit to do that. At the level they doing, getting trillions and billions of fucking dollars. They steal billions and trillions of dollars weekly, daily, monthly. And the masses of people don't pay attention to it, don't give a fuck about it. But the minute black people ask about reparations, everybody goes, well, you need to work hard and you need to, them niggas are the worst niggas. The just work hard theory and bullshit. Well, why all white people ain't rich then? Why all Chinese, well, if it's just to work hard, I'm in Chicago, I see white people working at fucking McDonald's. Because they work hard, you think they'll be working hard? If they knew the real formula to get fucking rich? And the niggas act like they know it more than them, so you're going to have a secret more than the white people, right? For all they people to get rich, you're going to have all their secret for all the black people to get rich. This shit is out, man. These people are out of their mind. Shit that never happened in this country, never before. Everybody never had no jobs. Everybody never graduated, no goddamn college. That shit never happened. So everybody's selling everybody this fucking dream. If you make whatever you make, however you do it, survive through it, that's my thumbs up. Well, however you do it, that's what people should be saying. But this book, like this 1, 2, 3, this is how it goes. No, it don't. Because some people get through, but most don't. And that's the game too that masks all this shit. The few people get through. Oh man, I can do it. You can do it. I can do it too. I won the lottery. You can win the lottery too. It's just sad, man. And I know things has its perspective. I'm not telling nobody. And brothers get on there and say it because you people that's out there pushing reparations, leave them people alone that's pushing reparations. That's just another voice that need to be saying to press these motherfuckers. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, we can't walk and chew gum and do, like, people ask for reparations, they quit their jobs and shit, man. I quit my job because I'm pressing for reparations. Ain't nobody, man, the fucking world ain't gonna lie. You don't be fucked up out here. It's self-explanatory that you got to make some type of money out in this motherfucker. Even bums know that. Because they go and ask for and beg for it every day. That's a way of making money. That's a job. And they made it out of it. So don't tell me it requires you to make money. I don't give a fuck what little you make or how much a big amount you make. This system makes you feed it. That's the slavery within itself. Because they keeping tabs on that shit. And now they're connecting your behavior, social life with the shit. The mass is going to get what they're going to keep getting, and they deserve it so until they see it clear for what it is. The left ring and the white ring ain't shit. Kill the bird. Shoot that motherfucker right through the middle. That's exactly what we got to get rid of, that ego. They're like, well, it seems like people don't even know what to do outside of Republican and Democrat. They have no fucking consciousness means of life. What do we do? That's the only thing on the planet. We have no other fucking resolve. These are the intelligent people now. We ain't gonna talk about the Keisha Pookies and Railways. We're talking about the smart motherfuckers. The one that I got a degree. They don't know nothing outside of Republican and Democrat to run anything in life, a form of government, anything in themselves, so-called independently or whatsoever. That's how sad it is. And they put under the umbrella of all thought and mind, under the umbrellas of fucking Democrat, Republican, like they own the thoughts of life. You would tell a motherfucker, hey, man, I think this way to, oh, man, you're a Democrat. Oh, man, no, nigga, this is the way I just think myself. What the fuck is you talking about? Man, the masses need a good wake up and they get it. That's why they got hit with the COVID. You can call it God, whatever hitting it. This shit need to happen. It's going to keep happening. And I guarantee you, the beast, the government, these devils ain't going to let me down. They're going to keep doing this shit. They forcing you to wake your ass up. Wake up now. You ain't waking up enough. Let's keep on doing our super grand propaganda on your ass. You still ain't getting it. It's getting boring, so let's put COVID on this one. Y'all ain't doing shit. Y'all believe everything we say. It's too easy now and shit. You got black people still talking about vote for Democrat. That shit's so crazy. These are people that voted their own kids to go to fucking jail. 3 strikes and everything. These are Christian people and everything. They think, and these are the same people that believe in karma and sin. You think that shit ain't gonna come back on you? The people that died in prison, the babies that have suffered through abortion, all this shit. You think you don't have no karma for that? You think you innocent? Man, ain't nobody really innocent out here that participate in this shit like that willingly. And I'm talking about the ones willingly, because they know better and they ain't answering within their true self. That's the real sellout. They know they pastor ain't shit at church, but they still want to play this game. That's all it is. That's why they got to praise hard at church and all this shit. Same thing with the love, everybody. They run into these places and they know they gods ain't doing shit. Ain't doing nothing. And they ain't got shit to do with no atheists or nothing like that. You don't believe. I'm saying they God ain't doing shit. The God you name, if they name, ain't doing shit. They just letting all this super evil shit happen. And they'll have an explanation for that shit until they get fucked up. It's bad out here. My suggestion is they need to put a woman goddess in and stop praising these old dick gods all the time. Because that's the problem. Like, damn, at least you have a fucking woman. Damn, that makes more sense. But all these men out here just praising a fucking man god. You better pay attention to what's going on. And you wonder why the world is fucked up. And I'm not trying to sound like no Umar Johnson trying to tell motherfuckers. What I'm saying is common sense is common sense. If you're going to have a male god and a male son, you better have a motherfucking mama. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And that's very simple. You don't have to be deep. You don't have to read 1,000 books for that. It's very fucking natural and simple. It's a father, it's a son, goddamn it, better be a mama. That's the problem. And in our governments, yeah, it's supposed to be a woman president, a woman, a lot of women there. I ain't talking about no Kamala Harris and no goddamn Hillary Clinton. I'm talking about real type women who really tap into their womb intuition and shit like that, that really can balance the government with real empathy. It's some out there, but they get shut down by the hoes. Yeah, it's real evil out here. It's a lineage of evil, and it's motherfuckers that want to be like the lineage of the evil. That's the problem. They want to be, if they say they want to vote Democrat, they want to be like white. I tell you, you want to be white. You should know by now that they don't give a fuck about you. They tell you they don't give a fuck about you. They cut language. We cut this shit. They cut all the school. You paying for school. All your schools are fucked up in the neighborhoods, especially in black areas. There's no way black people should be even thinking about voting for these motherfuckers when all your schools been defunded. Your kids' schools been defunded. You talking about supporting this motherfucker? Man, I swear, man. I heard your callers earlier that you had a right to be irritated. It's time out for the. Motherfuckers been watching YouTube for years, probably read books, seen this, and they act like they still don't get it. They still got hope for them and shit. They got hope for them that these people that's on so-called on top gonna change. They're not. They can't. You think all those people, them billions of people who died and got slaughtered, whether white or black or whoever, through all the years, you think that shit gonna go unsung? That is a great karma coming to this planet. That's for this government and the people that participate and really don't want to change in it. That's my whole point about this. And I don't want to sound like I'm going to some spookism there, but there's shit above what we talk about in the everyday life, man. Because this shit's so convoluted, you're like, damn, where's this shit going? Who gonna check these motherfuckers? See? Who gonna check this government? Who gonna check these elite motherfuckers that take everybody money, tell everybody what to, who gonna check them? Because the masses ain't doing it. They too worried about money. And none don't follow what the Bible says, or none. If they follow what Jesus said, he said, give up your riches and come with me. You think these people doing that shit? Jesus turned over the money, the table of the money changers. The money, they change the money every motherfucking day. You think the people realize this? Man, I'm telling you, man, most of the people, the masses, are fucking scumbags within their own self, with their own spirituality. And they have to be told that just as well as the so-called elite. We already know what they stand and do, but it's the people that give into this shit. And the real people that stand up, such as, I would say, you and others, and the few that try to tell motherfuckers, they ain't listen to that, or they act like they do. They ain't ready to do something about it because they steady talking about voting. That means they ain't ready for no real change. You ain't ready for no real change. Everything is rigged. Do people understand this? They are evil. Evil means they gonna do shit to the level of what evil motherfuckers do. They will rig and lie 100% about any and every fucking thing. At all costs to keep their position. This support that people act like they don't fucking understand. You think they gonna let niggas, blacks, get in front of them in the financial economic game? Or you out your mind when they've been making money off us for the longest to make them live in their families and shit through college and all that? We are their food source. They ain't trying to get rid of all black people like that. No, we are their food source. We are the pinata of this motherfucking country. And the other immigrants and other races come here and do the same thing to us. They use us as the pinata for this goddamn, and also as the financial breadwinner of this country too. We are. Everything on down there on YouTube is about black people. Everything on TV is mostly about black people. If you pay attention. Since we so poor, why everybody talking about us? and the hip hop shit and all that, that's good. Everything coming to surface and who creates shit and all that.
All right, man. Well,
All that
I
shit is-
appreciate the call, but we're going
Go
to move
ahead.
on.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate
No problem,
you.
man. Take care.
All right.
Woo-wee. Lordy, lordy, lordy. I don't know, man. I'm really curious how people think that Trump like wiped the floor. I'm just curious. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. I just think I think it's weird that a man can say, why don't you take their guns and then give them due process and then have the audacity to run as a Republican and then have people applaud him. I just think that's fucking crazy, right? If you're actually a conservative or a Republican, I think that is fucking wild that he can say that and still run as a Republican. I don't know. That's why I'm saying these people, that's why I'm saying it's a cult. They stand for nothing. That's the reason why. Because I just don't, I'm like, what? That's just insane to me. That's insane to me. So even if you have to hold your nose and vote for Biden, which I think many people are doing, I just think it's crazy. It's crazy. The man said that he wanted to give full immunity to officers. Like, what? Sir, it has nothing to do with caping for Biden. That's what y'all are missing. Did you not hear what the fuck I'm saying? Is you niggas dumb? Bradley, are you fucking stupid? Because if you're fucking stupid, then I'll give you a pass. But that's like me saying, hey, I'm for black empowerment. And then every chance I get, I'm giving reparations to fucking Asians. I'm giving reparations to white people. You know what? White people need reparations for what happened during the riots. Okay, the riots of 2020. And then I say, hey, you know what? I'm for black people, and then having black people cheer for me. That's what that's tantamount to doing. Like, even if he were to utterly destroy Biden in this debate, which I don't think he did, I still wouldn't vote for him. That's fucking crazy. Take their guns and then give them due process? When it comes to as far as the alphabet and everything, Trump ushered that in. When it comes to the police talking about, hey, I want them to have full immunity. What? Get the fuck out of here. All these niggas keep talking about the economy. Nigga, what's the point of the economy if you getting killed? What's the point of you making more money on your check if you don't even get the chance to spend it? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's wild to me. It's really wild to me because there are certain things that are like no-goes. That's a no-go for me. That's a no-go for me. As someone who's very much conservative in many regards, that's a fucking no-go, right? You out of your fucking mind. Trump didn't say that. He definitely fucking did say that. Are you fucking retarded? This is what I'm talking about. Your average voter is fucking stupid. That's why it's like, honestly, I gotta switch it up because I can't deal with you idiots saying this. Trump definitely did say that. You niggas are so stupid because all you see is white. Like, what are you talking about? Like what?
Firearms first and then go to court.
You didn't hear that? This is what I'm talking
about. And then go to court.
Like what?
The firearms first and then go to court.
There's no way to fucking, there's no way to remix that. There's no way to remix that.
It's time that a president stepped up, and we haven't had him, and I'm talking Democrat and Republican presidents. They have not stepped up.
Like, you guys don't even understand that he's the one that would have gotten actual common sense gun reform. Do you understand that's what he was advocating for? Do you not understand that? You niggas are stupid. Leave me alone, bro. Leave him alone. You say some stupid shit again, Bradley, or anyone else in the chat, you don't get banned. It's as simple as that. I really don't have time for low information voters. I really don't have time. Y'all niggas don't even know who you voting in. You don't even know who you're voting in. We're just now getting when it comes to as far as the bump stock ban being overturned. Like, close your mouth. If you want to suck Trump's dick, then go ahead, bro. But what are we talking about? Where did he say full immunity for cops? Okay, so after Bradley, after I show you this video, I'm going to ban you because you're wasting my goddamn time. And if you were in person, I would pray that an act of God would take your life. It's sad that I have to tell you this. I have to show you this, bruh. But it's crazy. Just to let you know, I really ain't got time for you. Where is it? Of course, Roland Martin covers.
Earlier this week, during a Wisconsin rally.
Here we go.
We're going to rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be, and we're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution.
We're going to give them immunity from prosecution. Bradley Cooper, suck a dick. Go fuck your mother. That's what I suggest you do. Because you're a low information voter and you're a dumb fuck. It's people like you that make this country a whole lot worse, bruh. Because you're fucking stupid. That's why. Honestly, you should kill yourself in Minecraft. That's what I would suggest of you. Get the fuck out of this goddamn chat, you fucking moron. Niggas gonna tell me, bro. Like I'm just talking shit out of my ass. I don't say anything out of my ass, bro. Anything that I say, I can back up. Because I listen. That's the problem, is I listen. I listen to what fucking Biden says. I listen to what Trump says. I listen to what these people say. And then I juxtapose that with what they do. Huh, interesting. Must Second Amendment, bump stock ban. Interesting. Oh, women's rights. You don't have a problem if a man goes in a woman's bathroom. Interesting. If that's the case, might as well stick with Biden. If that's the case, shut the fuck up, please, and sit the fuck down. Goofiness. Anyways, let's go to the council. Tired of these goofy mofos. Let's see what we got here. You got yours truly. Ta Shims, Uim, X Manny, all day Don, and Ty. Let's see what we got here. Someone has an echo. Please mute the mic.
Yo, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Lucas, that one caller who called in talking about reparations, and I hope he's in this panel right now. Like, I don't understand why you even talk to these motherfuckers about reparations, right? Because either they are completely stupid or they refuse to look for the fucking answers themselves, because every answer to every question they have about reparations is fucking out there. The one guy was talking about, what can we do to get these politicians to pass the laws for us, and if they're not passing laws for us, and then there's nothing we can do. Let me tell you something. What did the Jewish people do to get the power they are in now, right? And I'm not hating on Jewish people or anything, right? But like at one point, after World War II, Jewish people, they didn't want Jewish people here in America, right? And then something happened, and now they fucking snap their fingers and they get $1 trillion, right? What happened? It wasn't fucking magic. It wasn't fucking God. What they did is they fucking lobbied, right? And they created super PACs and they created think tanks, right? And they bought the politicians out. And the politicians they couldn't buy out, they were fucking replaced with their own people. And that's how they got the laws passed, and that's how they got in the position of power they are in. And all we need to do as Black people is fucking copy the same thing, and it's possible. We got Black people, activists out there right now working on creating super PACs and fucking creating think tanks for Black people so we can get reparations. And they would know this if they would just fucking look some shit up.
That's literally not what the Jews did, Jesse, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah, actually. Half of what you said, they were already established by the time they did what you're talking about. But when their initial engagement, that's not what they did, no.
What did they do?
They literally passed it down generation to generation, and they all stuck to the same ideology and belief system. That's what they did. And then afterwards, when some of them were already established and said district or said position, then they did what you're talking about after the fact.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you explain that again?
So what the Jews did took literally generations. They
Agree.
didn't like do it the way you're talking about. They pretty much stuck to it from like they slowly, generation by generation, climbed up the social ladder by sticking to the same belief system. Then after a while, they used money. But initially, in their first engagement, that's not what they did.
Well, of course, they had to accumulate money and wealth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if everyone wants to talk about copying the Jews started with the belief system. That's it. Nothing else. They've been to various different countries, various different continents, and they've always started from zero. You know how they got always successful? Belief system.
Well, we got a belief system that we can rally behind, and that's reparations.
That's not no. That's not a belief
system. Nigga, what?
Yeah, that's not a belief system. Sorry.
A belief that Black people are owed reparations. I think that's a belief system.
Belief.
Not as far as religion.
Singular.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's not
okay. Well, y'all want to go religion, but not everybody's religious.
Then you don't want to be. Then you don't want to walk in the way that the Jews have walked in. That's it. There you go. Then you don't want to do their strategy.
You think every Jew's religious? You think fucking Benjamin Yahoo's fucking religious?
Do you want my honest now? Eventually, yes. Eventually,
if you think about it, I think a lot of these, people in power who, hide behind God and, I'm religious. I mean, you could hide behind religion. That's what a lot of these people do.
That's not. Hold on, we're going off on something else. That's a different conversation. To answer your question, is usually either they believe in the Jewish religion or you bow down to the Jewish religion. That's your only choice.
Something we can compare that to is like MAGA. So like there are people down for the cause, but there are also people who are against that sentiment that still took the knee and followed suit.
Yeah, but MAGA is not a religion, and it's basically the same thing, right?
It's not a religion per se.
No, he's saying how they kind of
operate.
Yeah, slightly operated. That's kind of how he's talking about.
Well, I
don't think it's a good example, but I see.
How did MAGA get in their position that they're in without?
This nigga Irvin pat me on the back and shot me in the knee down.
Sorry, I'm just I gotta.
I mean, because like MAGA is damn near taking over the Republican Party.
Yes, they kind of did a little bit, but I wouldn't say taken over. They just fragmented it, which means they're not really being effective on either side. Really, they're just a disruptor. So if you're not gonna,
how is Trump
picked up? MAGA just picked up.
Like they are afraid of Trump. They're afraid of the MAGA.
What was the group that came against came against Obama? They just picked up where those folks left off. The group that came against Obama. What
you talking about the Boston Tea Party?
Yeah, the Tea Party. They picked up where the Tea Party left off. What you got to understand is these are anti-black racists, and it goes deeper than that because you have to understand what's behind black anti-racism. And if you can get beyond the social construct of color and what they created, then you can really see the forest for the trees. This is not about color. This is not about color because people that are melanated, they elevate those people to different positions.
What is that
It's
sound?
about
Does
your
anyone hear
blood.
that?
Hold, let me
Yeah,
finish.
somebody need to put their seatbelt on.
Hold up,
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
interrupting because it's interrupting you talking. There's a sound in the background that's going.
I
Dunna,
know.
dunna.
I
It's like a forklift
understand.
having sex. What is that?
I understand. It's a motion detector. It's a motion detector.
Oh, word. Okay.
Okay, so now it's off. But what it's interrupting. What was it? What we were
So
talking
wait,
about is this.
hold on.
Not
If it's a
colors.
motion detector,
No.
Don.
What we were talking about is
No,
not
no, no, no.
color.
If it's a motion detector, you need to let somebody else speak. Either turn it off.
I
Be
turned it off.
respectful
So
to.
we're done. Do you
Okay,
hear it?
good. Now you
So
turned
stop
out. Go.
complaining.
All right, go on.
Don, go
Let me
ahead. Don, go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's not about color. It's not about your melanation, even though that is a structural concept to frame the argument to create the disposition that we live in. What it's really about is bloodline, and that is what they hold to. They understand bloodline. So here's the deal. You don't understand bloodline because that was removed from us.
Oh my God.
That was part of our heritage that was removed
Who are you
from
to
us.
tell us that
So
we don't
now,
understand bloodline?
We're gonna
okay,
go
well,
back
I'm
to the
going
same
to ask you this
somber,
because you're
I
going to
don't
go.
even know how we
Excuse me.
got
Why
off
do
of
I keep getting
reparations and black
interrupted?
people getting reparations.
That's why I wanted to get on the phone line so I couldn't be interrupted by people like Moron who already told me that he is straight up like Rudo. So
What? Hold up.
cancel
Does
all that
this relate to
bullshit.
reparations?
Let me
though?
finish
Well,
what I
I'm
was
just curious.
saying. Let me
It
finish
doesn't,
what I was
Barry. It
saying.
never
It's
does.
about bloodline. Do you understand? Do you understand those of you who are descendants of the enslaved people in this chattel world? Do you understand that you were selected?
No,
You're not
Don, none of
arbitrary.
us
You're not
understand.
arbitrary.
Okay, your
That's
mission's done here.
bloodline. That's bloodline.
Wait,
What does that
No,
have
that's
to do with
bloodline. That's
you're
lineage.
saying
We know
you're
that
saying
shit.
our ancestors were
Look,
selected?
Don.
Our
Look,
ancestors
Don.
were
How is it gonna
selected
get us
because,
reparations?
huh?
How is it gonna get us reparations? Just tell us that, bro.
Okay,
I'm starting to get annoyed
when you
really
understand
bad with you.
bloodlines, when you understand bloodlines, you understand history.
No, just say
And
it, bro.
there's nothing new under the sun. So how were they reparated when they were in a historical situation?
What?
Because they were definitely
We
reparated.
literally just had a man named Urban tell us how they got the money. You know what?
Urban, wait. Urban
Nigga,
who?
I'm gonna shoot myself.
Urban who?
I'm gonna shoot myself because this old nigga is dumb.
No. Who? Urban
You don't
who?
listen.
Hey,
You
just
don't
a simple
listen. Like
Everybody
conversation.
else keeps
Just a simple
you old
conversation that
niggas,
y'all
bro.
having about
It's,
reparations.
hold on,
This is why you need
no.
to smoke,
It's
bro.
Hey,
one after another, bro. One after another. One after another. Just repeating the same fucking talking points, but you guys have no
You didn't say
solutions.
anything.
You just want
Who's
to
this
praise
urban
yourself.
dude you're talking about?
You know what?
Who's the
Oh
urban
my
dude you're
god.
talking about?
Oh my God.
You can't bring
hey,
out a point, bro. You can't bring out a
The
point.
nigga
That's why
named
you're running
Urban.
away from it.
It's
I
not
just
an
simply
urban
asked you a
fellow like a
question.
nigga that live in the
Who is
city.
the
His
individual
name is
that you're
Urban.
talking about, bro? Who are you
His
referencing?
Hey,
name is
Lucas.
Urban.
We can't have anything,
I
bro.
did
We
this
can't
shit
have
on camera, bro. I'm sorry.
Y'all, you know what? That's good. You know what? I said I wasn't gonna come on this channel, but
hey, Don,
the mere
hold on,
fact
Don.
See,
that
now y'all
Moron
shoving
showed
Uncle
you who
Wayne.
he is, he's a junior Ruto.
All he had to do was listen. It was a very
Nigga, is
simple.
that a
junior
slur? What
Ruto?
the fuck is a junior
What
Rudo?
the
I wanted to be able to say that on the phone
nigga? A
line without being
jerky?
interrupted by
Nigga
you
just called us
niggas who
a
don't know
slur.
nothing.
That's crazy.
You
Hey, the
niggas, what
conversation
did he
about
say?
Don, you
reparations.
He
haven't been
said,
listening.
well, he'll sell you out if you give it to him in shillings. Ain't
That's
that
Hey,
what he
this
that's what
said?
Oxy
conversation
said.
about
Ain't that
reparations.
what he said?
The fact
He
that this
said he'll
conversation
take it
about
in shillings.
reparations
If
is
you want to
taking
give it
place,
to him in dollars, no,
and
you don't
we
want it in dollars because the dollar is depreciating.
There
But
you
if you
go.
pay his ass, in shillings, he'll take it. Hello, Ruto Jr.
Yeah, no, bro. Pause on that.
I'm back.
bro, my ass.
hey,
He said it with his own
hey,
goddamn
Don,
mouth.
that man is on the
You done,
funeral
Who
right
Don?
said
now, so
this?
we'll talk about that when he get on here, man. Let's talk about Don.
That coon ass nigga that ain't never spent a day in America but want to tell black people how they should
Not
live.
even here.
This
He's not
nigga
even
ain't lived a
here.
He's not
day on the
even here. You're
soil
talking.
but
Hold
want
up,
to
hold
tell
up, hold
black
up.
people, and
Hold up.
he
You're
is
talking about somebody who's
he's
not
whatever his
here.
fucking tribe
You don't.
is.
You
He's
don't
whatever
have
his
any.
fucking tribe is. He ain't even black.
Don, he not
Hey,
even
Do you
here,
Don.
understand
bro.
black is an American denomination.
Hey Don, do you
You
charge
can't say
Oxy rent,
black if
or
your
does he
ass
live
ain't
free in
never
your
been
head?
here and you ain't part of this foundation. You ain't black.
He's not even here. Why are you talking about him?
Because before his black ass gets on with this bullshit that all you
Hey,
niggas get
Don,
hypnotized
you
with.
were the only one who came on with some bullshit.
No,
This
I
is why
didn't
we're
come on
getting
with no
cold.
bullshit. I
We
came on
was
with
talking about
facts, man.
reparations, bro.
I came on with facts. Reparations?
You're
You
talking
ain't
about
getting that.
reparations. You
You're
went
not
straight to
getting that from the
bloodlines,
hands
right?
of these white people.
That's
Hey,
all
G
you had to
Mac,
say.
we having a
That's all
conversation
you had
about
to say.
reparations.
You're
All
not.
right.
Keep
Well,
spinning your wheels. History
okay.
does
Well,
not
Well, that's
dictate
part
that.
of what the
that's
panel's
cool.
talking about right now. So if
All
you
right.
don't agree, can you
History
please
does not
exit politely?
dictate
Feel
that.
free to believe
We got
that,
your
Don.
opinion. You can step
But
away.
there's a
History
little
does
bit
not
of there's a
dictate
Right
that.
difference in
now,
beliefs.
What are your reparations based on?
bro.
Hey, check this out, Don.
Give me your basis for reparations.
Check this out,
Don,
Don.
you believe that you were a
We
slave,
Give
both
me
right?
your
know,
legal
Don,
Don.
you believe
We
basis
that
both
you
for
were a
know
slave,
scripture.
right?
reparations. You
We
niggas want
both
to
know
pop off at
scripture,
the
Don,
mouth.
and ain't no
Give
reparations
facts.
coming to nobody
Give
because we
facts.
both know scripture.
You believe that you were a
Exactly.
slave, right?
Why are
Exactly. So
y'all?
how did we
No,
get it before, nephew? How did we get it
no.
before?
So
Why?
Because it's
Hold
not
on.
about the
wait, time
fucking
out,
Okay,
time
so I'm
reparations.
out.
It
done.
is
Ty,
I'm
about
I'm
Ty,
the
let
done
me
with
building
it
to
stop
because
you.
get
Hold
nobody
there.
on.
wants to answer the
Hold up.
I got
Hold
a
up. I'm
goddamn
about
question
to
for the
question.
snap again.
class. You
I
Why
can
are
say
can't
you
you
even
know
guys
the
going
understand the
off
scripture.
of
goddamn question.
scripture?
We're
You can
Why
having
are
say
a,
you
y'all
know
a
the
going?
scripture.
literal
Why are you guys
political
going off of
panel, and
scripture?
you guys are
Scripture has
talking about
nothing to do with this
who you want.
conversation.
But I
What are
need
you
to
Well, it
talking
understand.
does
about?
Does
according
the
to
That's
your
scripture
black
say
bullshit.
ass
You're
everybody
not
else
not
can
doing
get
knowing
anything
Yo,
but
I'm
reparations?
so
fighting.
tired of these motherfuckers that don't know shit popping
All
off
right,
at the
so you know
mouth.
what
They
time
don't
it
know
is
the
now.
goddamn thing, but they want to
bruh.
run their mouth about what
If
they
If
y'all
you
think.
knew
know so
and
much, you can answer a
understood,
question.
No.
Hold up,
No.
y'all. Can y'all at least give someone a minute to talk so we don't have to do the timer?
There is no y'all. It's just
Gotcha.
Don, my
There
dude.
is no
No, no,
y'all.
no,
I don't
no,
know.
no.
It's
Don't
I
point
just
the
got
finger
back.
at
Don.
I
me
just got back.
because
I'm just
all y'all want
saying.
to
It
come
was
against
literally him.
me, and I was
I'm
just
not
You
even
trying
trying
to
to be
came
make
mean.
a
back.
point,
I'm
and I
just
can't make my
speaking in
point.
general. I don't know. I
They
just got
saying no
back.
reparations because
Got you, bro. Got
scripture.
you, bro.
His
you
whole
didn't.
point, Lucas, he was talking about bloodlines. Then I asked him, how is that supposed to get us reparations? He then goes on to say, well, we're not going to get reparations from the white man. And then they want to try to quote scripture.
Yeah, we
Like,
were
what the
talking
fuck
about
does scripture
reparations and
have to do with
politics,
this?
and they
And
went
this
left field.
all
Yeah.
Because
this
you
all
don't
came from
Can I
understand
arguing
explain
about
that?
bloodlines, and
No,
that's
you
what your
don't
Can I
motherfucking
explain
understand.
that?
problem is.
Can I explain that?
No,
Go
there's
ahead.
no
Explain
Explain
need.
it.
nah.
every
Explain
They
it
don't
in
want to
30
hear you,
seconds.
No,
bro. They don't want to hear you.
we
No,
don't want to hear
explain
from
it in
either
30
one of you
seconds.
guys.
What
Well,
is his
hold on. Do you
explanation?
guys want an answer for how bloodlines has
Yes.
to deal with
No, because that's
reparations?
not what we're
I'm
talking about,
curious.
Lucas. You know how conversations
Bloodlines has
go.
to
Hey,
do
look,
with how
Okay,
this
all right.
world is run.
So they don't want it. So nobody apparently no one wants to
We
get
were
I was
reparations.
referring to
curious.
politics. This
See,
is what we're
that's
No.
the
talking about.
problem. Nobody wants to admit
Oh
that
my
that's
god.
how this world is run
Dismiss
through
them.
Dismiss them.
bloodlines.
Both of
You
them
ever
gone.
heard of the
Both of you guys
Whoa.
gone.
Rothschild
Donnie, you
bloodline? You
Hamaha,
ever
you're
heard of the
done.
Rothschild
hey,
Lucas,
Sorry.
respect the 40. Peace out, niggas.
Yo,
Damn.
Big
I,
fucking dog.
Thank you,
just wanted
big
to say
dog. W,
I
big
was the
dog.
one. I just wanted to say I was the one on the phone that was talking about the reparations. So if y'all want to reprimand me for that, you know what I'm saying, I'm here. You know what I'm saying, just say what you got to say. I'm all ears right now.
Yeah, any questions that you have for reparations literally can be answered if you look for the answer, bro. And it's not hard to find the answers. It really isn't.
That's what killed me. People act like it's Scooby Doo and we're in the mystery machine trying to figure out how people can be paid for suffering. But like so many different groups have been reimbursed for
Well,
their oppressions.
see, that's the tactic, right? They want to complicate things and make things complicated so they can never have a reason to pay out reparations when it's really
Right.
not complicated. It's not complicated at all.
But
Well, here's
this
the issue.
dumbass white woman,
Go ahead.
my bad. This dumbass white woman told me, the lives lost in the Civil War are your reparations. How the fuck? What?
Nah, fam. Yeah.
What about the niggas who had to fight in the Confederate Army to stay slaves? That's not reparation. Like, what?
Well, you should ignore them. Certain people, obviously, they're just too ridiculous. You know what I'm trying to say?
Oh
Like,
my god.
I mean, then like that could make an argument. Then why did the slave owners get paid out reparations? Like if there was a war fought, you know, like
Right.
I mean, like yeah, this just it's nonsense. It's fucking stupid.
Because scripture said so, right?
All right, let's stop. Please, I have PTSD.
That was sarcasm.
Oh, see, bro, I'm so lost. I'm so
I
like,
forgot where the sun went. Then it dawned on me.
I hate Frederick. Yeah,
Lucas,
reparations.
stop it, Lucas.
Lucas,
One of the reasons why.
Yo, respect to XO Classic.
That's
So is the question? I don't think the question is
So
whether it's
so
going
I
to be
just
done.
I just
I
want
think the
you
question
so
is anyone in power
Hey,
you know
hold
what
on,
I'm
the
saying?
lady's talking. I'm
I
sorry,
just
can you
want
say that
you
again?
What I'm
if
saying is
if
there's
y'all could
no.
just tell me like what issues you all had with what I said. Like so I'm really just trying to listen and like understand what the issues are. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on
I
one sec.
stated,
Stick a
like
pin on
I
that. Stick a
stated
pin
it
on
when
that.
I first got in here.
I'm tired of that
No,
conversation.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna wrap it up real quick, right? I'm gonna wrap it up. You say that it's like there's nothing we can do, and like these politicians aren't doing what we're saying. And I pointed out how the Jews got into power, right? And they got into power by lobbying and creating super PACs and think tanks, and literally they bought out politicians, and the politicians they couldn't buy out, they replaced, and that's how they got the stuff into the position they are in. Okay,
But
Jews,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
they didn't want Jewish people in this country after World War II.
No country
Nobody
wants
wanted
Jewish people.
Yeah, that's why they got fucking stuck in Palestine. So how did they go from nobody wanting them to fucking anytime they fucking snap their finger, they get $1 trillion?
All
Okay,
right,
so
let's-
Manny,
41
did you?
When y'all done?
Yeah. Urban, I do want to hear what you have to say too, but I just wanted to address Manny real quick because you said that the Jewish people lobbied. You see what I'm saying? Like you said, Jewish people was in this country, and at the time they didn't want them here. So when they realized that okay, this government ain't on our side, what can we do? That's what happened. They lobbied. They put their money up. They followed a strict plan and a program to the point where, it's them in power now. So that's basically what I'm saying is like we can't expect them to do for us. We got to do it. We got to come up with a strategy. We got to come up with a game plan to
That's my
where.
point.
If every group
So yeah,
that
but that
came
was
here
but that's what I'm
before
saying, Manny.
us
That was
or
my
even
whole point.
after us
That
accomplished
was my
what
whole
they
point.
did by doing the one thing we can't do, which is no longer be black, why are we comparing our journey to
Thank you.
theirs?
Thank you, sis. I don't get that.
I hate that.
At the
I
end
hate
of the
I'm
day,
not. I'm
especially
not
the
comparing.
That's
I'm not.
the elephant in the room,
you can't
sweetie.
compare them to us. Like,
I'm
stop
not
it.
comparing. I am pointing out.
Ma'am,
you are comparing though. You're literally
No, I'm not.
using their history and
I'm
their
saying
triumphs as an example, as to
I'm
say
not
we as
comparing.
black people should follow suit and
That's
unionize and
you
have
that
did
is
do
beliefs.
not
that.
So it
comparing.
Were
doesn't
you
make sense when
here
we already
when black
failed
people
the
did?
mission. The prerequisite is being white.
That is not
That's
comparing.
it.
That is saying that we should
So
adopt some of the tactics
Nigga,
they
we can't
used.
adopt being white.
Hold
I'm
on.
black.
It's
I can't.
adopting. You're adopting
No,
based on the comparison.
how the fuck
So it
does
is a
white got anything to
comparison,
do with this?
brother. Okay.
What color are Ashkenazi Jews?
We live in a system of white supremacy.
White people.
Whiteness is a well
They're
person.
white,
Am I
sweetie.
crazy?
Whiteness is a
they're
well
Are
white.
you
person.
pranking me,
They're
my nigga?
white. So ma'am,
I don't understand. How did that look? No. Hold on. Y'all consider them white, right? But the white people that were here at the time
Nigga, they are white.
hold on. Hold on.
No.
The racist white people that were here at the time
Okay,
don't consider Jewish
correction,
people white.
I don't
Okay.
consider them white. We are considered black. How about that? You
Neither
are
do
considered
I'll
black.
give you that. Every
neither do
other
race.
group,
Wow.
every
Okay, never
other
mind.
group, they came in, they got hazed into whiteness by first experiencing
True.
some niggerization. But they eventually achieved that whiteness, sweetie. And that is the one thing we cannot do.
Yeah.
We don't need to
There's
do
a certain
that.
group that has never been awarded whiteness.
We don't need to do
Oh, I
that.
understand we don't need to do that, but the problem that people are having is by making that comparison, right? So the reason why they got to positions that they're in is not the same path that we can take because we don't have the same means of transportation, which is whiteness.
Who just said that? Thank you.
I'm saying that we can't. I'm not saying we can take the exact same path, right? But we can imitate some of the stuff they did, right?
So
like
we're gonna have to, as far as to
creating
decipher.
super PACs.
So we're gonna have to decipher what they did that wasn't beneficial from the point of their whiteness.
Whiteness,
Yes.
right.
Thank you.
Now, if you
I
can
never
decipher
even-
that, by all means, then I'm all aboard, right?
The nigga,
Oh,
tell
well,
me
that
the
goes
lottery
back to
numbers
the
tomorrow.
first thing I said.
If you
The
can
very
decipher
first
that.
thing that kicked. Oh, go ahead, Gary.
I was just because what we shouldn't do is downplay our ancestors, right? Our ancestors have been creative as far as rebellion and perseverance to to progress the black people, black Americans in existence, right?
No,
They
you're
have
right.
been creative in that. So us saying we should follow the Jewish people, we have tried, man, to build establishments, to build neighborhoods, to build businesses and stuff like that, and it's torn down. So I don't like this talk of, oh, we need to put on little hats and wear stars. And I'm not trying to make fun of nobody else's culture, but at the end of the day, we see a glaring similarity between me, you, and everybody else with nappy hair who don't get sunburns. There's a reason as to why we're in the position we're in. And I just don't like hearing how we just need to follow other people, follow suit. Because to me, how that sounds is pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
And black
When
bootstraps are
we've been
different
doing
than
it.
everyone else's bootstraps in this country.
We ain't got no boots. no, we got boots. What he said?
We only got the straps.
Yeah,
That's a bar, low key.
That's a bar.
That's a bar. Yeah, I like that.
We only got
and
the
your
straps.
silence is telling.
Black people are the what the fuck?
All right, so let me boil it down. Let's boil it down all the way to what can we use? What is of use?
Well, our labor, and that is what scares me for us. Because I will tell you, I will give you this about the Jews. Okay, I worked for a Jewish attorney, or at least I was a associate attorney under him in the office that we were in before I went out and started my own practice. And he would tell me, and I fact checked it as well. And this isn't the entire history, right? But part of what he explained they did was, they built up and mastered Hollywood, which of course a lot of people find that taboo, but it seems factual from what I've been able to research so far. When they could not own land, when the majority population did not want to sell them land, they said, listen, we can't own real estate, but they built up Hollywood, right? The thing we have as Black people is what we can produce in this country. Is that all we are? Of course not. But in this country, the thing that we can keep is our money and our talent. The problem is there's too many of us off code who are willing to part with those things for the right price or in exchange for the right product. Right. And that is what scares me for us, because right now, all we have is our ability to buy and our ability to create things that they want to take and monetize. And 90% of us can be on code. You're going to have that 10%. As long as there's that one who is willing to compromise the mission and compromise the standard for the bag or for the pot at the end of the rainbow, it appears we'll be in trouble as long as those Black people are accessible to the majority population.
Well, outliers are always going to be a thing, regardless of anything. Sadly.
Right, there's always going to be that one, right? There's always going to be that one. It doesn't even matter what community you're talking about. You look at the Black community, the Hispanic community, the white community, the Asian community. There's always going to be that one that's going against the code of the collective. 100%. So yeah. So I mean, personally.
But have we even achieved critical mass with saying, as like, for example, with Black Hollywood, listen, ain't none of us taking no more of them type of roles. Have we achieved critical mass in music?
Hollywood is not
rappers
true.
Right, but then I don't care what kind of contract you're offering me, we're not gonna rap about that no more.
Hollywood's not true power. This is
nothing.
This is nothing. This is not about power.
I'm not.
The way that happens is that pride has to be reinstated in who you are. Right now, the pride isn't there. The pride is in the money.
Exactly.
Right.
Once
that's
that
what
pride
I'm
is
saying.
in who you are, then you're gonna have some respect and some integrity. But as long as it's about the dollar, then dollar is king.
Right.
I was saying that the other day before you.
Right now, we fucked, man.
If we're driving our communities and everything we're spending money and patronizing is not owned by us, and we can't even work there, You understand? I think that
That's
goes back to
that was the point that I was going to bring up was the consumerism.
You at least need to justify your existence in my neighborhood. If none of us own this and none of us can work there, you got to show me what you're giving back into this zip code.
Right, because that was going to be my point was the consumerism. It's like one of your callers earlier, Lucas, said that we as Black people were spending the most, right, but we're producing the least. So that right there already, that gives us an advantage because guess what? All companies are about is their bottom line, and since we're the ones spending the most, you see what I'm saying? They're appealing to our need to spend money. So if we can control our spending, guess what? If we're not giving them our money, now they have to do something to appeal to us. You see what I'm saying? But it's
everybody spends money. Our spending and our attention.
So
I don't think it matters anymore. Maybe like 10, 15 years ago. Huh?
It's all about individualism. You guys are categorizing everybody. Lots of
exactly.
white people are broke.
No.
Lots of
that
white
is
people
the
are broke.
downfall.
Lots of white people are
Blackness
spending
is
money
not
on
about
That's what y'all are
individualism.
talking
No.
about, though. That's what y'all are talking about. It's individualism.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, y'all are.
We're talking about
No,
blackness.
we're not. Because the whole point is when it comes to individuals that you worry about the individual. The whole point that it seems to be they're making is that individuals are worried about the collective. So you can be successful, but you are reinvesting in the collective because you rise or fall via the collective.
But we all
And
shop
this
at
is
the
a
same
big
place.
thing
We
that
all shop at the same
Professor.
place. We buy the same food.
No, we all don't shop at the same place because stores aren't in the same neighborhood.
And before Professor Charles Ogletree died, and if you don't know who the brother is, look him up. Okay, before he died, that was his main mission and his main message is that those of us who have succeeded or are succeeding can no longer shut the door behind us.
Right.
Exactly.
That is where we're stuck right now, in my opinion.
Charles Ogletree.
We can't live with the mindset of I'm gonna get mine. Fuck it, I'm gonna get mine.
Right, but
So
even if
we
you
are
get
too
yours,
far
but if
gone.
you get
now
yours,
you're going to give a little something back
exactly.
as well.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I think that's where we fell off. I think what we've done over the past 50 years, which is human. I'm not beating us up for this. I love us. But I think what we did was we looked back 50 to 100 years before that and said, hey, that worked for King and them. This is what worked for, whoever. So let's copy and paste. And the movement has changed.
Right, times change. So the
a lot
strategies
more of
got to
it,
change too.
I'm not a bootstrap preacher, you know what I'm saying? But a lot more of it is on us now. We have to take the progress we have made because we see that those that we clawed from are intent on reversing everything we gained in the past 50 to 100 years. So what we have been able to get, we got to spread it. We got to figure out how to keep it, and we got to figure out how to grow it.
True.
Hey,
Agreed. So, but Lucas, see that. Go ahead, Curry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think one of the biggest issues that we do have are like all the black faces who have either been brainwashed or have gotten the paycheck to further derail like the movement and stuff like that. Like, cause I feel like that's the biggest opposition in our way, other than the liberal structures at hand that further our oppression, because they're used as tools to mitigate struggles and historical context. And I feel like the sheer presence and the value in that role by our opposition has made that so effective against our progression.
Yeah, I agree with that because W.D. Du Bois and Booker T was going at it, and he actually regretted it towards the latter part of his death. So he actually wanted to come. So yeah, I actually agree with that. That going back and forth. Yeah.
This is hard for me. And I don't say this to make a point. I actually say this to invite, I don't know. You please tell me, but I don't want to sound like the people who yelled at me when Obama was running for his first term. Oh, they never gonna elect that nigga. Like, people literally They were just like, you're never gonna elect a black with 2 syllables, a black man for president, and you know what I'm saying? All of that. I don't want to sound like those people.
Just
but
whisper instead of yelling.
Let me.
But at the same time, I am looking at the fact that when we were at the point of actually getting reparations, if that's what we're still talking about, if that's the subject, if it's not, I'm happy to move on. Trust me. But we were there. We did get the bill passed. And then it was clawed back and traded for something else. And now we're decades removed. So I'm just thinking, I'm not going to be one of the naysayers, never, but I am very puzzled about strategy.
So let me ask. The Jewish people, do y'all say the Jewish people got to the power they are because of their white skin? We don't have that. So what can we do?
All right, guess what, man? Historically, would you like to go over what we've done in the past, or like?
Which president repealed? Because we actually got 40 acres in the mule. Which president repealed it though? A president actually repealed that. It was actually approved. We got the
It was approved.
Which president repealed it?
So that Lyndon Johnson.
Okay.
The Jews didn't get in power because of their white skin. They got in power because, like the first guy,
you don't want to start that argument. Trust me.
Their culture. One, they stuck together. They had an ideology. They stuck to a plan.
No, it's their white skin.
Sticking together doesn't mean anything if people won't allow you to get into positions of power.
Don't you know niggas stuck together? We were segregated for crying out loud, bro.
Force that.
Don't you know niggas stuck together?
You can't force you're not forcing your way through anything, bro. If that was the case, we'd all be in positions of power. That's not how that works.
That's why we're not in a position of power.
Like,
that's why.
How little do you think of your ancestors to think that they couldn't?
Y'all realize like these politicians can be bought off, right? We can buy a white.
They are bought off.
Or no, 98%.
Israel bought them off.
But where did that wealth come from? You couldn't amass wealth being black in this nation. That's the whole point.
They collected their wealth together.
Yeah, how did they collect it?
By creating super PACs.
Because they were allowed to fester. Well, this is my issue. Is because we have these it's like pseudo intellectual takes, right? The idea that Jews got to the place where they're at simply because they have culture. Culture is prevalent throughout the human species. People don't like that's not even the argument that makes no sense. Do you think black people don't have culture?
If you're gonna have Americans not have Brown, culture? We don't have anything to bind us together with morals, integrity.
Are you kidding American me? Culture
is
that's not culture. That's not.
From? What are you talking about?
Dude,
what Booty Hole Brown is integrity?
That's just
American culture is black culture. What are you talking about?
Following these fools.
What does that have to do with black Americans not having?
What about Ain't I a Woman?
What culture do we have? Tell me what culture do we have that can anchor us to move forward?
Jazz music.
Doorknob is a culture.
Wait, stop. Hold on, let's slow down. Y'all just saying whatever. Let's just slow down. Let's slow down.
That's the culture. The doorknob. The black man with the doorknob. What you talking about?
American culture is our
okay.
culture.
Hold on. You guys.
Stop. Urban, you want to take?
Please stop.
Your culture is American culture.
Can you repeat the question?
He's saying what culture do black Americans have?
All Western music comes from black culture.
I was stuck on him thinking the Jews didn't get nowhere because of their culture. That's not what it's.
Like what?
I'll ignore that part.
Because they wear little hats, my nigga.
Did you say ideology?
Like what?
Ideology, religion.
Okay, I'll give you a hint of how the Jews do it. Did you not see the news when you saw that Jewish person climbing out of the drain when they had those tunnels with little kids' clothes sprinkled all over it?
Yeah,
the Jews is off the wall, man. They got
so just
the
to
United
recap,
States by the Kahunas.
They were white. They got culture and their religion.
No, it's not culture. They know what applied
it's
money.
not.
No. I'm just going over the arguments right now because right now we have religion, we have culture, and we have white skin.
I'll tell you one thing. The one thing that Black culture, I guess, I that's a stupid loaded question, but I'll entertain it just for the sake. I know you're not going to change the context of why you're asking that. The one thing Black culture has is, for instance, a lot of dances that are mainstream. You consider that a detour, a little sprinkle of our culture that's happening within America. I would say our
I don't like to cut in people, but can I ask you?
Well, you are cutting. Go ahead.
I know I am. I know people hate that, but this is important. Could you define culture for us and then answer that?
Sure.
Fair.
I didn't think he was going to rephrase it. That's why I just skipped over it. But I would rather him redo it. Yeah.
What?
Define
the way
it.
of life is culture. The way you
See,
live,
that's why.
the way you
That's
survive.
why
I don't like that answer.
That's why. That's exactly why I didn't ask for him to rephrase it.
You can get a 0 on the exam
Lucas, bring
in the
Don
social
back.
studies class.
That's
We all
why
took social
people
studies
are
and we all
lost.
had to define culture. All of us.
Don't bring
You
Don
have
back.
immigrants that come to this country, and why they succeed, they have a binding culture. They have a reference to go to. They
that's
have a
not why they
historical
succeed.
reference.
See, that's why I
That's
knew he
not-
was going to go there.
That's
with
not
it.
why they succeed.
Okay, so if everybody lost their culture, and you're talking about, you guys are talking in a mind frame of, okay, we're in a economic society, and everybody can be nilly-willy with themselves and succeed as a group.
What? You didn't say anything right there. What are you
What
talking
I'm
about?
saying
is a
is,
unit.
it
Listen,
takes your
that was just a word
to
salad.
identify
Yeah, that was a word
with
salad.
each other to move forward on a plan. It is a culture.
Identity is a
Just
culture.
like if you go in the stock market, if
Brother,
you're
why
not
are
a
you
part of
yelling?
that culture, you will not
Dude,
succeed
culture
because you
is
don't know the
music,
language, you don't know the
food,
different things that's involved
language.
with that culture.
Your argument would basically reinforce the idea that Black American culture would also be Black culture because we know
All right,
the
let me-
language
hey,
is spoken in this nation.
I'm
Curry,
talking
can I
about
ask you a
the
question?
real root.
Does race have something to do with culture?
I would
Does
say there's
race-
overlap, but it's not
Hold on.
purely.
Okay, we're just gonna
Trump,
go
do you
with
think race has something to do with culture?
I would say culture is strictly like geological, like
No,
this
it's
depends
not.
on where you're from.
Manny, do you think race has
Yeah.
something to do with culture?
No,
You do.
because no, I don't think race
Okay.
has something to do because I have a
Young
southern.
Haley, do you
I
think
have a
race has something to
southern
do with
culture,
culture?
right?
At all?
I have a southern culture.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Manny,
Hold
when
on,
you
hold
were
on, hold on, hold on. I have a southern culture, right? But my culture is nothing compared to New York culture or somebody from fucking New York or anything like that. I have nothing to
All
them
due
I can
respect, hold
relate
up,
to
Bradley. Aren't
other
you
than
the dumb
being
fuck
black.
who said that Trump didn't say what I told you he said?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, you don't try to come back in. Thank you. Sorry, go on.
Oh, he was the one that asked that stupid culture question?
No, that was Curry.
Oh. Whoops.
Culture is music,
What was the? I didn't ask.
clothing.
Oh yeah, that wasn't
Clothing
Curry.
is
It didn't
real
sound like-
important with culture. The
I'm
way
about
they
to say
dress.
what?
Oh, well, I was gonna say this stuff, my nigga. Whatever, I don't care.
Aren't
But
those
all Western music
identifiable
is
relations?
derivative from
We
Black people.
identify with each other
Black
through
people,
culture.
as we are the generators of like Western culture.
No,
like
that's
even
okay.
down to
Stop.
Wait,
Did you
wait.
just say
Wait,
light-skinned
Urban,
culture,
let-
Curry?
Stop.
No,
Western.
I
I
said
said
Western. Wait,
I'm
Still wouldn't
sorry.
apply
wait a
that.
minute.
Still wouldn't
Wait a
apply.
minute. Can I say one more thing?
You guys crashed the plane. You want to
The
go back?
fantasy. Listen, nigga, down. The fantasy of the American dream and being pioneers in a new land that is not experienced and quote unquote pulling yourself out from the bootstraps. Black Americans embody that through all the turmoil and struggles that we've lived. Like there is deep culture within the Black American
Curry,
experience.
you
And
just low key, indirectly victim blame Black people. I don't know if you really understood what you just said, brother. Just slow down for a second.
he did
You
not.
Who wears
really
hijab?
don't
Let's say who wears the hijab.
don't know how you just worded.
No, I'm just saying.
hijab.
Yeah. You know what
What?
that is, right?
Y'all just saying whatever.
Yeah,
It's
but what are you
identifying
talking about?
with the
Bro,
culture.
then take the wheel, Urban. Damn, this
They
Negro's in the
keep
back seat
yelling.
saying,
Hey, I'm not leading the
hey,
army.
that's the
so
wrong
niggas
way.
gonna
That's the
line up.
wrong way. The Negro drive.
I've been
Urban, what was you
I've been
to say?
saying that for the last 10 minutes. They still talking.
Sure, then
Urban, how
drive.
do I
Take
victim
the
blame?
wheel.
I'm not finna yell over niggas. If niggas want the truth, they'll be quiet.
So this
Go
nigga
ahead.
is
Y'all act
willing to
up.
go off the cliff in the back seat. Okay.
No, I'll just roll over on the side of the road. Let you fall
Nigga,
off.
Urban, say what you was gonna say. Goddamn.
What I wanted to say was 2 questions ago. Go ahead and resume what you were saying. I'm not gonna like every time I
You
try to put us
just
back on
said
the track.
I low key.
Every time I try to put us back on the track, y'all detour us further off.
You said I low key victim blame black people.
Yeah, how?
Repeat what you said, like the last 3
Oh
sentences.
my god, nigga.
Not for
Shut
me.
up, Urban.
Not for me. For you to understand what you said.
Rewind the stream back.
See,
He doesn't recall what he said. Go on.
Clearly, that's part of the issue. Niggas just saying whatever.
I do remember what I said.
Okay, then say what you said.
Then say it.
So we can
What I
progress
said was
forward.
that black people literally embody the fantasy that white Americans claim is patriotic as far as moving into new land and having to start from the ground up.
You kind of changed it, but I'll still go with the moving of that. How do they embody it?
By going through subjugation. Sadly, that's the reality of it, though. Our ancestors.
We are because. So we're in the position we're in because of our ancestors.
Yes, that's what everybody been trying to explain this whole time,
I mean,
bro.
y'all don't hear how that could
it's not
backfire.
solely
That is
just
fucking
them.
crazy.
Thank you, Manny. Manny hears it.
That is
You're
fucking
saying-
crazy.
You guys don't hear the backfire.
I'm not saying. Wait.
This is not something that I
No.
created.
Let me
Wait, why is that
contextualize what I
crazy?
mean by that.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm saying
Easily
is
can spin that, Lucas. Stop playing. You know
hold
you
on.
can spin
Yes,
that.
you can spin it, but at the same time, just let me contextualize my words. I don't. Thank you. Like you don't have to, nigga. Why are you so eager to talk about the boogeyman and Beetlejuice?
What?
Like, nigga, you don't gotta. Ooh, the point that I'm
The
making
issue
with
I'm
that,
having
right?
is
Like, okay, the point I'm making is that our ancestors persevered through things that weren't necessarily their fault, but situations that were placed upon them and survived through that. That was the point. Not to say that they just stumbled upon or they chose to be
Yeah, because it
subject
sounded
and to
like you
be.
were saying slavery was a choice at
Exactly.
How did I even say that?
I know
Because
that's what it
you
sounded
didn't
like at
realize
first.
what you were.
That's a crazy reach.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how we got.
That's
to
not a
slavery
reach.
was
That's
a-
not. That's literally
Wait,
not. A reach.
how do we get to slavery
We
was a
are all
choice?
intelligible
Because
enough to know that those
from what he's saying that hey, our ancestors
Manny's
got us in this
the
three
position-
lines. Manny's
the
3
position
lines
that we
ahead.
are.
Manny's 3 lines ahead of what that nigga was saying. That's the issue.
He's-
That's why I said
he's
let's
saying-
slow down.
He's saying that we're in a position that we are right now because of our ancestors' choices, right? Like slavery
I'm
was a
saying
choice.
we get to be alive because
No. Hold up. That's crazy.
literally-
That's not.
Some of them slaves
That's
died.
not at
That's
all
not what I
what he
was
was
saying, bro.
implying or suggesting.
What
That's
are you,
crazy.
Are y'all fucking like what?
Stop trolling.
Then
So
what
go
was he
ahead,
implying?
How
What was
So
he
Manny
who
dropped
are
it.
we
Dropped it.
going
I heard
to
that too.
replace
But I'm
Somebody
gonna
else
you drop
explain
it.
what I was
That's
implying. Just so
crazy.
I'm not to.
Because if you go back to what Real Deal said, that original question, black culture and all that
I want
other
to
all
clarify.
that other stuff.
Do you guys
was
know
I'm
the
saying we are the
definition of
closest
culture?
reinstates that loaded
to
question.
the American
Just so
dream
y'all know.
as far as
y'all.
what is told to people.
So who are we gonna replace Biden with before August? Before November?
That's
Choice.
Democrats. I don't know,
Of
man.
culture. That's all I want to know.
That's why they even put him on
Because
stage.
y'all
for
are
sure.
misunderstanding the whole question.
We had a lot of.
about culture.
It's too late.
Go ahead,
why
Curry.
Manny
Tell
just
us about culture.
No.
Definition.
God.
Know the definition before you speak, because I'm gonna
That's
get
not me.
I'm gonna
You
get
have to define culture
That wasn't
for us
me.
because
Well,
we're not going to
culture
know
is
what
a
you're talking
litany
about.
of things, right? It's a litany of customs,
culture is a
behaviors, and
concept
whatnot.
that encompasses the social behavior, institutions, and norms found in human societies, as well as the knowledge, belief, arts, laws, customs, and capabilities and habits of the individuals in these groups.
Keyword social behavior.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, in groups.
So if you have a behavior amongst a group, a culture, you can move forward and change whatever you need to change as long as your group is on your side.
And they don't stray away from that behavior. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I agree.
So Jews have a culture. Muslims have a culture.
Yeah.
Mexicans have a culture. Jamaicans have a culture. They identify with each other and can move on the same directive if they move forward in agreement. Come on. You can
Yeah,
change
'cause culture-
laws. You
Agreed,
can change
agreed.
your
But
position.
black Americans should do the same, so I don't get what the
Black
point is.
Americans don't have culture because we're all scatterbrained.
That's no,
We're all
you're
scattered everywhere.
No,
This
no, that
this panel shows it.
That's correct.
Sir, hold on. Hold on. Who on the panel? Hold on. Hold on. Let's hold on. Who on the panel believes in reparations? Is there anyone on the panel who doesn't believe in reparations? Yeah, I don't know. So it has nothing to do with scattered. It has to do with as far as the point that's being argued, right? It has to do with the issue, the topic at hand. So it has nothing to do with scattered because we unify on a variety of things, multiple times throughout the year. So don't put that curse on Black Americans like that because that's foolishness.
What?
Yeah, I see, Lucas. I agree with.
Now, hold on. Now, what I will say, we all may have different means as to how we may go about ascertaining that victory or going to that finish line, but we all very much have a finish line in mind.
Can I ask a question? Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we not all have the same goal and mission?
Stop it, Lucas. Tell me, King.
Why do we not all have the same goal and mission?
The reason why we don't all have the same goal is because the hood in which we grew up in was slavery upon each other, and we did a lot of this, and we got to the point where we just say, "I'm gonna look out for me. I'm gonna look out for me. I'm gonna look out for me," and that became just the way we do things. We destroyed each other from within.
So the hoods did.
We're just looking out for it for ourselves now, and that just makes it seem like, hey, look, man, I'm not gonna look out for you. I came up in the same place you did. Do your thing, and I'm gonna do my thing. You know what I'm saying? If you need me, you really need me, I might have your back. You know what I'm saying? If they come for you, I might have your back. But you do you, and I'm gonna do me. That's how we roll.
Like chaos, though.
No, that's brother. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna use a different word.
Because if a brother's doing it, then ain't no unity in that shit.
Hold up, I'm gonna use a different. See,
your mic went
that's
out.
Black policies. We have policies. We have policies.
We didn't hear nothing you said.
We created them in the way we grew up. We have policies. I can list the whole bunch of them. We have policy. That is a Black policy. You do you. I'm gonna do you me. If you have problems, come holler at me. That's a policy. And we stick to it, even if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well,
I never said it worked.
We all have as far as
I never said it worked.
Promoting.
I just said it too.
Yeah, we're all as far as when it comes to the hood, the goal is to get out of the hood.
It's not about us. Hey, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we don't have anything because we have a bunch of shit. We have dysfunction. We got a lot of shit going for our people. But what we talking about is repairing things. If we're talking about repairing things, then we can't just say this is what we got and it don't work. Us being individuals is half of the problem because all of those groups of people that you can name, they are a collective.
Let me tell you something what I learned traveling the world.
Jump in there and
Black people are very powerful.
Hey, when the last time you lived in
No,
the
we are
United
definitely
States,
not.
James? When was the last time you lived in the United States, James?
I'm sorry, what?
When was the last time you lived on U.S. soil?
2 years.
There's a unique struggle with Black people.
Military base.
Compared to other Black people in other
I don't want to ignore homegirl. She is trying to speak.
Who
go ahead, girl.
Who ended? Thank you so much, sweetie. There is a unique struggle I believe Black Americans face, and I speak as an American born and raised person of immigrants. Okay, one thing I have noticed the difference between Black Americans and those who ended slavery in Haiti, in Jamaica, even though it's different ways, they ended up with their own governments, right? You look at the Native Americans here, after they were pillaged and raped and killed, right? But then they got their own land to call their own, and they are a nation. They're a separate sovereignty. And I think that presents a unique struggle to Black people because we are still here and we do have a culture, we do have an identity. But we don't have our own government. We don't have our own space. And someone in the chat even pointed out, like, hey, why do we have these discussions about Blackness and Black issues in where white audiences can access it? And I don't know if the person is very well liked in the chat, but it is something I wonder about sometimes, right? Like, where is our living room as a people where we can tell everyone else, this ain't fun, you go sit down, because it's hard to get on a public platform like YouTube or Twitter and then tell people, oh, you can't be a part of this
unique about Black
when
people.
they're public posting. You know what I'm saying? So I
But
just
there's
think
something else
that's
unique
something
about
we
us,
should
though.
understand that presents a unique struggle for us. Is that unlike our brothers and sisters abroad, we don't have our own government as yet, and we don't have our own spaces yet.
So I'm gonna show you something real fast. You see this picture, man? It's my grandma. Okay. When she was in her younger years, she had 14 kids.
God.
My mom was one of them. Okay. She worked so hard in this rich people's home down south, Burlington, North Carolina, that she damn near ripped her knees was shot. Couldn't walk. Always with them little steps. Can cook anything, literally. Thanksgiving was off the wall. We were broke, but Thanksgiving was what, man, everything was on that damn table.
Our people shouldn't even be celebrating that bullshit.
Whoa, ayo, chill.
He used to tell us stories that I don't know what he said, but I'll get back to him.
It wasn't like you're good.
About seeing slavery, seeing black people hanging from trees. We heard it all. She told she was a living library. We just sit around and listen to her, and she would tell us about everything. I didn't need a history book. I didn't need to learn about, but I know what the N-word meant. I know what them white folks were. I learned it from her.
Okay, just to recap,
everybody on this panel got a grandma. All right,
that's something you don't get that from anywhere else. They've experienced stuff, but we come up through it.
Just to have a recap, we got religion.
Yeah, please don't miss my point, brother. What I'm saying is we absolutely have culture. And like someone in the chat pointed out, not only do we have culture, we have subcultures, right? We are just
so that's what I'm saying, though.
Exactly.
Subculture.
We are
just for a recap on how we can get to where the Jewish got in the reparation power, like in power and stuff like that. Just to recap, we've got religion as an answer. We got what was the other? We got culture as an answer, and we got white skin as an answer. These are the three answers that have been given through this panel on how Jewish people got to power.
Wait, why are we stuck on
Manny, are you black?
I'm still trying to figure out.
I'm genuinely
how we
like
get in power.
out of
Yes, I'm black.
I really think to stop saying Jews have culture, and that's how they got it.
Yeah, that implies we don't.
I need you to stop saying that, man.
I'm going over the fucking answers y'all gave me so far. When I asked, how did the Jewish people get into power? The three answers I've gotten so far is religion, culture, and fucking white skin.
Answer to your questions. We ain't on that question no more, bro.
And please don't include that one nigga dumb answer about culture, because that doesn't make sense.
But that's not true, though.
Oh my God. It don't make sense. If you know the definition, it makes pure sense. But you're so ignorant.
Oh my God.
You don't understand things.
So
I wish you could say that in person. I wish you could say that in person. Have a discussion. Look me in the eyes and say that.
Don't let this panel turn into that.
What he said is ignorant.
Why he said culture is dumb? When I gave you the answer.
Wait, hold on. When did he say? I haven't heard anyone on this panel say that culture is dumb.
He just said it.
I haven't heard that.
I said your answer to the question because your answer denotes that black people don't have culture. That's why you have faulty logic, nigga.
Tell me what culture we have. A black American right now. Tell me.
I just told you all of
black music. If you give me the floor, I will answer black culture.
We already
hold on. That sister brought up the Haiti War and the Haiti Revolution.
You can't listen.
No, I'll clear it up. I'll make it official.
Get a book called The Invisible War. It talks about how
a lot of niggas think they know the answer. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, new rule. If we have to repeat it like 3 times,
you can't create something like hip hop without culture.
Who owns
the way we dress?
Wait, hold up. Hold on. Now we're moving the goalposts. Hold on, we're moving the goalposts. You can't say who owns it when your original question is we don't have culture.
We don't have culture.
But this nigga said I'm ignorant.
You don't own
wait,
it.
hold up. So now, hold up. Let me get this straight. So your argument is because we don't own the culture, we don't have the culture. It's not ours.
That's correct.
It's not ours if you don't own it.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
You gotta think. Hold on.
Literally no sense.
Give me 15
That makes
seconds.
no sense.
Damn.
wait, he's being hyper.
You're letting other people dictate what you put out there.
Bingo.
If you own your culture, no one can put whatever they want out there.
Sir, that's not true.
You
What are you talking about?
listen,
I didn't mean
I'm trying to get out you.
That's literally not true, right?
Lucas, he's being hyper. Everyone, slow down. He's being hyper literal. That's what he's being extremely hyper literal.
Pushing death and prostitution. You're downing your own women. You're doing all this. Is that your culture?
Is that the only thing hip-hop and rap? Is that the only thing hip-hop
We
and rap?
don't
You
define
don't
our
push that
entire
out there if
group
that's
by
your
the
lowest
aspect.
Sir, hold on. No,
hold
that's
up. This is funny. This is funny that y'all say hip hop is our culture, and most of the fucking rappers don't even have.
Hold up.
Because
Because what we have to understand, there's been a commercialization of our culture, something that has happened that hasn't happened to any other group of people. So please don't tell me that if white people and white Jews who are in these positions of influence and power wanted to commercialize Hispanics and make them the criminals or make them the degenerates, that they couldn't do that.
Right.
If they wanted to do that to their own people, Jewish people or white people, don't tell me that they couldn't do that. They have done that to us on purpose. So please stop acting like, just because you don't own the culture, you don't have a culture. Please do not conflate their commercialization of our heritage and lineage as the same thing that we were brought up as. Those are two different things. That's called exploitation of a group of people.
Lucas, so
every
I
culture
think
has an underclass. Every culture has an underclass. Remember that.
So
have you ever heard of the 70s? Did you see how we did it in the 70s? That style, the way we moved, the cologne we wear, the way we wear our shoes, our hair, the way we say you jive turkey, the way we sit down, the way we stand up, the way we walk. Everything.
I'll say this.
I'll say this. Was pushed in the movies? Come on.
I'll say this.
Every reference you have is based on some mainstream processed commercialized aspect of black
you
people.
have no understanding of black culture, bro.
No one can do that.
Sir,
What?
listen. No, name me a group of people that stopped them. Tell me who.
Dude,
all right.
Have the Latinos stopped them?
Right.
Sir, I'm asking. Hold on. So, because your premise is that if you own it, you can stop people who are in positions of power and influence from exploiting you. Can you give me an example of that happening?
Look at the Chinese people.
Hey,
what about the Chinese people? Are you unfamiliar as far? Hold on. Are you unfamiliar as far as what's going on in Chinese? As far as how now they're trying to look like black Americans and do hip hop and all that? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
They've been doing that.
Have you heard as far as what they've been rapping about? Hold on. Have you heard as far as what they've been rapping about?
Can they do Charlie Chan anymore in America?
Charlie Chan. What the fuck are you talking about,
bro? Athletics anymore? The logos of Indians and Redskins, can they do that anymore?
Answer Lucas's question.
I'm answering it by giving them.
You're not answering it, Charlie. Hold on, because just because they can't do hyperbolic racist stereotypes does not mean that they don't own the culture or that they own the culture. What are you talking about? You move the goalpost. Can you keep it consistent? Because once you get BTFO, sir, you're not telling me the consistency. Hold on.
Exploited.
You're not telling me, sir.
Name
Name me, sir. Name me a group of people who are not being exploited.
Chinese people.
You're ridiculous. Stop.
No, I can't.
Chinese.
You're just ignorant, sir. You're just ignorant.
Let me tell you.
You're just ignorant, sir.
Chinese
people protecting Chinese people.
Sir, did you read the bill? Sir, did you read the bill?
Part of it, yes.
What part of the bill did it specifically put in exclusive protections for Chinese people? Give me the line and code. I can pull it up right now. Where? Don't go mute. Don't go mute. What you going mute for?
I'm mute.
Okay, so where is it? So where?
It's over 100 pages.
I didn't ask that. You said you read part of it. So the part that you read, I'm assuming based off of what you're saying, that
discrimination.
I understand. So where in the bill did it make it a law exclusively protecting Chinese people? Show me. Because I read the same bill. So where did you read the part that I must have skipped over?
Let me get it. Let me pull it up.
Okay, let's
restore. I would like someone to answer what is white culture.
So I think
that's
the
a whole
issue
different
here.
topic.
Pillaging, rape, deception. No, I'm joking.
We're still on this one. No, I agree with that. But I want to get to it. But don't get to it yet, though.
One second, y'all. I think the issue here is this: like, the phrasing is incorrect. Like, when you say black people don't have culture, that's just, the furthest thing from the truth that you can get, right? Like, black people obviously have culture. I think what this man is trying to say is that maybe our cultural values are not leading us to our end goal. But it's not to say that we don't have culture. Of course we have culture.
He's mixing morality and a belief system with culture.
Right.
You have to understand.
That's
Culture
why I didn't
is
really care
strong
to entertain the rephrasing because we went down this garbage.
If you know if you look up the definition of culture, all that fits in.
So we're waiting for that.
All night, bro.
Stop.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
but what you guys are failing to understand is culture isn't strong enough to overcome the stuff that's keeping us apart. What's keeping us apart is some powerful shit. Culture's not strong enough to do that.
I thought that was already understood. Who's saying it is?
Some of the richest.
Well, no, it doesn't seem like they understand that, so I had to re-say it again. It seems like they're saying that we don't have culture because we're not being united. I'm trying to tell you that culture in itself is not strong enough to unite us. It's just not. Not with black people. Black people
disagree.
We're some powerful ass people, man. We really are.
Yeah, no one disagrees with that.
Okay, I'm cool with. I'm just making sure. No, I'm just making sure.
All right.
I thought someone did for a split second, but I guess it's
No. I just wanted to say it again because it seemed like that needed to be said.
I'm cool with it.
Brother Lucas, what topic are we on now?
You want to go to White House?
I'm still waiting for him
no.
the reference.
All right.
Someone's on the grill right now. Let him simmer, please. Y'all trying to flip the burgers over and over. Nah, let's just let this marinate real quick. Let's just look at this.
Don't flip it over too much. Let some of that blood run, man. That's how I like my burger.
Man, you ain't supposed to do that.
What you mean you're supposed to do that? Don't tell me you cooked the burger all the way.
Yeah, man.
Now you gotta leave the.
Oh my lord!
Oh man, you ain't supposed to eat that shit with no blood in it, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I like my burger all the way. I don't like my steak all the way.
I bet you every month, every about a dime in my pocket, that the best burger you ever had was dripping blood, and you didn't even know because you were so busy tearing it up.
I'll get a little rare. Give me a rare.
I do a burger one time, and that bit had a little bit more pink in it than it's supposed to, and I put it back. You know what I mean?
The next time you do it, if I'm with you, give it to me.
Huh? Shit, you can add that bitch nice in the trash.
Why you so intense about hamburgers?
Eat flesh, man.
Because I'm a burger eating dude, man.
Dead enemy flesh.
I cook, man. I cook.
Hey, but on some serious shit though, man. As far as our culture, right? Y'all saying that? Hold on.
Yeah,
just let me say something, man.
Like you got quotes around it.
I'm just asking a question. I can't ask y'all a fucking question. You niggas can ask all the questions in the
This
world.
question is beat to death.
Nah, so hold on. If y'all are saying that hip hop is our culture, right? Is that some shit that you would raise your kids to as hip hop?
Not that.
Part of our culture. Hip hop, not rap.
Certain hip hop.
Not that stuff.
Hip hop is different than rap.
We have to differentiate.
What about rapping?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yes, hip hop. We got a culture, but we gotta dissect how we.
What about the skinny boy?
Power healing our people.
But
fat boys.
Hip hop is part of our culture. It doesn't encompass the entire culture though. Hip hop is only part of our culture.
Thank you.
Prince Marky D.
And it's the part of our culture that is manipulated the most to our people.
No.
It's the part of our culture. It's the part of our culture that has led us down this road to this conversation.
I would say our hair is far more manipulated.
Without our so-called culture, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Money is powerful. Look what it did to Egypt and all their artifacts.
Money is powerful. Look what it did in Tulsa.
Can we do me a favor? Anytime we're referring to like anything regarding black people, can you just separate the consumer version of what the white people interpret hip hop to be to actual hip hop? Because that is annoying. You know what I mean?
So let's all
two different things.
Why do we have to dissect who we are?
Say one positive aspect of black culture. Boom. Say one positive thing.
No, we don't dignify questions like that. No, a
Before we
question
can do
like
that,
that, a question like that,
the washing
assume
machine.
no.
no, that's not an
Lewis
assumption.
Lattimore, the light bulb. I mean,
You
the list goes on.
you need to adjust your thinking about blackness and black culture to sit up and ask black people to name one positive aspect. So, bro,
I don't
you have an
understand how
issue.
that's a problem.
You
Let me
because it seems.
you
Hold
are
on, let me explain
calling
to you why.
entire
Because
people
Okay,
to
you explain it
defend
then
their
further.
whole
I was gonna.
culture. And first of all, you need to establish that it's devoid of anything positive to put anyone else in a
No,
position.
it was just
to
bad
say,
wording. I don't think
yeah,
he
that's
meant-
all it was.
No,
Yeah, I
you-
don't think
you
he
got
meant it as
misunderstood.
it's all negative and you need to name one positive thing. Yeah,
It was just
Okay,
bad
I'll stand
wording a
down
little
on
bit.
that.
But I
He
get
was
which
saying
I
we should
understand.
shed the negativity talking about it and just uplift ourselves by reminding
Got
ourselves
to work on that
of
phrasing,
the
James.
greatness that it is within
No,
us.
I'll stand
Like,
down.
no.
I'll stand corrected.
because
Thank
you
y'all.
young.
But if so, here's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we discussing culture? Are we going around this mountain so much as it pertains to what our worthiness for reparations? Is that the context of the discussion?
Oh Lord.
Does anybody have a
Why are we on it?
thing to say why we shouldn't get reparations?
I'm talking about the
That's
one
what
in
I'm
the
trying to
chat
figure
message,
out.
Well,
man. I've been
because
on this
everyone's
shit
jumping
for weeks,
around,
man.
can we
So
just slow
wherever
all
you
the way
came
down?
from, you ain't even in the right. I'm trying to get to these dudes from a logical standpoint. I'm trying to reach these dudes with like reason. I ain't trying to go through on some just this is Yah and this is what he commanded for our people. So
Oh my
yeah,
God.
yeah, that's exactly
I'm
what
be
I'm trying
honest,
to
you're not
explain.
really good at the logic though.
You're
I'm
not getting your
atheist.
answer, Lucas. I thought about that 5 seconds ago.
I don't even know what the question was, Lucas, but you was asking that to somebody else. So I
Oh
ain't
yeah,
had
no,
nothing to
I
do
was
with
waiting for that law that protected Asians. That's all.
Real deal. Tell you what, I'll give you jail. Just the bailout. Just say I was wrong.
So, Lucas, so you're saying that the
me.
Asian
I'm not
crime
gonna say
bill
shit.
doesn't?
That it was
Do
nothing but a
anything.
word salad because they can't do a
Oh.
law for that because that would make it illegal.
Raw talk. I'll give you a get out of jail free card. Just say I was wrong and I was talking too ahead of myself, and we can just all forget you just said that.
I'm
All right.
to go
Anyways,
back and
you guys
read
got
that because if I'm not mistaken, I thought that bill, I interpreted that bill like as for Asians and Pacific Islanders as far as like there's
It
like there's
was.
amendments.
It's
You mean a hate crime?
Asian hate bill.
It was an
Huh?
everybody
It's an Asian
bill.
hate bill.
I gotta tell you, that was the
Except
funniest
niggas.
thing. I mean, for
But
them
they
to get a
did lead
hate
it
bill,
with Asians though.
that was crazy.
Crime
That
Act.
was
I'm saying.
the Asian hate bill. When I heard that, I just bawled out laughing. I mean, that's just too much for me.
So my question to y'all is,
Hey, but why
regardless of
why
the
don't they
reality
have a
that
hate bill for us though? Like when the fuck
They
don't we
won't.
get shitted
They
on?
won't ever.
They do.
They won't ever.
What is this
They
bill?
actually had hella hate
Crime.
bills about us, about how they hated us. They had many hate bills.
No.
Okay, right.
In other words, in
They had a
Germany.
whole hate book.
Oh
So just so y'all know, what we need is what they have in Germany. You cannot be racist in Germany. You can't spew racism and hate in Germany, or you will get locked up. You
Hey, why don't
can't
we discuss
do
what
talk
has
shows
worked
like
for our
Fox News
people
and
instead of
all
talking
that
about
stuff
what
that
worked
we.
for other people?
So
You
if
can't
we're
do
talking
it.
about S937,
Oh my gosh.
There's a book.
It's
Sir,
it's a
you
lot
the
to
one
say.
that
It's one
that,
thing
that
to
said
say
the bill,
this is
not
what
me.
we need.
yeah, I said the bill, the Hate Crime Act. If you want to go through it.
Freedom
And
of
no.
speech
I
needs to
want
be
you to
limited.
tell me where's the line because I have the
This
bill
old
pulled up.
nigga.
Can you tell me what line does it say it gives exclusive protection for Asian people?
This nigga sat here and
Whole
read it, bro.
damn thing. What are
Sir,
you talking about? He's
no.
not
Give
getting
me
nothing.
Asian
Hold on.
Pacific.
Listen to me. Give me the line where it gives exclusive protection to Asian people, where it makes a law specifically for Asian people protecting them.
Brother Lucas, can you shoot me that bill number?
All right, in line 3, during this time frame,
Don't read it out loud, nigga. I don't want to hear you reading out loud.
He's gonna
see, that's
workshop
my
it out
problem
loud. Is
right there.
hilarious.
Yeah, like this ain't a team effort. This ain't a team effort. You the one that made the claim, sir.
Nigga said, which part
Yeah,
you
so
at?
I'm giving it to you.
Now you're workshopping,
Nigga
bro.
trying
It's
to
No,
not
pop
fair.
up
exactly.
read, bro. If you don't take your old
I
ass
told you
home,
I'd
bro.
bring it up. I don't know it verbatim.
Sir, hold
Nigga, you
up.
had 5
I
minutes on
never
silent
said
to read.
now we're moving the goalposts again. I'm gonna call you goalpost mover. I don't know what to tell you. But you said that you read a little bit of the bill, right? And based off of your readings, you came to the conclusion that they made a law solely protecting Asian people.
Yes.
So
He read the
off of the
title.
little that you read, where is it? You didn't read the whole bill, so there's no reason to cite the whole bill.
I'm not citing the whole
Great.
bill.
No, hold on. That's exactly what you did, because when I said where it was, you said the whole bill. You didn't read the whole bill, so there's no reason to say that.
All the Asians.
There's no reason to say that because you didn't read the whole bill. So give me what you read. Give me what you read.
I'm giving you.
If you bring up a document, you should be able to reference the.
I'm home. Go for it. Go ahead.
Just say the sentence. Say the sentence.
They had a whole hotline. They
Race
had a
has
hotline
been
calling
cited
to protect Asians
as the
They literally
primary
established a
reason for
hotline number.
discrimination, making up over 90% of incidents.
Sir, that's a statistic. It has nothing to do with the law, dummy. That's what I'm talking about. No, it's not, sir. Be quiet, because you don't know what you're talking about. I know for a fact it's not in there because I read the bill. No, it's not. This is the problem.
What is it?
This is what it comes with. This is what it comes with interpretation, right? You're misinterpreting the bill, which is leading you to a false conclusion. If you knew anything about the laws of this land, you would know that would be impossible for them to make such a bill.
Okay.
Yes, okay. So shut your fucking mouth until you know what you're talking about. No, it's not there, sir. You're citing the first half of the bill. The first half of the bill goes over a bunch of data as far as how Asians are being attacked. There is nothing in the bill that gives any, as far as exclusive law for the protections of Asians. Nothing in the bill. So you misunderstood the bill. Why? Because you a dumb motherfucker.
Lucas, come on now. Let's.
What
even
happened
if he is
to
dumb,
even if he is, to a lot of people, they misunderstood that what was
but
happening
here's the
to
thing.
Asians was-
Here's the thing, James. If you were a little gray on something, right? You would never come out and be overt and bold with it. I know what it says,
And
right?
then say
You
the
would
whole
always
shit.
leave yourself a room for grace, right? A
Wiggle
room
room,
for
yeah.
to have
The
someone be
whole
like,
bill
you know
said
what?
Asian.
Let me. I could be
You
wrong,
lack
but this is
room
how I
for
interpreted
grace,
it.
Lucas. You lack room for
That's what you, yeah.
Sir,
same.
nigga, you just got called out on something you said. You have the audacity to say I lack brains. You read off statistics of the first as far as few sentences of the bill and
It's
talking
all
about.
Asian. It's not nothing black or anything else.
Oh my God. Okay,
It's
sir.
protecting
Okay,
them.
sir.
What
This
are you
is
talking
why
about?
we're in the predicament we're
You
in.
don't.
Oh my
No,
God.
we're in
Hey,
a
look,
predicament
hey,
because
my
we have
man, I'm gonna help
white
you out
people.
with something. I study psychology. I'm gonna tell you something that's solidly true. When you allow yourself to be publicly wrong and attacked for it in a public like that, you can create social anxiety for yourself. And if you think that's a little small and to laugh about it, I'm telling you right now, man, you don't want to do that. If you're not 100% solid on something, just like Lucas said, go ahead and approach it saying, I don't know too much about this, but from what I know, this is what I understand. Okay, that way people ain't gonna attack you when they say, nah. This is what you say. Okay, I feel you. All right, now I understand. Now I learned something. You learn something new every day. You're good.
For anti-Asian
Coaching 53-year-olds online
They
is crazy,
used that
brother.
what was happening to Asians, they used it to pass the law. That's what that they did.
Talk to
They just
Unc,
used it.
James. Talk to Unc.
They just used it.
Okay.
So if God forbid something happens to Biden before the election, who we gonna run against, Trump, or do we just need to clench our butt cheeks?
Literally anyone, honestly.
Prepare for
I hope
4
Trump
years.
wins. Burn it all. Fuck it. Burn it all.
Nina Turner or
Fuck it,
Cory
bro.
Booker. Those are the two you got.
Cory
Who
Booker
now?
has no appeal.
Cory
Nina Turner,
I know.
possibly.
Everyone hates Cory. I'm the only one who ever talks about him. I know about.
I
He
forgot
could
he was
easily
even
lose.
still
He's
in
not a good
Congress.
debater. But Nina Turner will whoop ass. What do you think about Nina Turner, though, Luke?
I don't have any
She
issues
kick
with
ass.
Nina
She
Turner.
can debate.
I don't have any issues
Tina
with
Turner
Nina
was a
Turner.
good singer.
Oh, he's just trolling.
And she like that, though. Hey, Nina Turner like when you say that. She like that Tina Turner stuff. But yeah, she's good. I think they literally went to her house and sat down with her and begged her not to run. That's what they did. They begged her not to run because they know there's no way Biden could beat Nina Turner. No way, no how. She would literally obliterate that man in a debate. She
That
would
kind of seems to
destroy him.
be common in the Well, I mean, I
It'd
think
be worse
anything
than
one
what
side
Obama did
does,
to
the
Mitt
other
Romney.
side does, but it just seems like the Democrats, when they are beholden to someone to ensure they get a chance to run, they sit on more viable candidates. Like
What do
if
you think
Obama
happened to
wasn't
Hillary Clinton?
as charismatic as he was, Hillary would have been, she would have been set. But he caused such a groundswell with his grassroots campaign and with his obvious talents that they couldn't deny him. you know, and I think they're making the same mistake. And this is why I've been NPA my entire political life, because I'm sorry, Democrats make some really
Could you tell me what you say happened to Hillary again of why she lost? Because I know why she lost. What are you saying? It was her?
Listen, I don't think there's any one reason that could go into something like that, right? But one thing I did observe is that the party, the establishment Democratic Party, was beholden to her, right? They owed her. We all knew it was her turn, right? And they got behind her in the fashion that I think any major political party would. But then in comes Obama. And I think that upset the expectation.
Right.
That upset the expectation. And it just showed me how much the Democrats are willing to what's the word I'm looking for, to make good on their obligation to a certain person, rather than doing what Republicans do, and it's just like, oh, give the people what they want, even if it's foolishness.
You think the Democrats leaned away from Hillary Clinton or toward her when she went against Obama?
Democrats have much of a choice for a major, well, let me not say much of a choice. What I'm saying is Hillary was a presumptive candidate because at that time, yeah, maybe the juice was there, but I think it took someone like an Obama to come along for a lot of us to admit, yeah, we were going to vote for her, but we really don't like her.
You don't think Obama beat Hillary fair and square?
Oh, absolutely he did.
Okay, I misunderstand you. If you want to talk about that, talk about Hillary versus Trump and what happened to her and Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's apples to oranges to me. I know why I'm bringing up Obama.
No, it's not apples to oranges.
What I'm talking about is the Democratic Party and who they are putting out. And I don't know. I've been troubled about the DNC's decisions when it comes to who they're going to run. I think they completely missed the fact that Trump's cult-like following, they adhere to him despite claiming to be decent people and despite turning a willful blind eye to everything Trump is, because they're hung up on the fact, besides the racism, a lot of them are hung up on the fact that he, in their eyes, is not a career politician. To them,
you think
the
Democrats are not taking Trump serious?
So this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if Biden barely won last time, right? He was the victor, but he was not a resounding victor. Then why not? Why are you going to run one of the longest standing politicians against someone who refuses to die an overdue political death because his following appreciates the fact that he's not a career politician? We need to find our version of Trump.
I disagree with you.
We're running an anti-Trump against Trump, and we're missing the fact.
I'm not going to say anything. I just disagree. I'll say something after you guys. So go ahead. Go ahead.
I would let me say humbly,
you're long-winded, big girl. I think you should let somebody else come in on that.
I think there's a lot of ways in which Democrats need to rethink strategy and maybe take some page. And I'm MPA, okay? But I think at this point,
major pain in the ass,
they might need to take some pages out of their opponent's playbook to get things done.
So Democrats don't need to rethink strategy, right?
Okay.
What they need, what you guys need to do, right? You old heads who have been voting Democrat, you should have been holding them accountable, because you didn't.
That was left field.
I was just gonna say
that
I'm sorry, I'm just annoyed with these old heads who just like to, they just talk. But go ahead.
Yeah, Todd not too respectful for the aunties and the aunts.
I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta keep you old heads on your toes and accountable.
But
because y'all doing all this talking now when you should have been doing all this fucking action back then. But go on, my bad.
I mean, Todd's not wrong though.
Ty hates black people.
Stop it, Lucas.
I certainly do not hate black people. I hate the old heads though. In the
Wait,
community.
what did Kanye say about Trump?
Niggas, Ain't no old heads did a shit to your punk ass, nigga. You just hate
That
You
was the
old
motherfucking
time to
heads
talk
young
didn't
about
do
white
niggas.
shit.
culture.
You a Hebrew
Cause you don't
Israelite
know
ass
shit,
nigga who ain't
nigga.
get shit for
I'm
the
not gonna lie
community.
to
Shut
you.
the
Hold
fuck
on,
up.
Ty.
He took
Hold
so
on,
much
Ty.
Ty
offense
doesn't
to
care
that.
about black people.
Outside of
Don't
Lucas
care
No,
about
Christ don't
shit.
instigating,
care
That's
about
why he
black
got a
people.
name
What he
like
cares
Ty.
about is his fucking good book,
I'm
and he don't
teasing.
even
I'm
follow this
teasing.
shit.
Lucas, that was the worst time to tease. You would tease during a
Nigga said,
standoff.
I forgot. Nigga said he ate
You would
Oreos.
tease
That's
during.
why he go against God.
Bruh.
Nigga picks the worst time to tease.
Praises to Yah and woman queen. Politics is war. We know we're at war. We know we're at war.
Do we though?
Yeah, we
Do we
know
though?
we're at war now,
Do
right?
we
We've
though?
been at war for how long? We know we at war now, though.
This seems more like a
400-year
fisticuffs
war,
than
my
an
nigga.
actual war.
It's more like jumping. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
The
just
end
saying.
of a jumping.
It's
I
like
think
that
people
use
use a lot of
what's that movie,
charged
Jump?
rhetoric, but nobody actually
I think
believes that.
politics is unarmed war. I think if you look at
Wait, are you trolling?
I
I
think
can't even say
politics is definitely
unarmed
It's
because
not
armed war.
unarmed
violence is
war because
I
definitely
think
there's
part
I
of
war,
think
it.
there's
guys and
politics
children
in war.
would say politics is armed war.
No. You missed the syllable, sweetie.
What?
I said politics in
Yeah, I'm
large
with Ty.
part is
I'm tired of the old
unarmed
head.
war. But
If you don't
He
think
switched over
politics is
immediately.
war,
I'm tired of the whole heads.
I'll give you Russia.
Politics on a large scale, and oftentimes is armed war. Is armed war. If we're being real, as far as like imperialism, as far as just like global politics, that's armed. As far as domestic, that's armed. The entire executive branch,
this
them
is why I said
enforcing the laws
largely,
on you.
not completely. This is why I said
No, I'm
largely.
saying you're wrong. I'm saying largely it is armed. I'm saying you're wrong.
Large,
So
small. We're using loose descriptors here. Like I'm not using a percentage
you're
for us
saying
to really
majority of
butt heads
politics is
about it.
unarmed. I'm
What the
saying
bottom line
majority of
is,
it is armed.
part of
So we're
politics.
saying the opposite thing. You understand
No,
that? Right?
I think we're saying two
When
different
you
sides
say
of the same
armed, you're
thing.
talking about weapons. That's
Right.
what it
Right. And
means.
what I'm saying is politics
Don't try to
at times
redefine it.
is
It's
unarmed war,
weapons.
and at times
Yeah.
it's armed. We're
Okay.
saying the same thing, my
Okay.
friend. We're saying the same
No.
thing. All I'm talking about
No.
is the unarmed aspect. Right? You're focusing on the armed aspect, and that's great. But what I'm talking to is the people in the
Your
chat
whole
that are
premise was how
saying
it's unarmed,
is
and I said
they're
majority of
saying
it
in the
is.
chat, we don't realize we're at war. And what
One
I'm
more
telling them
time,
is
armed
But
is
we
physical
do.
harm.
Right, Curry, why do you say majority of politics is armed war? Why do
I
you say
just
that?
said one, the entire enforcement like enforcement branch of like laws is armed. Like the only reason we follow
Right, but they're
laws
not
is
but
because
they're
there's
not
Armed is physical
but
harm.
but they're not using their arms though. They're not actually using their weapons.
Weapons.
they're
A
not
gun.
using their arms. There aren't state soldiers killing citizens.
Right,
Like
there are
That's
instances where
that's not
weaponry is
politics.
No. See,
required.
you're leaving the
Right.
bounds of the conversation. What we're discussing right now is
That's
U.S.
militia.
politics and policy. We're talking about policy. And
Right.
what I'm telling
and
the
they are
chat
If you
is
really
enforcing
want to
those
know how
right.
we
So
policies.
fight
what I'm
war
telling
right
the
now,
chat
is
is even as a
economics.
matter of policy, that
They're
is a form
enforcing
of
those policies.
war.
You're talking about enforcement and militia. Those are two
Right.
different things.
You're talking
Yes,
about
they
the
Which is
are.
physical aspect. I'm not focused on that right now. But
Right,
I
we're
do
talking about
grant to you
politics.
that is
I
also
agree
a
with
part of
her.
it.
Politics is unarmed war for the most part. It's unarmed war. When you have issues where,
You stuck on a lateral issue, baby. But
yeah,
the
when you
point
have
I'm making
issues
is
The way we fight,
oh, I'm sorry,
let
go
me
ahead. I'm sorry.
let me clear y'all something up right now. The way we fight wars right now is influencing foreign policy on other countries, economics, entertainment,
It's almost
okay?
everything around
Things like
direct.
that. We fight those kind of wars all the time, especially economic war. The way economics is serious war. And China is fighting economic war on a level that's unprecedented. I mean, they're going all out. Okay.
Would you say that China already won
First phase of
technically?
World War III. Yeah, first phase of World War III is going to be cybersecurity, not a nuclear bomb. That is suicide. As soon as a country launches a nuclear bomb, they're dead. That's a Hail Mary. That's like all hell. That's it. It's over with.
Everybody
It's
died.
not going to be
Right,
like
we're
that.
all dead at that point. We're all dead at that
Cybersecurity.
point.
One nuclear goes. That's it. That's it, y'all. That's it.
So who praises to y'all?
Would
Who's
you
the
say that
enemy?
that's armed? Like, are they armed with nukes? Like,
No,
would you?
I don't have trouble understanding armed and not armed.
Wait,
Armed
you
is
telling me Curry's gonna die before me? That's crazy.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
I agree with her point. She said politics is largely unarmed war. I agree with that.
of course.
I feel like that was going
Influencing
somewhere. I don't know
foreign
if that's
policy in other country is a form of politics in a way. In other words, secretly going to someone in that country who has the ability to make things happen in that country and then giving them money or favors or whatever, a hooker, that's how we do,
Right,
to
influencing
do
foreign
something and
policy.
enforce a policy. And by that policy being enforced in that country, it allows the United States to put a military base somewhere.
There you
Stuff
go,
like
Fair
that.
Play. Fair Play just said it in the
I like
chat.
what he said.
And we do that a lot. Like Hong Kong.
When we say we mean we as in the culture from hip hop, the executive that put we into us. That we
happened.
You want to know what something a Black American can do if we all came together? Stop buying and advertising people's products. Come together. We do that. Shit will happen for us on a magical level. Overnight.
Yeah.
But that's what I said earlier, James. See, James is just reiterating. I completely agree, because we have the problem with consumerism, right? Like, we're spending money. And again, this country, and I guess capitalism in general, is all about their bottom line. Since we spend money the most, we have a very big power right there. So if we stop spending money, they have to appeal to us to get us to spend the money.
And I'll give you an example.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Because I think it depends on the market that we're buying from.
Let me give you a quick example. Louis Vuitton. Black people advertise it and make it cool, and China buys it. China buys more Louis Vuitton than you guys could ever imagine. You have no idea.
I think we've gone past the Black influence thing to some degree, sadly.
Yeah, we're talking about who's the biggest consumer. I don't think we're the biggest consumer.
How do we go past it when that's exactly what I was just talking about.
No, I'm saying you're dated in your line of thinking that's actually effective.
No, it's not. It's not dated.
But seriously, we're talking about
it's not dated.
unity that's
Literally what we're talking about.
So wait, can you guys give us the modern statistics right now?
I'm saying you're dated to the strategy. The topic, yes, you're not dated in because that's a conversation right now. But I'm saying that strategy.
You failed again.
Dated.
But go ahead.
Yeah, well, it was slightly dated.
Yeah,
yeah, sure it was.
Piggybacking on what he said, it really is a huge thing, because we don't have our own land and we don't have our own government, but we do have a collective purse. We have our spending power, and corporations pay through the nose for information and advice on how to get the black dollar in their coffers. And I do see where we can do better with spending. And I'm not going to just beat up on us and say do better. I love what I've seen develop over the past several years. We are becoming more conscious about where we're putting our dollars, and we are being more proactive about spending Black, or at least being conscious about where we're spending. And I love the progress, and I'm looking forward to more of it. But, I think that's the closest we're going to have right now to having our own thing, is to move in a united way.
That goes back to another panel, Lucas, when that guy was saying that the reason why we buy from the Chinese store and go to get our nails done at the Chinese place instead of the Black place is because they're Chinese. Remember that dude said that?
With Dr. Claude Anderson, when you was talking about we go to the white-owned store because the white ice is colder.
Yeah, stuff like that.
White man's ice is colder.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's true to
that
an
is
extent.
ridiculous.
So there's a lot of reconditioning, I won't say reprogramming, but a re-education that needs to happen.
Deprogram.
Yeah, deprogram.
Deprogram
and then reprogram.
Yeah, D and re. Yeah.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Yeah, kind of like I'll put my Chinese store in your neighborhood, but you can't.
What?
No, I don't do that. Don't do that.
Earlier,
Tethering.
I'm just hold on. No.
I don't want to get into a tether conversation, dog.
I'm not about to get into a tether conversation. I was going to ask, where did her like
okay,
family
well, what are
immigrate
you
from?
talking about?
I'm just because she said she
There's a
saw
difference
over the
between
few
a
years.
tether and an
I'm
immigrant.
curious.
Can
No,
we ignore that
I'm just
question you just asked for right now?
That
I'm
wasn't.
just
Can we
I'm
bring it up when
genuinely
we talk
curious.
about white culture?
No. Don't assume my intentions.
I'm not
Fair
trying to.
enough.
I'm literally asking
All right,
her for
fine.
her
Go
life
ahead.
story.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not the boss of you, right? Go ahead.
What's the question?
Thank you. I was saying you said your parents immigrated to this nation, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
I said
I'm
that a while
assuming
back, but yeah.
Wait, so you're not even a black? You know what?
It don't even
Y'all
matter.
No,
got
I mean
it.
I'm assuming you born here.
What is
I'm
your
not having
ethnic?
this tether conversation.
Yeah,
I
can
don't
we
care.
slow down?
I was just
Y'all too
curious
quick to
where your
jump.
family was from. That's all I was gonna ask.
So you're curious, even though I said it during 2 discussions ago.
I'm sorry I don't take track of my bad.
Just ask him why he's
Can you
asking you the
remind me?
question.
But what's the question and what
I'll
is the
tell you
purpose?
why.
It does matter.
Just
Because
jump to the.
you as a child of an immigrant seem very informed on the black American experience, and I was just curious if that's like common from the where you hail from, like from where your family hails from. That's all I was asking. It's not a
Oh,
loaded question.
okay. Yeah,
So
I don't
can
mind
we put the
answering
knives
that.
down?
No, well, I was born and raised here. I've only been to my parents' homeland about twice. You know, being an American is all I know, but I was raised by no one else but Jamaicans, and so there's a duality to my experience, even if not to my identity. And so
Would you
where
say
I
that
am
a
from, I
lot
can
of
say
Jamaicans?
my family.
Okay.
I can say my particular family, maybe not all of my friends and neighbors, but definitely my immediate family and our surrounding community were very plugged in to the issues faced by descendants of American slaves. We're very aware that sometimes our experience is different and the insidious intent behind that from the majority class. And you know, we down, whether you want to call us or y'all, we down for y'all, we down for us, you know.
Okay, fair enough. Can I
That's
ask you
just
a
where
question
I
on
come
that?
from.
Well,
Do you,
you might be not all though.
do you
Well, so here's
understand
the thing.
why
Let
so many of us
me
are
try
not
to
doing well?
articulate what I think you might be saying, right? Because I think it kind of goes back to the individualism. So a person might come over here, because I do know some island folks like this. They come over here and say, well, child, I don't know what these black people talking about, because when I I get this and I get that, and white people love me and they treat me this way and that way. And I'm just like, well, sister, there's a reason. It's not just because you're excellent. Okay. It's because you're not them, you know? And it kind of goes back to the individualism. Not that you can't build for yourself, but what do you have in mind for what you've built? Is it all yours, or do you understand that you must contribute back to the collective to bring us all forward? And I don't think there's any culture on planet Earth where everyone is 100% on code. You're always going to have the ones who will go for the bag, even at the expense of the mission or the greater good. And I think that's just human nature. So I identify with your concern, and I identify with the concerns of those that consider themselves foundational blacks and distinguish themselves from me, or descendants of American slaves. I descend from slaves still. They were just Jamaican slaves, you know? And so, yeah.
In other words, she had the black. She gets a ticket for the black experience. I mean, she gets to come to the cookout for the black experience, but she does not get reparations. That's the difference.
And don't forget, Marcus Garvey was successful in America, not Jamaica.
I agree to an extent. So here's the
successful
thing.
over here.
There's reparations, but understand reparations belongs to a more broad category that I'm just gonna call redress. Because there are things that I'm gonna go through simply because I have this brown skin, no matter who I descended from. Now, does that mean I'm entitled to the same thing as those that descended from American slaves? Absolutely not.
Absolutely
But that
not.
does not mean I don't need redress for the BS I do have to face.
Britain.
Well, can I ask you one more thing?
It's happening here. It's happening right
British.
here.
I mean, British.
It's crazy shit happening everywhere, but reparations.
What I'm experiencing is happening right here. So,
but let me ask you one more thing.
Entitled to what a descendant of American slaves is entitled to, but at the same time, there needs to be other discussions. Reparations itself is not a monolith. It is multi-tiered and multifaceted.
There we go. Now we're partying. How about that? You guys want to party?
You see what I'm saying? So there are some aspects of reparations that are not monetary at all. Some of it is just policy. And so we figure out, well, what do we do with the policy for these people?
I don't think you make sense there.
And then there's some aspects of reparations.
Can I ask you a question, ma'am?
Financial.
Did you see what the tally the federal government came up with of the totality cost, the number that reparations equated to?
I've heard so many numbers over the years.
What number did you find? What is the biggest number that you heard of?
I've heard trillions. I've heard it into the triple-digit trillions.
Yeah, triple digits trillion. The official tally was $16 trillion. Do you understand what that number is? That's not even money anymore. That is beyond money. That's a different that is a different word. That's not money. That's something else. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you start to put that number and realize that is the tally that equates to damage done to a people in this country, that number is that is the number. In other words, that is the lawsuit about what happened to us, the lawsuit. So you can't downplay that. You got to make sure you understand what you're talking about when you say reparations. Because when you say reparations, you're also saying what the absolute fuck happened to black people.
Damages. My nigga look like Billy Blanks.
Yeah, I'm with you so far. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, I'm with you. I think one of the things that the government can do policy-wise is to pass special laws that that do away with the statute of limitations. And those who can, and again, this is one thing that can be done.
Reparation laws. Okay, go ahead.
One of many things.
Keep going.
Again, I'm going to state that reparations is multifaceted. Okay, but one of the things that I can see each state government doing, and maybe the federal government as well, is saying, listen, if this family has traced back, because they're still here, they're all over the place, can trace back to the family that owned them, then they should be allowed to state a claim for the damages done to their ancestors' estate. Because at the end of the day, we are all heirs of our ancestors' estate.
It's the government.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's why whenever you say white people talk about reparations, let them know we're suing the government, not white people.
I'm talking about one way, one example of something can be done. I'm not saying the government shouldn't cough up anything, because the government absolutely benefited from forced labor.
Yeah, the lawsuits against them.
But also, you have these
white people owe us
super rich.
No, don't say that. You don't. We don't need to have that kind of discussion in reparations. Trust me.
What they do, though.
But you also have these super rich white families whose wealth have not been dislodged from their stealing of bodies and stealing of labor.
All right.
So I'm not saying we don't have to
this
just
is where
make
that
families
conversation
go after white people.
The government can pay,
because
and
that's
families can
the
pay as
history.
well.
No, listen to me. You don't have to go after white people when you talk about reparations. They're already tied into it. You don't have to look at white people and say you owe me for reparations. It's already tied into it. When you look at if the law, as soon as they begin to go to court with it, take this court to law, in that law will be traces of companies and families who benefited from everything that happened to black people. It's already in there.
Lucas, with the Trayvon.
I'm not about to pull up on random white people like, sir, where's my money?
No, you got to do that. That's stupid. You don't do that. Look, you have universities, you have hospitals, you have companies, organizations, land.
Chase.
Yes, but not only did the businesses profited,
they have it all.
In those the people in those societies profited as well.
And you prefer for the government to stand between you and the other party when you could go directly to them and get it yourself.
Excuse me?
What I'm saying is, do you want to leave it all to the government to stand between you and that party? For those who can identify a direct perpetrator.
You need,
ma'am.
You have to go to the federal government, right? white people are tied into it no matter what.
We don't have to. We don't have to limit it either way.
Which
is what I'm saying.
You don't want to do that, ma'am. That is a bad way to do it. It's bad practice. It won't work that way. White people can easily fight you on that. It is so easy for them to fight you on that. That's not the way to do it.
And
don't
it's
say
not
white people owe you for reparations. That's not going to work.
For government assistance.
You can't.
Don't say that, but they do though.
Do it.
What I'm telling you is
Don't
there's a
say it.
challenge either way. It's going to be hard.
It doesn't matter if there's a challenge by them, right?
No,
They're
man.
Right.
You don't.
The challenge is not the reason
There's
to
nothing to
abandon
challenge.
an idea. It's going to be challenged.
Ma'am, listen to me very
There's
carefully.
nothing to challenge if it's not
The federal
against them.
government already has the facts in play. They already proven. They already have it.
So
Every
you're
company,
saying,
every
you're saying why
everything.
reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, they don't have to.
Okay,
They already know they owe us the money. It's already in the look. They have the files. They have them. We don't have to prove nothing. Nothing.
Well,
We literally don't have to prove anything.
The reality of the situation
I
is
hear
whether
you
you're
to an
talking
extent.
about reparations.
Everything's
whether
been
you're
tracked.
Talking about, okay, but this is the reality of the situation. Whether you're talking about reparations, whether you're talking about being a car accident victim, whether you're talking about wanting child support or alimony, anytime you want to get money from somebody else, you're going to have to prove why you should get it. That's the system we live in.
We don't
Are you
have
talking
to
about?
prove
Hold up,
because the
one
facts
second.
are already
Are you
there.
talking about individual white people?
I am. No, I just.
What was the meaning of that statement you just made?
I just said there can be private channels as well as public channels.
Private.
Tell us about the private channels.
We don't
on the world stage. You need to show it on the
Let
world
him go.
stage.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Please.
Why you have to choose one instead of getting it everywhere you can get it from?
What does that mean? Are you talking about going after individuals?
Yes, as well as.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what I'm asking you is why can't it be both?
I'll tell you why. Ma'am, listen to me very carefully one more time. You don't have to do that. They're already part of it. Anyone and everyone who's benefited from racism, segregation, theft, murder, terrorism, lynching, the whole 9 yards, they have a file in every single one of them. They have it already. They can't run from it. If you go after them,
anyone who is basically in this country.
Well, they've been had it, but what has it benefited you that they've had it? It seems like someone else needs to have it in their
Ma'am, we're not going to benefit from it yet. That's why we need to pass reparations. All you got to do, look, listen to me. That's why they say we want our reparations. Why? Because we already proven that we owed it. That's why they have a challenge.
Hold on. Let me talk about the reparations situation, right? So, Lucas, what you're like dismissing, right? The reparations talks, they're happening behind closed doors. I don't know if I know you came into that space one day with Mark Carter and what was her name? Raw. And I seen you said in the chat you said coon or something. So basically he's been in talks with Trump, I think this past year about reparations and stuff, about a plan basically for Black Americans.
You ain't gonna
but
get
he
it.
hasn't made it publicly known yet, from my understanding.
I just want people to understand that politicians are going to talk whatever talk is necessary to get your vote. And
I also understand that too. That's why I'm going to ask Mark Carter if he's got like a contract put in place with the reparations plan.
Speaking
that
of
way,
contract,
he can hold Trump accountable.
That's a conversation for us. What about a Black social contract? We have one.
Well, I mean,
and voting is part of it.
Are you talking the one forwarded by Brother Ice Cube?
Oh shit!
Oh my God!
Which one?
No,
are you
no. We're not talking about the platinum plan. Okay. This is something with Mark Carter from Chicago.
Yeah, I was confused. I was like, Ice Cube social contract?
Yeah, that's the one that was most recently in the public conversation.
Forget what I said.
Like,
Go on, y'all.
Like, sis, are we there yet? Like, what?
I don't know.
No, go ahead and specify which one you're talking about. Here's the thing. The person on the other side of the table has to be willing to sign whatever contract you're pushing over to them.
Ma'am, do you know what social contract means?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
What does
sorry.
it
Yes,
mean?
sir. I did not mean that as a
Yeah.
burn. I was just repeating what I heard this early in the morning. I did
No,
not
that's
mean to
all
call
right.
you ma'am.
I don't get it that easy.
Yeah. So I'm using contract figuratively. Okay.
No,
You're
it
talking
means social
about
contract
a
is
social
specific.
contract. Either way,
A
whether it's
social contract
physical,
is
whether it's
figurative.
figurative, or whether it's literal,
It's
who's on the other
very
side of the
figurative.
table? You cannot enter a contract unilaterally. So who is on the
Ma'am,
other side of the table?
ma'am, stop. Social contract. Remember the word social, our social structure. A social
Okay, so we're
contract.
using the phrase different. We're using social
Of course.
contract differently.
That's the point.
Absolutely.
Okay,
That's the
so
point of it.
tell me
A
how you
social
are using
contract
it.
is an agreement socially that we all agree on, and just about all social contracts are created and written up without nobody doing a goddamn thing.
You kind of sound like you headed back over to the culture conversation, and I'm done with that.
No.
What?
It's kind of giving culture conversation. So what I'm saying is this. Please, to the other person who was speaking to me, Mr. Humbert, can you explain to me why you feel we should only go after the government and not also private individuals?
I explained it again, no problem. Going after individuals is not backed up by the legal steps that were taken to come up with the tally of reparations in the first place. What we have goes after the government, and it ties everyone in who's benefited anyway. They're already part of it. It's like, for example, going after Travis Scott when he did that whole Stampede thing. That's not going to work. That's why they lost. You have to go after exactly how, you have to pick up what happened, who was supposed to be there, all that stuff. And once you get that up and now you have all the facts and the proof, now you know how to go. And what we came up with is go directly after the government, because the government is why they were able to do it in the first place. Black Wall Street government opened the floodgates for Black Wall Street. That was the government.
Okay, this is my follow-up question to you.
Government said it was okay to rape Black women. The government.
James,
answering the question that I'm about to ask you.
When you go after government, there's universities and hospitals that got money from slavery and everything. The government let them do that. So when you go after the government loses. The government says now you have to give all that money back. Or you have to do this. You have to do that.
Right. So that,
you have to do this. You have to do that. You benefit.
My brother, you're wrong.
My follow-up question
No,
to that
I'm not. That is exactly how the law works.
From a legality standpoint, you are wrong, brother. And based off of, hold on, but I want to read something from Charles Ogletree. She just quoted him. I want to read.
He's on mute.
Did he mute himself?
You muted.
You muted yourself.
You muted.
My bad.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, so yes, this is a quote from Charles Ogletree and Johnny Cochran. They're putting together a delegation of lawyers and judges to fight not just the government, but hold on, let me read this. He said, "This country has never dealt with slavery. It is America's nightmare. A political solution would be the most sensible, but I don't have a lot of faith that's going to happen. So we need to look aggressively at a legal alternative," Ogletree said. You scroll down, he says both public and private parties will be subjects of our efforts, he said. You want to cover everybody. You don't just want to go.
Yeah,
the government
and then guess what, brother?
I already covered that.
And then guess what? Both Ogletree and Cochran
So how am I
dead
wrong?
now. Ain't that something?
Huh?
Ain't that something? Both Ogletree and Cochran are dead.
Go ahead, brother. What are you saying?
He asked, "How's he wrong?"
Because you're saying
very wrong.
Only,
and so was he.
So you're saying only private parties or only the government should be held liable?
No, that's not what he's saying, though. See, I think what James is saying is that since we're going after the government and all of it is tied together, that like let's say the government was to pass a policy that gave reparations to our community, right? Maybe via like housing or whatever, right? Then the people that are involved, right, which is the government and the private parties, I guess maybe the private parties would be charged a tax so that they would be able to repay
More
that.
than that.
No, respectfully, what the brother said is you don't have to go after the private people, just go after the government. That's what he said.
Exactly.
Right, but then the
He's
government
saying
goes
there'd be
after
no reason to double dip to the private citizens if we're
yeah,
getting it from
because
the
the
government.
right. No.
But
That's not what he's
in
saying.
my
He's saying
opinion,
the
we should
government
because
goes
we're
after
owed
those
that.
people.
See, but when
But
you
what?
suing somebody, bro, you go after the magician. What's his name? The dude. You go after him. You go after the stadium. You go after you cover everybody. John Doe, Billy Sam. You cover.
Correct.
Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know.
Correct.
You cover
But what
everybody. You don't just
happens,
go after one
but
person,
man,
bro.
if
Don't
you
go after just one
understand,
person.
relax, cool. If you understand how courts work, you can't just go willy nilly. You will lose.
Yeah, I agree with James here because look at it in a situation like this.
Bad strategy.
James, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So let's say you were supposed to go after a company that because you just mentioned like you're a company, right? Let's say you worked for a company and they unlawfully terminated you or something like that. Like maybe the manager was being aggressive and you kind of let that known to HR. But eventually they ended up the manager ends up firing you. You're not going to sue that guy specifically. You're going to sue the company. And then, whatever the outcome in court is, the company is going to deal with, the party involved within their company. So that's basically what James is saying.
Yeah,
Especially
also,
if he was in his official capacity.
but listen to me.
If
I
he was in his
understand that.
official capacity, then yes.
Correct, young deity.
All right, but check it out. Listen to me carefully on this
I know
one.
this, man. I know what I'm
Once,
talking
and like
about,
say
man.
we beat the government, we won reparations from the government, right?
When
Once
you say
we
beat
do
the
that,
government and go after the government,
yes.
are you talking
Once
about
we
in
do that,
court?
listen to me.
This is
Once
insane,
we
by the
beat,
way.
if we beat the government, right? What happens is you will
This hypothetical
naturally
ass argument.
create laws and policies in place. You will have official facts that will be naturally written into law for us that will
so
make
this
it
is what I'm.
hella easy to go after these individuals. Because like based
So
on
this
this,
is what
now we
I'm.
can do this.
This
Here's
is
the
what I'm.
proof.
This
Or
is
the
what I'm.
government will go
already
after the
been proven in
individuals
court.
themselves.
This is what I'm suggesting to you. When you're talking
With
about going
reparations to the
after the
government, they'll
government and
run.
winning, when you're talking about going after the government and winning, the idea you're putting in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is, do you mean suing the government? Is that what
What
you're
do you
talking
think
about?
reparations is?
Hold on. Are you talking about suing the government?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand that if you are suing the government, you're going to run into a lot of the same issues that you would suing private individuals. You got to deal with
No.
the same court system.
No.
And so I'm not saying don't do it,
It's not.
but what I'm saying is this.
Okay.
No, it's not the same
If,
court
It's not the
system,
same,
bro.
but go ahead.
what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is if reparations relies on someone passing policy and laws, why don't we magnify the importance of voting the people in who's going to do it?
Okay, fair enough. But I'm going to give you one example of what happens when you go to the individual. Well, at the time, that was law, and I was just doing what the government said it was legal for me to do.
I'm not on the individuals anymore. Now I'm talking about.
I understand that, but do you understand what I just
on the other
did?
side of the table?
Yes, ma'am.
If we're going to ask them to come and sit at the table,
Ma'am, did you understand what I just did? Did you understand that?
What I'm saying is you're going back to public versus private. I'm not.
I know, but
okay,
did you understand
help
what
me
I
understand.
just did?
Let me listen again. I'm sorry.
Bro,
Man,
okay. Oh my God.
For example, you go after me, I just say, well, at the time it was legal for me to do it, so why can you sue me? It was
They're going to deflect it back to the government to begin with. So just go to the government.
So once the government loses,
what keeps the government from saying the same exact thing?
Because the government has already acknowledged that they owe reparations.
Isn't culpable. They were the ones that made the law and had the standard for it to be legal. So there's no person
I think
to
we're
kick
arguing
the
from our
can
feelings
to.
right now.
statute of limitations on this stuff. That doesn't even exist.
That's why he said there's no point to double dip by going back to the private citizens. Because if we got it from the government, it would already have been the crime that they have committed.
This is what I'm telling you: the people in government are not fixing to give it to you. So you need to
That's a
change
whole
who's
different.
We don't
That's a whole different.
We don't listen to that.
Like,
we don't
you
listen
just
to
let
that
me
talk.
talk, huh?
over there.
No,
You
man,
let
we
me
don't
talk,
listen to
don't
that
you?
talk. Step down.
Excuse
We
me,
don't
who are
do
you
that.
speaking to?
We don't do that. We don't say the government's not going to do it, so give up.
Who
We
you
don't do
say
that.
it's gonna
What
be
I
from?
am telling you, if you
I
will
mean,
listen,
it's
is that the
true.
people who
Data
are
says
there
that
now,
it's
listen,
true.
please. The
3/4
people
of
who are
Americans
there
Americans are
now
actually opposed to
So
reparations.
are
what?
not fixing to
I mean,
do
that
it.
is true.
And so we need to change who is there.
But
But
it also
when you say bear, what?
You're
So
hearing the problem in my speech. I'm trying to articulate a solution. What I'm
sure.
saying is the current guard needs to be changed out if that's the route that you would
Okay,
like
you
to
said
go.
guard. Which government entities are you specifically referring to?
Who passes bills?
For example,
The freaking legislature. Sweet. Are you asking me for real, or rhetorically? Because do you know?
I understand. I'm
We're
just trying
talking
to
about the
understand.
House and the Senate.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
Right.
just so
So
you
the
know, when it
people
comes
who
to
are currently there,
But who are
yes,
you going to
they
elect
do
ma'am.
that will
not
pass
equal.
reparations? Is the question.
When it comes to
That's
reparations,
not the
it's
team that's gonna get it done.
ma'am. When it comes to reparations, it is the Supreme Court that we're going for.
No, okay, so no. Hold on. So let's talk about just basic civics for a second, right? It's not going to reach any court until we challenge a law. If you're talking about going after the government, right? So if they pass something and it's not to our benefit or our liking, or we want them to pass something and they don't, right? The court doesn't even get involved until we're challenging something that the legislature has done. Now,
So we can
we're
just
not even at
challenge the
that point.
14th.
There's
Yes,
not
we
even a
are,
bill
ma'am.
on
the
the
Do you
black
know?
there's not even
Okay,
a law that's
the
been
ma'am. Do you know
passed.
what phase we're at when it comes to reparations? Where we are right now?
Hold
Do you know?
on, I'm still answering the last question.
Okay.
Right, let me finish answering that. If the legislature has not
Hey,
passed
real quick,
anything,
hold on, before you guys continue. Hey, Lucas, I'm gonna hop off. Be sure to give Ismail M in the chat my spot,
Gotcha.
and fuck you, Trayvon.
yeah, if the legislature hasn't
That,
even passed
damn what
anything
I
for us
do.
to challenge, the
He
court
gone.
doesn't get involved. Right now, you're at the federally speaking, we're at the phase of just trying to get something passed. Okay, so they started a think tank or a study group or a commission to study reparations. Great, right? But we haven't reached the phase yet where things are on the table to be signed into law. And that part depends largely on who is over there doing the work. And what I'm saying is don't give up because the government's not going to do it. What I'm saying is the people who are currently in government need to be changed if we're going to have the right
Because those ones
minds
aren't going to do
working
it
on
right.
this to get it
Well,
done.
I understand
I
that,
mean,
but
that's almost redundant to say
And
that.
with that, I
the
yield
phase
my
that we're
time.
at right now is that we've proven that they owe it. That's what that was the biggest part. We proved that they owe it. That's why they were forced to tally it.
Here's the thing, sweetie. You didn't have to prove it. They know. They've
Okay,
always
okay,
known.
okay. We're just arguing at this point. What just happened?
They've
Like what?
always known.
Yeah,
What do we?
yeah.
Yeah,
You also have to gain
what just
support
happened?
globally.
Let's talk about white culture.
I mean, you have
Hey,
to gain support
hey, no,
globally.
Urban, I want you to chime in, man. I want to hear what you got to say, though.
Armory got nothing to say.
About what? Lucas came back from the living room. Y'all heard his footsteps running over the
That
trash.
wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That man came from the living room to see
Urban
Jack.
just
Like,
likes
nah,
to
that was the
comment on how
dog.
everybody's
That was the
wrong.
dog.
No, yeah. Hey, Lucas be chilling in the cut
Urban
listening,
would be
bro.
like, "Hey, that's you shouldn't make a right there, but okay, you do you."
Right.
That's what Urban.
Okay.
Ain't that what
He
Lucas
likes
said
he
on the
likes a
stream?
backseat drive. I wouldn't go there, but hey, I'm not driving, so
Man.
you go ahead.
He's right. I sit in the passenger seat just to criticize. That's literally it.
Just to
I
talk
will
shit.
say that Biden did have some pretty bad moments, though. I tell you, boy, stuttering and forgetting what he was trying to say.
Oh no, he did.
He had me cringing.
All day. My bad.
Trump called that man a Palestinian, man. I don't care.
He had me cringing, man. He really did.
Explain that. If anybody can explain that, I'll give you $1 million, man.
No, he shouldn't have said that. I think he regretted it afterwards, low key.
Is the panel going back on the discussion of culture? Is that what we're doing?
White culture. I want to talk about white culture.
Someone had a question.
Would y'all say white culture is racism?
I would like to. Can anyone tell me if there is white culture? Does anyone
Would y'all
believe
say
that?
would y'all say white culture is racism?
No, I just want someone to tell me if they believe that there is white culture.
Why?
It depends.
Because
I mean, there are
Okay, be a fair player. We've had to.
if
He
you
repeated
believe
like
that
a
there
question
is white
15
culture,
times.
tell me what it is.
Why?
I mean, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm
Well,
black.
then get off the panel. Let's talk about it.
Get off the panel if I don't want to talk
Well,
about
I
white
wanted
culture.
something to talk about, and it's like I want to talk about that.
Destruction.
Damn.
I would say some of it is
rape.
Y'all need some puppies, man.
Amber
You
Hammock
look across the world. Who has
What
influenced
happened to Shorty?
every part of the land negatively?
Nah, that's not. I don't want to talk about that.
But I would say.
Oh my god.
I'm
saying
Let's talk about white culture.
Yes.
Who's
If you believe that there is white culture, tell us what it
Mayonnaise
is.
is white culture. Mayonnaise is white culture.
What about colonization?
Amber Hammock faith. That's
Oh,
part of
man.
white culture.
Self-destruction.
Religion.
Let's not be joking. If you believe that there's white culture, tell us what it is. Don't crack jokes. We're black. We could do that all day.
Fragmentation.
I truly
say
believe in my heart
colonization.
of hearts, their culture is destruction.
Well, I don't know.
Racism
I mean, logically,
is white
I don't know if
culture.
you can say that because by logic, that would mean that every aspect or every activity that white people do would be based off evil practices, and I don't think that's true. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Okay. Well, tell us. Break it down. Go ahead.
I mean, white culture, I think it has fragmented type of mentality. I mean, they isolate everything. They need to understand things. I would say that it's the Amber Hammock faith, or like white culture has brought the idea of separating religion and science.
Separating religion and science goes back to the Stone Ages.
Okay, I got one. When you guys are, whoever that is ready. Is he done?
Galileo was killed because of the separation of science and religion. Literally.
I mean, yeah, I understand
Hell,
that.
Jesus was there killed for that.
Yeah, I understand that, but their culture involves that. That's them doing that to each other. I mean,
Socrates got punched in the face for it.
Talk about Socrates.
Wait, did you say Jesus was damn near killed?
That's how far back that goes.
No, but
talking about the
you know
Aryans,
the story of
James?
Jesus, right?
Well, no, I'm just challenging something that was stated. That's all.
No, I'm saying it could.
I want to hear what Urban. I want to hear what Urban was about to say.
I was gonna let old dude finish his sentence.
He said white culture in itself separated science and.
I mean, that's just an example.
That's
of
what Ishmael
things.
said.
I mean,
I think he was
saying it is separate. It has science and religion separate. Not that it's separated.
I mean, black culture. I mean, it depends on what
white
area.
culture. We're on white culture.
I know
in
that,
regards
but
to
I'm
America or just in
I'm
general?
giving an example of why that would be different from others, because other groups of people, like their ideas, they connect science and spirituality in one. So
well, we haven't defined white culture yet, though.
Can I answer your question? I just answer your question from an American standpoint.
It's a plethora of different things. It depends.
I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't fair to go in there if we haven't really gotten off the foot of talking about white culture to say that. That's not fair.
I mean,
it'll carry the conversation away.
Even white culture said that black folks were subhuman in intellect. What would you call that?
Meaning white culture is racism, right? That's what that means. What you just said.
Indeed. Violent.
Right.
Which I think. Based
on that, we were experimented on, cut up, killed.
That's racism.
Violence.
Racism, terrorism, the Klan.
All globally.
The Klan, right? Yeah.
So that's why I said what I said. I truly believe destruction is their culture.
So you think they're culturally racist?
I said destruction. Yes. You can have it in many forms, but destruction is the totality of their culture. Everywhere they touch down on the planet, there has been a problem.
White supremacy. White supremacy is a form of what we consider white culture. And let me qualify it. Being white, right, is something that goes into the social contract. An agreement of being racist toward black people and diluting everything that's about you from another country, because they all come from somewhere else, and coming to America and agreeing that we are now white and black people are monkeys. The social contract of white supremacy. And to uphold it, they have to do many things. Terrorism, the Klan, making us look like monkeys in movies, keeping black people down, Selma, Black Wall Street, and the list goes on and on. Lynching.
So you're
come
saying
over here, those are the blacks, we're the whites.
so you're
Social
saying
contract, white supremacy.
so you're saying their culture is to be supreme, pretty much.
White supremacy, which means black down, white up.
Right.
Or the illusion of supremacy.
And I'm gonna qualify it a little more. I know I'm going on, but I will shut up right after this. To go in and to see how the tool works, white supremacy. Why do you think it is that a lot of Chinese guys are going on the internet and talking about white guys are taking all their women? I'm gonna qualify it. There's gonna be some good stuff. The poll of being racist toward black people, to use that as a reference to try to buy into whiteness. To do that, you have to say, if black people are monkeys, right? We're down here. If you're applying it, white people are up here. If you use that poll to bring yourself up into whiteness to make it seem like you're above black people, you already told your women that white guys are the most attractive. How? Because you're down, you may be above black people how you're applying the tool, but you're still not up there with them, because the poll says in order for me to be a monkey, right? To see black people are ugly monkeys. In order to apply that tool, I have to be down here. And the opposition of me being a black monkey is white guys are the most attractive in the world. And what are the women gonna do? They're gonna go for the top. So in other words, if you don't look like a white guy, then you're unattractive. That's what's happening to them, and that's how it's applied. But they fucked it up.
Hold on. Them who? Who's more
Are you
attracted
alive?
to white men than black men?
I'm talking about what happened to China and how that white
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to apply the two. Hey, I just kicked some knowledge to y'all. If y'all want to downplay it all you want, but I'm gonna tell you right now.
I agree.
I can break it down any way you want. If y'all want questions for me to break down on even more, I would love to, man. I love these brains.
But I want to hear what Urban had to say about white culture.
Hell yeah.
I was honest to God about to say some of the stuff James just said. It's based on whatever it's okay. White culture basically I was gonna go from an American standpoint. Anything mainstream that is it's like this. How do I say this?
That's accepted to greater society.
Yeah,
anything that
like
is
the bad portion of it is demonized as the black part of it, right? But then
right.
the white,
but the standard is
promoted.
white.
Exactly, yes. Like for example, any TikTok dance, right? We'll if it's pushed into the mainstream, we'll whiteify it, right? But then we'll complain later about, oh well, blacks are dancing degenerately. But hold on. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like whatever is left over.
We even see that with music.
Yeah,
we see that with progression music.
Everything
the start of music was all through black American existence.
Yeah. Anything American-wise,
cut in on everybody because we're having a good conversation.
Music,
but Brony James is now a Laker.
Sports. What'd you say?
Brony James is now a Laker. I'm probably late.
Yeah,
Y'all probably knew that, but
yeah, you late as
I didn't know that, but I was
Germany. Fuck y'all.
I was expecting it though, because
I just saw it. All right, what's my bad? But I'm sorry to do that to y'all, but that's dope.
I'm not gonna
just
lie,
sorry,
Buddy kind of looks sad. He went like 55th overall.
Who?
55th overall. Yep.
Man, Brody gonna be a bench woman.
Let me have my moment. Y'all can go ahead. Wow.
Brody about to be a 6-man, bro.
But yeah, anything
100%.
mainstream wise, that's it. To answer your question, Trayvon.
Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. That was just dope. It's
gentrification pretty much. In any aspect, gentrification, not just, I think we just put gentrification as just like a location wise, but no, a lot of stuff mainstream wise, that's a form of gentrification. They just put white over it, and then the rest of whatever is left over, the scraps, is demonized, and we just say that's black people. That's it.
That's
national.
I was also going to say that's consistent, like across the world. I would say that's why we have to ask yourself, what is white culture? What white culture, in a sense, is delegating the standards and rules of the world not in the sense that they have the right to do so, but because of imperialism and how the Berlin Conference really kind of led us to experiencing this version of the world. And with that being said, we have to qualify when we talk about certain groups of people's culture. White American culture, like we just said, is the standards of this nation that are unfettered by a bigger group influencing what is right and what is wrong.
Can you give us an example?
Okay. What is white
So-
American culture though?
Let him give an example of what he
Racism.
said. I
So
think I'll help it out.
an example of that could be like the love for like Brandon and like Chevy cars and stuff like that, right? Like so you could see a family growing up, like they all have Chevys and their sons have Chevys and so forth. Like just
Leave it to Beaver
just by
stuff,
having
right? The Leave It to Beaver standards. That's something we talk about.
right.
Some books on that. The Leave It to Beaver standards. Yeah, the world tried to follow that. Everybody who came to America wanted that Leave It to Beaver life. Yes, that is a fact.
Exactly.
They did
I got
that. And guess who
I
was
got a question.
Like trad
something y'all don't
lifestyles
know.
and stuff like
Guess who was enforcing that lifestyle? The Jews.
I got a question.
It was
Do y'all
them.
think it's possible? Do y'all think it's possible to be successful without being in white culture, or just like adapting to that?
Subjective is subjective to what everyone thinks is successful.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, where's your point of success?
I'm gonna say right now, you give me about 150K, I'm successful. I don't need the rest. You give me 100 like K straight
What
up. Like
is it
with a
about white
solid
culture that we need to be
I'm good with that.
successful? I don't
Okay,
understand.
wait. Like, let me change it up. Do y'all think, like, to be mainstream? You think it's possible to be mainstream without, being in white culture or something like that?
Well,
Do
again,
you
you have to
actually think that
stratify
we
what
are
is mainstream.
dabbling into white culture to be mainstream?
Are you trying to be
I'm
mainstream
asking.
within the nation?
I'm
Because
asking.
the majority
I'm
of the
asking.
nation is white.
Can you be main? I'm asking. Can you be mainstream without being like in a white culture, like or joining white culture?
Without appealing
The
to white
only way
culture,
you
can you
could
make
is
it
if
to the
the
mainstream?
dominant society of whatever you're trying to be mainstream in isn't white.
I mean, I think you can absolutely.
You guys
If you're trying to say that you have to dabble into white culture to be successful, that's the opposite. That's the opposite of what you're saying.
I changed it from being successful to going to mainstream.
To go to mainstream, are you saying that we have to dabble in the white culture of somehow to be mainstream?
I'm asking.
I think you can.
Is it?
I think you can.
I'm asking. Is it
To answer your question, Trevin.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. Now, are you saying that you have to? If you're asking if it's possible not to, that means I'm guessing you're assuming that you obviously have to. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's the way your question comes off. Is do you need to be white? Sorry. Do you need to be? Do you need to adopt white culture to be successful or to be mainstream? That's what the question
Do you
comes off
believe that?
as.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you believe that?
I wouldn't say it was successful, because that's why when Urban said what he said, I changed it from being successful to just being mainstream.
Okay, well,
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying is
to be mainstream, right?
But don't you think that there are black? Don't you think that there's black mainstream, like black culture that's mainstream?
Well, no, that's giving them a scapegoat. That's letting them out. Let them stay in there. Tell us if you believe that you have to dabble into white culture to be mainstream. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe. No, I would say. I would say you have to tone down your blackness a little bit to be mainstream. You can't
Okay,
be,
give us an example of that.
I would say like most the hip hop that's publicized is the bastardized version of the good hip hop.
Okay, could you give us a song that proves it?
I'll say most of the I said
just one song.
I said Lotto new song that she dropped, or Ice Spice.
Ice Spice. You think there's some? You think that there are elements of white culture that have skewed that song to sound the way it sounds right now? You believe that?
Oh man. Say that again.
Do you believe that there are elements of white culture that cause that song to sound the way it does right now? Or the music?
No, I'm saying like the
Yes.
The reason why I say it's so successful because it promotes the bad side of our culture that white people like to see.
But you said white culture influenced the way that sound, right?
Yeah, because part of white culture is like they love seeing the negative.
Oh, I see what Trayvon is saying. I see what Trayvon is saying. So,
but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to beat up on it. So let me just jump. All right. So that's not white culture. That is actually basically the music industry trying to make sure that music can be purchased all over the world. That's business, not culture. Many countries will not buy it if it sounds a certain way. That's just business.
But James, pertaining to what Trevin was saying, I think Trevin is trying to trace it back to the fact that, because what's it called? Urban touched on this earlier, right? He said that white culture is everything that exemplifies, like, the white habits being like praised, and disassociating with all the stuff that's
It's more of like a parasite
bad.
in a way.
Okay, so here's why I disagree with that.
Wait, I'm not finished yet. So what Trevin is saying is that if that's the whole encapsulation of white culture, then wouldn't it be safe to say that white culture, the hip hop music that you hear on the radio, and basically the type of music that makes us look bad, right? Like, isn't that part of white culture because white culture separates itself from all the bullshit?
Let me answer that. No, that is the economy. That is marketing. That is business. And here's what I'm doing. I didn't say anything, but the reason why I brought up white culture is to let you know there is no white culture. You want to know why? Because people in France, Germany, freaking Spain, Mesopotamia, fucking, I don't know, Egypt, Jerusalem, everywhere. If you look that way, you're considered white. And those cultures are extremely different.
But you could say the same for black then.
Wait a minute.
But can't you say the same? Wait a second. Can't you say the same for black? Because you got black Americans. Wait a second. Wait, James, because you're jumping the gun. Don't you have black Americans and then black Africans? Don't they have completely different cultures too then?
Yes, they do.
Absolutely.
So yeah, if that's your point, how can you say?
But you got to let you know what I'm trying to tell you.
Go ahead.
When you say when you say white culture, that has never, ever, ever been founded by anything but whiteness. Black culture has already been defined as American formed. That's why they say black. But if you come from Africa and you look a certain way, they said your race is black. Language is organic. Okay? Language is organic. It's not straightforward. It's not just something written on paper. Okay? Black culture is a term in itself that has already been defined. White culture has never been defined as American whiteness. Ever. It never has, and it never will. The whole idea of white supremacy is founded on nothing but race. Black culture isn't. You understand?
But you're talking about white supremacy versus black culture. Aren't those two different things?
You goddamn right it is.
So, but white
actually agree with him.
No, we don't. You guys don't understand what you just said.
Black culture is not founded by race. Like, how is that not? Because black culture,
for you to be part of black culture, don't you need to be black?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you do. Like, there's no.
Well, what is culture? I thought you said race. You guys already knew that race doesn't define culture.
No, race is a part of culture. Race can be a part of culture.
Yeah. Hold up, y'all. I just jumped in on my PC. My phone died out.
Can't your racial identity have something to do with your culture?
It's supposed to. Like you can't.
No.
It's supposed to. Yeah. I mean,
Absolutely not. Race is what you look like. It ends there. You guys
right.
understand
Okay.
that, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but it still has a
You have to
tie to
understand these
culture,
things
though.
they're organic. They're organic. These things are different.
I mean,
Black,
you can't
when you
have.
look, let me tell you something.
There's no.
I'll prove it. I'll qualify it right now. When I say black culture, are you thinking about people in Tanzania?
It depends. No, but I think of it depends. I think of like blacks from
Okay,
the
go ahead.
islands and stuff. When I think of black people, I mean, think of black people.
Just to be fair, my
I
man.
automatically
said
think Black American whenever I hear Black culture.
That's black. That's a different term. When I say black culture, do you think of people in Kenya?
No, I don't.
No one does.
Gotcha.
It has created.
Gotcha.
It is its own word. They come together. It's different. It's different.
Yeah,
That's
no, you're
why
right
when you
about
say
that.
black culture, yes, I understand that. But when someone says white culture, it can never, ever, ever mean the same as black culture. Because
Right, because white culture and black culture are two different things.
Right, because
Right.
what makes someone white is nothing but what they look like. But what
Yeah,
makes
but
you black?
I got you. What you're saying? Yeah, it's an American thing. But when you say
it's
like
different. These
race
things are
is not race can be tied to a culture. Okay, like yeah, we know black culture is the sound of black Americans, but race can be tied to a culture. You don't see white people in West Africa practicing voodoo or being Fulani or something like that.
In the
Like that's
definition in itself, yes.
that.
In the definition of culture, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in, but in the definition of culture, race cannot be tied to it. You learned that in school. You took
I mean,
social
I've never
studies.
heard that in school, but
Police,
I mean, like,
laws, arts, and culture.
So, so James, you would say Eminem is like a part of black culture?
no. I mean,
well, tell me why you
Don't
think he
get
is.
anywhere near Detroit, or you're gonna die.
Hip hop is a
Does
culture
the same go for
onto its
Paul Wall?
own. This is the thing that I brought up in the beginning.
I understand that, but here's the
Hip hop
problem with
is
what you
a
said.
culture onto its own. Period. It's
You try
global.
to ask me if Eminem is part of black culture. How can he be
man.
part of black culture by
He's
himself?
part of hip hop culture.
He's a man.
You should be saying he's accepted by black culture. There's a difference between being a part and being
By black
accepted.
I don't even know about
in
that.
Yeah,
hip
man.
hop culture.
Is he dabbling in what we consider to
I'm
be
sorry. I'm just gonna have to say
forms
this. See,
and
this is the
elements of what's
confusion.
considered black culture? Yes, he is.
This is the
So it's
confusion.
Paul Wall.
Now, no, this is what he's asking me. If Eminem is considered black because of the way he talks, moves, his music, etc., that's what he's asking me. And the answer is fuck no.
Oh, then no, yeah, no, never mind then. My bad. No,
That's
my
what
bad.
he's asking me.
Okay, then no, I agree.
You're not gonna trip me up like that.
I thought it was a whole different question. I thought it was a whole different question.
No, it's not. I know what people try.
Black people accept Eminem in
I
hip hop culture.
was just asking the question.
But James,
Don't you remember
you
when
said
Eminem's album first came out? They was talking about when he raps, when he makes money, the Klan makes money. You don't remember that? They were dissing the shit out of Eminem because he's white.
But James,
our numbers ain't that high,
I was a baby. I was a baby. When
Our numbers ain't that high, Unc.
Yeah, I know. I'm 48.
So James, you're saying that Eminem is part of black culture.
So Eminem, Paul Wall, and Logic, and Tom McDonald are all part of black culture. Then
That statement doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but hip hop is part of black culture.
Hip hop is a global culture.
Then how can a man?
Wait, hold on.
No, what? Hip hop. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Global culture.
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. No. Hip hop is a Black American culture that went global. A little correction.
Yes, thank you.
No, I wouldn't even say that. Anything that the hip hop that went
Every day,
overseas.
why don't you just try to? Why don't you just? I'm sorry, Trump. Every day, why don't you just say what you're trying to say? You're trying to
as
say
soon as I become president, you
Eminem
get
is
locked up.
black because of the way he raps and moves and all that. And I noticed what you said. Come on, every day. You saying
And
that?
that's
No,
the case. Okay, I'm
that's
just
not what I
saying.
said. That
If
wasn't
hip
my
hop is global
question.
culture, then anime is
Wait,
global.
Braxton, hold on. James, that wasn't my question. I don't know who asked
That
the
was my
question in
question.
terms.
That was my
Okay,
question.
so that was
All
Trevin's
right.
question as to whether or not you consider
Yeah, but
Eminem part
but
of
the
Black
thing about
culture
okay,
because
my
of his
bad, Evan's
actions.
But that's what you're saying. You're trying to trip me up to see if you can get me to say that because the way Eminem talks, dresses, raps, etc., is he considered black? That's what you're asking me.
You're going based
Because you're
off.
tying race.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You're trying to tie race into culture, and as a result of that, in order to qualify that statement, you're trying to rephrase that. Because there's no, by saying, is Eminem considered a part of black culture? That doesn't make any sense. People say that all the time. Even scholars say that, and they need to stop. That doesn't make any sense. An individual cannot be a part of black culture. The proper way to say
Lucas,
that is
I hope you get locked
Eminem
up.
properly representing black culture? That's the proper way to say it. Is he properly representing what we consider to be black culture? Is he doing that?
Black? What is black?
I would say Paul.
Where's that country? Where's the country?
Black is a few things,
Where
actually.
is the country?
It depends on
black?
how you're using it in a sentence.
No,
and I'll qualify
Where
it.
is the country
If
of
you
black?
say
Because if I
black,
say
hold up.
Italian,
You're asking me, right?
If I say German,
Hold on, Don. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Tell me where the country of black is.
Let him answer.
Let me answer the question. What is black? What is
the country of
dude?
black?
I got you. Dude, you're asking me a question, Don.
Your first question was, what is black? Let him answer, please.
Answer.
Black can be it can be applied two different ways. When you say what is black, that means you're asking the identity of it.
Wait, hold on, Don. Hold on, Don.
Lucas, just mute his mic.
Hold on.
People come from.
Hold on, Don. You did ask him. Your first question was, what is black? Then you followed up was, where is the country of black? So let him answer the first question.
Stop putting words in my mouth.
That's what you asked.
That's what you asked. That's exactly what you asked, though.
That black.
Let's go on.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you.
You owe. Hold on. Lucas, you owe me and GC an apology. You owe me and GC an apology.
I don't even want to entertain him and answer the question. Forget Don. I'm not going to answer.
Yo, Lucas, why don't you do this all the time? Like, Lucas, that was like one of the best things you ever did on stream, man.
Like 3 to 4 different types of
there's no reason to do that.
He's been.
I mean, when he does what he does, I think there's reason. Like, if you're gonna take up the whole show, if you're gonna ask a yeah, no, I'm not even saying ban him, but I'm just saying, like, hey, put him in a timeout. Like, if we all having a conversation, if I ask James a question, I'm gonna give him the floor so he can answer it. I'm not gonna interrupt him mid-answer. That's not cool. And Don does that literally all the time.
That is respected.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
one of the best reasons why you do that for some people is because they're gonna do it for you.
Right. That's what I was gonna say.
And when we have a panel, and when we have a panel like that, somebody will say something, say Trevon, say something, and it actually triggers something, and you got a real good thought. And because of the way the panel is flowing, you're gonna get to say it. And then people respond to you. And then they engage. And then they ask a question for you to qualify it. And then you qualify it. And by the way you do it, everyone agrees with you. That is good for people, man. We got to keep that going. This is the best way to have this, because when you do this, everybody learns something. Okay?
Right.
Everybody. You're going to learn something if you do a panel like this. There's no way you're not going to learn something. It's impossible.
Is everyone
I can put my input.
Is everyone registered to vote on the panel? We ready?
No, I'm not voting.
Yeah, I did my absentee ballot.
I'm only voting locally.
Because I'm in Germany.
I'm registered.
And I'm voting out of Nevada because that was my last state. I was going to vote Texas because my house was there, so I could actually do it, but I did Nevada.
I'm voting for whoever uses hot sauce on their chitlins.
What, dude? Urban, you are too wild for that.
I don't know why people try to
one,
fight
man.
me on this, but Nevada is harder to win than Texas. I don't care what anybody says.
Nevada's harder than
Than Texas?
Nevada is harder to win.
There is no.
If you look
black
at the
culture,
history.
man.
Oh, that's why.
There is no black culture.
Oh, we back to that. Let's do it. Let's rumble.
Who said that? Who said that? Wait,
Wait, who
Hold
said that?
up,
Oh
Arne.
my God.
Hold up,
Am I
y'all.
gonna
Give,
get a
give
chance?
him the
Am I
floor.
gonna
Give
get
him
a
the
fair
floor.
He
hearing, or
My
am I
trolling.
gonna
man,
get
He
blocked
trolling.
qualify
from
it.
the
Why would I
entire
troll
time?
about that?
Yeah, let him have it. Qualify it.
That's a
You either
serious
trolling or
Qualify
you
it.
situation.
stupid.
That's just a question,
You
man.
either
No, let him
you either
qualify it.
trolling
Because I
or you
bring
stupid.
There's
truth.
no
I
black
bring truth.
culture.
I don't bring
Qualify it.
bullshit. I bring
There is
truth.
no black culture. There isn't. Like,
Yeah,
Qualify it.
because what is black?
What is soul? What
I
is
don't think
soul
there's a black
food?
bloodline. I think
Let
it's
him
all been
answer
mixed
it,
up ever
man.
since.
Y'all
well,
keep
I think
What
wrestling
that
is
with him.
black?
I
Let him
think
Black
a
is
lot
answer
of
it.
something that was
us,
given to us.
I think a lot of us
And
have a
then
way of
after that,
life.
we were given African American. Before that,
Yeah,
we were
that
Negroes.
it's not even just that, but a lot of us,
Don,
I think
somebody else.
a lot of it, we have a way of life. We have a way of understanding things, and I think most of that's due to a lot of it's due to oppression of Black people. Like, and for people to have culture, you can't have a culture and be oppressed at the same time. It's kind of an
that
oxymoron.
makes no sense
That
whatsoever.
was
Wait,
the
Yes, it
dumbest. That was
Wait,
the
does.
dumbest shit I
Being
heard.
Don't get to the
oppressed
reason.
wait a
creates
second.
let him
culture.
speak.
Hold
Let
on.
him speak.
Can we slow
Wait a
down?
Dude,
yeah.
Please let
being
him voice his
oppressed is
opinion,
one of the
please. Come
main
on.
things that
Okay, what is
causes
our
a
okay?
Wait,
Let me
James,
let me
James,
ask
Let's
you
let
a
him
Wait,
question.
speak
let
if it needs to be
James,
said.
let him
Let him say
finish
what he
though.
needs
Let
hold
to
him
on.
say.
That
All
was
finish.
right,
so
all right,
ridiculous.
all
I
right.
gotta hear the end of that story.
Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah,
It's kind
yeah.
of true. I mean, it really there is no Black culture. I mean,
Mm.
we go a lot of our way of living goes based off of the market. We don't have any formal traditions. We don't have any spiritual systems or spiritual structures. We don't have any we don't have any rituals. We don't even have a rites of passage. Like that's we don't even have a rites of passage.
Yeah,
We don't even have a hold
yeah.
on. We don't even have a system to be able to know how to raise our children and train them to be adults. Like that's a fundamental aspect of having a culture right there.
So
We
you
don't
think
have
white people got that?
That's
I agree
not
with you.
it
I agree
depends.
with you
Hold on for a
100%.
second. Hold on for a
No,
second, man.
culture
Would you
Think
define
about it.
culture for
Some
me,
white people
sir?
do.
I
that's a
beg to
rare.
Let
differ.
him
That's a
speak.
way
Let him
of life
speak,
that isn't
please.
dependent on
Would
culture.
you
That's
mind
dependent
That
on.
defining
is
culture
dependent
for
on
us so we
culture.
can
That is
understand where
very
No,
you're
it's
coming from?
not.
that's a necessary. That's a
No,
need.
it's not. The
It's
culture is reflected
Yes, sir.
on the
Would
way
you?
of life, but the way of life is based on some form
I
of
put the
ideology.
definition in the
Yes,
private
an
chat.
Hey, Trump,
ideology
could
that's
you? I would
needed,
like.
No,
Would
which
you?
is
Hey,
I
sir.
heard
Would
predicate
wisdom.
our?
for culture.
Could you
I'm
please
sorry.
Okay.
I
define
heard
culture for me,
wisdom from a
please,
young
If Black
voice.
Americans don't
so
have
we
a
can
culture, how
understand where
come
you're
there's
coming
the
from?
most imitated culture? Just
A
asking.
culture is
Let
where
him.
a group of people
Go ahead.
they
Yes.
have structure in order to progress and benefit that group of people and
No, you
a
get a
way of life.
zero on that
Hold on for a second.
definition. Let
You're
him
asking
finish.
me a
Let
question.
him
I'm
finish. Yeah,
giving
I
let
don't
you
him
want to cut you
finish
off.
Let him
though.
finish.
All right.
Let
All
him
right.
finish.
All right.
I'm
All
giving
right.
you an idea of what I think culture is. Culture is when
All
it's
right.
necessary to benefit that group of people, where they have structure, boundaries, rituals, and ceremonies to keep the culture intact and strong, and it progresses. That's what I think a culture is. And Black folks in the Americas don't really have that, even more likely around the globe. And a lot of them are starting to lose that. So, no, I don't see that. When I see Black people, they don't really have formal traditions where is that a lot of their way of life is also defined on the market. So it's like in the 70s, we went from afros all the way to weaves, Jerry curls, and all this other stuff. Like, what kind of culture is that? That does not
Did you?
signify strength and unity. That signifies,
Let
or
him finish, please.
that just signifies based on the moment, like a love affair for how we ever feel
So
or whatever is
basically, what you're
placed on us.
saying is, if the mainstream doesn't like it, that it's not good. That it's not considered culture.
I never said
If
it
the
has to
Why are you
know.
mainstream,
trying
if
to
it's
why are you
not
trying
good,
to
if it's not something
revive
that we
why
like,
are you trying to
No, I ain't saying. I never
revive
said
No, that's
anything.
not what
that's
he's
not what
saying. That's
he
not what he's
said.
saying.
Wait, can
That's
wait?
not
Can
what
I
he
say something
said.
real quick?
I mean, you
Do
have
y'all
a
know where?
Let the young man
Wait. Can I
finish his
say
thought
something?
because he got cut off. Hold up, let him
Wait. Let
finish
me
his
just say
thought
one
because he got
thing. Let
cut
me say
off
one
by
thing.
this other
Let me
nigga.
just say one thing.
Let him finish
Do
his
you,
thought, bro.
bro, he's
no.
saying nonsense. I just want to
Oh,
say
hold
one
Go
on.
thing,
So
ahead. Go
let him
bro.
ahead.
say
Ask me a
not. Hold
question.
on.
Go
Let him
ahead.
Look,
say
Oh, it's okay.
look.
He can
nonsense.
answer. He can
Wait,
answer.
he said.
Finish
I
his
Wait,
agree.
goddamn
wait.
Because there's
thought.
no
He put
point
me
in
in the
no
room.
point in
He
having
said,
echo chamber.
bro.
So
He
let
It's not right to cut people off. What I did was
Here
wrong.
what we gonna do. Here what we gonna do.
What I did was wrong.
Since everybody wants to be a child, we're gonna allow the person with the dissenting opinion. Go ahead. Ismail,
what happened?
all you. What were you saying as far as regards to culture? As far as Black Americans not having culture.
Am I able to speak or something? Is that
Yeah,
what's
it's all
going
you.
on?
Yeah. You got the floor. Go for it.
All right. All right. I mean, if this is about me being able to speak, but yeah, I think that it's that we don't even have a rites of passage. We don't even have anything to be able to transfer our youth to be able to become adults. Like the way that we become adults, it's like we have a lot of Black people have to find their way. I'm not saying like white people are the put on a pedestal for culture, but even if you look at Jewish people, they're able to have a rites of passage somewhere in their religion. And it's not about religion. It's just a way of being able to have structure in order to go through steps, in order to know how to progress your people or the culture. Like when we think of family structure, we think of the ability to be able to progress the people, to build a nation, to be able to have a strong foundation, which creates that culture. We don't have that. We don't have our society or our way of life is not predicated on progress or predicated on rituals and ceremonies. Our way of life and our viewpoints are from another group of people, mixed in with things that are based on the market, whatever ideas are out there, and we go by it. Like people were saying, Black culture is based on rap music. It's like we went through different genres of music. What kind of culture really does that? Well, culture really has a ceremony or a song based on the spiritual systems or the people or the spiritual systems they may worship, not a song that's based on lust. And like there's so much when it comes involved into culture. And it's like people have a very simple-minded frame in order to think what culture truly is. And this is why many of our people are confused. You look at the way that they look at Black people. Look how many religions we're a part of. Look how many religions within Christianity we're part of. Baptist, what is it called? Baptist. It was something. I forgot. My point is that we're Muslims, we're Christians, we're Jewish, we're part of the Nation of Islam, we're part of the Moors. We are a divided group of people. And how does a divided group of people say that we have culture? That makes no sense. So no, we don't. Okay? We are a group of people who have a way of life and understand the way we live. But to say that we have culture, that's not true. And it's not because I'm saying it's based on the media. It's because of what's happened to us. We were robbed. Our lands robbed and pillaged, and all that destruction and white supremacy has caused confusion amongst our people. And this is where it is today. So that's why I'm saying there is no culture, okay? And it's deeper than that, all right? To say rap music and Cardi B is only showcasing the worst of our people. No, all of our people is the worst of our people. We're going through a lot, okay? All of it. You can't just exclude people and say that only Cardi B is looked at this. No, everybody. You're all in it, okay? And I also hate when people say we're not monoliths and all that. That's just an excuse to me to say that it's okay for us to not be part of a structure. All right.
Okay. Let's hear what everyone else says.
Yeah, if they have any questions, I don't or anything.
But I want to say one thing, bro. That's all I wanted to say.
Respect for that.
That's all I wanted to say.
Respect.
Do anybody know? Do anybody know where family reunion started from?
So that's why I'm saying. Whoever has an echo, can you stop that?
Yeah, you have an echo. I hear my voice.
Deeper than that. All right. To say rap music,
that's
Cardi
him talking
B is
to
only showcasing the worst.
Ishmael, mute your mic and unmute it.
Let me see.
Okay.
Is that him?
Turn off your YouTube in the background or something.
Somebody has a playback
Cardi
going.
B is looked at this. No, everybody.
Who is that?
You're all in it. Okay. And I also listening to him say we're not monoliths and all that.
It's not Ishmael.
Can everybody mute their mics for a second and then unmute?
It was Don. Go on.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Nick.
But yeah, if you disagree,
My bad.
you have a question, I don't
All
mind,
good.
bro. It's okay. It is a dialogue. I don't mind, bro. I'm pretty sure Tariq Nasheed would disagree with me for sure. And I listen to him all the time, and he says, we have culture. We're foundational Black Americans. It's like, okay, whatever.
So do you think white people have family reunions?
It ain't got nothing to do with family reunions, bro.
No, I'm saying that's a culture. Black people
I
do.
think your grasp on culture is just. I'm not gonna.
Hey,
I don't.
Ishmael, what about music?
Exactly. How
Music
can
is
somebody
very
not have a culture and they're the most
Ishmael, what
popular
about
people
music?
globally?
Our music is defined by the market, man. We like, of course, black people.
No. Okay, Ishmael. To be fair, let me explain something to you. Our music is not defined by the market.
Okay, how many jazz musicians
The
do you know
market
right
doesn't listen. I understand. The market can never define music.
Yes, it
Okay, the
can, because
market gets music.
yes, I can, because
No,
it's
listen to me
moving.
very carefully. Listen to me very carefully, sir. The
Don't
market
verify with
cannot
false witness.
define music. Okay, music is
verify false
created
witness.
This is
by
some
a creative
semantics.
person.
Mic and
If
he
I
was
make a song,
echoing when I was
okay,
speaking.
and it's good, the market will invest into it.
No,
Then why you say it's not a
If
market?
people like my music, they're going to listen to it. The market will only invest into it if they can make money off of it. I can put
Okay.
my music out, and in any aspect, I don't need to talk to any industries or anything.
Whenever you're
I
done,
can just put a
let me
song
respond.
out.
Just
And
whenever you're done.
and I want to jump
understand
in
that.
too. I've been very quiet
Okay.
and respectful.
Yeah,
when you guys
yeah,
say
I'll listen to you, but I'll wait until you're done. Okay.
Of course, that's for being respectful, right, Ismail?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, that's what we all do here. Okay, so we have
Not all.
the way we dress, our music. I know, right? The way we dress, the music we say, the way we communicate with each other. Okay, the way we move, the way we socialize. There's a lot of elements that culturally tells you that someone is from a certain community. That's what culture does with people. Sombreros with Mexicans, the way they speak Spanish, the clothes that they wear, when they crack jokes, the way they move and they laugh and the way they tease each other, all that. Because culture is something you grow up in. It's the way you're raised.
And
Can I
so what
rebuttal
I
real
hear from
quick?
you, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I don't want to. Ishmael, I would say that everything you said regarding black culture is one that can go for every race. Like that's just that can everything you say you can copy and paste, and every other race of people would fall under the same line of not having a culture. You know, so I mean, the Caucasians are in every single religion at this point. So to say like they don't have a race, or like Mexicans aren't Catholic, they have a lot of Day of the Dead. So like Latinos are. They worship a bunch of different religions too. So it's like, but there's still obviously a culture. So I think like your line of reasoning, you can copy and paste that to literally
Yeah.
everybody. And by that line of
But
reasoning,
Ishmael,
no one has a culture. Not only that, but the way you're viewing
right,
black culture is from the lens of the actual results
exactly.
of how mainstream America has wanted everyone to view black culture, which is
Right,
the
right.
commercialized of black people. So it seems that you are your lens is coming from that of a white person almost, and to some degree, or the mainstream American version of that. That's what I would say to your statement.
Ishmael,
Okay.
do white people have culture?
It depends.
No, they don't.
It depends.
No, they don't.
Yes,
Let him answer it.
depends. It depends because some of our realities is shaped from them. Like I mentioned earlier.
No.
Let him go.
Hold on for a
I can answer that emphatically.
Okay, no, I'm trying not to
when the
do
other
that. I was
guy, I think,
disrespectful earlier, and I apologize to everybody. I'm sorry.
no problem. So, was it Trump that has just said that? That's why I mentioned the Abrahamic faith, like Abrahamic religions, which is mostly
Come on now.
white
Come on
people's
now.
religions, right? From my understanding in
Pump
history.
your brakes.
From my understanding in history.
Don, hold on,
Hold on,
Yeah, you took
let
that.
Dom get it
Hold on,
after he's
hold on,
done. Let
hold
Dom
on,
get it
hold
after he's
on
done.
now.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Go
after
ahead.
you done,
From
I'm
my
respectful. After you
see,
done,
like
I'm good.
from
You
my
know he was offended too because he was calm.
Pump the brakes.
No, I've
from my
been calm.
understanding,
I'm telling niggas real.
All right.
is them, and so they have their own rites of passage. They do have that. They all have their own ways of spiritual customs that we have taken on. So yes, they do in some ways. And that's not to say that they didn't steal from other people, but they have made it theirs. It's not the original. Okay. So in
Give
some
an
cases,
example.
yes.
This nigga
Wow.
an example.
Example, please.
Wow.
So what we
For
talking about?
real?
Like like German white people, Scottish white people, Russian white people. What?
I'm not trying to get into all that deep. I'm not trying to get that deep. Like I'm
But
just trying to
that,
stick with
No,
black
then
culture
you're not
right
trying to
now.
know.
Yes,
Then you're
there
not
are
trying to know.
examples. There's clear examples. Okay, clear
Give
examples.
one.
Christianity, man. Okay, that has nothing to do with black people. Okay, it
You
has nothing
said
to do
that
with.
that is a part of white culture.
Yes, absolutely.
The earliest book on Christianity was from Ethiopia.
Hold
Yeah,
up,
I
hold
was about
up.
to say, yeah, Christianity was also in Africa.
The
I think
earliest
they
book
were,
on Christianity
they're
was from
converts.
Ethiopia.
I think they're
Stop.
converts, right? Are you talking about like? It depends. A lot of the Ethiopians that are Christians are converts now. They're not the same religious group of people that was in ancient times before.
That doesn't go
even
to my point. The earliest stuff on Christianity was derived
so
from
what I'm saying-
Ethiopia.
In
It still
Africa.
stands.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Yeah,
let
so what are
me
you
help
talking
nephew out.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not the same.
let Don
And
go
all
at
the
it.
names in the
Lucas, I hate you. I hate you with a
Hold on,
passion.
let Don go
and
at
all
it.
the names in the Bible.
This is his bread and butter.
Okay.
This is Don's bread and butter.
No, it is not. He's literally wrong
There you
almost half the
are.
time he
You
speaks.
Okay,
are.
go ahead,
You don't know
Don.
history. And
Trump, don't fuck up the panel.
See, you don't understand how it changed from the way, and they were first called Christians in Antioch. You have no idea about that history, but you want to run your goddamn mouths.
Oh,
Okay?
he's
I
about to
told
go
you
full
back before,
throttle.
and I kept repeating in the text.
Let
It's
him
about
preach.
bloodlines. It's about bloodlines. Fuck your color.
Okay, so
Color is a structural. It is a social structure.
Are you a
Created by
Hebrew
the
Israelite?
Germans, starting with Blumenbach.
yes, he is.
Would you like to go
Oh,
there with me?
okay, that makes sense.
Would you like to go there with me? Do you
Like,
understand that
let's
these
not
Germans
interrupt him.
that
He's
He's
call
got the
not your
floor.
themselves
Let
average
him.
Jews?
Hebrew
Do
Israelite.
you understand
Hey,
that these
come on.
Germans that
Can we
call
let Don
themselves
have the
Jews?
floor?
Come on, y'all. Don't do that. You don't want
Do
him to
you
do it to you.
understand that
Don't
these
do
Give
it
him
to
the
him.
people
same
who are
treatment as
waging war
Ishmael.
right now in the world, when the scripture says that when they come back into the land, there's supposed to be peace in the world? Have we seen any peace since 1948? That automatically lets you know that they don't line up with that script. That script is real. But what happened was, back like the young man was trying to explain to y'all, but y'all wouldn't give voice to his ear to hear. The way was changed to Roman Catholicism. And that's why you got what you got today. See, they were first called Christians in Antioch because of that early church father there, okay, who was a Roman. You got to understand. Jerusalem and all that time right there, the people that were running stuff were our enemies. But if you don't know history, if you haven't studied, you don't understand, and you're just running your goddamn mouth. The young man was talking truth. Culture is what they stripped from us. They stripped our culture, they stripped our heritage, they stripped our land, they stripped everything. That's why your understanding about where you come from starts with slavery. You have no idea who the fuck you are. I know who I am because I did research. My ancestry comes from the kingdom of Mali, which present day is Burkina Faso, which is fighting their asses off against these cracker ass, devil ass, serpent seed back in Genesis, fighting these serpent seeds, fighting the seeds of Esau, the ones who claim they are us. But Yahushua said that they are blasphemers and liars. They are not us. Why do you think we're here? Because, see, yeah, you call me an older dude, but I'm an older dude that has reason. I'm one that they call wise ones, because I have reason and understanding. You ever ask yourself a question? Why us? Why do they hate us? What the fuck did we do to them? When you look back in history, we ain't did a goddamn thing to these pasty-faced motherfuckers.
Yo,
We've
chill.
been peaceable. We've been the same people.
Chill, Don. I'm dating a white girl.
Are we the most loving, accepting people on the whole goddamn planet?
Yeah, my fiance is white, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I
My
don't
wife
care
is white.
because my brother's wives were white, and I don't want to even go there. So don't bring that shit in.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because they always my wife is white, and I give a fuck.
Man, don't be dissing white girls. They booties
Because
is
here's the
soft.
deal.
Come on now, big
But Don,
niggas
that
out
kind of
there.
proves your
And I know
point.
who I am, and I know who we are.
But Don, that only proves your point.
And this
That
is wait, no. Then you're in transgression, and that proves my point. And that's the reason why we are where we are. Because we were supposed to be an example to the world. We were supposed to be the ones who were supposed to be in control. We were supposed to be the ones who would be the head. We were the ones who were supposed to be the lawgivers.
When?
From the fucking
when,
beginning. Read from the fucking beginning, bro. And you can even go to Romans. Go to Romans 3. Go to Romans 3. The law was only given to us.
Wait.
And see, when I say us,
you picked Romans for that?
I'm gonna clap.
Don, that doesn't make any sense. At first, we were all black.
Do you want
Romans is the worst place to prove your point. You should know this.
Do you want me to
Damn,
dog
come
walk
on, Don. Dog walk me.
No. Listen, hear this.
Dog walk me, Don.
What other people in history?
Do you know what that means, Don?
Whoa. I'm about to bring it to you from the scripture to the
Lucas,
the physical.
respect the 20, brother.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Oh.
What other people have the UN and the United States recognized as
respect the
having
20,
undergone
man.
400 years of slavery?
Respect the 20.
Wait. I'm asking you a question because I'm about
we hear the question, Don, but unfortunately, someone supered to
we love
get
white
you out.
Jesus too much. I'm sorry,
so
Don.
you got 15 minutes. You got 15 minutes, Don.
We love white Jesus
It's
too
not.
much.
It's not me. It's not me. Just to let you know. 15 minutes.
I'm down to eat them.
How you gonna super big dog at the moment when he's trying to break it down?
Yeah, Don, why y'all do
Lucas, can I say
that?
something real fast? The couple of times that I cut people off, it was wrong, but I do it sometimes when I ask a question to somebody and propose a question. You know what I'm saying? They refuse to answer it and then they go off on something else, and I'll be like, "Yo, well, wait a minute. What about answering my question? If you ask me a question, I'll answer it. But sometimes people will say something to just throw it off and then go on to say what they want to say and respond to it in a way that allows them to talk about something completely different. That's not fair.
I do agree.
I wanted to respond.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
I
do
do
that.
agree. So James, I do agree
I'll
with
never
that.
do that.
I think if you're answering a question, you should answer it directly and then go on your, if you're trying to use, an example to
Respectfully, I didn't know
explain
I'm
it,
going to do it.
answer it first. And then when somebody asks you, what do you mean by that? Then you can go into your little rant or whatever. Try not to make it too long. You're not the only person on the panel.
And it should be okay for you to ask people to reiterate. I always say, qualify. Y'all know what I mean when I say that.
Yeah.
You ask me to qualify something, I'll say I do in a heartbeat. I'm hoping you would do that. I'm confident.
I wanted to let me respond to what you said.
The Bible is how black people back. That's that's wild.
So
the fact that he's bastardizing the Bible makes it worse.
Music is very important when it comes to culture. It is important, but you started talking about what you like and all that other stuff. See, when it comes to culture, it's not about what you like, because culture can be it can become discriminatory. It can be discriminating in culture. So it's like when you have certain roles for a woman and certain roles for a man, that's already a form of discrimination. There's not always the availability to choose and have freedom. You see, when it comes to so-called black culture, we go off based off of things we like. But in a real culture, we do things based on the progression of that people. We sing songs that mean to us, that strengthen us, and be able to feel like we're elevating our spiritual systems or our rituals, ceremonies, and customs. See, they sing songs, they have dancing rituals. We have trends. We go based off of what we like. And see, when it comes to things like we do things based off we like, that can come up to a very tacky situation. And that's why we say, oh, you see someone that if you talk about Cardi B, I like the way it sounds. Just because what you like doesn't mean that it's not poisonous or if it's detrimental to that.
It seems like I think I know. I think what you're trying to say is if we don't have anything that's uplifting and positive.
No, it's not just that.
Could be considered
it's not.
I understand that, but let me respond to you.
Go ahead.
And it seems like what you're trying to say is if it's not uplifting and positive and brings us together, that you're not going to qualify that element of culture to be culture.
No.
In Madagascar, they like to dig
So he's
up
saying
the
that's
body
not
and
what
they
he's
like
saying.
to display them on their birthday.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that culture culture is something that is not treated as a love affair. Okay, it is something that is treated with honor. Okay, and dignity. You see, how many people today still listen to Stevie Wonder? right? Not many people. It's like very, very small amount, mostly people that lived in that time, right? But with culture, you don't get rid of a song because the trend is not influential anymore. You live by that song for the next 300 to 1,000 years. And that's what culture is.
Where are you getting that from?
No, there's
That's an
plenty of people
example of
who
how
react those to music.
I get what he's saying.
But there are still, but Ishmael, there are still people,
We have those kind of songs.
yeah, like Michael Jackson,
No, okay, stop.
Yeah,
Okay, let's dial it back.
I
I've
get
been
what
like
he's
listening and
saying.
vaccinating, but this is ridiculous.
It has a deeper
Can we go back
meaning.
to the gender example? Is no one picking this apart? The gender example is not based off of culture. That's not. I don't know why you brought up the men and women in the.
It is an example because
And
culture
Cardi
has
B's
a
not
way.
black.
Culture does have a way of influencing how gender roles are taking place in society.
Okay, Ishmael, we have bad elements. We have bad representations of black people right now. We do.
It's not even just
We
about
have bad
that.
representations of black people. Right now, we're colorist, we're violent. We got a lot of bad things going on between us. But when you're talking about culture, keep in mind the proper term is cultural norms. That's the full way of saying culture.
Right.
Cultural norms. You shouldn't really just say culture because people gonna throw stuff all over it. Cultural norms, basic things.
And what
music,
is
food,
considered
clothing.
norms here in America for black people is treated as a love affair. It's not treated as something with honor or treated as something to progress.
For an example, a cultural norm of us that is treated as a whatever love affair. Give us an example.
An example, that's why I mentioned music, because people can understand that. All right. A love affair is something that goes away, that comes and goes away. All right. So that's why I said
to be fair,
music.
what about jazz? What about jazz?
Not too many people listen to jazz like that anymore. And even
A
in
lot
the
of
South.
people listen.
Wait a minute, hey, I'm from Louisiana.
A
Yeah,
lot of people listen to
jazz is still alive and going.
about
Wait a
R&B?
minute.
It's not alive, but it's not in the mainstream, as you guys would say.
But the mainstream doesn't dictate black culture.
Jazz is around the world.
Can I say something real quick, Ishmael? I think, and Raw Talk, I think what you guys are mistaking and what James and what's it called, Urban are trying to dictate is that what you might see as black culture is basically what's being portrayed in the media, but that doesn't encapsulate the entirety of black culture. That's just what's profitable to the to the white supremacist or to whoever is pushing that agenda, right? But that's not those aren't our cultural norms, though. Those aren't our cultural norms, is what James is trying to say. You see what I'm saying? So when you talk about let's talk about rap, for instance, right? When you talk about hip hop, the guys that you think of immediately are the Drakes and the Lil Waynes and the Babies and all those guys. Those are the guys that the media is pushing. But then you got guys like 38 Special, or it's guys that nobody even hears about, and they rap, KRS-One, a whole bunch of other guys, Nas, the guys that the media isn't necessarily pushing, that do have a positive message. And as a matter of fact, the majority of their message is positive, but that's not what the media wants to push. You get what I'm saying? And there's a lot of that.
Erdan is right. Ishmael, just so you know, who buys more? What people buys hip hop music the most? What people?
White people.
Actually, white people.
Young suburban white people.
And I mean on a massive level.
Of course, but that's what I was stating earlier.
Family cookout. Most of the music that you be hearing is 80s jazz and R&B, especially if you go to my neighborhood. 80s R&B is going to be played.
But this is why
good stuff.
Put the definition of culture inside
the
private chat. No one's referring to the private chat. Give me a pure example of black culture. We're talking music and stuff like that.
I'll give it to you. You know what? Let me clean this up right now. You want me to tell you a good example of black culture? Creating music, period. We're the most rhythmic people on the planet.
But no,
all the music that you hear right now, it comes from us.
No,
we created rock, jazz, all of that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Wait, one thing I want to say is
No.
Lucas say this all the time that we need to turn the TV. We need to turn the TV off.
That's not what I'm saying. It doesn't listen, Stevie Wonder's songs were positive, okay? Let's say Will Smith's rap songs are positive.
Rap
Okay.
band.
Positive has nothing
Earth, Wind,
to
and
do with
Fire.
it. Okay.
Nelly.
It's not about
Marvin Gaye.
positive, okay? There are, if you're talking about, let's say the brother had mentioned earlier that he comes from Mali, right? People. I'm pretty sure when you talk about Mali, right? That civilization with Mali and those people, that they had war songs, right? They had music that was about war, preparing for war. That's not positive. That's preparing for in case of death. But that is culture. They have those songs in the need for war, for battle, right? Or they have a song in order for the spiritual custom. Some people will say, oh, we may have the gospel, right? And that's not nearly the same thing.
Well, we had Negro spirituals.
Strange Fruit is not much of a good song. Still, it has great meaning. It has importance.
It's not the same thing. Maybe I'm not trying to. Maybe I'm not. Okay, let me give you an example.
But we had the Negro spirituals.
Like I said, same thing with the song "Strange Fruit."
Yes, and a lot of that comes from slavery. So let's not go there.
But that's the part of a culture.
Strange Fruit didn't come from slavery.
Two things can be true. You can lose a culture and build a culture. Two things can be true.
Slavery is a
why
culture now?
Why did you downplay it because it comes from slavery?
Because that comes from
The fact that it comes from slavery means what?
All right, now when you're saying slavery,
the fact that it comes from slavery means what?
Hold on, let me qualify it. Let me qualify.
Let him do it. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Okay, you're saying slavery, the Negro spirituals, yeah, it comes from slavery. Now, are we singing those same spirituals now in the context of slavery? That means slavery is a culture. Are we still celebrating slavery as a culture?
No. As a culture, we are celebrating getting over slavery. We celebrate. That's the part of our culture is getting over slavery, and we use those songs to help us get over the slavery. Those are important. That's culture. See, you guys are only looking at culture as
that's
you
not
lost it, you
celebrating
can't
slavery.
get it back. Culture can be built into something different.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Well, then you're gonna have to tell
many
give me
elements of what we consider Black culture was created in hell.
All right, but give me an example of another culture that has something that we don't have. Because what you're saying is because we lost what our original culture is, we can't build something into something different.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
But that's what it sounds like.
Sometimes I may have a hard time being able to express what I'm saying or articulate.
Well, no, it's fair because think of the other thing you're missing too, Ishmael, is a lot of things that we have and created were produced when we were in a country that's trying everything in its power to take away from us through terrorism, murder, rape, etc. Nobody else had to worry about that. Some other places kind of did, but not like us.
Bro, they were still singing those Negro spirituals while we was getting
segregation, Black Wall Street.
Okay, instead of music, I'll give you another example. Spiritual customs or spiritual systems.
Okay, but we have a whole places of worship. Whether you want to agree with that's our original way
Let me finish that,
God,
Howard.
That's really a way of worshiping God.
Look at the confusion and how much we fight and the fact and how much
the same. Every culture have that.
It's not the same thing.
You go to the Asian world, they dealing with the same thing. You go to Africa, they dealing with the same thing.
I was just about to say that too. Yeah, Black people down look, Jamaican and Haitian Black people, they don't have their own religion.
That's a fact. That's an effect of white supremacy.
See, when it comes down to Black America, we have a different definition of culture when it comes to us. When it comes to Black America, then all of a sudden, that's not culture. That's not culture.
Well, the thing is, because the difference is that you can go and trace. You can go to West Africa, right, and you can still see some, even though they are heavily influenced and colonized through other means of religion that's not their own either. but still,
And
that you can
us.
still you still can find people
But
that
cultures
practice
over
some of those
time can
ancient
change.
things. And
Culture
so,
over time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, so you can still find some of those things, right? Here in Americas, and I'm trying to use that more of an even in the Americas, in Brazil, Black people there, you can find in Jamaica, they practice they practice what was it, Rastafarian? That's another Abrahamic religion. They believe that they use it in their own terminology to think Black people are oppressed, and one day the Black Jesus will come to resurrect, will come to help
So
them.
Ishmael, do you
So
believe that?
does that mean they got culture? Does that mean
Fair enough.
that's
Do you
part of their
believe that
culture?
the Black people in Brazil are under the same circumstances as we are?
To a degree, it depends. Some, yes, because they were also heavily, yes, they were colonized too. It's not exactly the same as the T in terms of marketing, in terms
Right.
of,
So you
it's not
believe that they
exactly the
were
same,
actually
but they dealt with some of the same
fair enough.
issues over there too.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You believe that they actually created their cultural norms under the same circumstances as Black people. Well, let me help you out there, young man.
Oh,
Nobody on the planet created cultural norms under the same circumstances as Black people. Nobody dealt with our circumstances, not even remotely.
I'm
Not the
not going to say that,
Jews,
bro.
not the nobody. Well, then you need to do some reading then.
No.
I mean,
A
you can
lot of
find
it.
You can't say that
culture.
because it's true.
You can find culture in the Gullah Geechee here in the Americas, man. So
But
like,
that's a part of the Black
That
America,
doesn't
though.
respond to what I
that's
just
That's
said
a
to
part
you.
of Black America.
You missing a point that he was saying.
What am I missing?
Well, if I can
The
explain,
circumstances that Black people created, the social norms that we have are extreme, even compared to the people who dealt with the worst adversaries, like the Jews. Nobody compares to what we've been through. You need to do some reading, my brother.
There's no debate.
What we went through will make Satan cringe. Let me say that one more time. What we went through will make Satan cringe.
What our
Literally,
ancestors
based
went
on
through will
the
make everybody
based on
cringe.
all
Let
the
him
biblical
finish.
write-ups of what Satan is about, he would cringe. He would literally
We're
cringe.
not
Or her.
debating that
I think
fact.
Satan is
That's
one
a
of you right
fact. We're not debating that fact.
if I can just explain,
Ishmael is.
if I can just explain a little
Ishmael
bit,
is.
if I can explain what Black
I'm
American
sorry for
culture
jumping,
is.
but
Go ahead.
it needs to be
Explain
said.
what Black American culture
Okay,
is.
so first of all, we got to
Easy.
understand. We got to understand this, right? A culture is not something that always has to be passed down and stay linear. Sometimes it changes. When we was taken from our wherever we was taken from, whether that was our homeland or not, whether we was here or not, we was together. We came together, and inside that, we had to build something new. We had to build a new people. Tariq Nasheed called it ethnogenesis or whatever. We built something new. Through all of that, through slavery, the trauma of everything, we built something new, whether it was through music. We used that for strength. Now, if you look at us today, we got places of worship, we have schools, we have administration buildings, we have all these things inside of America that's Black America. Now, there are other Black people coming in and having claims to it, and that's fine. I don't want to get into the argument, but that's fine. But because that happened doesn't mean that we don't have a culture. We can lose a culture and build a culture. When you say that Black Americans don't have a culture, and we look at everything we done built to, and we get here, it's very disrespectful. When I think about, you say we don't have no cultural pride. When you look at hip hop, look at the roots of hip hop, not what it is now. And when you look at hip hop, what it is now, you're only looking at a percentage. I listen to hip hop, but in my hip hop, I don't hear them called B's and all these, because I listen to Christian hip hop. It's a more positive one. Okay. Does that mean that no? That's a different part of the culture. That's a different part of hip hop. Hip hop is a part of the culture. R&B is a part of the culture. One of the greatest American and Black Americans to ever do it was Little Richard, who created rock and roll. That's a part of our culture. Then you go to the clothes that we wear. If you go to how we wear our clothes, if you go to Michael Jordan shoes, you can hate on Michael Jordan shoes all you want, but that's a part of our culture. While y'all hating on certain parts of our culture, we should be using our culture like the white people are doing. These white boys are out here selling Jordans, getting money off these Jordans. But we up here talking, oh, yeah. That's the part of our embrace our culture, and if anybody gonna sell our culture, it should be us.
Mr. Howard.
Mr.
Howard.
Let me branch off you.
Can I say this? If
let me
there's
branch
any
off Howard real
culture-
fast.
Can I say something real quick? Just let me get this off. If I
Let me
say,
come in
if
right
I
after
was to succeed to, like, concede to your culture, you know, what you're saying, I would say, in a nutshell, Black culture would be consumerism.
That's a part of it.
No.
Okay, that's a part of it.
Break this
It's
down
not
right here.
all of it. It's a
Are
part
you a
of
Nazi?
it.
Let me tell you.
No.
Come
Hey,
on.
Howard, you say I could go after you, man.
You got to check that self-hate
Let
at
me
the
break.
door, baby.
I'm not self-hating.
Mexican culture.
Are you doing some
They
type of
say I'm the black
niggatry?
as the ace of spades.
Let me.
Trust me.
Y'all believe
I'm
that
just
Mexicans
trying to get
definitely have
everybody on
culture
the
in
same
Mexico,
level.
right?
What? Say that again?
Now, if you go to California and you see the Mexicans out there in California, right? Mexicans definitely have culture in Mexico. Music, food, etc. There's Mexican food. When you go to a restaurant, there's Mexican food. It's like you go to a restaurant, you can have a Black restaurant and have soul food. That is culture. Mexico definitely have culture in Mexico. However, when you go to California and the Mexicans out there and you see the food that they eat, you see the clothes that they wear, you see the way that they talk, and the music that they make. It is all influenced by who? Us. So much that they felt that they should go to Tariq Nasheed and say, we should have been invited to the Juneteenth goddamn concert. Why weren't we?
That's Kendrick.
Why can't
That's
we
Kendrick.
get reparations?
Well,
How
I
come
want
we
to say
can't
that
go? What happened to us?
I don't.
We played a role in hip hop. We made music. We created hip hop with y'all. Yo.
Hey, you mean Kendrick, not Tariq.
Man, listen,
I don't
disagree. I was confused with you who did
because
it.
y'all hate some part of our culture.
He did help.
They can set their asses down
put it
somewhere
together.
with that.
It was Kendrick Lamar.
I don't disagree entirely with Howard said. That's true. Like, after a situation that, you know, occurred with Black people, it's not bad to be able to create something new. It's needed in order to progress a people. But the whole thing, like, you said a plethora of things, man. It's just like when you started talking about the Jordans and stuff like that. No, because everything when it comes to culture has to have some type of deep meaning within that culture. Like when you think of when you think of clothing, like,
no, it doesn't.
When Black people were at a time wearing Sean John, all it was because it was a style. It was because what people. But when you go and wear some clothing from India, you see, like, okay, this line means this shape means this. You know what I'm saying? Sean John is just a style, man. It's just based off what you like.
All right, but let me rock on that a little bit.
It seems like you just don't like the culture. That's what it seems.
What about
when you look at it? When you look at
that's what it seems like.
when you look at Sean John,
but Ishmael, you're forgetting a thing about Sean John. The way the clothing line was designed is Black culture.
Well,
the
I
way
was one of the
food was
designers on
designed.
that.
It wasn't even about the way it was designed. It was about who designed it. This was Black people.
I know that.
I'm one of them. I am
It's
one of them.
now.
I'm letting you guys know that. I live in New York. I work for the fashion industry. It was an answer to Polo, as well as Fat Farm, who I worked for.
But why was it an answer to them? Why was it an answer to them?
I wasn't trying to say
because it was lacked in the community.
Yeah,
they wanted to make money because they seen Robin.
We built something that we needed.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, do y'all know
meaning in that?
Okay, do y'all know dashikis are from America? Like the word dashiki is from Africa, but dashikis are from Harlem. Okay, they were made by elementary school kids, but the way that it's designed has a meaning to it. It means to end white supremacy. That was the purpose of dashikis. See, that's an example of what cultural clothing would mean. Like, I'm wearing this not just because it's a style and I look good and I like it and stuff. It has a meaning. It's to represent
for who you are. Like when we're talking about Sean John, yeah, it's against this company or because the guy's a designer is black. That's not enough in order to really have a culture, to have that strong connection within your people, because you have to have a deep meaning behind it. Now it's like a love affair is what I'm saying. Like people don't wear Sean John. It's based off of a trend. It's not something that in culture involves tradition to have things passed down, because you honor that. It is what keeps the people strong.
Something that's
What the
timeless.
fuck? Sean John ain't doing that.
Like the
Mexican poncho.
I don't see them around no more. How is that not a trend?
What are you talking about?
I don't see dashikis around no more.
I was just giving that as an example for why it has a deep meaning behind it. Like that's what it means. Of course, you're not gonna see I was just giving that as an example. Like this, what it means to be representing in your culture, because you wear this because this has a meaning to it. This is why I wear it.
That's
right?
why.
But
Ishmael,
yeah, aspects of the culture that seem to connect directly to African ethnic expression. But I think you should realize, young brother, that those aspects of our culture that were created here under these circumstances that Black people have to suffer are just as valid as those
I can't
match the original African.
I disagree with that. I disagree.
But Ishmael, to your point, you said
because it came out of a human's experience, and that is the culture that we all were ripped from, and we had to make do with what we had at the time. And so from here going forward, we can absolutely build that connection, or
I would agree. That would be fine. I agree with that.
Right, we can reconnect with our roots, but
I'm saying,
don't discount. And I think what Mr. Howard was saying was, don't discount what we've created to get us here this far.
No. I'm not disagreeing with that. I would not do that. I would not say that what was built from Black Americans that it is worth nothing. I'm just saying for our aspect, because it's not a culture. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that what's valued for Black people and what is built, and like I understand all that. That means something, but it's not means to the fact that we actually have culture, because it's not treated as such.
Well, then if we go if we go by what you're saying, there's no culture in this world, because if you look at what white
and
is that
my
culture?
English.
Okay, you physically look different than them. Well, I'm looking at your photo, and you and I both know, because I've been to the Philippines recently. You and I both know that physically speaking, you're their complexion. So am I, right?
Nah, man. Nah. There's a lot of them are light. No, I don't know. I've seen some.
A lot of them are light, but many. I
understand
that, Ishmael. I understand that, Ishmael. But you and I both know there are many people in the Philippines that has our complexion. I'm the same complexion as you. I'm probably one shade darker though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. So it wasn't skin color, and the Philippines does not treat people like Black people, right? They didn't do racism. They didn't remind you of anything like that, but you felt Black when you went there, culturally or just physically?
I see what you're trying to say. I see what you're saying.
No, let me go. Let me do it. Let me do it, Ishmael. To be fair to me, because if you did this to me, I would let you do it. And you know where I'm going. But let's keep it going, and let's be honest about this. Let me have this, Ishmael. Culturally speaking, did they make you feel Black?
Yeah, if I want to say that, yeah.
How? Tell me about the elements, the cultural elements that you were reminded of when you went to the Philippines.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't. It was out of ignorance, but they thought I played basketball. So if you want to
That's
talk
okay.
about that,
Did that make you, the fact that you could play basketball made you feel Black because they couldn't?
Yeah, but see, that's based on influence.
No, it's okay. Yes, that's a yes, right?
Yeah.
Is that a negative aspect of Black culture?
I don't know. I don't know. It could be positive or negative. It depends.
So you don't know. Okay, fair enough. Was there anything else culturally that made you feel black when you were in the Philippines?
I guess just the way how people talk and act. If you want to say that.
So talking, communication, the way you communicated, even though they speak a different language, made you feel black.
Well, a lot of them speak English there, so yeah, I would say it's the way
Fair
how
enough.
people talk.
So
Yeah.
So the way they spoke to you made you feel like a black person when you were in the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay. Can you get to the point though?
So
yeah.
No, I'm doing it right now. So I'll stop it right now. I could keep going. I could do this for damn near 3 days. But you're saying that you play basketball black and the way you speak is black, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's different.
So
Yeah. That's how
basically,
yeah.
you experience elements of black culture which were positive.
I mean, I think that, like I said earlier, I say we have a way of life and we have a way of understanding things. But inherently, do I see this as a culture? No, I don't. Okay. And like a way of life and way of culture, a way of understanding things does not necessarily mean that is a culture. No. Okay. Or if you want to say,
You just contradicted yourself.
It just means it's a part of a culture.
You contradicted yourself.
Like
I think there's a difference.
You think culture is one thing linear when culture is many things. It can be some good, some bad. It does, because there's a bad element of rap or hip hop. That doesn't mean that culture is bad.
Exactly.
See, you're looking at culture linear as, okay, if one thing bad, the whole thing bad. You get what I'm saying?
But then you gotta.
No, I'm not looking at things. It's not about if it's like I said. It's not about, because I use examples. It's not about if it's negative or positive, bro. It's not about that.
Isn't
so
also
so Ishmael
practiced consistently? Culture is something that is practiced.
Ishmael, culturally speaking, who do you identify with?
Black people.
Culturally speaking, who do you identify with, Ishmael?
I know. I heard the term that you use. I know what you said. I identify with black people, but it's not a real
I know
culture.
he said that, Lucas, but I need to ask him straightforward though. Do you, culturally speaking, do you feel in line with black people?
Yes, if we're talking about that, yeah, I do.
So culturally speaking,
so then you're admitting to black culture existing.
So wait a minute. Every day, let me have this. I know I've been talking a lot. I do. I'll back off. Culturally speaking, the elements that you identify with black people with, are they positive? Who you are.
In my personal life, yeah, I would say so.
Your culturally personal life. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I mean, it depends. Yes and no. Yes and no, because
it doesn't depend. That's not a.
It depends on. Yes, it does.
So it would depend. It would depend.
It would depend. Some black people, yeah, it does. No, some black people want to identify
culturally.
With
okay, fair. I'll ask it a different way. You have cultural norms that identifies you as black, right? You have cultural norms that identifies you as black, right? You do.
Yeah, if we're talking about that, yeah, bro.
Okay, could you tell us what those are?
It's just a way of life, bro. It's just a way of understanding things, man. It's living under oppression. It's about history. It's about the way things how they are built. You know, talking about in different areas of activity. Talking about with entertainment, history, entertainment history, all that stuff, man. Music. I understand various things of that. So that's why I'm able to connect with it. I understand how black people are. Okay. I grew up around black people all my life.
That response.
Well, because
but
That's just
Ishmael,
there's a lot of people. There's Indians that lived around us all our lives. I grew up around whites, Indians, and all kinds of people in my neighborhood. All kinds of people. I grew up multicultural to the max.
And you just said multicultural.
Do you eat food the way you eat, the way you dress, the way you talk,
I
the
don't eat
music
soul
you listen
food.
to?
So I mean, I don't eat soul food. If you're talking about food, no, I don't.
So you don't eat food that identifies you with. I don't necessarily be soul food. You don't eat food that identifies you with black people, right?
No, I don't.
You don't dress. Do you dress your clothing the way you dress? Is that influenced by what you consider black culture?
If we're talking about like Jordans and stuff, no, I don't.
No,
I don't wear
I'm just
Jordans.
not specific.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
don't think you're from here.
the way you dressed. That's a part.
It depends. I mean, what do you say? What do black people dress as? Like when when I was
Ishmael, let me rephrase the question. You said you identify as black. I'm trying to pick it apart. Okay. Do you dress in a way that identifies what black people that you consider? You said you identify with black people. Therefore, the way you dress, you would probably consider that aligns with black people. Is that true?
Well, that's gonna be hard to qualify because like white people dress like
that's
black
not
people.
hard to. I'm not asking a hard question, guys.
It is hard to qualify because someone could come from the suburbs and dress totally different.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Nazis
saying.
all on this panel right now.
No,
just go ahead and say it.
Dressing is only one aspect of the culture, though, James.
But Erday, but Erday, you're misunderstanding the way I'm asking the question.
I don't know how to.
In other
how
words,
to dress
he said,
black.
"Listen, I'll do it again. I'll do it again."
This is kind of a weird discussion
guys,
because
don't cut me
black
off.
culture is essentially a subculture of American culture.
What is a subculture?
No, it is not a
Okay,
subculture.
so what's the main? Okay, all right. Okay, so what is the main American culture then? I'm curious.
What is American?
There is no such thing as American culture.
What is the main American culture then? Go ahead.
There's no such thing as American culture.
There's no such thing as American culture. That's kind of wild.
You're arguing. Let him answer it. Let him say what
What is a subculture?
Go ahead.
Well, a culture would be
American culture.
Hold on.
You guys don't know what a subculture
American
is?
culture?
I just want you to
No. I want to know the main American culture. Please explain that. Explain that, please. Go ahead.
Well, we're a very capitalistic culture. Like I think a lot of us are individualistic, business oriented. So, oftentimes Americans cling to things such as like belongings, money, trivial things such as that. We're also very family focused, I think, as a whole. As a country, well, you could say, yeah, you could. But I do think that, there's certain perception.
Not family focused.
Well, the family union in this country is crumbling.
Can we let him finish why are we cutting him off?
Well, there's the basis of what you have with a lot of white people is they often go back to the 1950s because there's a basis of the American dream, so to speak. So while it's dwindling, it's still idealized in something that we want to pursue is having a two-parent household, having a house, having a car. It's just less attainable. But I think, a lot of Black Americans want the same thing there. Like, I don't
a lot
speak
of Black
for you
Americans
guys,
have the
but
same thing.
that's what everyone wants to pursue in America. Like, generally speaking. Not everyone.
Do you know
but most
that
people.
it has already been proven that Black men are more in their child's lives than any race of people on the planet?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I happen to work for Lucas, so contracted.
And back in the 1950s, Black people have the highest marriage rates.
It says,
that's true too.
What happened to that?
Different
Terrorism.
definitions.
Well, what happened to that was a lot of it had to do with
terrorism,
drug epidemic, and things such as redlining, discrimination.
Terrorism.
That all led to
incarceration.
Mass incarceration. That's a good one. But all that contributed to a dwindling family structure, so to speak. But I think it's
white culture to Black culture.
But what I want
that's not what I'm doing. When did I say white culture? I said American culture.
Well,
like Hispanics are in America.
White people,
Latinos are in America. Are you guys not Americans?
So there's no such thing. There's no
There's
such
difference
thing.
between becoming an American and being a naturalized American, but still we're talking about culture, right?
So
Hey, look.
There's no such
So
thing.
you guys
as
are a group
culture.
in
The
America
reason,
Hey,
that
y'all have
has
a good
their
day.
own
I'm
struggles,
taking
their
my ass to
own.
bed.
I'm kind
Well,
of
good night,
agreeing with
Trevor.
Joe Cosmic here, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm kind of agreeing with Joe Cosmic.
so the reason why there's no such thing as an American culture is America is a place full of different people came from different places with different cultures, and we're still
Okay,
divided.
Exactly.
We're still
but
divided in their cultures. If you go to any city, you're gonna have a
But if
little
they move
Haitian,
to
a
America,
little
they
little
what?
Hispanic,
But
a black
Howard,
guy.
what people fail to understand. I'm not saying you, but what people fail to understand in general is that culture doesn't have to be static. You see what I'm saying? Culture can be very diversified, even within the black culture, right?
No, it
Because
can't.
culture is definitely diversified. That's
No,
why
it
you have.
can't.
Well,
Let me finish.
I agree with y'all
You
that.
have. Yeah, that's why you have.
I've been
Oh, you're
hearing so
wild.
many complaints about, you know, how certain like immigrants come into this country and don't bring along like that essentially try to influence or operate as a representation for certain groups, but they don't take their culture with them. That has been like a huge discussion on the panel,
They
generally
do.
speaking.
They do. They just don't. They don't. They just discuss it between
They
themselves.
do
They don't.
bring some.
They
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 try
bring
to
their
Yeah, they do
culture, but
assimilate.
bring.
they
They do
just
bring some elements of their culture.
It's just
Like
like
you
But
you
hey,
can call me
Joe
crazy, but
Cosmic,
this
what
is
is the
what I've
one?
heard us be on for like,
Joe
I don't know,
Cosmic, what is
maybe
the
6
one thing
months
that a
now,
lot of
longer. What is the one thing? What?
people do when they come to America? What is the one? What is something that is?
You're bugging. Like your mic's
And
bugging.
your screen froze.
Arranged marriages still
Mine's
exist
it.
in America by
I
Uh,
said, what is the one
those
thing that a
permitted.
lot of people from other countries do when they try to come, when they come to America and try to assimilate? What is the one thing that they've been known to do?
Learn how to speak
Be
English.
taught it in school?
Yeah, well, they
No,
essentially they
no.
get into the workforce and they have to somehow adapt to American
That's to
like
survive. I'm talking
culture if
about
they're
to
gonna survive.
assimilate.
Like that's
No, not that. No, to assimilate
what do you mean by
culturally, to
assimilate?
be in
Like
line,
you know what I
to
mean.
be like to fit in,
so
to be accepted.
to like integrate is that like I don't know. I'm
No,
getting in
not
You know
well.
semantics.
You
you,
can use
bro.
that
You know
word.
what
Yeah,
they
that I
mean.
don't like that word, but you
Does
can
that
use it.
work? Okay.
What is the one
So
thing?
you're saying what do they
Yeah,
do to
you can apply
integrate
it
or to assimilate is kind of like integrate. That's so what do they
to
do to fit
align with the
into
rest
America?
of America, to be considered American.
they get
Yeah,
on code with
well,
the dominant society.
Yeah.
I think
Cause
generally speaking, you know, first and foremost is they typically sometimes most I would say try to learn English or, you know, try to get a
No,
job and
should I go ahead and say it out front, y'all?
Go ahead.
sure, whatever
They
you
try
guys are
to
getting at.
basically they need to act and think like one of them folks, quote them folks. Not all white people, just the folks who are racist, those type of folks, them folks. Ramaswamy, for
well,
instance, he got his
they
wake up call
buy,
beautifully.
they buy,
Yes, they had to act like him in order to quote fit in, to get by, to get through. And one of them is talking crap about FBAs.
and give the finger to black people. Even Mexicans do it.
Joe Cosmic, you already
Even
knew that, man.
Africans
You're
have
a
been
grown
known to do
man,
it.
and in this day and time and age, you already knew that. You might not have wanted to say it, but yeah, you know.
And they call us katas. Africans,
I
they call us
wanted to ask
katas when they come here.
Cosmic. So
The
Every
correct term
day.
is akata. The correct
Cosmic,
term is akata, not
Cosmic.
Yeah,
kata.
akata.
It's
I didn't know
akata.
what a subculture is, so I'm just reading it.
Yeah.
Is it? Does it mean the way of life, customs, and ideas of a particular group of people within a society, which are different from the rest of that society? So is that what you mean, a subculture?
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
You know,
who
it
did you say was
That's what you call
considered a subculture, or what group of people?
Well, hip hop would be a subculture in the black
us.
community.
It's black
well,
people.
it's like think of music. So you have a genre of music, then you have a subgenre. So you guys are fundamentally Americans because you guys were stripped from your home countries or whatever, dealt with slavery. So you guys
We're 100%
basically your
American.
identity at this point is an American. It's an American culture. Like
It
let's
always
be
has
real.
been.
What is considered? See, now the thing is, like, I don't know what
American culture is mostly came from FBAs, but go ahead.
because people are
Hey,
saying
hey,
like
Joe Cosmic,
it
could you give
involves
me an
Chevy.
example of music that is in America, created in the United States, that is
Rock and roll.
not considered music created that's not
You
a subculture of music?
you said rock and
Joe,
roll.
let Joe, let Joe.
I mean, that just
Oh,
sounds
let
like
Joe finish. Yeah, rock and
I'm
roll.
talking
Okay.
black.
Oh wait,
Black
hold up.
Americans
No,
who
fair
make
enough.
rock, but
that
He
sounds
said,
like
yeah,
entertainment.
black. I was about to say that. You said music. All right. Could you give me an element of culture in the United States that is not considered the main and not sub element of culture?
White supremacy.
No, hold
No,
on.
I'm
Let
serious.
him
He's
go,
talking about
Howard.
music. He's talking about music, Howard.
No, not
Yeah,
just
I
music.
heard him say
Remember,
rock and roll. He said
fundamentally,
rock. Yeah, he said rock and roll.
Fundamentally, American entertainment is worldwide. Like that goes for Hollywood, that
Worldwide.
goes for the music industry. But
Okay, like
it all starts here. Like we are literally the champions of all forms of entertainment for
Who
the
made
most
it more
part.
popular though?
Pornography wasn't us.
So Joe, do you know that
Pornography wasn't books, so you know.
I know, but the thing about it is, what he doesn't understand is could you tell me what form of music created in the United States that wasn't influenced by black people?
Probably techno.
I don't know specifically.
Techno comes from hip.
Techno
we would
doesn't
have to
come from
really
hip
go
hop.
back.
Techno actually comes from Kraftwerk, which was a German group in the 70s.
That was a guess. I have no idea. I only
about bluegrass. Bluegrass.
Is it heavy metal? Is it? Can it be?
Had a main influence on
Parts of that formed in the UK, but still rock came from black people.
Even heavy metal came from black people, like that real.
What
I said
heavy metal came from rock. So if you go back
parts
to
of
the
heavy
source,
metal came from the UK. Parts of it came from the UK, but rock all started with black American artists.
Yes.
Even the early days of hip hop. Even the early days of hip hop. Hold on a second. All right. Even the early days of hip hop, right, came off the disco era. Hip hop really didn't start until 1975. Now, when you get the Sugar Hill Gang, that's based off of freaking the disco era. When you come into the 80s, a lot of the sampling that like Soul Sonic Force did came from Kraftwerk. They sampled Kraftwerk. These are direct words from Africa Bambaataa.
Back then was one of the
The earliest versions of rap started around the 1930s and 40s. So rap is close to like 80 to 90 years old.
I was there for the movement. I'm from the first generation of it from the early 70s. It came from New York City gang culture. It came from us as teenagers rebelling. I'm in my late 50s. My late 50s.
Is there no music made by white Americans?
And we were coming off, what we were doing was an underground movement, okay? How we were dancing, what one side of the South Bronx called rocking, myself on the southeast side from the 1st Division Black Spades, we called burning. Okay? When the 71 Peace Treaty came along, mind you, it didn't happen overnight because there was only 40 gangs involved in that peace treaty. Mind you, the Bronx had over 100 fucking gangs.
Nomads, Black Spades.
That whole gang movement happened to come down because Black Benji, the peacemaker of the Ghetto Brothers, was killed. We almost went to war over this shit.
That's crazy. But
okay, and because of that meeting, right, which calmed down, not in full extent of calming down because they were still gang banging all the way up until 75. Okay. From there, what was happening was now gangs were able to go into different turfs without catching a beef. So the gangs, what I was a part of, right, we had cultural exchange. Mind you, the gangs in the South Bronx were predominantly fucking Puerto Ricans. We were just one of the largest gangs. So Black Spades, we were one of the largest. Savage Skulls was large as fuck too. The Ghetto Brothers in the hip hop community from the early days is considered pioneers to hip hop. So are the Black Spades, so are the Skulls, so are the Nomads. It was music that brought us together, the different dance styles that brought us all together. Mind you, the South Bronx was Black and Puerto Rican. We lived amongst each other. The problems we had where they say, oh, Puerto Ricans didn't want this or blacks didn't want that, it wasn't about the people in general. It was us and the gangs that were fucking shit up.
Hey, Big Dog, let me ask you a question. Who was the first elite lyricist?
From what year?
The first rapper to come out and lay out, the first rapper to come out and lay out that real solid lyrical juice that we wanted to listen to without the beat. The first one to really have some serious lyrics.
Nah, it wouldn't be Cash, because you got to understand, right? You're going off certain things. You're going off certain things, right? And what I'm saying is, because we had turfs, we weren't venturing outside our turfs like that. So a lot of us didn't know what was going on in different areas. Just like they didn't know what we were doing over here, we didn't know what they were doing over there. When they had their block parties, we weren't going to their block parties. When we had ours on Rosedale and Watson, they weren't coming to ours. You know, so it wasn't until after 71 is when we started venturing out. Right? The culture itself was a revolution/rebellion from us as teenagers, which incorporates the 5 elements, right? The 5 elements that came down the road with Africa by the Zulu Nation. Mind you, Zulu Nation comes from the Black Spades.
All right, I gotta go back to work.
So you got writing, which is AKA graffiti, DJing, MCing, okay, b-boying, or what we used to be called in the early days, Bronx Boys or Boogie Boys, right? And the last element that covers it all is knowledge of the history of the culture, of what we founded. We pushed this, okay? Mind you, hip hop was dying off by the late 70s. The whole second wave of the b-boy movement, what now is called breakdancing, is what carried hip hop to where it's at today. Breakdancing became international. There was no hip hop music in the early 70s. We would listen to groups like Babe Ruth, right? The Mexican, that's a British rock band. Apache, right? The incredible bongo band, right? Apache's the fucking b-boy national anthem. Guess what? Those are congos that were played directly from the Caribbean. There was a lot of shit incorporated with us. We just exchanged cultures.
Tell us about the music. Tell us about the music in Mexico that came from African people.
That's southern Mexico, and that's just a small little area.
And we talk about culturally speaking, and what they don't understand, that even if you leave America and go to other countries, you'll find out that the music in all of Latin America, every last drop of it, was influenced by the Africans that are there.
That's a yes or no, because in Argentina it's not. Okay, that's a yes and no. Argentina is not. Argentina is straight German whitewashed like crazy.
Hey, James Brown created hip hop.
If you go, if you're talking about Latin America is a construct. It's a white European construct on that, because nobody from Central, South, and the Caribbean are Latin Americans at all. They have to be a separate group because they're so mixed. Okay.
Are you trying to say that the music in Mexico isn't influenced by
I wasn't finished yet. Okay. A lot of the music is Aboriginal and African tied together. It is not strictly African. It is combined with both Aborigines and African. This is heavily influenced out of the Caribbean.
Well, it's not European.
Hey, bro.
No, it's not European based, because the music itself, if you listen to bomba, which is heavily in the Caribbean, right? Which is rebellious music. Okay, it is, all instruments are Aborigines from the Caribbean and African.
Does your mic work, bro?
The colors that they wear, the colorful clothing.
Yo. Which colorful clothing? Because that's a mixture between European and the slave trade.
Same type of stuff
In
I'd be saying.
Mexico?
Yeah, in Mexico and the Caribbean and Central and South America. That's a mixture.
What part of
Huh?
it is influenced by Europeans?
The green part.
That's your Spaniard part. That's coming down
That's the green
from
part.
that's more. It's more influenced by. We're gonna go by the original definition of Criollo, which is Creole.
Well,
Okay.
hold up, big dog.
What?
What part of that, the way they dress in Mexico, was influenced by Europeans, the Spaniards?
The fluffy skirts that women would wear. Okay.
Where's your receipt?
Clothing.
Where's your receipts?
Clothing.
I can draw his receipts.
You don't got no receipts.
No, actually, Don, no. They wear those dresses in Spain.
And how did that relate to rap and hip hop?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, my ass.
Here we go.
We're not talking about
I'll handle this right
Were
now.
they wearing these fluffy skirts, bro?
We're talking about Mexico
in the 80s. See, because you don't really understand that I was around with the Genesis.
Really? So you were around in the 1500s? You were around in 1492? Come on, man.
Great, sir.
5% versus a Hebrew Israelite.
Take place, which y'all weren't
Hip
around.
hop wasn't
for, and
invented
you weren't
back then.
intimately involved with it.
Don,
Now,
hip hop wasn't
What
invented
you
then.
want to know? I mean, we can go from Curtis Blow and the Sugar Hill Gang.
That's 80s. That's 80s. That's 80s.
Grandmaster
Curtis Blow is
Flash.
80s.
Go back
Curtis
to the
Blow
70s.
Curtis Blow actually started in fucking 79.
Well, that's the 70s then, ain't it?
Okay.
Ain't it?
And he became bigger in the 80s. He was doing block parties and small clubs here and there. He got bigger in the fucking 80s.
Sorry, Don. You got yeeted again.
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah. I said, dang, here we go.
Lucas is on a no tolerance policy right now, man.
I
No
didn't.
nonsense.
Hold up. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. I go by.
The thing about it is,
Wait, what happened? Why was he kicked out?
So you can
new
super
to it.
chat.
I'll give you one verse, right? I'll give you one verse, right?
Let me say something real fast, just before we get off a tangent. The basis of our conversation is to say Black people have culture
because
or not, and if Black people don't,
because someone super chatted to get them kicked out.
Oh, got you.
Okay, got you. All right, thank you.
You know, that's what we're trying. My goal is to prove that we do have Black culture, and the other thing
there is Black culture. There is Black culture. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My thing is this, right? Hold on. My thing is this, right? Based on
cultures all over
yes,
the world.
right. But my thing is this, right? Based on New York City at that time, right? When the culture started for hip hop, when the actual culture, right? It was a mash of cultures. When you put all the elements together of hip hop is not just music. Okay, you have other elements that have Puerto Ricans that were heavy into certain things. You have, people say Cornbread out of Philly was the first graffiti artist. It's not true. Taki 183 is. Taki 183 is a fucking Greek boy out of Washington Heights.
Tariq Nasheed gonna want to fight you.
He can fight all the fuck he wants because members of the Black Spades told him it's all gang related. I was on the phone with them last week, well, maybe about a week and a half ago on a 3-hour conference. I come from the Spades.
Who created hip hop?
The way it's brought down by the Black Spades is it was created by Black teenagers. Okay, and the only reason why it's being said that way is because Black Spades happen to be one of the largest gangs.
Who created hip hop?
I just answered you.
You ever heard of Pigmeat Markham, the judge?
We don't look at that as hip hop.
As what is hip hop?
I just gave you the answer. It's coming from the Black Spades.
You said who? You presented with your response as in they're saying that, but you didn't say this is who I believe.
It comes from the Black Spades. It comes from New York City gang culture. That's who created hip hop.
Black people created hip hop, right?
For the Black Spades, yes. And it's already been said plenty of times. The reason why it's stated, because they were the largest fucking gang at the time, predominantly black.
What musician
All the Black
came from a
Spades
gang?
was not 100% black.
No, dude, hip hop is way older than
rapper
that.
came from a gang?
Maybe
That what again?
Bro, hey, bro.
What rapper came from a gang?
James Brown created hip hop, bro.
Like I said, hip hop is over like 80 to 90 plus years old. That's how long rap has been around.
Actually, it's not. It's not. It's New York City culture. Don't try to change New York City culture on this.
Yes, it is. It's okay. So it's all
It's
out
been
there.
argued up and down between the gods,
So
between
rap
the
is started
gods,
with gangs.
Black Spades, Savage Skull, Savage Nomads. It's already been laid down as the foundation. Now, the older OGs, my older OGs, again, I'm trying to finish here. You cutting me off.
Bro, because you incorrect as a motherfucker, bro. James
How am I incorrect? Because you weren't there in New York City. You're not from the South Bronx, my guy. So if you weren't there, you didn't know what the fuck was going on. If you didn't know what was going on, you can't tell us this shit. You can't tell us what was going on.
James Brown is the foundation and the root of hip hop.
Big dog, you're not that old, man.
That's his name.
To say you were going back.
You cannot tell us what our foundation is when the foundation came from New York City gang culture. Just because we were listening and dancing to certain music, it wasn't just funk that we were listening to. We were also dancing and listening to disco music. So again, what are we talking about here? You're trying to change history for shit that I was there for. I was there for this. You weren't there for this. That's the whole problem.
Whose drums was the people up north sampling? They was sampling Clyde Stubbersfield's drums. That shit is the foundation of hip hop. No matter what the fuck you saying, it's Clyde Stubberfield. Look him up. The drummer for James Brown. That's his drums. You're sampling his shit. He's from the South.
Sampling on what? Because Planet Rock wasn't sampled off of that.
What talking about, bro? All that shit that cool.
Planet Rock wasn't sampled off that. Neither was the Sugar Hill Gang with Rapper's Delight wasn't sampled off that. Okay. So nothing was started. Nothing was started until 75. Nothing was started until 1975. We're going in chronological order. Nothing was started until 1975.
Bro, no matter what you saying, bro, y'all
believe what you want to believe. I was there. I was there. Like I said, believe what you want to believe, but I was there. I was there for this. So you can believe what you want, but those of us who are OGs from New York who was involved in all of this.
Whose drums was y'all sampling? Whose drums was y'all sampling? In the beginning of hip hop, whose drums was y'all sampling and mixing together? It was Clyde Stubbersfield's drums from James Brown, bro. James Brown is the
You talking about when fucking Herc was DJing?
James, yeah, whoever, Cool Herc, whoever, bro. Y'all was sampling James
Because what
Brown,
Herc did not make a fucking album. Herc was fucking doing a break beat. So he would continue a beat and continue the same beat on the next record. Okay, that's what Herc was doing, right? Mario, Tex, and everybody were playing records. Mario and Tex were playing fucking records. DJ Flowers playing fucking records. Herc started cutting. Flash started cutting. Bambaataa started cutting. It was strictly for the break beats.
All the pieces of hip hop, all the pieces from hip hop came from the South, and y'all niggas up north did y'all thing with the pieces from the South, bro. The South.
All right, man. I'm not gonna sit here and go back and forth when you weren't there for none of this shit. So
I don't have to be, bro. I don't have.
Yeah, you do have to be because in order to understand the whole culture, you actually had to be there.
I can just take the early records from out of hip hop from up north, bro. Y'all was sampling James Brown. James Brown. Y'all was
talking sampling. What years? What years? What years? Because James Brown wasn't the only one being sampled. Kraftwerk was heavily sampled. The most sampled fucking song, the most sampled album is Planet Rock, and the fucking sample came from Kraftwerk.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
That's the most sampled fucking song in music history is Planet Rock, and Planet Rock got their sample from fucking Kraftwerk.
Clyde Stubberfield is
We
the
sampled the
foundation of hip hop,
Gap Band.
Y'all
We
look him
sampled
up, bro.
Miles Davis.
Yeah,
We
I know
sampled
all
Earth,
that.
Wind, and Fire.
I know all that.
Rap
Why?
just did not come from out of the East
Patti
Coast, not
LaBelle,
from the Bronx.
the Isley Brothers.
Dude, we also fucking goddamn sample fucking white bands out of Europe.
Yeah, we
So
did that
again,
too.
it was a
But
mash
the
of cultures
Beastie Boys,
inside New York City.
yeah, the Beastie Boys were sampling a lot of white rock bands. We did
Okay.
that.
Bro. Y'all want to
Yeah,
give
so was the
But
Beatles.
that's the 80s. That's the 80s. If we're talking the 70s, the major shit in the 70s, the major genre that we were dancing to in the 70s, besides funk, was disco. And disco ended up being the era of the 70s.
Who did
Along
the
with
Sugar Hill
soul.
Gang?
The Sugar Hill Gang, I don't know. I don't remember who the fuck they sampled, but it's a disco song. We don't even look at them as a hip hop shit. We look at them as disco.
You don't consider them hip hop?
No, we don't. We look at them as a disco song.
Who are you saying? Wait, who? What?
That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I said.
But we don't even consider them as the first hip hop song either.
That's fine, man. That's
dude, bro, the foundation
Like
of
the
all
rap
of
didn't
hip hop
just come out of the
South,
Bronx.
bro. I don't know what the fuck you talking about with
There
all
you
this.
go. So yeah, it just did not come from
Hip
the
hop and all
Bronx.
this other type shit, my nigga. Bro, that
we
shit
were
came
talking
from out of
about
the
culture,
South, bro. The most person in hip hop who was sampling, bro, was James Brown, bro, and his drummers, bro. You not, bro. Come on, bro.
You cannot leave out Pig Martin either.
Bro,
And he was one of the earliest rappers.
Cool Hurt and shit. You want to give all this credit to all these other type niggas, bro? Who was these people sampling, bro? James Brown, period. James Brown, my nigga, and his
Playing
drummers,
the records. And there was no albums at the time, no hip hop albums. It was playing records at parties, playing records at fucking clubs, playing records at block parties, right? The music that was played, besides funk, was disco.
But can we just say that James Brown was a
Disco
part of
and
making
soul.
it? He was.
It went mainstream around the late 60s
On the
through
music side, because we
1970s.
danced a lot to fucking goddamn James Brown.
Yeah, we just say he's a part of it.
We danced a lot to James Brown.
Could you give me, hey, Big Dog, could you give me a sound? Give me the sound that was the first sound that was considered a hip hop. Because remember back in the days where our adult ones used to say, I'm hip. My hop, the way I hop is hip hop. What
We weren't
rhythm
even
do
using
you remember?
terminology
Bring it
like
out.
that. The hip hop word itself, didn't come. Listen, the hip hop word itself that named the culture came in 1982. It didn't come in the 70s. It came in 1982.
Later.
Okay, we had no name for anything what we were doing as gangbangers in the fucking 70s. We were just doing shit.
Big Dog, one more time. The word hip hop came from when we used to say, I'm hip. That's hip. And the way I'm hopping is hip. I'm having a hip hop. Okay.
Well, that's funny because what they were calling us in New York ended up being derogatory when they would say they go to them hippity hoppity niggas.
It's whatever. I'm just talking about the word hip hop.
But I'm talking about what we were going. I'm talking about what we were going through.
But when they call,
I understand that, but that's not what we're talking about. That's not the question I'm phrasing to you. Could you give me?
Yeah, I got what you said already. I got what you said.
Okay,
I got what you said.
What is the sound? Could you give me an example, a sample of the sound from what you understand was the first sound that was considered a hip hop?
For hip hop music, I'm gonna tell you right now. For hip hop music, right? Can I get in here? Can I get in here? For hip hop music, it is not Rapper's Delight, right? For hip hop, Jesus. For hip hop music, right? That those of us from the first and second wave look at the first hip hop album is Blondie, Rapture with Fab Five Freddy. That is what we consider the first hip hop album.
Was KRS-One correct about what he said about Puerto Ricans and shit? Was he correct about what he said? If you heard about that,
They've been in it since day one.
Rap.
Oh my God. Oh my
Blondie
God.
created
Say
hip hop,
what?
y'all.
Oh my God.
No,
I'm
no,
not saying.
no,
See, again,
Blondie created
you
no,
hip hop.
Oh
twisting
my God,
words.
bro.
You're twisting
no.
words. I said was what we consider the first hip hop song with Fab Five Freddy is Blondie's Rapture.
I'm trying to understand
Bro,
what is
For
the
consider,
Okay,
relevance?
so
what
that's a
we
personal
consider.
view. It's
how
not the
can you give
overall
What we
how
view.
can you
consider.
give
We
hold
do
on,
not
bro.
consider Rapper's Delight because we looked at Rapper's Delight as disco. We look at Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five dressing on some funky weird shit that we did not like.
All right,
The
can I?
Like I
same shit with
said,
Soul Sonic
that's a
Force.
personal
We looked
choice,
at that shit
man.
as like, yo, you from the village. That's that gay dressing shit.
Okay, I
We
want to
ain't deal with that.
please.
That's
I'll
just
allow.
personal
Hey,
liking
how
interest. It's
can
not an
you give
overall
any
view
credit to a
or
Puerto
fact.
Rican?
Just
Hey,
talking
listen,
one.
how can you give any credit to a Puerto Rican with hip hop when a fucking Puerto Rican acting like a damn black American? Bro, no Puerto Rican was bringing Puerto Rican
He
culture
didn't say
to
Puerto
no type
Rican.
of rap.
He said a
Them
blonde
niggas,
German
them,
chick.
hold on. Them niggas was acting like us, bro. Them niggas was acting like they black, nigga. There's no fucking marancas or whatever the fuck type instruments them fucking Hispanic niggas
Yo,
use.
that's mad funny because
Hip
we were
hop.
going to Spanish clubs too,
Them
fucking
niggas was
dancing
acting like
salsa and
niggas, bro.
merengue and all that.
So how the fuck
Okay,
can you? How the
we
fuck
were
can you say
dancing
about
all
Puerto
that too.
Rican or whatever
We
get
were
any credit
dancing
in hip
all
hop?
that too. We were
Man,
dancing
big
all
dog.
that too with them.
Brothers was going there and doing them dances to take the Spanish women home. We didn't care about them dances. We did just enough to take them home.
There you
What you
go.
talking about, man?
Nobody's saying that, but we went to the clubs too. So at the end of the day,
Hey man,
Tell
we
them
this
girls
still,
to fly.
we
Same
still,
reason why we.
again,
Hey, they went to
we
those clubs for the
still,
same reason why we go
again,
to what you call it.
Hey man,
So
we
I
can't
got a
let y'all up
question.
north niggas talk
Colombia.
about hip hop, bro, because y'all with that black and brown shit heavy like a
I
mother,
got a
bro. We can't let
question.
y'all niggas up north talk about hip hop, bro. Y'all gonna
There
get that
you
shit
go.
every goddamn
That's
body.
good.
That shit came
black
from the
and brown
south.
niggas.
Hey G,
That
When it
shit
was
G7,
black and
came
y'all
brown
who?
in
from the
New
south,
York,
my
that's
nigga.
been fighting for everything, man. Come on, miss me
Hey
with
yo,
that
I
shit.
got a
Hey
question.
G7, y'all
No,
who? Big
y'all
Dog
was
said
fighting for
a blonde
something, but
white
not
chick
for
created
that.
hip
No,
hop.
no, no.
Yeah,
Bro,
miss me with that.
hey bro,
You know,
So
the pieces of
did
hip
hip
hop came from the south, period.
Oh no, we didn't miss. We got a direct hit, as we see.
He said a
did
blonde white woman
that's some
created hip
fucking
hop.
funny shit.
so
What I
did
said
all
was again,
That's
and
funny.
stop twisting my words, please. I said was what we consider the first hip hop song is Rapture. And that was done with Fab Five Freddy. We
Yes,
consider
we
that
did.
the first hip hop song.
so my question is
I didn't say she created hip hop. I said we considered that as the first hip hop song.
did hip hop start with all 5 elements at the same time, or did it start with like rap and then the other elements came?
The oldest elements of hip hop is writing. That's graffiti.
That's the oldest. Okay, I didn't know that.
That's the oldest. The second oldest is b-boying. Third comes DJing. Fourth comes MCing, and MCing was the hype man to the DJ. The fifth element is knowledge of all the fucking historical culture of this.
So when did writing start?
This is directly from the Universal Zulu Nation.
When did writing start?
You could go back to fucking ancient times.
I mean, in hip hop.
You go back to Sumerian.
Writing was a separate culture. Hold on. So writing was a separate culture by itself. Okay. It was the Zulu Nation that brought that into the whole culture itself. Because writing at the time was a source of rebellion, right, to what was going on with us as teenagers against NYPD and the New York City government.
So around what time?
So originally they had their own culture. Okay?
Bro, I can't take a nigga from
So when everything came about, it was Bambaataa that actually put the whole culture together. Now, do I feel that writing should have been involved in it? No, I don't. They had a separate, different culture.
So when did the first rap song came out, and then writing? Like, what was the time in between those two?
You could get, so you got writing like Taki 183, Scene, Dust, Spaz, Spy, Lady Pink. They were doing writing, bombing, graffiti, but they were doing whole subway cars.
What year would that been like?
Oh, that shit started in the fucking late 60s.
60s, okay.
And it became bigger. It became bigger towards the mid 70s, 73, 74, 75 is when it got large. 76, 77, 78, it got crazy. These motherfuckers was doing fucking humongous murals.
Who owns it right now? Who owns hip hop right now?
It don't matter.
No, it matters. Who makes
in the industry? In the industry, that's white people.
Okay, then so it's enough. All right,
but we ain't talking about that. We weren't even talking about that.
This nigga just said Puerto Ricans created hip hop with black people, bro. I'm done with this nigga already.
As far as I'm concerned,
You can say whatever you want, man. I really don't give a shit. I'm not talking to you who's talking to me, but whoever comments, I really don't give a fuck.
I want to talk.
Hey, Big Dog, when did
bro? You wrong as fuck, bro.
Rapture,
That shit
the
came
song
from the
Rapture
South,
come
bro.
out?
Period.
What year?
Right.
Rapture was like, 79, 80, somewhere around there, if I remember correctly.
If I remember correctly, I remember Lucas talking about that in 5 years. None of this shit is going to matter.
It was 1980, right?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why
Now, when did
who
the song
controls
Rapper's
music-
Delight come out?
Everybody's going to be talking about
Rapper's Delight came around. We started hearing it in 78. It went commercial around 79. But we weren't fucking with that song. We were not fucking with it.
So you said you didn't like the song, right?
We weren't fucking with it because we looked at it as disco.
I know. I understand it, dog.
Yeah.
You didn't like the song, right? But
It wasn't just me. I'm just saying it wasn't just me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But the rhythm, was the rhythm a hip hop rhythm?
No,
You don't consider it a hip hop rhythm.
we ain't consider it as a hip hop rhythm.
But you considered Blondie's a hip hop rhythm.
When it came to certain parts of Blondie's song towards the ending, right? Not the music itself, but her quick rhyming with Fab Five Freddy, because Fab Five Freddy helped write that damn song. We're gonna be real about it. Okay? We looked at that as Fab Five Freddy put his name out there. He's got it, even though I don't like Fab Five Freddy. I know him personally. I don't like him. He had a whole different
Big Dog, where your family from, bro?
I'm from South Bronx, New York City, man.
Nah, where your family from though?
No, really.
South Bronx, New York City.
Before that.
This nigga from fucking, I don't know where the fuck you from.
Before that.
Around here, dog. I swear to God, talking like that, dog.
Well, you think he's from the islands? You think he's a tether or something? Because he's
Do
talking.
you know what a hot cone is, Big Dog?
No, what's the definition of a tether? What's the definition of a tether?
I ain't with the whole tether talk, really. But this nigga sound like.
Because if you see my emblem up there, you would know I'm a god. So you know we don't play this bullshit with tethering and all this shit of where you from and all that. Because if you actually listen to one of the hip hop songs, actually states, if you listen to one of the hip hop songs, let me finish here, it actually states, if it wasn't for the gods, this rap shit wouldn't be going on.
So we got two.
They're talking about the 5%.
So tell me where you from, Uptown, baby.
Uptown. We were the crown, baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What you know about that?
The Rapture song was influenced by the Sugar Hill Gang's music. She said that.
Right.
And
What
so
does
did
it go
Fab
like?
Five
5%, 85% are blind.
And we consider Rapture as the first one. We do not consider fucking Rapper's Delight as being the first one, because we looked at fucking Rapper's Delight as being a disco song.
Hell no.
Okay.
We got a whole.
Now, what everybody else might consider, that's one thing. But us in the street as teenagers, we didn't look at that song as that.
Let's hear
This
the
nigga
rhythm.
Jamaican nigga or some shit. This nigga from the Caribbean or some shit. I don't know where the fuck dude from. You was not. You was.
Hey,
not
but no,
like
Big Dog sound like he, you know what I'm saying? He's spitting knowledge, man.
That nigga ain't no fucking knowledge, bro. That shit came from the South.
I'd rather listen to somebody that was there though.
And y'all niggas up north.
Because anybody could
Hey,
I'm letting you
so
know
here's
right
what we're
now.
gonna do.
Y'all don't own it. That's okay. Y'all don't own it.
Ishmael, here's the thing though. So basically what this is doing is just demonstrating the diversity of the black culture. That's all it's doing. You might
That
not
sounds
like
like
the
it
culture, or
is.
you might not,
That's all it is.
you might not agree with the fact that it's a
Fuck out
culture
of
per
here.
se.
Diversity. Fuck out of here.
Well,
That
here's the
sounds
deal,
like
man.
confusion to me.
Nobody controls
Nigga,
hip
the
hop.
dudes is
That
arguing
idea
and
of
debating
white
very
white
different.
Jews controlling, that's not real.
I
Hip
want
hop
y'all to
can be
listen to
put
this
out
real
at any
fast. This is
time
the
by
Sugar Hill
anybody.
game.
We living in a
Bro, no
different
matter
world
what you
now.
saying, bro, any type of credit y'all trying to get a foreign niggas, bro, at the end of the day, them niggas was acting like they black Americans, whichever which way you trying to twist
But
it.
who's giving
They
credit
were
to
out
Shots
here
in
foreign
there,
acting like
nigga.
niggas?
I
us,
Like,
could
what
have
are you
sworn we were
talking
walking
all
like
about?
trying to
us,
kill each other in the
walking like
fucking
us,
70s. I
dancing
could have
like us,
sworn we were trying
doing
to kill each other in the
everything like
70s with
black
zip
Americans,
guns,
bro. So you can never
32s,
give no fucking
pipes,
credit to no foreign
knives,
nigga, no
everything.
foreign
We were
nigga.
trying to kill each other. Instead of fighting the white man and fighting the white fucking gangs, we were fighting each other.
Right,
You
and it's
say
happening
did
right
you mean
now.
blacks and Puerto Ricans against the white man, or?
It should have been
Man, fuck
blacks and
the
Puerto
Puerto
Ricans
Rican niggas,
versus the
bro.
white
Them
man.
niggas was
But
wearing
every
Nazi
gang in New
flag
York
symbols and
City in the
everything,
South
motherfucker.
fucking Bronx was black and Puerto Rican combined, except for the Savage Skulls. They were primarily Puerto Ricans. Black Spades, primarily fucking black. Savage Nomads, blacks and Puerto
Big Dog.
Ricans. Imperial
Oh my
Bachelors,
God.
blacks and
Oh my
Puerto
God.
Ricans. In fact, the vice president to the Savage Skulls, he's black.
My ear hurt.
Hey, Big
And the
Dog,
president to
what
the
is
Savage
what?
Skulls is Puerto Rican.
Hey,
Yeah,
let me
we
ask
get
you,
it. You're
hey,
low
Big
key
Dog,
tethering.
what
Let's go. We're
rhythm?
trying to say something, y'all.
What is the rhythm in the rapture that you said you identify with?
It
Hey man,
wasn't
let's
just
talk
the
about this debate,
song, my
man.
guy. It was the whole video that we fucking
Video.
recognized. Okay?
The video.
We looked at that, and I'm not the only one. Charlie Rock has said this. Marine Boy has said this. Sunshine, if he was still alive, has said this.
What?
We did
Rhythm.
not look at fucking goddamn Rapper's Delight as a fucking hip hop song. We
Understand
looked
that.
at them
I'm
as a
asking you
disco.
specific. Dude, Big Dog, I'm not arguing with you. I like
Okay,
to break. I
you
like to.
try to.
I like
It's
to
like
break stuff
it's
apart.
like first off, I'm in my late 50s. For me to fucking remember specific parts of Rapper's Delight, I would have to listen to it again. But to be
I
honest,
can do that for you. I have it
okay,
right here. All right.
at the end of the day,
You like another Busta Rhymes up
we
here.
looked at that as
Everybody, let's listen to
we
the song.
looked at.
My dude, let's talk about
It would
how
be
Trump
around that
farted
part.
in the debate, bro.
It'd be around that part when she started.
Let me mimic it. Doom 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 doom.
And I said it'd be around that part.
Now let's play Rapper's Delight.
Bro, let's talk about how Trump farted in the debate, man. That's my thought.
Trump or Biden shitted on himself. Which one?
Trump, he farted, he shitted on himself in the debate. That shit was funny as hell.
All right, here's Rapper's Delight.
No. Let's stay on this. It was like I don't even
Hey, hold
understand
up.
half of what they were saying.
Do y'all hear this?
No.
No, nobody can
Do
hear
you
this,
understand?
But we'll take your word for it. Go on.
So what I'm trying to tell you is those songs, Big Dog, have a lot of similarities because they're borrowed from each other.
They're always going to be borrowed from each other. Just even every song right now in modern fucking music right now is borrowed from old shit.
Big Dog, you're running away from me, dog. You're running away.
No, I'm not. Because even songs today, to this day, are borrowed from old shit.
We're only talking about two songs, Big Dog.
There is no originality in fucking music anymore. What you want me to tell you?
Dog, that's not no. We don't need to say that right now.
the time. What are you talking about?
Rapture got
That's
its
crazy.
rhythm from Rapper's Delight. You can hear it in the music. You can hear
And
it.
I'm telling you right now, right?
And I'm telling you that
It's
you're
not
right,
just
bro.
myself.
I'm telling you right now, there's
This
two
is
Nazis on
also
the family
from
night.
my OGs, my elders in the spades.
Nigga, you
Right?
ain't. Your
We
oldest
did
ain't the
not
oldest of my
look.
grandma, nigga.
We
Stop
did
lying,
not
bro.
look at the fucking Rapper's Delight
Stop
as a
lying,
hip
bro.
hop
Why you
song.
lying? Why you lying? You're a liar. You're
No, I'm
lying.
not.
That
No,
makes
I'm not.
You are,
no
bro.
sense.
Yeah, you are. You're
Hey man,
fucking
I'm
lying,
about to
bro.
turn Tariq Nasheed up in here, bro.
I don't give a fuck.
This
He's
is
a
what we call
What
divisive
hair
You're
motherfucker
lying,
anyway.
bro.
hairline do you have?
Stop
You don't have to do
coaching,
that,
bro.
How
man.
can
Stop
Rapper's
lying, bro.
Delight sound like disco music?
Don't turn on Tariq sheep. You got to argue on your.
That was what we looked at it as at the time. At the time, we looked at it as disco music. We didn't look at it as a hip hop art. We looked at it as disco.
In 5 years.
I don't know how many times I gotta fucking keep saying this.
So Big Dog, do you consider it hip hop now, or you still look at it as disco?
About black culture, nigga. Stop that, bro.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, you can Jesus Christ, nigga. I got an 81-year-old grandma, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
So do you still look at it as disco even to this point, or do you?
No, because it took off into a whole different form.
I don't give a fuck what he says about disco, nigga.
No, like I said, that's just a personal view.
Okay,
it's not the fact.
So you consider it hip hop now?
He's a liar, bro.
Which elements of hip hop? Because it's changed a lot.
Screen froze again.
It changed a lot because in the 80s we were on the freaking
shut the fuck about the 80s,
we were on
nigga,
education through edutainment. We were on the whole black, red, green movements in the 80s. You know, the 80s East Coast, Northeast Coast hip hop was educating, opening eyes, letting everybody know what the fucking government's been doing, right? And for everybody to stop fighting each other because who we supposed to actually be fighting is the man.
Right.
That wasn't just the East Coast. Remember Public Enemy?
Come on, man. Why are y'all spewing ignorance, man? What's with the whole fuck all that bullshit?
Nobody let no foreign niggas taste some shit that was made by black folks.
Nobody said anything about it. Fucking the music part not being made just, it was only made by blacks. Nobody's saying it got made by anything else. The culture itself was a mash. Okay,
right? Are you listening to what he's saying?
It wasn't just black teenagers in New York City. It was Puerto Ricans involved into it. We had a few white boys involved into it. The culture itself. We're not talking about the music. We're talking about the culture itself. It wasn't just set on one group. MC Shan has even came out and said this.
But it's not the whole culture, so right.
MC Shan has even said, "Yo, no, it was a bunch of motherfuckers involved in this. It wasn't just blacks. We brought the rapping part, right? But other groups brought other parts into the culture.
No, they brought all parts.
I'm not even going to ask that. No, I don't want to. I don't want to answer that.
Y'all niggas 9 times out of 10, y'all niggas y'all self, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
Y'all niggas say.
The nasty one you talking is crazy. Crazy. How would you even fucking think about
what exactly do you guys disagree with?
Right, they just had fuck all that with no substantial
We talking about Puerto Ricans had a piece of hip hop, or what you say 50-50, right? You think they made it 50-50?
I didn't say 50-50 again.
Ain't no 50.
You put in words I never said.
No, they didn't.
Y'all don't listen. All y'all do is say fuck all that, fuck all that.
Y'all ain't listening.
You wouldn't have to ask that question if you was listening to him, though.
I was around nigga in the 80s, early 80s, what Big Dog talking about, and I know he's full of shit, so what the fuck you talking about, nigga? I was right there in New Jersey, New York, and the West Coast. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know I am okay, nigga. You young as fuck, nigga.
Yeah.
50, nigga.
So you were on Cypress, you were on Lincoln, you were on 135th Street, you were on 142nd Street, you was on 174th in fucking Hoe Ave, you were on Starview, you were in Rosedale, you were on Watson Avenue, you were on Westchester Ave. I doubt it.
Bro, the bottom line, bro,
but you weren't there, nigga.
Because I can tell you in the 70s, you weren't on Tiffany and fucking Flop Street.
Bitch, what are you talking about, big dog? Is that what you want to call yourself?
You
nigga?
You weren't on Tiffany Street.
Nigga, you wasn't fucking on Crenshaw, nigga. What's your point, nigga?
So then don't talk on what you don't know.
I'll say what the fuck I want to.
Because I don't fucking talk about Crenshaw because I ain't from Crenshaw.
And I'm from New York and I'm from New Jersey, nigga. Nigga, what?
Yeah, which one are you?
I was raised there.
Pick one.
Nigga,
Pick one. Where in New York? Where in New York? Where in New York?
Oh, where in New York?
Where in New York? Where in New York? Where in New York? Where in New York?
I just told you, nigga.
Where in New York?
You can't listen. I just said the Bronx, nigga. What the fuck?
What part of the Bronx? What part?
Shut your ass up, nigga.
And what years?
Anyway.
What part and what years?
What year? Nigga, fucking 83, nigga. How about that?
Then you wasn't there in the 70s, my guy.
My grandma was.
bro, dude.
Ooh. Was your grandmother? Was your grandmother or was your grandma still alive?
Drummers, bro. At the end of the day, bro, the foundation of hip hop
Big
came
dog?
from James
Big
Brown's
dog.
I changed my
drummers,
mind,
bro.
man.
Clyde
What
Stubblefield, bro.
Nigga,
That's
did
the
you
main
grow up in
nigga
that
who
culture?
y'all was sampling,
Nigga,
bro.
did you get
Period,
that
bro.
culture, nigga? Nah, you didn't. So shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah, okay, man.
Yeah, I know I'm okay. Nigga.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you so upset? What's the issue?
The issue is he over here lying, talking about fucking other people's fucking content. I'm like, I'm fucking started this shit. And it's like, oh yeah, Latinos and all this stuff. Nigga, they beg that death, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
All in one. Hip hop is not a New York culture, then, bro.
That's why.
Started in New York, nigga.
That's why we gotta go even further back, bro.
Shit, bro.
And we gotta go. Whose instruments was these niggas using, bro? Whose instruments was these niggas using, bro? James Brown's drummers, bro, and Clyde Stubblefield, bro. Those are his drums, bro. The foundation of hip hop came from James Brown, bro, and his drummers, bro. Period, bro.
Crazy. Everybody wants to fucking take a part and fucking have a fucking hand in shit. Shut the fuck up, bro.
No,
next
bro,
thing you're gonna say, fucking Puerto Ricans made
Tough guys on here.
How we even know this nigga black, bro? This nigga probably Hispanic.
You don't even know what go-go is, huh, big dog? Because you ain't from the East Coast. Shut the fuck
Wait,
up.
so you guys don't believe Puerto Ricans had anything to do with hip hop?
Hell no. They had something to do with a lot of things, but not hip hop.
Hey, but even though they say they came later,
fucking they gas and shit.
Do you see FBAs going into their spaces saying, "Oh, black people influence this and this and that"? Fuck no. Nobody's thinking about them.
Nobody's saying fucking black people.
But this isn't. But what you failing to understand is this isn't a Puerto Rican person saying that though.
Black people in fucking influence fucking
How
what?
the fuck we know? I just see a nigga with a star on this shit, bro. Like, bro, how we know even know this nigga black, bro? This nigga probably some other shit,
That's
bro.
what
This
I'm
nigga probably
saying.
an Arab or some type
You
of shit.
comfortable Nazi?
Oh man.
I don't know who it is, bro. And I really don't take niggas from up north serious, bro. Cause y'all with that.
I just said that I'm not going into this series. I'm just gonna have this as entertainment.
Wait, why don't you guys take people from New York seriously? I mean, from East Coast
bro.
seriously.
I do not take niggas from specifically
They're
New
too
York
animated,
seriously,
number
bro,
one.
because them niggas 9 times out of 10 they foreign niggas anyway, or if they is black, they with that we all one type shit. I do not fuck with niggas from up north, bro. Them niggas some weird ass niggas, bro. Them niggas some foreign niggas. 9 times out of 10, fuck them niggas, bro. On some real shit, bro. We cannot have them niggas talk about some fucking rap because they gonna get shit twisted and fucked up. Like we got KRS-One out there. I don't know who the fuck dude is really. You know what I'm saying? We don't know who the fuck nigga is really. That nigga probably might be a fucking foreign nigga himself or whatever the fuck he is. But nigga, we cannot have niggas from up north talking about rap, bro.
I'm glad there's another Southerner on here.
hey man, y'all have a
Them
good
niggas
day.
gonna
I'm
get the
out.
shit twisted, bro. The foundation of rap came from out of the South, bro. Period, bro. James Brown, bro. Period, bro. Y'all niggas was sampling James Brown, my nigga, and his drums. So that shit came from out of the South, my nigga.
Oh y'all, hey y'all, Australian dude up in here. Outback guy, what's up?
What's up, Jim?
Hi, how are
you? Doing all right, man.
Say it the Aussie way. Read us in the Aussie way.
What you got for us?
Oh, I was listening to you beforehand about half an hour ago talking about culture, but now you got onto music and hip hop. But the breaking news is, what's his name, Mr. Tucker, is decimating Australian left-wing media, which I just love. I don't know whether you've been following Tucker Carlson here in
Oh,
Australia.
you talking about Tucker Carlson?
Yes, correct.
Tucker Carlson. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Sean Hannity. Sorry, sir.
You say Tucker Carlson? Holy fuck.
Tucker Carlson's in Australia as we speak. Yeah.
Hey Jim,
Really?
can you do me a favor? Can you do me a
Yes,
favor
sir.
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you say welcome to Outback?
Oh, here you go. Stop.
Oh God.
I'm trying to hear what you're talking about.
Come on, bro.
You
Hey,
got
bro,
all these stereo. Welcome to the Outback, mate. All right, go on, come on, Dad. Come on, we're gonna go down Outback and have a bit of a barbecue. Come on.
Hey, one more, bro. One more.
Go ahead. Go
Can
ahead.
you
All
say-
right.
Can you say? Can
Oh,
you say?
shit.
Hold on, bro. Can you say that's a beauty over there? Can you say that?
it's a beauty, mate. No worries. She'll be right.
I ain't say all that. You're supposed to say, that's a beauty over there. Say that.
That's a beauty over there.
All right. Did he have something to contribute or something? Come on, stop
You didn't call her a Sheila, Mr. Jim. You gotta be a little Australian. You gotta call her a Sheila.
A Sheila is a woman. It's a lady or girl. Whatever. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's just Australian
dude.
slang. Australian slang, which is well, every country, every culture has its own.
Wait,
slang.
Sheila
Anyway.
is slang for women in Australia.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't know.
Yeah,
bloke means man. Bloke means guy.
A bloke is a guy. Yeah, a male. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. A bogan is a, I don't know how would you call it in America equivalent to a low life. I don't know. So you're a bloody
I was
bogan.
wondering what that word meant. Yeah, bogan, right?
Yeah, bogan means it's a derogatory term of a person who, you know, smokes wacky tobacco all day, doesn't work. A bum. There you are. That's a good example.
Oh, okay. So bogan means bum. Okay.
Hey, bro, man, listen. I'm my bad to change the subject, bro. But listen, I'm starting to have second thoughts about Trump, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Are they positive or negative?
I don't know. I don't want to intrude. You were talking about music. I don't want to put. I'm just listening.
Listen,
I mean,
hey, bro,
yeah.
with that draft shit that just came out, bro, and niggas trying to do the draft shit, right? And these immigrants coming over here, I believe they got these immigrants coming over here so they can send their ass to war. But if we got Donald Trump gonna be the president, if we got Donald Trump that's gonna be the president and he gonna kick out the immigrants, then who? I mean, well, he talking about it anyway.
First of all, you actually think Donald Trump's going to kick somebody out? That's crazy.
Who is he going to draft then? Who are the people that he's going to draft? Right?
Donald Trump's going to kick somebody out? That's crazy.
Can I?
That nigga couldn't kick out his fucking wife. What are you talking about, bro?
Can I think I was on your stream about a couple of 2 or 3 days ago.
Yes.
Again, I don't profess to be know-it-all. I just obviously my profession is a lawyer, but I do have 2 or 3 degrees in history and literature and so forth. But anyway, I'm not going to brag about it. That's, you know, I'm an old fart. But the problem you've got to understand, our world, our so-called Western world, America, as I said earlier, is run by the elites. There are multiple elites. There is media elite, there's a political elite, there's a financial elite, there's a media Hollywood elite. And you got to understand, you got to identify your enemy if you want to criticize anybody. One of the things which I have been exposed, again, I don't want to pick on any race, any people, any religion. It's so easy. I mean, anybody can say, look at this person or that person, and then you generalize and you just, call that race or that people or that nation such and such, derogatory or good. But what I'm trying to get is America, unfortunately, is America, unfortunately, as I see, let me rant on just a few minutes. America, unfortunately, is your nemesis or your problem is the Middle East. Is the thing called Israel. Oh, sorry, Israel.
Hey, Jim, sorry to cut you off. Lucas, the angry man said to let him in the stream.
Hey, one more thing, bro.
Let him in.
Can you say crinkly my arm, Jim?
I'm sorry?
Can you say crinkly my arm, Jim?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Crinkly my arm, Jim?
Twinkle in my arm?
What? I just saw this in a gun.
I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Never mind. Keep going, bro.
All I'm trying to say is I think, unfortunately, America is, you're talking about, Democrats or Biden or Republicans, they're all in the same golf club. They actually talked about the debate. So funny talking about who's better golfer, Biden or Trump. It's absurd. So they all belong to the same fucking
Biden
club,
would think.
and you and I are not members of it. That's the point, boys. Understand? We are not members. We're the lowlife.
I think we understand we're not members when you got two fucking damn near 80-year-old fucking white dudes fucking debating. Obviously, we're not.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Biden would think the golf club is a snake, so yeah.
Yeah.
We all know they're
I'm not
assholes.
fucking with neither one of them, bro. Fuck both of them. For real.
But I mean, I sort of look at what's happening in the world and what's going to happen.
We don't have the power to fucking change who these actors they put up, because that's all they are, fucking actors, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, politicians are actors. Yeah, and who is the men, the so-called the swamp, the unseen persons behind the scenes who run the show.
White supremacy, right?
Bro, I'll tell you who run the shit. I'll tell you who run the shit. The Pentagon run the shit. Fuck all the Congress and the Senate. Fuck all that. It's the Pentagon and the military that run every fucking thing. That's the fucking bottom line of everything, bro.
The industrial, and I would tend to agree with that. The industrial military complex. Look at your history since the end of Second World War. 7 years later, you were in Korea for 3 or 4 years. Then you went to Vietnam.
If not, shut the fuck up, bro.
In which what happened?
Yeah, what happened? If you ain't been in the military, shut the fuck up with that weird conspiracy shit, bro. It doesn't happen in the military like that. Shut up. You can say politicians are rich people. Military people or poor people usually go in. Shut up, nigga.
What? So you hold on, bro. First off, bro, watch how you talking, bro.
Stop
Second of all, bro,
that crazy shit, bro.
So you don't agree with me that the military don't run shit?
No, we don't, nigga. We never had, nigga.
Bro, you sounded dumb. So who runs shit? What?
Oh, so have you been in there? Have you been in there? Have you been in there, weirdo?
The Congress and the Senate run shit?
Have you been in there? Answer that question, yes or no.
Bro, it doesn't matter if I've been in there or not.
So it doesn't matter. Shut up, you stupid.
Who runs international?
I've been a doctor back in fucking. Shut up, dude.
Who's in control of international decision making, bro?
Shut up, widow.
Who's in control of international decision making, bro? Who?
So you never been in the military.
Who is in control of international decision making, bro?
It's not the military, you
The
idiot.
fucking Pentagon, bro, and the fucking military, bro.
No, nigga, it's not, nigga.
Then
Stop
who?
it, bro. You're an idiot. Shut up.
Okay, then who?
I just told you, nigga, the politicians are rich.
Oxy,
My guy, Oxy. Yeah, you were stupid because you never
You
even fucking been there,
bro. You sound
Shut
dumb
up.
as fuck, bro.
Yeah, you are dumb.
Hey, bro, I feel like hey, bro, I don't even want to hear what you got to say no more,
I
bro.
don't
Jim,
even know.
what you
I
got
don't
to
want to
say,
hear
bro?
what you got to say because you ain't never been shit, bro.
When you
You
talk,
can
bro.
barely wipe your ass,
I don't
nigga.
even know who
Shut up,
this
nigga. You
nigga
can't
is,
even
bro.
barely wipe your ass. We're
I
gonna
don't
talk
even know
about
who
some
this
shit that
nigga
you
is,
don't know
bro.
nothing about. What you know about? How
Bro,
you been in there?
this nigga
No,
tell you niggas all the
you
politicians and the
you don't
rich
know
bro.
shit. How you gonna tell me
About,
something
bro?
I've been through?
So
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
bro.
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
These general
Shut
niggas,
up, bitch.
these
Shut up,
general
bitch.
niggas that's in the military,
Nobody
bro.
want to hear nothing you
They
talking about.
they don't
You don't
run
know
shit,
what the
bro.
fuck you talking
These
about.
generals
Shut
don't
up,
run
nigga.
shit.
You ain't been
High
through
ranking
nothing.
generals don't run
Shut
shit,
up,
bro.
nigga.
That's what I'm saying,
Shut
bro.
up, nigga. Go find your daddy,
That's
nigga.
all you can say.
Go find your
That's
daddy,
all
nigga.
you can say, bro. That's
Yeah.
all you can say.
You ain't been shit through shit, right?
What the fuck that mean?
What the fuck you talking about? Nigga, if you don't know nothing, shut the fuck up. You ain't been
Ro,
through it,
you
shut the
don't
fuck
know
up.
shit, bro.
Hey, Lucas, I'll talk to you later, man. Hey, y'all have a good
All
rest of the stream,
you
man.
saying is shut the fuck up. That's all you saying, bro. I'm actually talking to you and give you a specific nigga who runs shit, bro. All you just doing is set up. You don't know shit. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, my nigga. You ain't even fucking smart like that. Bro, Jim, what you gotta say, bro? I want to hear your Australian accent some more, bro. Say some more words to me,
Next thing
bro.
you want to talk about being Asian.
Say some more words to me,
Shut up,
Jim.
dude. Shut
I
up,
don't know
dude.
who the fuck
Shut up,
this
dude.
nigga is,
You're
bro.
Asian, huh? You gonna talk to me about Chinese culture now? Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Bro, you an
You
internet
ain't
nigga,
been
bro.
through
I'll smack
shit,
the shit
bro.
out you in real
You
fucking
ain't
life,
been
my
through,
nigga,
you
bro.
ain't
You
doing,
an
you never
internet
do
ass
shit
nigga
in
talking
real life,
hard and
nigga.
stuff on the
Shut
fucking
the
internet,
fuck
my
up,
nigga. I
nigga.
do not
You
do that
couldn't
shit
even
on the
spell your
fucking
name
internet,
on
my
the
nigga.
dot,
I
nigga.
will really
Shut the
dog
fuck
walk
up.
you in real
Shut
life,
up,
my
nigga.
nigga.
Shut up.
Like you
Shut
an
up. Shut up.
internet
Stop
ass
talking
nigga
about
want to
shit
talk
you ain't
hard
been
on the
through.
fucking internet, nigga.
Stop
I really
saying
ain't got
shit you
time
ain't
for you,
been
bro.
through. You don't.
I
I
ain't
don't
got
give a
time
fuck
for
what
you,
you
bro.
talking about.
Really. Bro, Jim, what you gotta say, bro? Keep talking, Jim. What you gotta
Why
say,
your
man?
mouth
Speak your
running?
mind, bro.
Why your mouth running? You ain't talking about that, huh?
What?
Money? Shut the fuck up.
That's all this nigga saying.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Run your mouth.
All this nigga
Because you ain't been
saying,
through
bro.
shit.
This
Keep
all
running.
tell me so I ain't been
Start
through
it up.
shit
Start
like
it up.
that's supposed
Start
to
it
mean some shit.
up. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Wow. Does
Next
anybody else got something
next
smart?
subject, nigga. Shut up.
Anybody got something
You don't
smart
know
to
shit
say?
about nothing.
Yes,
You ain't been
Oxy
to see
pulled up.
inside shots and shit.
Preston, what you got to say,
about,
bro? I'm done with this prison. I don't
Yeah,
tolerate
good.
tough
I'm
internet
glad you
niggas,
done.
bro.
Shut
I
up,
do
bro.
not
Shut up.
associate
Shut
y'all
up.
with tough
Shut up.
internet
You ain't
niggas,
been
bro.
through shit. Stop talking about you doing something that you never did. Shut up. Yeah,
Shut your
exactly.
bitch ass up, bro.
Yeah, I put my dick in your mouth,
Preston,
bitch.
bro.
Shut
Somebody
up,
else
bitch.
talk about nigga.
Shut up, bitch.
Yes.
You little bitch.
I would
Yeah,
really
I would
lay
like to
your
say
ass
y'all
down if
giving
you
Mr. Jim one hell of a comedy show, and Oxy just pulled up.
I'll see you
What's this
fucking
guy's
better
MOS?
than this idiot.
Prince, what's your MOS?
And AM was just up
MOS,
here. I
nigga, I
guess
had a
he left.
rating. Dummy.
What?
I had a rate. So get it right, bro. Different service. Right? Yeah, got you.
You bullshit.
Yeah, got you.
You straight bullshit.
Yeah, what? MOS, nigga? I was in a fucking stepchild. I was in a Marine, nigga. I was in the Navy, nigga. It's called rape, bitch. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
So
Yeah, nigga. Yeah. You didn't even catch that, huh? Shut up. Stop talking, bro. Stop talking,
So
bro.
a Navy
You
man
didn't catch that. You didn't catch that. You didn't catch that. So shut the fuck up.
He ain't really
Shut
like that
your
shit
ass
for
up, bro.
real.
You're another idiot. You're another dummy.
So
You're a
Navy
dummy.
guys
Shut up.
don't really act like
Shut
that.
up.
That's sad.
Shut up.
This nigga,
Shut up, idiot. Shut up,
internet
idiot.
tough ass niggas,
Shut
bro.
up,
I got
idiot.
no respect for you, bro. You would never talk like this in real life
I
to a
do
nigga,
whatever
bro.
I
Your
want.
ass would get laid the fuck down, my nigga.
But you didn't know the rape, right?
You would
You
get
didn't
laid
know
the
what a
fuck
rape
down
was,
talking
right?
like how you
You
talking,
didn't.
bro.
You didn't know what a rape was, right? Did you? Nope. You over here talking about fucking MOS. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Dummy.
How this nigga
Let's talk
talking,
about
bro?
the military. You ain't never been there.
All righty.
Yeah,
Here you
nigga.
go.
Bro, you
Shut
got
up.
this internet tough nigga on your panel, bro.
Nigga, you ain't gonna do nothing about it. So what you talking about? You ain't gonna do nothing about it. You ain't gonna come see me. You goofy.
I don't know where the fuck
Shut
you
up,
at,
goofy.
nigga, bro. You 1,000
Yeah.
miles away from me,
Nigga,
bro.
everybody on this
I'm not
channel
gonna
know where
talk
I'm at,
tough to
nigga.
you. I
I know
can't put my
Oxy knows.
hands on you,
I've
bro.
been
So
on
why
here
I'm gonna
3
talk
years,
tough
nigga.
to you?
What?
I can't put my
Shut
hands
up.
on you, bro.
Shut
So
up.
why I'm gonna talk tough to you?
On the Bible? On the Bible?
Bro.
Yeah, shut up, nigga.
Nobody's
tough
putting
nigga,
any
bro.
hands on anybody, bro.
He ain't doing shit, bro.
I'm
He's
just
just
saying,
talking on
bro.
the
You
internet.
keep
He's a tough
talking all
guy.
this tough
Just
shit.
like you try to
You
talk about.
supposed to talk
Yeah,
like
high
that in
power.
real life,
And I'm
bro.
right, though.
To a
I'm
nigga
right,
face,
though.
bro.
I'm
You
right,
way
though.
1,000
You over
miles
here
away
talking
from me
about
talking
MOS,
tough,
right?
bro.
You over here talking about
Like you,
MOS,
like
right?
what type
Shut
of
up, goofy.
I think there
you
should
tough
be a
cause you
law
talk
Shut your
that you
weird
have to
ass
put
up.
your hands on at least 3 white supremacists before you put your hand on another black person.
I don't even
Nigga,
know
you
this
can't
nigga
even
black,
come out
bro.
here
This
to
Richard
nigga
Cali.
Benjamin,
sound
What are
like
you
Jerry
he
talking
from
about?
Taylor's one of
Hispanic
them.
nigga or some
You
shit,
can't
bro.
even
This
come
nigga
out here
I
to
ain't
Cali.
asked the MOS
You
this
can't
nigga
even
ain't
take it.
from
You
here,
can't
bro.
even
This nigga
Greyhound
sound like he
ticket,
from
nigga.
fucking
Shut your
Mexico.
ass up, bro.
blue.
You can't
All
even
right,
get the
y'all.
Greyhound out here.
We're gonna end
Too
it.
poor.
Do y'all have any final thoughts?
Yeah, Prince is he's just despicable. Despicable.
Your mama's despicable, bitch. What are you talking about, bitch?
Despicable, man. Be cool, Lucas. Have a great day, bro.
Later.
Yeah, you guys are idiots. Shut up.
He said
Over
despicable,
lying and shit.
like Sylvester.
Well, I don't want to say Prince, bro. Prince suck a whole dick. You really a bitch in real
Nigga,
life.
your daddy
I really
fucking
think you
suck a
something
whole
in real
dick,
life,
nigga.
bro.
Dig him up and just fucking dildo on his
Anyway,
ass, nigga. Shut your ass up, bitch.
fuck Donald Trump, fuck Joe Biden,
Yeah, you
fuck
bitch.
both of them
You
niggas.
never been nowhere. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Over here
And Trump,
lying and
that
fucking
nigga
conspiracy
shitted on
theories.
himself in
Talk
the
about the man.
debate.
Shut
Fuck
your
him.
ass up, nigga. Sit on
Fuck
his
Joe
spin.
Biden. We can't understand what the
Sit
fuck
on
that
his
nigga
spin.
saying.
Can
And
we
fuck
be
Prince.
civil? Can we
And
be
fuck
civil, guys?
Prince. And fuck Prince.
Finally, you said something,
Because this
Oxy.
nigga want to talk tough and shit.
Nah, I'm just
I would really
listening.
lay this nigga down
Yeah,
in
you
real
can't
life,
do
bro.
shit,
Face
nigga.
to
You ain't
face,
coming out to
real life.
Cali. You ain't coming to my
And
house.
so that's all I gotta say.
We can set this up. Hold on. If you serious, we can set this up.
We can set that up.
Oxy knows we can set it up.
Oh, I know. Actually, know that one with David. That was crazy.
We'll fly y'all both out to mutual locations.
Nigga, you not fly me out nowhere,
You
nigga. I'm
trying
out
to
here in
start
Cali,
some
nigga.
more stuff?
Nigga, I can go up to the forum.
All right, bro.
I
All right,
got
I'm
to
out.
pop out to show you.
To internet.
Although I don't think it would be
be fair because one is military trained.
Yeah, bitch.
What the fuck that mean?
More strategic.
Yeah,
we doing a fight, nigga.
What the fuck that mean, bro?
We ain't doing no boxing, nigga. We doing a fight.
Exactly.
Nigga.
We ain't doing no boxing, bro. We ain't doing no boxing, bro. I'll put one right through that nigga eyes, bro. Keep talking to me like that, bro. I'm really like that.
Is this gonna be?
Nigga, go to LAX or motherfucking Ontario Airport, nigga, or fucking San Diego one. Nigga, I know the
This
airport,
is like
nigga.
the Lucas Bros versus
Where y'all from
Tyson.
out here? I'll pop out and show your bitch ass. Fuck you talking about?
Wow.
Fuck you talking about, nigga?
Can you guys like? Can you be?
Actually, look what you started. Look what you
The
started.
niggatries at work.
So you're blaming the African now.
It's because as soon as the African came in, everybody acted wild. What is going on? Did you put a curse on them, Oxy?
Stop fucking.
Did you put a curse on them?
Them tether roots.
Put the doll down, Oxy.
I mean, Louisiana got voodoo. I mean,
he definitely got a voodoo
you
doll.
can't mess with me. I come from voodoo land. I'm from Louisiana,
He definitely
so
got a
your
voodoo
voodoo
doll.
can't do shit to me.
Oxy, why'd you do that, bro? It's because you hate black people?
I'm done. Nah, you guys are-
Is it because we got better hairlines, Oxy?
You should be ashamed of yourself, Oxy. I just want you to know that. Shamed of yourself.
Give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
Oh, you gonna put the witch dolls away? You gonna put the dolls away? Go ahead, Oxy. Now that the harm
Don't
has
feel
been
too
done.
bad. Y'all had King Shaka. We had Jesse Owens.
Now that the harm has been done, now he wants to stop the violence. You and him.
What's good with it, man?
What brings you here today, sir? What
Hey,
brings you
hold
here
up.
today, sir?
Anyways, wait. Let me defend myself now, because now I'm in a position where I can talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can because Don ain't here. Go ahead.
Wow, listen, I've been listening this whole time, and all I can say is this is Lucas's fault, everybody. Remember, Lucas is an Asian Mexican. He's an Asian.
How did that happen? Jose Wong?
You gotta go towards the winning team, bro. It's strategy.
You see, did you hear that? I hope all the FBAs heard Lucas betray you.
What do you think A stands for? Asian, bro.
Oh, wow.
So your real name is Jose Wong.
Foundational Black Asian.
Black Asian?
Yes. You didn't know that?
You didn't say you black. You said you Asian Mexican. You said Asian
Mexican and black are practically the same thing.
No, in your case, that means
one
fine.
just showers a little bit more than the other.
Whoa! Only in California, Lucas. Only in California.
Ooh-wee, dang.
Here's my problem.
Fuck you with that one. Only in California.
All I'm gonna say is, if Jim said this, Lucas will be eating him right now.
If who said this?
What Lucas just said. If Jim said, Lucas will be eating him right now. I find this very ironic.
There's a difference between me saying it and anyone else saying it.
Yes.
because it's your channel.
No, because as an Asian Mexican, I can say that. Right?
You can be racist on your own channel, Lucas.
It's not about how can I be racist towards me? Come on.
So you have Kung Pao. So you have Kung Pao tacos.
Are you a white Mexican, a mixed Mexican, or a black Mexican?
I don't know. Whichever gets me the job application.
Don't you know Lucas is a white
whichever
Mexican?
gets me, whichever gives me the business loan.
So whatever gets you accepted, basically.
Hey, we gotta think in the future, bro. It is what it is.
Sorry, Uyaham, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, man, I wanted to say something because you had called in earlier and you said something about my name. I don't know if you meant to say Don, but you said
No.
Uyaham.
Specific to you, Uyaham, because you were talking nasty things in the chat. I read your chats.
He said nasty.
And you know what?
Yeah, he was there the whole time.
Yo, hold up, man. You know what I was writing in the chat with some real shit because everybody was talking about.
Okay, what is real? Tell me what is real about Africa that you know. Hold up. Let me put you on blast now. What do you know about Africa currently that is true? That you know for sure?
I know y'all let a lot of motherfuckers come in there and punk y'all. Moving on.
Okay, where in Africa did we let them? Where did we let them in and how?
Okay, so with the diamonds, with the gold, with the plutonium, the
you're making
uranium.
general statements, my brother.
Man, come on, bro.
So what do you want to
make a small
making general statements right now. Making general, because here's the thing. Here's a problem with what I have with what you're saying, Uyaham. You sound exactly like
what I was trying to say, man.
No, I don't know. So here's what I'm saying, Uyaham. You sound exactly like a tether who comes to America and disrespects Black Americans and say all of them
So now,
are criminals. And
Oxy, you really want to call him an Akata, don't you?
You sound exactly like that, but in reverse.
Are you an Akata? Uyaham?
All right,
You really want to say Akata. You want to say Akata. You want to say the A word.
So that you can
that is not my
catch up
language.
to where I'm at.
I don't know.
Because Oxy, this is what's funny.
West African. He's from South Africa.
Oxy, this is what's funny. I've been watching this show for about a year, so I know a ton of shit about you, but you don't know shit about me.
Right? He said, I've been studying you.
Hold up. I asked you right now, Uyaham, what do you know? And you talk about they took diamonds. I'm like, be specific. Because just saying they took diamonds, what does that mean?
It's not specific. Exactly.
Okay. So when I said diamonds, hold on. So when I said diamonds and gold and plutonium and uranium, you said that's too. You come on, man. What did you say? And
I said be specific.
What's the color of the diamonds?
The pink diamond.
Come on, Lucas, really, Lucas, come on.
The pink diamond.
I'm trying to help you.
Unless he got a good close look at it, he couldn't tell.
I'll fall back.
Look. Hey, hold on. So, Oxy, you're not gonna let me get my main point out, man.
Go ahead.
So, my problem is not particularly with the person whose name is Oxy fucking moron. Ironically, my problem is with
that was a low key.
Let the menace finish his point, please, guys. Come on.
Did you say let the man bitch finish his point? Come on, Oxy.
He took a low key jab at you, and he low key roasted you.
Come on, bro.
Don't fall for it.
Low blows. I take all the low blows, but what I'm trying to say is
pause.
So your people. No. He can blow me all he wants. You know what I mean?
Wait, whoa. What? Hold up. We got to rephrase that.
Man, look, I don't do the no Diddy because I'm a straight man. I don't have no sexual fucking fantasies or thoughts about no man. Never.
Where'd this come
Finish
out
your point, Uyaham. Don't let
so
Lucas
no
If you do that, your life, your business. Who cares? Go ahead.
I don't think anyone accused you of that.
Uyaham, don't listen to Lucas. Don't listen to Braxton. They are trying to mislead you right now, right? Please don't listen.
I don't have sex with men, sir. I don't think anyone
My
has
screen name says it all. I'm a villain. Listen to me if you want to. Go ahead.
I don't fuck dogs.
Yeah, but
wait, what? Where'd that come from?
So my problem with the Africans that come to the United States is because when I start talking about the painful experience of slavery, not from personal experience, but from genetically passed down characteristics and traits, you have no idea what I'm saying. So when I say something to you, it's like me telling the white man, hey, these people keep picking on me. And he like, boy, get back to work. You just overlook certain things because they're not built into what you see. They're not built into what you hear.
I understand what you're saying. Let's take this.
No. One thing I want you to understand. Hold on, listen, man. One thing I want you to do is stop trying to personalize everything because I'm not talking to the fucking oxymoron. I'm talking about those.
No, I'm not also
tethers.
personalizing. I'm saying be specific.
You said, what did I do?
When I say I, is in those.
Motherfucker, you said, what did I do? You said, what did I do? And I said, we're not talking about you, Oxy.
And what did I just say? I corrected my statement and I said, be specific when you're going to point out such issues. You know
so
what I mean?
When they come here and say, let's build together, and we're able to tap into something that you can't tap into. That's all I'm saying. When we tap into home, we're empty. When you tap into home, you a plane flight away. You have shit that you can go. You have shit that you can go back to. I'm not Oxy. Don't take this as a personal attack. With the panel, the only reason I ever came on this fucking panel was because one day I was scrolling through some YouTube shit and I seen Lucas asking some questions that was very general, broad, and basic. You didn't ask Lucas to be fucking broad, but when Lucas say, "Why is this happening to Black Americans? Why doesn't anyone help us? Why is it that every time, right?" So all of these why questions that only lead to niggas who have family members, historical ties to the transatlantic slavery. We feel something that you never feel, bro. You will never feel it. So what I'm saying is, it's not that you can't help us. There's one car, one steering wheel. We can all fit in the steering wheel, but you have to ride shotgun, bro.
Okay,
you can help us with tons of things, but you can't tell us what our problems are.
Uyaham, let me respond to this, okay? So I understand you talking generally. I understand that, right? I'm not taking it personally also.
So
but
then
when
you
I'm
talk
saying,
general.
okay, so what I'm saying,
you talk general.
Uyaham, just listen also, right? Because I was listening to you. I get where you're coming from. What I'm trying to basically say is this, right? If you're going to talk about the African immigrants coming into America and basically not understanding That's why I want to say be specific in that. Because last I checked, for example, the Belgian king desecrated, mutilated, unbelievably obliterated communities of blacks. The French government did the same thing. So did the British to my country. And then after the British, the Afrikaners did the same thing. Now, when you're saying we are talking about things that you won't understand, what exactly do you mean, sir?
Do you know what Jim Crow is?
Yes, it's called apartheid.
Okay.
In our world, it's called apartheid.
Now listen. Do you know what redlining is?
Yes, it's called systemic. It's called systemic racism in our world because it still happens.
Yeah, you guys.
Okay, so do you know what
You're talking
gentrification
about
is?
America, and you're talking about worldwide.
Yes. Wait, Prince. Prince, please just allow me and Uyaham hash this out.
Okay.
So, Uyaham, right?
Okay, so now let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Do you know police brutality with the same historical ties?
In apartheid.
Okay, so hold on. So listen. In America, they have sheriff department, and that's to rule over the county and keep peace and order. And then they have the police department.
It's a policing system, right?
No. Oxy. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Before there was a shit. Hold on. Listen, Oxy. You have to understand that Don is not always trying to overtalk you. It's just that if you want to be caught up to the United States history, we have to bring you up.
Don't be disingenuous, Uyaham. Is it a policing system? Yes or no?
That policing system is racial.
So you agree it's a policing system. So let me tell you.
No, Oxy, you're not listening to me.
No, you're not listening.
Nigga, listen. Just listen.
You asked me,
Oxy, there was always a sheriff. There was always a sheriff. And the sheriff is the one that holds up the law. Then they have police.
You know what
the police used to be. Hold on, Oxy.
No, you don't know the South African secret police that destroyed, for example.
I don't give a fuck about the South African police, my nigga.
You see, you're being disingenuous.
States of America fucking website, looking at niggas in America, talking to niggas in America, and I'm telling you, bro.
Police lynching our black leaders and black people who spoke out. In one part in South Africa, for example, if you said the name of Nelson Mandela, if you said the name Nelson Mandela, you were going straight to purgatory in jail, and you're going to be beaten brutally and killed, and then they would say you hanged yourself. That's what happened in South Africa, bro. In Southern Africa. If you said the name of Nelson Mandela, I don't know about if you said the name of Malcolm X, if you went to jail in America, I don't know, but definitely here in South Africa, you had that happening. So don't tell me we don't know, we can't empathize on how Black Americans suffer, because we can empathize because we have a different, it may be a bit different, but the principles and the core values of the oppression are the same. You talk about Jim Crow, we have apartheid. You talk about the sheriff's department, we had the secret police. We had secret police whereby they infiltrated our community so much. The police were exactly looking like you and me. Whereby if you said, like I said, if you said Nelson Mandela, there was a snitch. There was a snitch. There was a snitch.
So, Oxy, do you have a wife, correct? Because I remember you got a wife, right? So how do you and your wife get things done? Do you guys both wash the dishes at the same time, both vacuum the floor at the same time, both make the bed up at the same time? Or do one of you guys go handle some of the work and then somebody else does some other shit? So while we're in America going through this shit and you're going through the same thing, bro, I can relate to you. I can identify you. I can use you as an ally. But until one of us is strong enough to take this shit head on, we can't help each other, bro.
Again, that is a very divisive mindset, which I disagree with. The reason I say this, Uyaham, is this is the difference between, let's say, Black Americans, which I agree with you. You guys are your own nation, your own tribe, and you have your own things. And I agree. And I've always agreed with you guys that I've never disagreed with you. The only point I'm making is the same. The difference is you have Americans, Black Americans being unique in that way. You don't have, let's say, another coexisting tribe that may be detrimental to you. For example, in South Africa, in Southern Africa, there's about 11 tribes here. Sorry, let me say 10 tribes. We have the Tswanas, the Zulus, the Bedis, I could go on, right? The main big tribes are the Zulus and the Xhosas. right? And they grow, and even though we see ourselves the same way, like you Black Americans see yourselves as a Zulu person, I'll be proudful like that. However, we had to swallow our own pride and realize I need that Xhosa tribe to help me defeat this white racist system.
You
Do
right.
you
Hey,
understand
can
what
I
I'm
ask
getting
you a
to?
question? Can I ask you a question, Oxy?
No, answer my question.
Without any.
Oh my God, can you answer my
Go ahead.
question?
Go
Did
ahead.
you
Yeah, I
get
can.
what
Go
I
ahead.
said? Did you get what I just said? I said, I, as a tribe of a Zulu man,
Man,
from
I
the
heard
Zulu
all of that
tribe,
shit, Oxy, and I told you
I
earlier.
need
You
the
fight for your
Xhosas.
people there, and we'll fight for our people here. Have you ever tried to help somebody and they
Not
said, "No, I don't need
understanding.
no
You're
help"?
really missing
Hold
the
on. Have
point.
you ever tried to
Really
help
missing.
somebody and they said, "No, thank you"? Have you ever tried to help somebody and they said, "No, thank you"?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you try to help us and I'm saying no, thank you, then
No,
that
so
should
do
be
you
it. I don't
represent all
want
Black
no help.
Americans? I'm sorry,
But
guy. Do you represent all Black Americans?
have you listened to these panels? Do
Do
you
you
hear what all
represent
Black
all?
Americans sound like?
My
This
guy,
shit is crazy,
Lucas wants to work with me, and we can build together. What's your point there?
bro. And I never said that Lucas couldn't work with you.
No, you did. You just
That's nasty.
Said if you trying to help our people, what are you gonna do to help our people out? Tell me that, Oxy. Just give me one quick.
clearly
What you
you've
gonna
not
do to
been
help our
listening.
people?
If you're saying you've been listening to the panels or what
Nah,
I'm
because
in,
I
you
have
haven't.
been listening, and everything
No,
that you
you
said was
haven't.
business
No, you haven't.
orientated. Y'all can
No,
make businesses
you
over
haven't been
here.
listening.
We can do businesses across the
Haven't
fucking
been
Atlantic.
listening.
Niggas don't even have money to fly
You
over there
haven't
to
been
visit you.
listening.
What the fuck
Ham,
make
you
you
haven't
think
been
niggas is gonna
listening.
be doing business?
Okay, if you that ignorant about business, then that's on you, brother.
Who said anything? I said, nigga, don't nobody want to do no business with your ass. These niggas ain't even going out of their own states. What make you think they gonna fly across the whole fucking world just to
Now
do
you're
business with you,
degrading
bro?
Black Americans to not be capable of
Did I
doing
ever
business.
say that, or is that an
That's what you
interpretation
just.
from a Kevin?
That's
Is
what you
that an
just said.
interpretation from a
My
motherfucking
guy, you
a
just said.
non-FBA
You just
motherfucking black
said.
man?
You just said, "quote These N-words can't even do business out of their own state."
Said these niggas don't even leave their own state.
The point is, you are degrading them and belittling their capability.
Anybody feel degraded?
Yeah,
Anybody feel
kind of. But
belittled?
I've been all over the world, bro. That's crazy. That's nasty work.
Been all over the world too, but I ain't never been to no motherfucking Africa to go do no business with nobody.
Wait, why not though?
That's you. That's you.
It's just because I haven't. Have you guys? I don't know.
Yeah, nigga. So it's nasty work, bro.
Can I?
No, not yet. I haven't been outside the country yet.
It's nasty work. I've been out of the country since I was fucking 4. That's crazy.
Can I?
So,
Nasty
all right.
work.
So let me explain something. When we was talking about culture, nobody said hair. Our hair is our main fucking culture, dog. A lot of times niggas don't even want to have you can't even have your hair a certain type of way to get a job.
Nigga, my shit's a fro, bro. I don't got it. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Sounds
But how people look at you with your fro, man. Most people be like, man, you need to cut that shit off, man. You need to do something with that hair.
Nigga, I got a small circle. Ain't nobody saying shit to me, bro. I do what I want.
Well, I've seen him in reverse. People now appreciate
like
black
me because I
hair
got a small
texture.
circle. Nigga, I got dreads and a fucking mullet. Nigga, what the
Well,
fuck?
I got a big ass fro, nigga. Nigga, it's nappy as fuck right now. So
Are we doing a hair off right now?
So, that's crazy.
Hold up, Oxy. So when our people was in slavery, they used to braid messages in their fucking hair so that the master wouldn't know what it was. You see what I'm saying? Like that's our fucking heritage. We still rocking braids and shit to this day.
You recognize the braiding of hair is an African cultural thing also,
Bro, don't
right?
you think? Where the
Does
fuck do you think
symbolize-
we came from, Oxy? Where do you think we came from, Oxy?
I don't know. Aren't you a foundational Black American? I don't know.
I'm a Hebrew Israelite. My people was brung here through captivity. Some of my people was left behind. Hold on. Some of my people was left behind, and that's why I will call you a brother. But what I'm saying is, bruh, you get the left flank and I'm gonna get the right flank. What the fuck are you doing over here watching my back, nigga? Go hold the fort down. That's all I'm saying.
You're not making sense, Wareham. I don't
It's
understand.
tons of shit that can be done in Africa to assist other nations instead of you just leaving Africa to come help us.
It's already happening. Because when I called in, I did say people like you, Wareham, don't even understand the current affairs in Africa. You don't know what's happening in Kenya. You don't know what's happening in Niger.
How the fuck are you gonna tell me what I know and don't know?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I got a question for both you, Oxy, and you and him. There's this YouTube channel. They mess with foundational Black Americans. There's a YouTube channel. It's called Make Africa Great, and how they spell it is AFRIKA. And so check them out. Good channel, informative. And Oxy, I don't know if you know of them, but
No, I'm not familiar, Braxton.
Can I interject and give a?
Go ahead, Jim. I'm interested to hear what's your point.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I've been attentively listening to all the chat. I again, I'm trying to follow, and if I don't follow, I apologise. But from a European white man's perspective, you're all talking in past tense. Apartheid, which was a nasty thing in South Africa, and an oxymoron. I'm sure you can vouch for that. We can talk about slavery in America, but what about contemporary Europe? The invasion.
Ain't no Europeans in here, bro.
Let me fucking finish.
You are fucking finished.
No, let him finish.
Let him talk, bro.
All right, just don't worry about it. It's all right. Go ahead.
Finish your point, Jim. No.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen. Just go ahead.
We are the Europeans, if you want to call blacks, lump them, Africans all over the world, Aborigines, and all into one basket. Fair enough. I'll lump all the diverse cultures and traditions and languages of white Europe into one basket, and I will argue, pushback, that Europeans are facing existential threat as we speak from invasion from Africa, from Middle East, from Ukraine, all over the joint. Now, that nobody talks about it. Now, I can also refer to Oxymoron, who's South African. All over Red Rover, no more apartheid. I ask you, you're in South Africa, and please tell the truth, because I've got some friends from South Africa. I'm talking about white Afrikaans who are left, poor white Afrikaans, who are in Cape Town, Johannesburg, in shanty towns, not the rich farmers who managed to escape from South Africa to Australia, to Canada, America, Europe, etc., etc. Nobody's talking about that. Everybody's got a gripe. Yet, if I speak, I'm the white bad boogeyman.
So,
and,
Jim, who's attacking?
Let me finish. I'll have to. I don't know whether you know. In 1977, Cassius Clay, also known as Muhammad Ali, was fighting in Zaire. And Google it. You know what he said? Thank the Lord, my ancestors came. That's his quote. I'm not saying it's good or bad, or he's right or wrong. He said, thank the Lord, I came to, and my ancestors came as slaves to America. I would never return to Zaire, Africa. Please explain.
No, how about you explain this? Who's attacking Europe right now? If you're saying Europe,
well, all right. Western Europe. You want to pick a country? Germany, France, which one? England, Great Britain. Well, it's called immigrants. Open borders as
who allowed those immigrants to come in?
Well, who? Well, you tell me. You enlighten me.
It's a white German government that allowed those. Wait, I'm sorry. Is Germany's government black?
No.
Is it Indian or is it white? Jim?
Well, I won't go down that path. I'll tell you
let's
why.
go down that path.
I'll tell you. Well, it's called globalism. It's called globalism.
Are they white or are they black? Those people who
it's
allow
called a globalism.
Please answer the question, Jim. Don't be disingenuous now.
Go ahead.
The suffering of Europeans as you want.
I wouldn't. All right. I will call them Semites, not white. There you are. I'm answering your question directly. I'm not obviating. I'm telling you in your face.
Stop. Jim, is Meghan Merkel a Semite? I thought she was a white woman.
She's a puppet. She's a politician. What are you talking about?
All right. So Joe Biden.
Who's behind Biden? Is Biden running America? Is Biden running America? There's a whole apparatchiks behind him. He can't fucking string a sentence. Come on. You watch the debate. Come on, it was an embarrassment to America and the world.
Jim, stop. Trump is white, Biden is white. And
but they don't run the show. Oxymoron, I don't believe. I think you're a married, educated, middle-aged man. I think you fucking know more than that.
Jim, just tell me who, if they don't run the show, show us proof.
Politicians don't run the show; they're puppets.
Yeah, show us the proof. Then who runs the show?
Well, I told you, Semites.
Which Semites?
Oh, come on. No, it's Nigerians or Somalis from Minnesota who run the show. Who runs APEC? Who runs the military complex? Come on. Do you want to be banned? It's not my channel. It's Lucas's channel.
No.
Oh,
I just
we
want
all
to
know.
say it.
The boogeyman and the elephant in the room. Nobody wants to fucking
So
mention.
you're anti-Semitic.
Come on.
Is that what you're saying?
You know Semite means also
No,
Arabic
I'm
too,
not.
right?
No. See,
Semite
this is the
means
conclusion he
Arabic,
jumps to.
yeah,
No, I am not.
So I don't know
I am not.
saying,
I'm talking
What are you
about.
saying?
No. Let me finish, oxymoron. They run, and that's a fact. It's not being agreeing or disagreeing. I'm talking who runs the show, who's got the power. The power, and you got to ask the crux question. You got to identify which group runs the show.
Jim, prove it right now. Which Semites?
No, all right. Who runs Hollywood? Tell me.
I don't know.
No, you don't. Stupidity. Are you so fucking stupid? Who runs the media? Tell me. I'm all ears. Listening. Come on. Who runs Wall Street? Oh, Somalis. Who runs the academia?
Are you serious?
Oh, come on, man. Not white people.
Hold up, Jim.
Not white people.
Hold up, Jim.
See, this is where you mix up.
Jim, can you now listen? Okay, Jim, keep quiet now and listen. Let me show you where you are wrong with your argument, right? So it's simple. It's simple. When you say who runs Hollywood, I don't know, my guy. You have.
Don't talk about it. Don't make comments. You don't know. Shut the fuck up.
No, Jim, let's be respectful. I
plead ignorance. I don't know. And there's no shame in not knowing. I don't know a lot of things.
Okay, Jim.
And I shut up.
Be disrespectful to you. I will be definitely fucking disrespectful to you, you fucking white cunt. Okay. Just listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Just listen. So, yeah. Anyways, what I'm saying to you.
Go ahead.
No, shut the fuck up. Okay, so what I'm saying to you.
I'll mute myself. Wait, I'll mute myself.
No, I don't need to wait. Anyways, so what I'm getting to you, Jim, is simple. If you're going to say Hollywood is run by Semites, I want you to point out which Semites you're talking about, because Hollywood is run by a conglomerate of companies, right? Now, you need to prove to me those companies are run by Semites, because last I checked, it's very diverse. Google, for example, has an Indian CEO. For example, right? He has an Indian CEO. It has a board that's very diverse of other people. I would argue Google and the owners of Google, which is Alphabet, is run by the CIA. Now, last I checked, the CIA is a government entity, which I would not say it's run by Semite, because last I checked, the US government has a lot of Anglo-Saxon people running it than Semite. So if you're going to be specific, you better bring the receipts, my brother. And if you're going to talk about Wall Street, last I checked Wall Street has a lot of banks. JP Morgan is not the only big bank operating there. You have the Deutsche Bank, which is German, last I checked, and HSBC, which is a Chinese, Hong Kong based bank, which is Asian. So again, if you're going to make these, prove it, Jim. If you're shaking your head, prove it. Show me that HSBC is run by Semite.
Well, I think you didn't need to define Semite too.
All right, just a minute. All right. I haven't got it here, but I can prove it on the next occasion I'm here. I'll come with the document. And I will give you. I'm not a genius. I've got nothing on top of. I mean, it's absurd to put someone on the spot and say prove it. I mean, I think it's common knowledge, and it's not being disparaging. I actually admire these people, the collective, which you're talking about. You're talking about Black Power and all that. That's great, but there's no leadership, and you don't realize it's divergent. It's like talking about white man. Do you realize there's about 40 countries who are white, different religions? I'm talking about Europe, white man. There's a Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox, and atheists.
Jim,
And,
just
and,
like
I mean,
last time, somebody pointed out
it's
to
like
you that
talking about Africa. In talking about, let me finish. It's talking about African unity or black man's unity, I fully
Jim, your
let me
ancestors
agree. I'm
destroyed
talking
the
about
Aboriginal people. You disagree with that, Jim? Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree
Say that again.
white people, your ancestors, white people from England, came there to Australia, destroyed the Aboriginal people? Do you disagree
No,
with
they
that? Do you
didn't.
think that's a lie?
No, they didn't.
They didn't. Oh, okay.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. There was no massacre.
So the
There's more
Aboriginals.
massacres of Indian Americans.
So the Aboriginal
The
people are the
Indian
most.
Americans, there could be an argument against Apaches
Are you
and
saying the
various
Aboriginal people
tribes.
are running Australia then, as they were
No,
before you came?
there's only 2% of them.
Oh, 2% of them. Sorry, from
Not
what
even that.
percent?
1%, 1 or 2%. Yeah.
So
And stop there. And do you realize about Aborigines? I'll tell you one thing. Most of the people who identify Aborigines are blonde, blue-eyed.
I don't
and
care
they've got.
about that. That's not my
No,
point.
let me finish. They're about 1/16 to 1/20th of Aborigines, and they get the benefit of the doubt.
I don't care.
Well,
I'm talking about
it's not I don't
the
care.
genuine one. I'm talking about the
You're talking
genuine
about
Aboriginals.
phenotype.
Hold up. Last I checked, the Aboriginal people were way more than 2% before the white men
We're
came.
talking about history. See, we're talking about past. See, your argument, you're talking about. I'm talking about. Let's talk about now and future.
No. Let's
See,
not
you're
talk
talking about slavery. We're talking about apartheid. You're talking about the ills of white people. Yes, there have been a lot of things. If you want to talk about apartheid, you're talking about a generation, 3 or 4, 40, 50, 100 years ago of Dutch and British.
Hold up, Jim. You cannot refer to the present without referring to history. That is a fact.
Yeah, but you can't transport history to present. That's my point. If you're a German, doesn't mean you're a fucking Nazi, does it?
How do you know that?
But a lot of people say, you're German. You must be a right-wing fascist. Come on.
So it sounds like you're defending racists now. It sounds like you're defending racists, Jim.
Oh, no, you're putting words into my fucking mouth. Don't put that. You're asserting things, something which I think.
No.
Can't you see your No, just saying. You're talking to a lawyer. Don't put fucking things what I'm thinking. What you think that I think.
My case,
listen to my words carefully. You want to argue with me? Let's fucking argue. Let's talk about evidence and facts. Come on, historical facts. Are we going to talk about history? My point is, let's bring. We all griping victimhood. Everybody, fucking the Jews, the Arabs, the Europeans, the Africans. Oh fuck, that's this and that. Fair enough, it happened. It's a historical fact. No one's fucking denying that. No one is denying. So what are you going to point fingers? It's his fault. No, I'm the innocent. I'm a bigger victim than you are. No, you're not. I'm the bigger victim than you are. That's a fucking Jewish argument.
Hold up, Jim.
Jewish. 1945, the biggest victims were the Holocaust people. Russians. Stop there. Historical thing. Do you know how many people? If you want to talk about victimhood, forget about Americans. You know the biggest victims were Russians. 26 million. 26 million Russians were killed. Second World War.
Hey, you cunt. Can you listen? Hey, you cunt. Can you listen? Get the wax out of your ears, you fucking cunt. Anyways, what I was saying is simple. The list of atrocities to the indigenous people of Australia from the 1700s to the shut up, because you denied that your ancestors did not kill them. In New South Wales, the British settlers destroyed in Hawkesbury River.
What river? Say that again.
Was it Hawkesbury? I don't know how to pronounce that. If I'm pronouncing it right, whatever, I don't care. Hawkesbury River. There was a massacre by the British.
Yes, it was. Yes, correct. How many were killed?
What is it? They say they
killed. Come on, you should know. Prove it. Come on.
Are you gonna allow? Dude, don't be such a cunt. Okay, stop being such a cunt. Like really.
It's not being such a cunt. I'm being. Oh, you played the same trick on me beforehand. Prove it.
You're not allowing me.
I'm playing it back on you. Can't you see that? Can't you see the irony? Can't you see the fucking irony? You're getting back your own fucking words. Well, fucking prove it. That's what you said to me about 5 minutes ago.
All I'm saying is a white man trying to suppress his ancestors' past from what is happening currently. All I'm saying is a white man trying to suppress his ancestral past of the genocide to prop up his own future. That's what I'm seeing from you right now, Jim. And that's a problem.
Well, Australia's white. America's majority white. Europe is majority fucking white.
Sorry,
and you got get rid of apartheid, and you got majority black in South Africa. What's your fucking gripe? Your rand went down the toilet. Your economy's fucked. Who you want to blame?
Thanks to white people.
Is it white?
Yeah, thanks to white people. Yeah, thanks to white people.
They're no longer in power.
No, they are still in power.
It's still fault. They're killed, displaced. Oh, no, let's talk about South Africa. Come on, the poor whites.
Which poor whites? Please tell them, where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
Go on, shut the fuck up. Talk about whites in minority whites in South Africa as we speak. 2024.
Where are these poor whites? Okay, Jim.
You want to talk about history and now. I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about now and future.
Okay, Jim.
South Africa to get the fuck out of Africa. They can't go back to England or Australia or Holland. The balls. Oh yeah.
Jim,
and nobody looks
have a conversation with yourself.
I mean, we can all fucking talk like that. See how
guys, I don't have the
cognitive dissonance hits, the truth hits, and you can't accept. You know what I'm talking about. You live there.
You know what's funny about South
You
Africa?
live there. So let's
were
be
nuclear power.
Let's be balanced about it. Let's not point fingers. I mean, it's so fucking easy to. I mean, my sorrows, my ancestors, your ancestors. Oh, it's their fault, his fault, that whatever. It's so fucking easy. Easy. Let me finish.
What the
Let's
fuck?
talk about the
solutions.
solutions.
No. You know what? Fuck you, bro. No. I'm
Talk
done
about
being
history.
respectful to you. Hold up. Shut the fuck up, okay? Because here's a problem with how I have. You owning the conversation right now and you're not even listening to anything that I'm saying.
I'll shut up and listen to you.
No, I don't need you to announce it. You can shut up. Just shut the fuck up, Jim. Okay? Learn to fucking listen. Because you're not being respectful at all. Because I'm trying to be civil with you so we can actually have a conversation so I can show you how ignorant and dumb and how fucking ludicrous your things are saying. Because one thing is for sure, as a person who studied law and I've done commercial law, for example, in college, and I know for a fact history is very important in law. Because you have to search for precedent. Now, don't be a disingenuous cunt and not realize the fact that in order to have a future that you have today, it is because of the past. Now, what you don't understand is white people are not the majority, right, in Australia. They destroyed those Aboriginals. Now, you don't want to own up to that because your ancestors are responsible for that shit. Now, the fact that you don't want to acknowledge that is a problem in
Do you know what the
itself.
rate of
Because now,
incest among
wait, let me finish my
Aborigines
point.
is?
No, let me finish my rant, my man. Let me finish my rant. So what I'm getting to is this, right? The problem with you, Jim, is that you are not recognizing your own ancestral history that affects the future till this day. For the reason Aboriginals are in a bad situation they are, is because of your own ancestors. You sit in that nice little office of yours is because of the backs of those Aboriginals who suffered. You stole land. Your ancestors stole land from them in order for you to be rich. Remember, it was a penal colony. Australia is a penal colony. So you had criminals running rampant, destroying, raping, and pillaging Aboriginals, and you are part of those. Your ancestors are part of that. You are of a lineage of those criminals, and yet you're gonna say, "Oh, let's not look at the past. Let's just focus on the future." Fuck you, cunt. The future is affected by the past that you have created with your ancestors. Now, if you can acknowledge that and they come to that term, like, you know what, my ancestors did fuck up, and you know what, it's bad that they fucked up, and let's try and do right by it by giving back the land that you are sitting on there. I don't give a shit that you are not personally responsible. Your great-grandfather or your great-grandmother or all of them, they the ones who stole it. For you to be handed all of that shit.
All right. Do you want me to civilly to respond to what you just said? Okay. So you mentioned one thing called penal colony. Could you tell me from what year to what year Was Australia penal?
Are you not going to acknowledge that your ancestors just
I will answer that. Let's go. Yes, I will get to that.
No, get to it now. Let's start with that.
So I'll tell you a bit of history.
No. Let's start with that.
Australia was discovered in 17. Just let me finish.
I'm not going to allow you unless you start with your genocidal ancestors. Start with your genocidal ancestors. Start with your genocidal ancestors. Start with them.
Genocidal?
Yes.
Oh, shit. If there was genocide, there wouldn't be any more Aborigines left.
Are you fucking kidding me?
If there was genocide, there wouldn't be any more Aborigines left. Genocide means destructions of one or another race. What are you talking about? Genocide, there will not be. If the situation in Gaza continues as is, there won't be more Palestinians in Gaza.
Did a genocide happen to the Jews, Jim? Because there's still Jews now.
Jews. I'm talking about Australia.
You see.
Let's not, but don't interject. I'll let you speak, and I shut up, and I muted myself. Let me answer your question. Australia was only penal colony for about 30 years, from 1788 till.
That was not my question. If you're answering my question, that is not my question.
After 1801, it was colonies. It was free settlers. Majority from Great Britain who came over. There was a potato famine. There's a big Irish Catholic from the Republic of Ireland who were ousted by the Protestant English who came to Australia. There was Irish and Scottish. South Australia was never a penal colony. It was founded by the free settlers. WA was likewise. All right, so Queensland was likewise. It was Van Diemen's Land, which is Tasmania, Victoria, New South Wales. There's other 7 states, there's other 4 states which were free states. So this is this perception. You don't know your history.
Okay, now talk about your genocidal ancestors. Okay, talk about your genocidal ancestors. Yeah.
When you say genocidal, we've got to distinguish. There were massacres. Not many. I can
listen to that. Not many. Oh wow! It's just a little massacre here and there.
Excuse me.
This is a little massacre.
There's a difference between a massacre and a genocide. Genocide, what's that? I'll shut up. You tell me the difference between a massacre or massacres and genocide. All right, you tell me. Definition. I'll shut up.
No.
Enlighten
Guy, you haven't answered my question. Hold up.
No, I asked you. You very dangerous.
Jim, you didn't answer my question, right? So here's a problem, Jim. You did not answer my question when I said answer for your ancestors' genocidal tendencies. You're going to tell me about some bullshit about how Australia is not a prison country. And so all I'm going to say to you is just straight up, Jim.
No, boy. No,
about that, right? How about you talk about how your great
talking about you raised the word genocide. You assume
so it's not an assumption for the Aboriginal people to hit 2% as per your words, which is very low from what they started off as. It shows you there is an intent of genocide, and if you're going to be disingenuous about genocide, my brother, you are being very no. You are being disingenuous. Hold on, Jim. Just listen. Learn to listen. So here what's happening is a lot of people would describe what happened to basically the Jewish in World War II as a genocide. Why? Because they wanted to wipe them out. It's a policy by Germany. Yes. Hold up. But they failed at wiping them out. The fact that your ancestors failed at destroying the Aboriginal people. That's
black oxymoron. Can I just say something?
No. Keep quiet, Norm. Okay, I'm talking to Jim, because I saw some of your derogatory comments there, because you're talking bullshit yourself. Hold on for your L. Anyways, Jim, your problem is this, right? Your problem, Jim, is no, don't disrupt. Don't disrupt. So you kids, because you just came in here. Learn to be respectful also. So, Jim, here's your problem, right? My question to you was...
You're telling me what my problem is? Hold on. What? Choose your
Yes,
words
the problem.
carefully.
No, yes, you have a problem. Yes,
It's your problem.
it's your problem. No, it's your problem.
It's your
Your
problem.
problem is you can't listen and you want to paint yourself as a victim because right now you're sounding like a victim.
Shut the
No, we didn't do anything wrong. I'm a little cunt who inherited land from my father and my great-grandfather who destroyed the Aboriginal people who used to hold this land. And because of that, it's not my fault, guys, because I want to keep this wealth that I have gained through suffering and genocidal massacres. And I don't want to own up to it because if I own up to it, that means I have to give it back. And I don't want to give back the riches and the comfort and the white privilege that I have currently. Because right now, I'm sitting here telling black people not to sound like victims when I'm the perpetrator myself. Shut the fuck up, Jim, because nobody wants you because of this information. Because right now, you're being a total cunt and disrespecting black people's history.
Everyone in this
Disrespecting black
or in
people's
this
history
queue,
right now.
you speaking for them, for everyone. All of a sudden you assume don't respect us. So it's us and them. We're having I think we're having trying to have a civil conversation. Looks like it's becoming
you are defending your white ancestors, Jim. You are defending your white ancestors who genocided a lot of Aboriginal people. You're defending them, and for you to even come up here and talk about Europe,
Europe and the migrants. Europe and the migrants. Oh my God, they're suffering.
Even though it's the same.
You assumed the word genocide, there was never a genocide on Aborigines. There was never ever a genocide on Aborigines.
We are victims whenever things is bad done to us, but when we do bad things to the minority or to other subjugated people, oh no, it is fair game.
Was there ever a Boer genocide on blacks?
Yes.
In South Africa. Oh, yes. So there was a policy of exterminating. There was 3-4 million Boers English, and 40. They were trying to eliminate all 40 million. Is that what you're talking about? And blacks, the tribes in South Africa were not South African. They came from other parts of Africa.
Oh my God.
Bro. And they all went to South Africa during apartheid.
Are you saying
learn your history, boys? Listen.
Mr. Bowden.
What happened in Rhodesia?
With
Ian Smith. Ian Smith, I'm not defending him, but you got to understand what's happening. So learn your history, and I'm not defending anybody, any race, any religion.
Can I speak?
But you obviously are not educated and have not learned and studied both sides. There's an argument pro and con. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Bowden, may I ask you a question, sir?
All right, go ahead.
Has there ever been an attempt? Are you saying there's never been an attempt to exterminate black people?
No, that's genocide. Extermination is the definition of genocide. Let me finish because you asked me a question. Genocide means a systematic government or whoever is in power, political power, wants to eliminate another group of people.
Okay, let me.
Tutsis in Africa. Tutsis is trying to in Africa. Let's talk about Africans killing Africans.
I need to respond.
What about Tutsis? What about Tutsis about 10 years ago? Nobody talks about that. That was a total extermination of two groups.
Mr. Bowden, I asked you a question and you answered it. Now I want to respond to what you said, if that's okay with you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Engage into a conversation.
Yes.
There is actually proof that it was written in law in the United States that there were actually 5 policies that were in place to try to exterminate black people.
By whom? I'm not aware of that.
They literally tried to do it by making sure that black women could not have any more kids.
Where was this? I'm sorry.
They tried to. Listen to me very carefully.
You go ahead.
Jim, I'm talking to you. You won't be disrespected with me.
No, I won't.
Okay? You said no, there's never been an attempt to exterminate black people. Yet I'm
talking about Australia.
I understand that. But you said there was never, the question I asked you, I said, has there ever been an attempt to exterminate black people? You said no.
systematic, as far as I know, from my reading of the history, no. There has never been a government.
White man's history.
Well, I'm trying to help you understand.
Systematic
Jim,
means you see him, you shoot him. You don't capture him. You kill him. That's genocide. It's us against them.
Can I say something about genocide?
Whether you gas them, whether you shoot them, poison them, or whatever. That's genocide. There's been a lot of massacres. Yes, that's different. Massacres
are okay. James, massacres are okay. That's what Jim is saying. Massacres are okay.
Don't put words in my mouth. Genocide, massacres are okay. Go and fuck yourself. You fucking moron. You're an
You wanted to say it. Say it, Jim. Say it. You wanted to say it. Say it, Jim. Say it.
Say it. I'll say it. You're a fucking moron from South Africa. Mountain.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to say.
And fuck the sheep. Listen. Fuck the sheep in Cape Town. All right, that's their fee. Fucking, what a fucking stupid thing to say. Putting words into my... now he's justifying massacres. What a fucking fool. You think you're going to pull this from a fucking lawyer? Wordsmith. Where were you fucking studied? You were fucking... You didn't know the difference between shit and clay. All right.
Wow. Did you hear that, guys? We don't know the difference between shit and clay.
You don't know. Don't fucking go we. You fucking fool.
Me. Why would you say shit and clay? Why would you specifically say shit and clay?
It's you not in South Africa. It's you personally. So don't fucking... Oh, look at boys. Look at girls. Look at the chat. It's everyone. Look how racist, sexist he is, eh? Don't play that fucking game with me.
Who's talking about sexism here? Who's talking about sexism?
No, don't deviate.
Who's talking about sexism? Who's talking about sexism? Wait, you can't say I'm the one deviating when you're the one who brought up sexism. Listen here, you dumb fucking cunt. I doubt you're a successful lawyer anyways, Jim. Hold up. Jim, I doubt you're a successful lawyer because only a dumb fuck like yourself will come online, show his face and talk all this gibberish and claim that you're a lawyer. Anyways, Nom K, you wanted to say something. Sorry, Nom K wanted to say something.
Come on, mate.
Yes, thank you.
I'm enjoying this.
Mr. Golden.
I'm enjoying this.
Mr.
This
Golden,
is
you
beautiful.
know that there was a law passed in South Africa that allowed white people to just kill black people without no penalty.
That's true. That's true. But what I want to ask Oxy,
Mr. Golden, did you know that?
A fellow South African, Oxy, what do you say about Shaka Zulu, a black man, the Zulu king, also committing genocide against other black people? That is
I agree. He did commit genocide. Hold up. Nom K, I agree. He did do genocide. I don't deny that. So what's your point?
So my point is that Shaka Zulu, it was either you became Zulu, if you didn't speak the language, he would kill you. He conquered the Khoisan, which were the original people from South Africa. The Zulu nation was not originally from South Africa. They were from other parts of Africa, and then they came to Africa.
Okay. Show me your archaeological evidence. Hold up, Nom K, don't run away from this now, because you're talking white supremacist talking points from South Africa. Show me the archaeological talking proof that Zulus, for example, not even Zulus, because you see, your history is very limited because you don't understand. It's not Zulus. Back then, it was not Zulus.
I don't study. I study.
It was not. Hold up. No. Nom K, just listen. Nom K, let me educate you because I know my history, right? I know Southern Africa. Nom K, I'm educating you right now. Okay, just listen. It was not Zulus back then. Okay,
and I'm not fighting you.
Nation.
I'm asking a question.
Nom K, just okay. That's what I'm saying to you. Just listen. Back then, it was Nguni people. It was not Zulu people. Okay, there was Abatet. So what I'm getting to, my guy, hold up. What I'm saying to you is, your phrasing sounds like what white people have taught you and brainwashed you because you got your history wrong. That's my point.
I didn't get it from white people though.
You did, because that's where that information is sourced from. I can tell you because I researched this. That's where it's sourced.
I actually got it from another black brother in South Africa.
Okay, tell me, where did he get his knowledge from? Okay, tell me, where did he get his knowledge from? From some verse.
No, he just told me to do. Wait, what he told me to do was my research, and my research.
Where did you get your research?
The Nguni, like from various sources, like Shaka Zulu
Where?
history.
Be specific. Where?
Okay, you can look at African Dance Forum. You can look at South African History Online. Those different links.
Who's funding that?
Like that?
Who's funding that, my son?
How am I supposed to know who's funding that?
Exactly, because you don't speak to your elders. Maybe your elders don't know your history because they were displaced by apartheid and Jim's ancestors.
Wait, so are you saying
right?
that the Nguni tribe was not from West Africa originally or East Africa?
No, I disagree with that notion.
They come from Swaziland, Zimbabwe, Congo, and then they came
where's
to
Swaziland,
Africa,
sir? Where's Swaziland?
Together.
Hold up. Where's Swaziland right now?
Swaziland is a sovereign nation. They don't claim to be South Africa.
Answer the question. Which region of Africa is Swaziland right now?
It's in the region of Southern Africa, but they don't claim to be
you just
South
claim they don't. You just claim they don't come from Southern African. Hold up. Just listen to what you're saying. You just claim they.
You're not understanding my point.
No, you not
Other black people conquered other black people and committed genocide. Shaka Zulu fed people to hyenas.
So
do you understand that I'm saying?
Get to the point.
So
I'm not disagreeing with that.
My point is that every single race, the Arabs were the first people to come up with slavery. Every single race.
What does this have to do? That
don't you think that we should just build and move on?
Okay, you're moving the goalposts.
I understand.
That's crazy.
No, exactly. See, Lucas, there's a lot of tools we have. Anyways, Nomke, just listen. Hold up, Nomke, listen. You're moving the goalpost because I said to you, you even said it on your own words. You said Swaziland, they come from Swaziland, blah, blah. Swaziland is in the southern
Zimbabwe, Congo.
Again, this is the south of Africa, my guy. This is the south of Africa. So the fact
do you know how many
claimed, oh my God, stop. So no.
Over 1 million people were killed by the Zulu
Nom, nobody's disagreeing with you. Did you hear me say I disagree with the genocide?
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
You didn't,
I'm a young man. I'm a bit zealous. I'm sorry.
No. What I'm getting to know is I don't disagree that Zulus created a lot of atrocities and did a lot of genocide. In fact, even the people called Mampondo, we decimated them. My ancestors decimated. I agree to that, right?
Exactly.
Hence the clauses. Hold up. Just listen. Stop. Just listen. That's why that's why the clauses ran to the Cape. Because I agree. The Khoisan were more frequent and I would argue are more original of the southern tip of South Africa, which is the Cape region. However, if you go more midland, this is not the case. The Khoisan, you cannot find any Khoisan there because they were predominantly that side because the Nguni nations were predominant and they originated from here. You cannot make the claim that they don't, because that's what I'm saying to you. Where is your sourcing? Because I looked at, for example, looking at our own history of our lineage as Zulu people and looking at the capital of the Kingdom of Zulu, for example, go there, talk to the actual elders who've written.
That's not a source.
Jim, stop. Nobody's talking to you, Jim. I know you feel irrelevant right now because that's how white people are. But anyways, so no, what I'm getting to you is simple. Is in the history, you need to.
I gotta tell you, black man, you a straight asshole, man.
Okay.
Me.
Cool. No, he's talking about. I think he's talking to me. But anyways, what I'm gonna say is, Norm, is this, right? The history.
I don't know everything. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just genuinely asking a question. I'm sorry.
No, and I'm responding, right? But you're not taking anything in, because I'm
taking it in.
Okay. What did I say to you? Oh wow. What did I say, Norm? Let's go through.
Okay. So what I'm getting, you said my sources are from white funded people, so I should rather get my sources from firsthand from the elders who have, like, I guess, ancestry knowledge about the actual history of black people. So you're saying that my sources shouldn't, certain sources are probably white funded, and I should go straight to, I guess, KwaZulu or the Makai or something like that to get my information from elders with stories, I guess, have been passed down for thousands of years. But my point to that is that, you know, there's a problem with going to your elders for that, because some people say Shaka Zulu was dark skinned, and then some elders will tell me, no, he was light skinned. So there's different variations. So what source do I trust? But what we do know is, like, okay, I'm jumping the gun, but you get what I'm saying here.
No, I get the confusion, but here's what I'm saying to you, Norm, right? There's semantical, historical issues, and then there's the greater grand scheme of what you need to pay attention to. I get that argument, all light skin, dark skin. Listen here, that doesn't change the fact that white people have subverted us and basically ruined our history and lied to us in front of our faces. Because, for example, if you remember the Shaka Zulu movie, there were white people who are white saviors. Remember that? And that is now interpreted as fact when it's not true. Shaka Zulu never met any white people ever. Even his brother Dingan never met them. However, he did see them from across the sea. Hence, we gave them the name Mlungu. Mlungu basically means Abeyumbi, which is basically a Zulu
Yes, I've
old
heard that
ancient
before.
word, which is an old ancient word of these people are coming from afar to our lands. He was describing them. He never met them. He saw them. Oh, these people are coming here, right? But the point I'm making is he's never met them. But however, if you look at the history books of what white people are telling you or what black people have foolishly believe, they say, oh no, white people actually did meet Shaka Zulu. No, that's not the case. That is not true. So how can you believe those white sources when their information is inaccurate completely?
Okay, but look at this. Okay, this one you're probably not going to believe the source. This is from Cambridge University, right? It says here that there is evidence that exists that Mtetwa and the Zulus were basically trading slaves to the Portuguese. And there is evidence to say that black people in general, Africans, were trading slaves to
What's
other
their
black
proof?
people.
Okay, tell me, from what you read there, what's their proof?
Let me go in. I don't have to read the whole thing.
So you are taking words without even doing thorough research and you want to blast it on air here as if it's true.
Well, I assumed it was a trusted
No,
source.
you see,
So
here's my problem. Hold up. No, here's my problem. You need to read this, research it, validate it, and then spew it as if it's fact because you are confident in the knowledge you get. Don't just read something offhand and go, maybe this is true. That is wrong. You know this. Because a lot of times this is how they deceive you. This is how they deceive you.
But then don't you agree? Okay, so you don't believe that Africans had slaves and all this stuff, but like
Southern
so you don't
African.
believe
Hold up. There's no evidence, even in culturally speaking, within our culture, of us having slaves. We obliterated people. You either converted to our nation, which is Zulu nation,
or you get fed to hyenas,
or you obliterated, right? But there's no evidence of slavery because who were we going to trade with?
Well, it says here we were trading with the Portuguese, but
which
I
Portuguese? Which port? Okay, which port? Tell me, which port? Which port?
As you said, I didn't read.
Hold on.
But it just says
even
slaves
if they
both to
did,
the. Oh wait, it says the
what is
Swazi
their
and
proof?
Gaza supplied slaves both to the Transvaal Boers and to the Portuguese. So not just so black people are also trading to Boers. This is from the Britannica. I don't know if you trust the Britannica.
Oh my God, this
should I
guy
read the
is
whole article
referencing.
for you?
I don't know if you're recognizing the error of what you're just saying right now and how you're going about it. I don't know if you're recognizing because
I understand you don't trust the sources, but do you understand
But I just asked you. No.
I don't
Here's
know
the
how
thing.
to argue.
Never mind. No. Here's the problem. No. I just said to you.
Yes.
Read up on it, validate that this information is true because I just asked you which port, how did they?
But I can't remember all of the info, so I have to read it.
So that's my point. Why are you bringing it up if you don't know what you're talking about?
Like I have read it before, but I don't have I'm not.
Well, you could pull it up right now, right, and go straight to that part where it mentions the port. Which port then? Which port or which city was responsible for slavery in South Africa? And why wasn't it mentioned? Why isn't it popularly known in South Africa that we also had slaves?
The Delaware Bay slave trade. Who said? I can't. Can somebody repeat that?
This Mark. What's the overall point you're trying to prove?
Thank you.
The point. My whole point is that as a human race collectively, don't you think that this race thing is now divisive? Because all of us have done
I rest my case. What do you mean race thing?
What I said, like all of this race debate.
What do you mean race debate?
I feel like everyone well, it's my belief now based on my research, but I guess you guys don't trust those sources that black people have done some things to black people. I'm sure white people have done things to white people. And then I understand.
Let me say this real quick.
And wait, can I just say something? Wait, can I just say one more thing, right? So I know Oxy probably says, oh, the land was stolen. But when something was stolen, yes, I admit it was taken horribly. I'm a black man. I don't support the whites and stuff like that, but I'm going to explain this. When something is stolen, it's reported to the authorities and those people are dealt with. It's my belief that the land was taken and it was conquered Because if it was stolen, would have reported it to the
no,
international
answer
court.
me. The Land
Like
Act.
Zulus
Wait,
conquered the
one moment, Mark.
Xhosas.
I will shut this down
I
real
mean,
quick.
the
No,
Khoisan.
tell me. The Land Act of 1910, right? When the South African the South African government passed it through initially, right? And then in 1948, I think they passed the natural. I forgot the exact details, but anyways, I can Google it now. But anyways, during those two periods, right? They allowed blacks to have that land. They said, "Hey, here's your land. Here's Bantustan. Keep it there." And then they said,
that stuff you learn in grade 8. I know everything you're talking about.
No. Shush. Let me educate the Americans because they're not familiar. Because right now you're being disingenuous. So what happened was they told them, "Here's Bantustan. Here's your own land. Live there." And then they changed their mind. Oh shit, there's resources there. Then they passed a Land Act, stole it. Don't tell me they conquered it. No, they told you, okay, let's have a treaty. There's Bantustan. This is South Africa or the Transkei, the Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. But then they realized there's resources in where black people are. Then they passed the Land Act saying, nah, actually we can go in there and steal it. So that's theft, my guy. It's not conquered. Do you understand?
And wait, so you're saying that the white people gave us land and then they
didn't give us land.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, basically. Because you saying that white people with the Land Act basically put black people in a certain area. White people said
you're not listening.
Area,
you're really not
that's
listening,
your
guys.
place to stay. And then you saying that they took that place that they gave them again. So I'm confused.
I said there was a
simplified.
treaty where they said, Bantustan, fine, keep it. There's your thing, keep it. Because remember, King Cetshwayo, if you recall any history from this dumb schooling system of South Africa, by the way, which is making a lot of
I went to Catholic schools. It was, I guess, Catholic.
Same difference, my guy, same difference. But anyways, what I'm getting to is King Cetshwayo, right? The war of Mbabatho, for example, and that killing,
Yes.
where when the English army fell to some spears and some people running in skins, the most advanced army in the world falling to some spears, they got defeated brutally by the king, Zulu king, and then they said, you know what? Let's have a treaty. We'll leave KwaZulu-Natal alone. Keep your Bantustan. But then fast forward to 1910, like I said, then they realized, oh shit, there's resources here. We need to steal it. So don't tell me, oh, they conquered it, they gave it to us. Nah.
Okay, bro, I understand your point of view. I think we've said everything I needed to say.
It's not a point of view, it's a fact. What I'm telling you is fact. As in, King Cetshwayo defeated the British and they signed a treaty to say, okay, we're going to leave you alone because you defeated us.
Can I just clear something up, right? What happened to my ancestors was heinous and disgusting. I wish that, we won the wars, we won the land, etc., etc. I'm not for white people controlling stuff. I'm for black empowerment. I was just coming on this panel, just to say what I was saying and asking if we can move on as a human race from all of this. But
my guy, how can you move on when the future or the present and the future is affected by the past? How can you move on?
We're not in control of moving on. We didn't enforce anything over anybody. It's the other way around, buddy. So it's like, when are they going to move on? That's the real question.
Exactly. So I was asking, what my whole question was, Oxy, how do we move forward?
We're not the ones holding anything back. We're not holding. We're not the ones.
Listen to what Mark is saying.
We're not the ones. We're not stopping the progress. We don't control things moving forward. We're not the ones who's doing anything. So they would have to be the ones who say, we're going to stop being supremacists. We're going to make things on a fair-to-fair basis. We're going to do fair business. We're going to do fair trade, shit like that, instead of doing sanctions and trying to punish those who don't do what they want. That's the difference. We don't have the control over the other societies to control them. We're the ones that's being economically deprived and controlled. So when are they going to stop?
So you see, Norm, the problem is that you have people like Jim denying their ancestral genocides and hatred of Aboriginals and saying, "Oh, let's move on, guys. Let's stop this." It's actually the Jews. The Jews are the ones in control when they are omitting their own fact that the land that they're sitting on is stolen and they don't want to give it back, and they are substantially richer because of that land that they stole from our ancestors. Now, what you are saying, Norm, is you're coming off like a flippin' snitch.
All right.
As we call them. You know what impimpi is in South African.
Oxymoron.
Yeah,
if I grant you argument,
I'm still talking. No, I'm talking. I'm talking to Norm. Hold up, Jim. I'm talking to Norm. So Norm, what I'm getting to is, you know what Mpimpi is, right? Mpimpi is not a good person. You sounding like one, my guy, because when you saying, oh, let's just forget race, let's move on. It's not easy to move on. Right, it's not easy to move on when your past is a problem. Hence, for example, you should know this as a fellow South African. That's why our elders talk about, hey, do something for the ancestors, because if you don't fix the problems with the ancestors, your future will all be tarred. Because history is very important to us, and the way we fix the
Wait, are you talking about
historical
African?
industry.
Like the ants? I don't wait. Look, I don't know if you talk about spirituality or you
Yes, I'm okay. So I'm sorry. Are you one of those modern suburban blacks?
I believe in Jesus and I pray to Jesus.
Yes. So
only.
the answer is yes. So the answer is yes. Okay, cool. So I get it. You're one of those modern, modern ones. No. Just to highlight, just to remind you, Norm, this is not exclusive of Jesus, right? You've heard of the Church of Shembe, which incorporates Jesus, but it also accepts our cultural heritage and culture. Now, what I'm getting to you, Norm, is this.
It's false doctrine, bro.
Okay. Fine. I'm not gonna make a religious argument here. I'm not here for religion. That's not my point.
Yeah, this is not.
No. Just listen to what I'm saying. The point I'm making is the importance here of history affects the present. If you're gonna just say let's just move on without fixing historical injustices, my guy, you will never have a good present or future. So you need to fix the past in order to have a better future.
Can I?
But then
can
how
I,
do we?
Can I say just on that point? It is a very important point. All right. Given what you just said, black oxymoron, and granted, if I hypothetically accept your argument that white Europeans are responsible for, as you call it, inverted commas, genocide in Australia, whites in America, Canada, New Zealand, and what do you want the so-called evil white race to do? Go back to Europe? And if so, wouldn't it be more reasonable to ask about 100 million foreigners, Africans, Arabs, Eurasians, Asians from Europe who live in Europe to move out, if that's what your argument is? We are the evil person, occupiers, genocidal maniacs, or not us, but ancestors. What's the option?
Okay, I can answer you, Jim.
I'll shut up.
Fair enough. So just to answer you, Jim and Norm, here's the thing. Fix the historical injustices. For example, all the land that was stolen, and the people can prove that the land was stolen. And
it's all. I take it. It's stolen. It's stolen.
Jim,
it's stolen.
I'm answering you. Just allow me to answer.
Yeah,
Don't interrupt, please. Thank you. So what I'm saying is, unlike, for example, in America, it's been like 400 years. So in South Africa, at least we're fortunate to go back maybe 150 years. So at least we still have some linkage directly with those ancestors of ours or great grandparents who suffered. So we have proof that, hey, you stole.
Depending on the tribe, South Africa is not homogeneous. Please,
Jim, please stop. Jim,
go on.
No, just don't interrupt me.
Go ahead.
Just don't interrupt. No. Don't say sorry. Just shut up. So what I'm getting to is this, right, Norm? Because Jim is not listening.
I am listening.
No, you're not, because you're not keeping
I'm
quiet.
listening to you. Go on. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
If you're listening, you would keep quiet. You would keep quiet and not say anything. Anyway, so Norm, what I'm getting to you is this, right? If we can prove to that, hey, you stole this farming family, the Van der Merwes, this family of Van der Merwes who are white Boers who stole the land from my great-grandparents, right? They are rich right now, and they are sitting pretty well. they should basically either give up their land back to their rightful people, or give up that wealth to that people to equalize the system. Because remember, when they kicked off that black family from that rich land that they profited off, they put them in shanty towns that Jim says black people created, when it's actually white people who created those shanty towns in miserable conditions.
Yes.
And that family was destined for poverty ever since because of that. So if you can fix that norm, fix that, believe you me, then yes, you can have a better
what I'm arguing, not fixing. White people are bad. They should be exterminated or moved out of Africa.
I never said anything about extermination, Jim.
No, I know you haven't. But why should anybody fix? They don't want to live there.
Are you serious?
Their people are no longer welcome. They're being genocidal. All their not them, but their ancestors. So you still want white people. If white people are so evil, their history is despicable. And if I hypothetically agree, so why do you need us to fix anything? We'll give you the land, we'll give you the factories, we'll give you the houses. Here you are. And you still want us to be there? We've given you everything. So stop. No, Jim, me. This is the fact.
So
we agree. We are guilty. We are guilty. We're going to our ancestral land, which is Europe. Now, if that's the case,
no, that's not their ancestral land either. No, that's not their ancestral land. The mountains is their ancestral land. You're saying.
So where is white man's ancestral land if it's not Europe?
The mountains, the caves.
What mountains? What mountain? Where?
The Caucasus ones, the caves, them caves.
Them caves, where?
It's where they made their shit beds at the caves.
Where's the caves? Where, man? Where? What geographical position? No, it's important. He said, go back to your caves. All right, we'll go back to the caves. Where are the caves?
Stop moving the goalposts, because I gave you the
goalposts.
The caves are in the mountains. That's where they are.
Where's the mountains?
Still there.
Where are the mountains?
Wait, hold on, Braxton. Hold on, Jim. So here's my problem with your disingenuous white devil.
Disingenuous. So disingenuous.
No.
Not genuine. Disingenuous. It's a buzzword. With oxymoron, it's a buzzword. Disingenuous. She paints the picture before he starts an argument. Doesn't work. Doesn't wash with me, mate. Does not wash with me.
Can you have some better impulse control?
Does not wash with me.
No,
disingenuous. How dare you say to anyone disingenuous?
Jim, can you have better impulse control, please? Hold yourself and learn to be civil. Thank you. So what I'm going to say to you, Jim,
answer my question.
No. I'm
white South Africans, Asian whites, Australian whites are all guilty. And what do you want to do with this white, nasty, white, evil people?
Just because you're white doesn't mean you're right, Jim.
No, I'm not saying I'm not. I'm wrong.
You are, Jim. So just because you're white doesn't mean you're right.
Evil man. My ancestors and me are evil. Evil. We are the epitome of evil. What do you do with us?
Listen, what would Jesus do, Jim? What would Jesus do? Shut up.
You're not a Christian.
Shut up, Jim.
Shut the fuck up.
That's how a Christian sounds like, right?
Jesus.
Oh, so you're not a Christian then, Jim. So you're not a Christian. So
you are not a Christian. So please don't.
Because a Christian doesn't act the way you just acted. A Christian doesn't act the way you acted, Jim. A Christian does not act the way you act, Jim. A Christian does not act the way you act, Jim. A Christian does not act the way you act.
Okay.
A Christian
does not question unfair.
Jim, just shut up. No, Jim, just shut up.
Guys, are we talking about moving on beyond race? Are we just talking about it in Africa?
Well, it's not. We're talking about the evil white man. This is the gist of the thing. Fair enough.
So I don't know anything about fucking African history, but I do hear all these people talk about let's move the fuck on. However, America, pause.
He wants to stick to his history.
I don't care about
and that's my
point. I don't care about what he's saying.
I
don't care about what he's saying. I don't. My name is
see, now
Oxy.
you're moving on like me. I agree with you.
Oxy. My name isn't Oxy. So I'm bringing up.
Go ahead. I agree with you.
So if we're talking about, like, I hear these people talk about we should move on upon race. Yet America's like this place that burned down your house. They admitted they burned down your house.
Yes, I agree.
Pause.
I agree. It happened. Yes.
They won't
historical fact.
Stop talking. But they won't do anything to help you fix the house. And then while you're fixing your house, they're looking at you from their house like, why aren't you catching up, dummy? And then is it in your genetics? And they're mocking you for being behind because you have to catch up because they burnt down your house. And they give you no tools to help you do it. All the while mocking you and ridiculing you while you're trying to fix your shit.
What do you mean?
If America,
maybe I'm missing something. You said not giving your tools. Not giving. I missed that. Not giving your tools. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
So imagine somebody burning down your house, right?
Yeah.
And then they come to you and say, "My bad. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have burned down your house." And you ask, "Hey, okay, cool, but are you going to help me fix it?" And they flip you the bird and say, "Hell no."
Yeah, what's the I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not following.
They just say fuck you, and they say they're not going to help you fix it.
But you're generalizing. Are you talking about yourself or your next door neighbor or your neighborhood? I don't know.
I said imagine you.
What if someone burnt your? Is this happening now in 2024 America? It happened. It happened. It happened under.
You know what a
Jim
hypothetical
Crow.
is?
Yes, I do know what a hypothetical.
Can you follow my hypothetical?
So what you're saying is what you're demeaning. If you're black, you're demeaning black. They're not capable of thinking and building their own resources.
You didn't even follow my
Can I ask you a question? Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
Is America in 2024 more racist before MJ Martin Luther King?
I'm not answering your stupid ass question because you can't follow my hypothetical. I'll try it again with you.
Well,
I'll try my hypothetical with you again. Imagine you have a house, right? Imagine you have a house.
Hypothetical, all right? Yes.
Now imagine I come and burn down your house.
Yes.
Okay, you're upset about that, right?
I wouldn't be upset. I'd be pissed off.
You'd be pissed off. Now imagine if I came back to you and said, "Jim, I'm sorry for burning down your house." And you're like, "Okay, I accept your apology, but are you going to pay for the damages?"
Now you're talking about reparations. Is that what?
Or just fixing something, helping me fix it.
No. All right, good.
Or helping me fix it, whatever. However you want to do it. You ask me. Now imagine you asked that. However you're gonna help me fix it, help me fix it. Now imagine you asked that, and I said, "No, go fuck yourself."
No. All right.
That's what it's. And then I tell you to go. One second.
Yes,
then you followed there so far. Then I tell you to go fuck yourself, and then you're like, "Okay, I'll just fix it myself." And while you're fixing it, I'm living in my house and laughing at you like, why are you so far behind? Look at my house. It has all of these features. It has this, that, and the third. Why is your house so dilapidated? Why does your house still have burning? Why does your house still have burning cracks in it? Why can't you just develop? Why can't you be like them? And then some other people move in and they're building their houses way faster. What the fuck is up with you? Are you stupid? Are you retarded?
Yes.
Now that's what it's like to be black.
Point taken. I get where you're coming from.
And then people want to say, "Oh, just get past it, idiot." Like, do not insult.
All right. Stop there. Good point and good question. You're talking about reparations, damages.
Making amends for your past damage.
Yes, all right.
It's not enough to say, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
No, exactly.
That's
Words
not
are
enough.
cheap. Words are cheap. I agree. Full stop. I agree with you. I concur, sir. Your Honor, I concur.
Okay, can I say something? Since you
let me finish. I'm talking to Punished XO. Okay. Now, what's the next step? $1? $1,000? $1 million? $50 per capita? Tell me.
Hold on.
And we're talking about America. Wait, let me finish. We're talking about America, which is 335 million approximately. Give or take 5 million, because your borders are open. Nobody knows. All right. But give it about
our government can figure out how to give money to Ukraine. They can figure out how to pay
Now we just I'm talking about logistics. I'm talking about
nobody talks about logistics when it comes to helping Israel.
Well, bravo!
Or like Ukraine. Like we send aid. We send aid all over the world.
Oh,
nobody wants to talk logistics,
exactly.
But you want to bring up logistics.
So wait, you agree with that?
Over 60 or 600 billion or trillion was spent on the Ukrainian war.
You want to talk about logistics?
Bingo!
What does that prove?
Well, how come of all the
nationalities
can
get paid out, then you admit that black people can get paid out?
Do you think that black people haven't thought about this? Yeah, they can pay, if they can pay for Ukraine, they should be able to pay for our shit.
Oh, exactly. I'm not American.
So why are you
what's your problem?
So why are you mentioning logistics? Exactly. So why are you? So you admit
you're
that
my man. You're the punish hater. Bingo.
So you would admit that you only brought up. So you would admit that you only brought up logistics to like validate why it shouldn't have been given.
Well, can you see?
If you believe that, then you wouldn't even ask me the question about logistics.
Just listen.
What?
Exactly. Because
then why ask the question about logistics?
All the money goes to one way.
No, it goes multiple different ways.
Justifiable, like the blacks in America, which I think deserve reparations. But the question is, all the monies are going in the Middle East.
Or Ukraine, America gives a lot of money to a lot of places.
Yeah. And you haven't got the leaders or the gumption or the balls, whatever you want to say, political or economic.
Jim, you agree with Jim? So you agree with reparations?
Exactly. AIPAC. I'm sorry.
You agree with us getting reparations?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's the way that black people can move on. If we got our reparations, there.
Yes. But you will not.
Until that happens, I'm going to be running my mouth and complaining about how stupid this shit is and how unfair bullshit is.
Exactly. But
until that happens,
you will never get it.
There's going to be like I'm not never going to concede. We're on equal playing ground, or we should just forget about it. No, go fuck yourself.
Of course, we're not on equal playing ground.
Until that happens, we can't move on. It's a dumbass thing.
There's no equal playing ground in life, such as life. And your family, you got the dumb kid, you got the bright kid, and you got the fucking whore here.
I mean, but there is justice.
Family.
Right? There's a crime committed. That is injustice.
the burden of life.
There was a crime committed, and people need to pay for it.
That's the point of America, which everybody misunderstands that I'm anti-Semite, and I'm not. Money talks, bullshit walks, and I'm looking at America from outside the box, way down under, and I'm seeing what America.
So Jim, what I need you to do,
let me finish.
What I need you to do right now, I need you to go type an email. I need you to go type an email. Type it to our representatives here in America. Say, Jim, believe that black people should get their reparations. In order for us to move forward with this
looking at American history,
please give black people their reparations. Please don't ask us any bullshit logistics questions. You guys can figure it out.
If any minority,
thank you.
And you represent 13 or 14% of American population, black Americans. If anyone deserves reparation, it's the black Americans. There's no doubt about that. No one's fucking arguing. But you're going to get jack shit where all the money's going the other way. And they got so much power, so much lobby, you don't realize that. The penny is not drop on you. You haven't got any leaders. We are arguing about race, about this and that. We're not talking about the elephant in the fucking room. That's the
elephant
point.
in the room is race. What are you talking about?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The elephant in the room is race.
No. There's one race. Yes. Elephant in the room is one race. And it's Middle Eastern race. At this stage, where the money goes there. Yes. And you're missing out.
The atrocities of black people was committed was based on race. So when we're talking about our reparations, we're talking about things to fix race issues. So yes, we're going to talk about race.
You can. The pie is so big, and the slice of the pie, which goes to the foreign things, is only one country. It gets the majority of it, and you're missing out. That's my point.
I get you don't like Jewish people, what the fuck ever. I don't give a fuck about your hate towards them. I'm talking about...
There's no hate against them. Good luck to them. They're very smart, and they've got good lobby. And I I admire Israel. I really admire them. Because they're so organized, and I take my hat to them.
Americans send money to more
great.
places than just Israel. Americans can fund a whole bunch of things all over the fucking world. Not just Israel. We fund a whole bunch of bullshit all over the fucking world.
Do you know how much money goes to the thing every year? You taxpayers, you Americans, how much do you pay per annum? Anybody here, from Lucas, Mark, Manny, tell me. What? Go on, you're Americans, you live in America. How much is of your taxpayers' money per annum, per year go to Israel? Come on, tell me.
I don't know.
Put the hat. Oh, you're fucking Americans.
I don't work for the IRS.
End of the story. You don't even know where the money fucking goes.
What does that got to do with how exactly their taxes goes to what?
Well, the pie's so big, you can divide it in so many things. Do you know what economy is? Economy is not a bottomless pit.
I notice you're not talking about our money right now, though.
I'm sorry?
I notice you're not talking about reparations anymore, though.
Yes, I am talking about reparations.
I don't give two shits about our money going to other places. I don't mind it. All I want is our money coming to us.
Yeah, but the pie is...
I don't mind that.
But do you understand the pie is finite?
Finite. When things happen...
Your economy... It's the biggest in the world. You can't say, I want X amount. Depends how much you. If you earn $100 a day, if you earn $100, keep it fucking simple and stupid. If you earn $100 a day, you can't give $150 to anybody. You only earn $100. You can only divide $100. For crying out loud, it's the American economy, any economy.
So it was finite before Ukraine started. Yet we found a way to give them 175 billion.
Oh,
that could already
that's your government.
No shit, dumbass.
No, that's your government. Billion.
And who are the neocons? Have you ever heard of the word neocons?
No, I've never heard of the word neocon. Never, ever. Has any black person here heard of the word neocon for neoconservative?
Yeah, who are they?
I've never heard of it in my life.
I have not. But I heard of neo-Nazi conservative though.
I've never heard of that a day in my life. What a neoconservative is.
Who are they?
What?
Who are they? The people in there. Tell me. You tell me. You're Americans. You live in America.
They.
Are you talking which they? Who's they? Which they?
Who are neoconservatives?
Yeah. Who are the party? Who constitutes neocons?
Them folks.
Yeah.
Do you want to know the individual people?
I'm not going to ask you to list the bloody thing, but this is what I'm talking about. You've got to identify. This is the pie. This is how big it is. How many trillions of dollars.
You want to know if I know who George Bush is? He's a neoconservative.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, there's a lot of
so what? I don't understand your question.
But anyway, it doesn't matter how big the pie is. There's a pie.
What I'm trying to say, they run the show, and they run the show, and certain groups of people or specific
and if you're saying that we're never going to get our reparations, then we're never going to stop complaining about
that. I'm not an American. I don't vote. I don't determine anything in American internal or external politics. But I'm trying to say is if American blacks, which they do deserve, I totally agree with you, boys and girls, and in-betweens and those who are going to transition.
So then you're on our side then. We should be able to continue to talk about race and how fucked up it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Boom, base, you did it. That's why we get to keep talking about race. Cool. Now you cannot ask that stupid ass question again. Black people are going to continue to talk about race because those past injustices based on race, and until those are made amends for, we'll continue to talk about it and bring it up. There you go. You did it, Jim. Yeah. There's no more to think about.
Yeah, but
if you agree with reparations, if you agree with reparations, do you agree with it was race based and owed to a specific group of people of a race, and it hasn't happened, and until that tension is there, it's going to remain there. What else do you need to talk about?
Yeah. Or do you want me to answer that? Do you want me to answer that in a similar way?
You already won, but he won't admit defeat. It's okay.
The problem is he doesn't think you have answers to his questions, right? And then when you answer his question, it upsets him.
No, I'm not upset.
He has a biased view of Black Americans thinking we aren't aware of our issues and that we haven't had this thought out for decades, to be honest.
True.
So he's saying these stupid ass questions as if they're fucking unanswerable when they are answerable. And if he
You
really
literally
wants to answer, he
can
do
go
research.
look up.
Why
Yeah,
don't
you
you
just do
take
your
your punk
research,
ass
bro.
back to Australia and worry about the land down under and the kangaroos and the babies and the fucking wallabats and whatever the fuck. Like, imagine if we came to like talked about his country and said what he was not doing right, but we only knew the half of it. You sound fucking silly right now, man. Why would we stop talking about our history and our ancestors?
Yeah,
You sound fucking
and the admission of that black people
and I'm
deserve,
glad that they even
and
let you talk.
and Curry, the admission that black people need reparations is an admission that there's like racial injustice practices that happened in the past and kind of still go on if they don't give them to us. So that's why we keep talking about race. That's why we keep talking about race, and we're going to continue to talk about race until that happens.
You talk about race, but why should another or any other race? You got to justify your position, and I agree with Black Americans.
Well, I can tell you.
But let me finish. Black Americans constitute 13, 40, and if anybody should deserve is Black Americans, but you're not getting any reparations from your government. My question to all of you I'm posing is why not? Why not? You answer me. I don't know. You tell me.
We know why. We know why. Let Manny tell you. Go ahead, Manny.
Listen. Anybody who lives in America is benefiting from slavery as of today. No matter America wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't from slavery. No, it's not. That is a fact. That is a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. It's history. It is history.
So you messaged him a good quote. Don't answer. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Everybody in America today is benefiting from the slavery that happened to our people. So anybody living here now, anybody who
Where's the
lives
nexus?
here now is benefiting from.
I'm sorry, enlighten me. I'm sorry, maybe I'm missing. How are they benefiting?
And Manny, to add on to that, the reason
America wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for the slavery. Right?
The head start,
we became a superpower.
Slavery was not.
We became.
The slavery was in the South. Correct me if I'm wrong. The industrial North. The industrial North.
You're
wrong. Of slavery, white slaves, which was agricultural.
You're wrong.
Yes or
I'm trying to give you an answer,
you're wrong.
but you're upset.
The answer is no. You're wrong.
Did you say white slaves?
The answer is no. You're wrong, bro. That's your answer.
Did you say white slaves?
No.
So Manny's point summed up is the American foundation was built off the backs of free labor by slaves.
Exactly.
In a
chattel labor. Chattel labor.
In a way. Confederacy didn't always exist, dumbass. So in a way that had never been seen before, chattel slavery. It's been built based off of that. So more than that is the reason is like he's saying we reap the benefits because of that free labor and that starting position that black people didn't get to take advantage of. More than that, you ask, why don't we get reparations? And the answer is because the American government doesn't respect the will or issues that come with black people. Hence racism. Hence we're going to continue to talk about race. Hence your question is asinine and stupid.
And they know Black Americans are the country's Achilles heel. So yeah, they really don't want. It's like they know that they should do it, they need to do it, but they don't want to.
I mean, and the reason is they don't respect or give a damn about our well-being. And until that, what do you call that if that's not racism or something that's based on race?
That is what Lucas calls the lineage of evil.
And hypothetically, fair enough. I get your argument. I agree. Hypothetically,
it's not hypothetically.
Just listen.
No, he's giving a hypothetical, I think.
Factually, all right, I'll change my wording. Factually, if that's the thing, and no side will move, and either the whites or blacks, and there's no compromise, what's the end result? Revolution?
Reparations.
No, revolution.
We do what the Haitians say.
Revolution would be the final result.
Exactly. I agree. Exactly. The second American disintegration.
I want to be very clear, Jeff. So you
that's where you're heading. That's boys and girls, as I said, as a foreigner, that's where America is heading. You are an empire, and you were unilateral empire
Have
after
you
the
ever
fall
been
of.
to America?
Yes, I have.
How you talk?
If you just listen, shut the. You asked me a question. Yes.
When was the last time you've been to America?
Well, if you consider Hawaii, America, yes, I've been.
No, that's American territory. That's an American territory, but it's not the overall landmass of America.
Key Beach, that's where I've been.
It's a state, but nobody would say you had the American experience going to Hawaii.
I agree.
Nobody would say that.
Not even Alaska.
My question comes from, where did you get this information from? You seem to be very well tapped in, or at least you come across as if you're informed on the American experience and where we need to go.
I read a lot. I've got a book. If you want to show my library,
I think it takes a little bit more than just.
My library's got about. My library's got about 6,000-7,000 books of sociology, law, history, ancient history, American history, Marxism, fascism, communism, you name it. You name it. That's my hobby.
Shut up. No, that wouldn't be American history. That's depicted American history.
Yeah, I like American history lately because it's
what you see as American history, sir, is not actual American history.
Well, yeah.
Like you literally thought the Confederacy
always existed. Most of it is not. Most of it is not.
I'm sorry?
You thought the Confederacy was like always existed.
What, he thought the Confederacy?
No, I didn't say that. For crying out loud.
Well, the Confederacy in way still does exist because I can say that because I'm from Louisiana.
Do you believe? Let's. I mean, come on. Everybody knows the 13 states which constituted the southern 13 states which constituted the Confederacy. Most of the land was plantations and slavery. Correct?
Right.
Right. And,
speaking as a Louisianian, yes, sir, you are right.
And Louisiana Purchase and all that. Yes, I understand that. But then, what's the gist of the Revolution or the American Civil War? You got Lincoln in 1860 or 1861, the Proclamation.
Which one are you talking about? The Civil War?
I'm talking about the Civil War, yeah. You got northern states, which are industrial states, and majority, not many
still had slaves, bro.
No,
Delaware was the last state to outlaw slavery.
They weren't slaves. So the dichotomy or the dispute began. The slave owning.
If the state was a slave state, it still benefited.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm talking about the industrial north. Not many.
The North had slaves. Delaware.
They may not have been called. They may not have been labeled slaves, but still they were in slavery.
The North had slaves in the early 1800s. The North had slaves in the early 1800s. They didn't start getting rid of that till like 1840 or something.
Or who started?
And even then, they could still do half the stuff that white people could do.
Who started?
They didn't have rights in the same way.
Just listen. Who do you realize that I'm talking about now? The Anglo-Saxons, the English. Who were the first people who abolished slavery, and it's Lord Wilberforce in 1820.
The fuck does that matter?
No, what I'm saying because you're Black
1840,
Africa,
so that happened 20 years before then.
Because
Okay.
Black Africa, especially Northern Africa. I'm not talking about black as in black, which is most.
How do we go from Africa to America?
There are 55 million slaves in Africa as we speak.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything we were talking about?
So we're talking about who initiated the abolition of slavery.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
we went from slavery. Okay, we went from slavery in the South and Reparations over here in America over to the African continent in 1820.
Let's talk about the facts.
Which
What
form
does
of
that
slavery are
matter?
you talking
Hold on,
about?
but what does
Oh,
that
we
matter?
are
Why did they end
What was
slavery?
Abraham
Hold
Lincoln
on.
about? Was he
Why did they end
pro-slavery?
slavery? It
What was
wasn't.
Abraham Lincoln? Good
I
old
get
age.
What form
Was
of
he
slavery are
pro
you
or
talking
against
about?
slavery?
hold
They
on.
didn't end
Hold on.
slavery.
Lincoln didn't give a fuck
Guys,
about
I
slaves.
get
He
what he's
owned
trying
a
to
fucking
do.
king
He
back
was.
after.
I
What are
get
you
what he's
talking
trying to
about,
do.
bro?
He's embarrassed he was wrong, that he didn't know that the northern people actually did own slaves to a certain point. So now he's kind of like, well, at least they got rid of them first, though.
Slavery? No,
Yeah,
as
but
I
That's what
why
he's
are you
doing, right?
bringing? I
Well,
don't know.
at
Hold
least
on
they
a
got
second.
rid of them first, though.
Hold on a
So
second,
what
Chad.
you're
I don't
saying?
understand why he's bringing
So
up
what you're
the fact
saying?
that Britain ended
All
slavery
the
as if it was some kind of like humanitarian act, as if
Right?
these black people. Hold on,
Yeah,
as
the
if these
niggas that
black people. Hold
started
on
it,
a
right?
second. Hold on a second. Hold on.
go
As if
on.
these black people had rights the same way that white people did. If
No, they
anything,
didn't have rights.
it was just
No,
Jim Crow
no,
sooner. Like, what are you
no,
talking about? They
no.
literally ended slavery so that they can benefit from the Industrial Revolution because the poor people wanted to
Yes,
have the.
yes, I agree
And
with you.
hold
Yes,
on.
yes,
And
yes,
get this. They
yes,
wanted to have jobs, so they just
yes,
kicked black people to the curb to starve in the
yes.
streets. Black
They
people couldn't
want
do nothing, and then they were hanging them, lynching them,
excuse me.
burning down their own communities 20
Yes,
years before they were
yes.
doing it in America. And then America literally
Look,
copied that. So what are you talking about? It means nothing.
if you go to a job,
Englishman,
excuse
Kawhi
me,
might call
let
this
me finish.
poppycock.
Let me finish.
This is
Well,
poppycock
see,
and
this is
poppycock and
this is
goobly.
what I'm talking about. If you work in McDonald's or any place from 9 to 5, you're a slave. Modern day slave. They
Oh
don't
my
call it
God, bro.
slavery.
What?
If you get up in the morning, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and you go to
No,
fucking
you're just
work,
a person
and you
struggling
come
and needs
and
to
you
find a
come,
better job.
you're a slave.
And he got the nerve to say
They
this
used
You know
is
what
okay
chattel
for us.
slavery is?
Western
They weren't
slavery.
able to get jobs. They
Tell
weren't
him,
allowed
Jimmy.
Yeah,
jobs. They
I
only
need
just
to have a Lucas
put
moment real
in
now.
the what's it called, Affirmative Action Act, because people
So
weren't
is that
hiring
true?
black people in England and in America. That's the whole point.
Women call it.
They didn't have rights.
Feminazis called
And
it.
then get
I'm
this. Hold on,
independent.
Jim. No, hold on, because you've
You
been speaking for a long
stupid
time,
woman.
okay?
You
You've been
should be
speaking
a
for a long time.
fucking
The point
housewife.
is, okay, I don't understand
I
why
don't
you're
understand how
trying to
this.
debate
This nigga, bro.
Americans, black Americans,
How does
about
this
their
compare?
reparations. Why do you care? You're in
Are we
Australia.
gonna
You're
let it
literally
slide?
in Australia.
Are we gonna let it slide that he just called her a stupid woman and she be a fucking housewife? The fucking neck, like, look at this
Is
fat
that what you
fucking
said?
belly rolled
Yes,
face.
women
Is that
should
what you
know
said?
their place.
That's what he said. It's fat fucking face, big
Women
back.
should
Chad,
be
you're
a
repeating that to me.
traditional
That's
woman.
crazy. That's crazy you would say
Jelly
that to
roll
a black
face
woman.
ass nigga,
Hold on a
bro.
second. That's
I
crazy that you will
literally
say
see
that
how
to a
mad
black
y'all
woman.
heard him out.
That is real crazy.
I don't care whether you're black, yellow, white. You're a woman.
You fat
Know your place.
You're a sound
God,
bastard.
Man,
You're one
woman,
second
children.
I do care if you have the face of a big toe, nigga. Shut up.
That's the hierarchy.
You look like an
For
assistant
2,000 years.
Guys, let's not hate on the LGBT community, okay? Let him be gay if he wants to.
Hey, you lucky one of them not up here. They would have chewed it out.
Manny, does the B stand for big?
Excuse me, LGBTQ community. Let's talk about LGBTQ community.
Well,
okay?
you're the B. You're Big Back.
No.
The B stands for Big Back.
You're slowly showing you might be part of them folks.
He said he the LGBT.
I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this.
I'm the B in the LGBT community.
I
I'm the
am
Big
too.
Back Walrus.
So, Jim, let me get this straight. You brought up the whole you brought up the whole UK ended slavery before anybody else, right? That I'm guessing that was your argument.
Manny, please repeat. I'm sorry, I missed
Okay. You said that the UK ended slavery before anybody else, was the first people to end slavery, right?
Yeah, correct.
Was this your argument for reparations, saying that, like, since they ended slavery, that's our form of reparations?
No. You need No, I'm not. I'm just saying. The bad white man, which is
White people aren't that bad. That's what Jim is saying.
No,
Not all white people, just them folks.
They also ended slavery because black people were revolting. Just saying. Black people in the Caribbean were fighting back.
They ended slavery, guys. Stop
Manny,
being
so what
so
he's doing
racist.
is Manny, he
Let
got
me clear something up.
Hold on, Manny. I can clear it up for you right now. He got fact checked, bro. He said the northern states never owned slaves. They did in the early 1800s. And since he was fact checked on there and wants to save face, he's saying, well, at least they abolished them later. That's what he's saying. That's what he's doing. He's saving face for like what Lucas said. All white people ain't bad, and to evoke some empathy. That's all he's doing.
And I just want to clear up that, like, we're not saying all white people are bad. We're just saying that the racist white people are bad.
I am
and
saying
that's why them folks are
saying
racist
all
black
big
folks. So
backs
you
are
know.
bad, though. All big backs are bad.
I mean, you want to know why Black Americans haven't got the reparations? Because there's people all around the world like you, Jim, okay, who are constantly helping
Jim's
the
for
white
reparations.
Americans. No, but he's up here giving you
No,
opposition to caring and acting as if you care, but then you're also at the same time making these underhanded comments and asking these questions that aren't really questions.
Yeah, he's a bad faith actor.
Yeah, I agree with
Jim, Mr. Jim.
And you know this is a
Because you
bad
know
face
why,
actor?
especially if you're a
Fucking
lawyer with all
Lucas.
those accolades on your wall right now. Like it's insane.
Jim loves black people.
Mr. Jim, have you ever seen a lynching?
I think where his
Have you ever seen a lynching?
almost as if it's like a real life. What do they call it, guys? You guys can say it.
What?
I don't know what you're alluding.
What, a Klansman?
No, almost like a minstrel show for him, right?
Oh,
I guess.
Got you.
I don't know about y'all, but Jim, I would be offended that Lucas said I like black cock. I'm just saying.
Wait, what?
If I was you.
That's crazy.
Jim, have you ever?
Crazy, buddy.
You can't say that in this month, bro.
First off,
I'm just saying, you gonna let Lucas dish you like that, bro?
Cock, bro? What?
Yeah, cock is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, black people don't say that. We say
You
Johnson.
just exposed yourself,
I
sir.
say dick.
I mean, hold on.
We just say Dick or
We do in
Johnson.
Britain. We do in
Manny,
Britain.
Manny, you have made this a penis conversation, bro.
You just exposed yourself, bro.
And if
Nobody
you
says
look at
that.
No. We do in Britain.
And if you're a
Maybe he
down
was talking to a
south black
British girl.
person,
I
you
don't
say
know. He was
pecker.
probably talking to a British girl.
All right, I'm a different
No,
while we're talking about his
don't say
penis.
You're British, are you?
Yes, I am. From London.
From which part of England?
Which part of
London?
London.
Yeah,
Okay.
my son's in
Right
London.
uptown.
One of my 3 sons is in London. He's actually a doctor there.
Kawhi, how did you know you lived in London if you never stepped out of the kitchen?
That's crazy.
How did you know that?
I'm going off of information I was told.
Oh, got it. All right,
Apparently, it's an amazing
Now
place.
that's even. Now, Jim, have you ever seen a lynching?
What type of question is that? That is wild, sir.
Yeah, that's wild.
Because I think you might get a little
That's a
high off
trap question if I
that,
ever
just off
heard
of
one.
what you said.
What the fuck?
Please explain that. I don't get what.
I'm just gonna say this is Lucas's fault.
What?
I agree, Oxy. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay.
I mean,
as
Keep
usual.
calling me like that.
I think this was okay. Jim got exposed for not knowing a lot of stuff. He backpedaled. He agreed reparations are good. He agreed we should continue to talk about race. He backed off of all his
So
positions.
I'm not gonna lie. Kawhi might be right about this being. I don't believe it's a menstrual show because
what I'm arguing from a legal perspective.
You're not arguing anymore. You're not arguing with us
From a
anymore.
legal perspective, you might be a Klansman.
So what I'm
he's trying to make
say,
it one by kind of trigger us
Do you
and
know
get a
American
certain
laws?
response. But
You're
we're
not
smart.
arguing with us anymore.
You know?
You agreed with us that we should continue to talk about race until we get reparations. You agreed. There is no argument. You conceded. I congratulate you for conceding too.
Yeah, well, I think we all learned something here today.
But yeah, you're still a Nazi.
This nigga Chad, the only person to convince a dumbass to shut up.
Well,
it's all these phrases.
Well,
Do you realize?
It's mighty big of him to convince.
All of these phrases.
Well, Curry, it's mighty big of him to concede when he's wrong. Very big back.
All of these phrases are bigoted, Nazi, fascist, racist. These are all buzzwords of neo-Marxism. And it's words of like that. See, what they mean is basically, I don't want to argue with you because you're not worth
Jim, why are you playing a
That's why
victim
I
right
asked
now?
him, had he ever seen a lynching?
Why are you playing a victim right now, Jim?
I'm not playing a victim.
You are?
Mate,
You are.
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
You just said
You're doing.
all these
Oh, you're
words
just
like
calling me
racist. No one's
names.
called
It's
you a
a victim.
racist.
Nobody's done that. You're being a
Come on
victim,
now,
bro.
Jim. You're supposed to be part of the superior group. Come on
I'm not
now.
gonna say it, but you're doing a
Dude,
Karen
you're being a
right now, to
victim,
be
bro.
honest.
Stop being a victim,
Come
bro.
on now.
Karen. You're
Stop
calling
being a
for
victim,
help
bro.
from black people. when
Pull
we
yourself
haven't
up
done
by your
anything.
wallabies.
Come on now.
Your
Stand on that
worldview
superiority, sir.
Your worldview is either a victor or a victim. And I don't see
I was
Oh,
just
there
saying
we
you were
go
playing
right
a
there.
victim.
There we
You just
go.
played a victim, bro. You're like, oh, you're calling me Nazi. That means you don't want to argue with me. That's a
That's
victim, bro.
exactly
Stop
what a
it.
Nazi would
Stop
say.
it, bro. Stop it.
But
Nobody's called you a Nazi. We've called you
words,
that.
those words
That's why
don't
I've
mean
asked you.
anything.
See, folks, y'all. That's why I asked him. Had he seen
Don't mean anything. And you gotta.
Nobody called you a Nazi. Nobody dismissed you. All we
just
called
saying.
you. All we said is that you're.
See, you take it ad hominem. I didn't talk to you or anybody.
All we said is that
Since you have not seen a lynching, would you like to see a lynching one day, sir?
The popular words of our culture.
Why are you bringing that up with us? We didn't say that.
There are certain. Did I? You're
so why are you bringing it up? Then why are you bringing it up?
Well, all I'm saying is.
I don't know what. Why are you doing this, bro? You conceded. You've said enough. You conceded that you were wrong. Just let it go.
That's what you say.
You said we deserve reparations, and until we get
in your mind, he's right, I'm wrong.
You already conceded.
20 minutes ago, you were wrong.
It's so
to
binary.
yourself.
It's insane.
No, it's
you already
binary.
conceded, Jim.
See, it's black and white. World is not black and white.
Nobody's talking about that.
Nobody's
talking about that.
It's never black and white.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you a legal
I'm not
example?
getting, sir, right now, I'm really not getting a good image of you because with your glasses and the way you're looking with those, and which are your accomplishments behind you on the wall, you kind of giving me the vibes of that Dad and Get Out. I'm just saying.
He looked like a minion.
He does gotta look like a minion. That's funny. Jim, but here it is, Jim. You've already conceded that like blacks should get reparations. You've already conceded you've already conceded that that's the main reason black people have racial tension and talk about race. You've already conceded, so we can't move on. So what are you want to talk about a new subject?
No, stop there.
You want to bring up a new subject?
No.
Okay, new subject. I agree.
No.
But you already conceded.
But you said that I've conceded. I said stop there. You don't want to listen to me, do you?
So let's talk to.
They don't want to hear the truth, Jim.
Oh my God.
You know what I want to hear, Lucas? I want to hear silence from your fucking ass. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear silence from you.
No, he wants to hear black people getting like $1.25 a piece in reparations.
Bro, can I do my Lucas right now? What? What's going on? I don't understand. What? Jesus.
Jim is an ally, y'all, and you guys are just being so mean.
He's an ally.
Let's move on to the new subject. Is Lucas?
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you.
It's okay, sir.
Thanks very much.
Can somebody clip that? Can somebody
Cheers,
clip that?
sir.
Lucas is an ally.
Oh my God.
That's how you know Lucas is a real divester. Divestors unite.
I'm gonna send this to Tatum. That's what I'm gonna
Unite
do.
with what?
I'm gonna get my get back.
Oh man.
I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna send that to Tatum, bro.
Oh no! Better send it to Jesse Lee Peterson.
Facts.
Oh my God.
You just signed your own fate, sealed your own fate, bro.
And to the black conservative perspective, and maybe the Hodge twins.
Hey guys, Lucas is back with y'all. Look at him defending this man.
Sir, all I know is I see a good gentleman before me. That's all I know.
Oh my God.
Oh, thank you, Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what a divester would say. I agree with Lucas.
Oh, even better. Send it to Matt Walsh too.
He's a divester. He's divested from white supremacy.
We should send it to the Daily Wire. We should send this to the Daily Wire for his audition tape.
You know, let me see. Yeah, to Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder. What's the other dude name? Sean Hannity.
We got a guy. We know that you lost your token, Candace Owens. We have another one for you.
And Alex Jones, Marjorie T. Green.
Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, shit.
No, my bad. What's her name? Bleach blonde, butch body, Green.
Next up on the Daily Wire, our new show, Cooling with the Amazing Lucas.
Fucking crazy.
Matt Walsh is my friend.
Yo.
I heard him say out of his own mouth it's been a good 300 years.
See what we have to go through, Jim? It's horrible.
I don't think any black
but
guy
we must
in
stand
history
for
of this
truth.
world
That's what we
has
have
seen
to do.
Matt Walsh was their friend.
It's funny that we have to go through this
Boy,
at the hands of
fuck
another
him.
black man. It's always our own.
Despite
You
the
could stop this,
consequences.
Lucas.
You know what? I bet you Lucas.
That is crazy.
You know what's crazy, y'all? I bet Lucas would take his hat off for the Daily Wire, bro.
Yo, that's
What, they gonna give you another hat?
If them shekels hit, them shekels hit.
Yeah.
But Lucas
And they
should
can be
then
shot
get
at pussy, yeah.
circumcised first, in order to join the Heli Wire.
Circumcisions is kind of like
It's
a
compulsory.
normal thing.
Wow,
it's a normal thing here in America.
It's a norm in
Yeah,
America.
I got that
Is
one.
it really?
Yeah.
Really?
Also, you
Yep,
know,
I
also
got
it's a norm in
circumcised
America,
too.
not asking people about their dick.
Circumcision
Yeah,
is
most
the
people
norm
here
in
are.
America.
We don't have the
I
word
didn't know
penis.
that.
It's
No,
crazy
I
how
didn't
we
know
got
that.
back here again. I don't understand
Exactly.
how it works.
How do we get back to penis?
That's crazy. That is true.
This man got
Like,
dick
that's
on the brain,
wild.
bro.
I want
Almost like he's
Lucas.
trying to buck
Fuck.
break you guys, and you're
Damn, the
letting him.
Johnson
It's
getting
crazy. It's
skinned.
crazy. Don't let
Look
this
at how he
happen.
adjusting his glasses too.
Kawhi,
He
keeping
got
us
on
in
his
check,
dick
bro.
viewing glasses.
I'm trying my best.
Thank you,
Thank
God.
you, Kawhi. 'Cause that
Damn,
was
Oh,
you
interesting.
guys are giving props to a black woman. Thank that. Miracles happen.
Don't do that.
Wow.
Don't do that, Kawhi. Don't
See?
do that.
See?
All right, you did too much. They finna take it back.
Yep. Always.
Well, I have to remind you guys the place. Like, come on. Deep down, I'm actually messaging Jim. Like, I'm telling him everything to say to you guys. Those were my questions.
Deep down.
That
Like,
sounds
what are you
about right, historically.
Man, so you got a teleprompter for him?
She said deep down, like it was like psychic. She got like psychic guts or something.
Oh,
God.
Yo, no, psychic guys is crazy, bro.
Well, I got a
Well,
dirty
I
mind,
do
so
have
I
to- I
think
do
it's
have to
something
white
else
man,
when
I
you
do know
said
that.
deep down.
Deep down, what?
You heard us.
What? No?
Oh, what I said was, well, since I have a dirty mind, when one of y'all said deep down, I was thinking something else, but never mind.
No.
Bad black man. Bad black man. No, this
I
is
mean,
bad.
that nigga did say.
That ain't bad. No, ain't nothing bad about that. You just you got a freaky mind. You got a freaky mind.
Fundraiser said Daily Wire presents Hats Off with your host Lucas.
Hats off is crazy.
Well, it won't be completely hats off because they're gonna give him another hat. They're gonna give you a Daily Wire
I'm weak.
snapback as a souvenir.
Hats Off is hilarious.
Oh, I was thinking of a yarmulke.
A yarmulke.
I already got one of those.
You got one? Nice.
Yeah.
On the real?
Yeah, bro. I go to temple all the time.
Oh, they allow you in there? Oh.
As an Asian, I get eyes, but as an Asian Mexican, you gotta open my.
Okay. All right.
diversify
Jose
your
Wong or
portfolio.
Jose Chu.
Exactly.
So how's your Spanish, Lucas? Because I mean, it's kind of wild to say that and then not have good Spanish.
I mean,
So which type of Asian are you, Lucas? Do you eat cat or do you eat dog?
Matter of fact, y'all should be learning Hebrew, not Spanish. I take that back. Hebrew and Mandarin. That's what y'all should be learning.
You joking, but shit, you might be right.
I'm not joking. You're welcome.
Spanish would be third.
They're teaching Mandarin in some schools, though. So.
Well, in Australia, they do teach Mandarin quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, Lucas like Filipino and motherfucking.
Well,
Only foreign languages start here in American schools. The school is either Spanish or French or vice versa.
The next conflict.
French is a fucking waste of time.
It's going to be in Taiwan, which is very close to Australia, as you know. You got Ukraine, you got Gaza, and then it's going to be Taiwan. And it's very too close for comfort as far as Australia is concerned, and it's worrying for us. We are relying on America, and as you know, we've got about 3,000 American Marines permanently stationed in Alice Springs or Pine Gap, which is every American nuclear sub is controlled from Australia, not America at all. And so if there's going to be a nuclear war between China or Russia or anybody, we're going to
Wait, you said all our nukes were controlled by
all American nuclear subs. There are 3,000 Americans permanently since about 1955 to date in Australia, in the middle of Simpson Desert. Google it. It's called Pine Gap.
That is true. That is true.
Pine Gap. And boys and girls, and when there's a nuke war on, when Joe Biden, when he doesn't, he's about to, he's got to have an executive order, and he's thinking he's got his hand on a what's his name, Jill's pussy, but he's in fact got his fingers on a nuclear button, and he sort of wrongly presses the wrong button. That signal goes to Australia.
Why are we listening to this?
And all the news are going to go flying.
Yo, what what the fuck
This
happened?
nigga turned into Joe Biden, bro.
This man stuttered for like 10 seconds. I was like, all right, button. I was like, Jill's pussy. Like, what the fuck?
She don't have a pussy. That ain't a pussy. That is no longer a pussy.
The guy, it's elder abuse. He should be in a nursing home. Don't you agree?
This is the nigga telling us why we don't got reparations.
Shouldn't Joe Biden be? Have you watched the debate today?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Jim.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Man, the way Brandon was looking at Trump as if he owed him money or something.
Made the
If he talked
biggest
bad about
words.
his cooking.
I'm full from that word salad you just gave us. Jesus.
Man. This
That
nigga gave
pussy
us
said,
leftovers,
man,
bro.
let me shut up.
Joe Biden think he's pressing the button. No, Jill's pussy. Like, what the? That's wild, bro.
You're like short-circuited.
Bro, this man's like Australian Alex Jones.
That is
Damn.
crazy.
That's pretty funny.
I'm not that popular,
Joe
unfortunately.
Biden thinks he's pressing the button for the nuclear subs. It's actually on Jill's pussy.
It's a pussy button.
I promise you, like
You say popular.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
And that pussy button is connected to Australia. And if anyone's
it's
going to
called
be
a
new,
Batusi.
It's crazy.
Do you do improv, Jim? Is it like just yes and for you? Like that's just life for you?
I'm sorry.
All right. On that note, do we have our final thoughts?
What's the time in America? It's here in Australia. It's about 11 o'clock.
Well, there's different time zones here in America.
It is 6 a.m. 6
Well,
a.m.
it's 7:46 here.
Lucas,
We're
your
about
final
east or west
thoughts are like
coast.
a 2-hour warning.
No. Final
thoughts.
Well, I'm in the
2-hour
South,
warning.
so.
2-hour warning.
No. Final thoughts. What we got?
Well, my final thought is nasty work, bro. Fucking from dude trying to fucking come out to Cali, that's crazy as fuck, bro. To this dude over here talking about fucking Africa and fucking Australia and not even defining what the fuck genocide is. That's nasty work too. Like,
No.
that's crazy, bro.
I define genocide. You haven't defined.
Yeah, you didn't define genocide, nigga. You said nasty.
These are final thoughts. Final thoughts.
It's gonna happen, Lucas.
No, it's not. I gotta get some rest, bro. I haven't slept.
Poor guy.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Anyway, I'll go
Jim?
next.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I really appreciate it. I had fun time. Some serious, some joking, but I fully appreciate what you're saying, and I hope I'm not misrepresented or misunderstood because of the thing. But I genuinely feel for America. I think America is generally is unfortunately, and Australia is going downhill, I suppose. And it's sad, but anyway, such is life. But your chat is so entertaining, and it's very, very uplifting. It's Friday evening, nearly 11 o'clock here in Sydney, Australia. Cheers, boys, and I appreciate you talking robustly. And what I'm trying to do is have a civil conference, and I like the fight sometimes. I love that, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for coming on,
is
Jim.
Lucas and all the boys and girls. Thank you very
When
much.
the fights are in y'all's nature,
Take
sir,
care, Jim.
and take it
care.
easy.
Who's next?
I guess I'll go next. I mean, I know I came in late, but you guys held it on. Yeah, I'm kind of proud of you guys. Don't let him get away with certain things like that, or anyone for that matter. Watch the debate. definitely you guys need to vote, and I would say vote third party. I know coming from a British person, it might not mean anything to you guys, but seriously, because what you guys have right now, I don't know, I'm kind of worried for you, all right? So I would say vote for third party. Yeah, good luck, guys, and see you guys later. Oh, and join the Discord. It's so fun. All right, bye.
There we go.
I just want to say, I'm tired of people coming in here acting like they got all these questions for reparations and stuff like that when all the answers, I've said this before, any question that you have for reparation, the answer is out there. It's not hard to find. You literally just got to do some fucking research. Like, if you at this point are just keep asking questions on, like how is it going to get paid out, or this, you're just being disingenuous and you just want to complicate things, and you don't want to pay it out. Because like every question is already answered. So like, let's just stop the bullshit. All right, guys, later.
I agree with Manny. As my closing statement, it's not hard to dunk on these people who talk about like, well, why do black people talk about race? It's not hard to like point out the inequities that exist and how like, people refuse to acknowledge or make amends for things, and it's easy to get them to concede on that shit. So don't let people get away with that shit. Dunk on them and make fun of them and like ridicule them to their face and call them big back. And if they say, I want some fair criticism and fair talk, like, no, fuck you. Like, dunk on these niggas. Also, shout out to the amazing Lucas. He is coming to you on the Daily Wire. Hats off with the amazing Lucas. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. Instead of a teleprompter, they're going to remove the hat. They're just going to play all the videos on his forehead. It's going to be good times. All right.
Maybe they'll even give him a cartoon with that pretty ass shit.
All right, for that.
All right, I'll go. All right, I'll go
get
next.
reparations for that, just because of Chad. Chad single-handedly destroyed reparations.
Damn. Well, you know what? Yeah, but I'll go ahead and go next and get off here.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Well, the stream was lit. Okay, the stream was lit, informative, cool, economical, and everything else in between. And if you support reparations, that's all you have to do and say no more. And I meant to tell Cosmic when he was on here, there's no longer room to say I don't know and use that as an excuse. When you become grown, there's all types of sources out there. And now, I'll say it again. When you become grown, you cannot make the excuse saying, I really don't know. I'm not sure. Yada, yada, yada. In this day and time, there's plenty of sources that you can go to, from books, people, the internet, etc. is all out there now. And for you, Lucas, when you go to the Daily Wire, no worries. They'll give you a new cap. And with that being said, I'm out. I'll get at y'all next time.
Later.
I'll go next. Allies are a good thing, but they weaken us if they are comfortable speaking poorly on the group that they are trying to support. So we can't afford for our quote unquote allies just because they say, yeah, I love black people and I agree with you and you deserve to just be okay with whatever the fuck they're gonna say. And yeah, we need to check them when they say stupid shit like, oh, just don't talk about slavery anymore. Like that. That ain't how it works. But Lucas, this is your fault, and we're not gonna forget this.
Of course.
He's probably one of your older fans. He probably liked you in 2015 a lot.
Fair enough.
But I'm gonna let you live, man. Get some rest, because you obviously
so he's come
well.
around. So I don't understand what the issue is.
If that's the case, the bar is in hell, man. If we need allies like that, then maybe you're right. 2025 is up.
Bingo.
We grits, man.
That's how we do
it. If that's what we need.
Facts.
Peace.
Later. Oxy, my African brother. Bro, I did not know African had like a coon infestation. That's crazy. It is really everywhere. Oxy probably asleep. Takes a lot of energy to clean the walls and to make sure the toilets are spotless. So make sure everyone pray for Oxy that he gets a good rest, because he has to get up early in the morning to clean out the poop of the toilets. So everyone pray for Oxy. Anyways, everyone, take care, stay safe, be amazing.